those who have attended the peculiar auction are well aware, captured the pure shadowy form of the female spectre king. Each time one returns home to share a marital chamber with her, it bestows an extension of 10 years to one's enigmatic lifespan. The starting bid is set at 50,000 thrilling coins. Someone has offered 60,000 for the experience of a first night with a 7. Some individuals offer 60,000 for the experience of a first night, while others bid 70,000 for the promise of extended longevity. I directly doubled the bid to 300,000, leaving all the peculiar onlookers utterly astounded. In an instant, all the peculiarities left everyone utterly astonished. A mere human possesses such immense wealth. One must acknowledge that this is indeed a realm of spine-chilling terror. One terrifying coin is equivalent to 1,000 Longwa coins. Simply because I possess a comprehensive role-playing system. The first profession I bound myself to was that of an auctioneer, which I had just recently embarked upon. The task dungeon of the blood auction requires players to survive for 3 days. An enigmatic old man approached. "Welcome to the Crimson Auction. I am the host here. You may call me Mr. Sure. You can view your specific positions on the system panel." To my astonishment, I discovered it was an auctioneer. What astonished me even more was that the initial issuance of the horror coin amounted to an astonishing 10 billion. At that moment, a voice resounded, informing you that new peculiar orders awaited your prompt attention. In the next instant, a colossal cage materialized within my mind. Inside, there is a female spectre bound by dozens of iron chains, the spectre queen, Sybil. A sudden shock coursed through my heart as I realized it was the enigmatic king. As all the players officially entered the ancient castle, a peculiar figure clad in a maid's outfit approached me. A peculiar figure clad in feminine attire approached me. "Esteemed auctioneer, please present the items you have prepared for auction. Should your offerings fail to satisfy the esteemed bidders present, it shall be deemed a dereliction of your duties. I would like to offer you a modest suggestion. The peculiar has a notable fascination with the kidneys of humanity." Upon hearing this, I let out a soft chuckle. He gently snapped his fingers. In the next moment, a massive iron cage shrouded in black cloth materialized behind me, exuding an eerie aura that sent a shiver down the spine of the girl. The faintly ominous aura emanating from him caused a flicker of astonishment in the maid's eyes. Who exactly is this human, and why does the presence of the creature within the cage evoke such unease in me? After a brief moment, she composed herself and said, "Please, follow me." Under the guidance of the maid, I entered a pitch-black chamber, where the esteemed auctioneer awaited. "You may now commence your auction, although the items within the room remain obscured. Yet, I can sense that there are numerous discussions still to be had here." Suddenly, he tore down the black cloth and shouted. "The starting bid is set at 50,000 thrilling coins." The room was instantly filled with uproar, for it was none other than the king of debate, and a female one at that. To my astonishment, it is indeed the enigmatic king, and furthermore, she is a queen of deception. This is far more intriguing than a succubus. It is said that the female trickster kings possess a body of utmost een, a sensation that can be quite intoxicating. My vampire count bids 60,000 terrifying coins. I bid 70,000 for the midnight werewolf. In a mere span of 10 minutes, the auction price of Xibeier soared to an astonishing 7.2 million. I am somewhat astonished. Previously, I had also heard of certain news regarding the auctioning of malevolent spirits and alluring succubi. The utmost can be a mere chilling currency. In an instant, my gaze towards Sybil transformed into a fervent intensity. It was only at this moment that I finally discerned her face clearly. It was a face of exquisite beauty. Despite the lackluster light in her pale blue eyes, it could not conceal her unparalleled beauty. At this moment, the auction price had reached 300,000. As silence enveloped everyone, my voice resonated throughout the entire room. "I offer 350,000 Jing coins." The woman beside me suddenly widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at me in astonishment. A staggering sum of 350,000 horror coins for a single instance. Just as I was about to strike the hammer, a roar erupted. "I am offering 360,000 thrilling coins." A towering creature, standing 3 meters tall and wielding a colossal axe, emerged from the shadows, unnoticed by others. I can still discern it. "You are a human being. If you wish to avoid demise, swiftly grasp the 360,000 shilling coins and depart." As he spoke, he placed the imposing crown of the giant before me. 360,000, do you believe yourself to be wealthy? The monster erupted into a hearty laugh. It is often said that humanity is inept, yet it is surprising to find a handful of audacious individuals. Regrettably, mere courage is insufficient. You ought to possess several more lives to suffice. Having spoken, you raised the colossal axe and swung it fiercely in my direction. Having spoken, he suddenly swung his mighty axe towards me. Immediately, a fleeting glimmer of light swept through the room. However, it was not I who fell, but rather this colossal beast, as I grasped a long sword of crimson and ebony in my hand. It is still tainted with the dark blood of the monster. Slaying the king of the giant tribe incurs a penalty of 60 years from one's lifespan, leaving but a single year remaining, alongside a reward of 2,000 horror coins. At the critical moment, I exchanged 100 million horror coins for the sword of life. It calculates the lifespan of its adversaries while vanquishing them, and subsequently deduct an equal span of life from oneself after the act of killing. At this moment, the room fell silent once more. The maid, who was observing closely from the side, had already succumbed to fear and knelt down on the ground. I chuckled coldly and remarked, "Surely, there is no regulation preventing the auctioneer from participating in the auction." The woman nodded repeatedly, affirming, "Indeed, sir, there is no such stipulation in the auction proceedings." Observing this, I promptly produced a shocking revelation. Swipe the world's bank cards. However, after the conclusion of the auction, the previously darkened room was suddenly illuminated by bright lights. Among dozens of chairs, only in the front row, at the very center, sat a woman. Such affluent individuals are truly fascinating. On the other side, I followed the maid to the second floor of the ancient castle. There are a total of 5 rooms here, 4 of which are locked. I inquired with curiosity. Why must those particular rooms be secured? However, the maid kept her head lowered, daring not to glance at the 4 locked rooms. I apologize, but I am unable to disclose that information at the moment. After circling the second floor 7 times, she led me towards the 3rd floor. I was rendered speechless. If one wishes to ascend to the 3rd floor, why not proceed directly instead of wandering aimlessly here? Ultimately, we arrived at a room on the 3rd floor. "Esteemed auctioneer, this is your chamber. Upon entering the room, please refrain from making loud noises. If you wish to partake in a meal, kindly ring the bell by your bedside. Take care to keep your eyes closed while you sleep, regardless of any sounds you may hear." She only turned to leave after ensuring that I had fully absorbed her instructions. Only after she was certain that I had fully memorized it did she turn and depart. As the door swung open, an indescribable aroma rushed forth, enveloping the senses. Just as I reclined, a knock echoed at the door once more. To my astonishment, it was Mr. Scher standing at the door. He inquired in a flattering manner, "Esteemed auctioneer, in 10 minutes a grand auction will take place here. May I ask if you will be in attendance?" I smiled faintly, for it is indeed true that wealth can work wonders. He inquired casually, uncertain whether his presence was required to host the auction or merely to observe. "Just take a glance at it. Your auction schedule is set for 8 hours later." A glimmer of green light flickered in his eyes. Humanity remains largely oblivious to the realm of horror. If one could make a considerable profit, it is possible that this quarter's objectives might be achieved. Under Mr. Scher's guidance, I arrived at the 5th floor of the ancient castle. Under the guidance of Mr. Scher, I ascended to the 5th floor of the ancient castle. This is a larger auction venue, yet it remains as shrouded in darkness as the previous one, with only the items on the stage discernible, Mr. Scher explained. This is to safeguard our guests, for incidents of murder and theft are not uncommon. As a woman clad in a cheapao gracefully ascended the stage, the auction commenced in earnest. "Distinguished guests, a warm welcome to you all. I am the host of this auction, Xibeier. The first item at today's auction is a piece of the enigmatic king-level artifact. The starting price is a chilling 100,000 coins." As he spoke, he opened a dark canvas. As he spoke, he opened a black box, revealing a pitch-black sword lying within. I whispered to myself, for this appeared to be no different from an ordinary verse. Unexpectedly, a voice of mockery emerged from the right side, exclaiming, "Ha, truly a bumpkin." I turned my head, only to find that I could see nothing clearly. The starting price of 100,000 thrilling coins. The auction must be utterly insane. With 100,000, I would rather seek the company of a succubus for a couple of days than purchase this worthless item. There were both criticisms and bids on site. I offer 110,000. I offer 110,000. I will invest 120,000. Suddenly, the voice on my right echoed once more, and I offered 150,000 terrifying coins. I smiled faintly, having just been called a country bumpkin. Let us see who the true rustic really is, I then exclaimed. I offer 160,000 thrilling coins. In an instant, everyone fell silent. Though the contraption is indeed splendid, exceeding that price would result in a loss. At this moment, the voice from the right side resounded once more, announcing a staggering 200,000 horror coins, instantly elevating the price by 40,000. I couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. A grand gesture indeed. A random quotation of 210,000 thrilling coins. Even a fool can now discern that I am directing my attention towards him. Do not presume that your wealth grants you the liberty to act with impunity. There are many formidable forces in this world that you cannot afford to provoke. Upon hearing these ominous words, I could not help but smile. I am prepared to offer 220,000 thrilling coins should no one else place a bid. I shall graciously accept this inaugural item. All the photographers present were astonished. Purchasing a piece of equipment for 220,000 is quite the extravagant expenditure, is it not? The peculiar and defiant voice on the right muttered a curse, declaring, "You may have some audacity, but I shall remember you." The auctioneer clapped his hands with great enthusiasm, for her commission alone would amount to 20,000. Jian Dao had struck it rich, and not far away, Mr. Shi was equally elated. Not far away, Mr. Shi also wore a broad smile of delight. Spending such an exorbitant amount to acquire a piece of the enigmatic king-level artifact truly reflects a folly of the affluent. After several rounds of bidding, we have now arrived at the final item of the auction. Esteemed guests, this is indeed the pièce de résistance of our auction. As she spoke, Xibeier produced a sleek, entirely black box. Above, there was a lock, occasionally exuding dark vapors from within. She introduced that the value of this auction item is certainly no less than that of a king-level artifact. Yet, what lies within remains an enigma, known to no one to this day. The starting bid is 50,000 thrilling coins. The audience erupted into an uproar. How could such a thing be deemed the grand finale? Has the auction become devoid of valuable items? It is merely a broken box that cannot be opened, yet it demands 50,000 horror coins. Why not seize the opportunity? A special item has been detected. The thrilling and enigmatic blind box, its purpose and usage methods are intended solely for the host's perusal. Upon hearing this, I unhesitatingly offered a staggering sum of 60,000 terrifying coins. The competition commenced when someone made a bid, leading others to follow suit. However, no one truly comprehended what this endeavor entailed. Thus, the increase in prices has been exceedingly gradual. After a full 10 minutes, I finally arrived at the realm of 100,000 terrifying coins. After a complete 10 minutes, I reached the domain of 10 directions of chilling currency. The one making the offer is indeed me, and I find myself feeling somewhat uneasy. This marks the inaugural occurrence at the auction where the final item on the block receives no bids. Ultimately, even they themselves are unaware of the purpose of this contraption. The reason for placing it as the grand finale is to evoke a sense of novelty. Who knows, perhaps an unsuspecting fool might take a fancy to it? At that moment, I appeared to her as the knave fool. 100,000 thrilling coins at once. As the transaction was finalized and the auction came to a close, Mr. Shi was preparing to escort me away. A towering figure obstructed my path. "You must be one of the attendees of the auction, young man." "Young man, you must be a person from the auction venue, correct?" It turned out to be a mere human. "Wait, you shall pay the price for your foolish actions." Upon finishing these words, the towering figure vanished without a trace. Having spoken, that towering figure vanished without a trace. Yet, it has been less than 2 minutes since I returned to the room. The maid once again knocked on the grand door, addressing the esteemed auctioneer. "I have come to deliver the items you recently acquired on the 5th floor. These 2 pieces are yours." Having spoken, I presented a ring, a token of our appreciation for you. I kindly ask you to accept it. Upon closer inspection, I discovered it to be a storage ring, albeit the most ordinary one found in the realm of humanity. Can be sold for a remarkable price of 10 million. She introduced that one merely needs to let a single drop of their blood fall into the ring for it to become functional. After the maid departed, I gestured for Xibeier to bring forth the 2 items that were up for auction. She nodded vacantly, complying with the request. The enigmatic weapon, the deceptive blade of the deceptive king, originates from the chilling realm of the deceptive king, Xibeier. When employing this enigmatic device, one may harness one of the wielder's power for a duration of 1 minute, with a cooldown period of 5 hours. As I gazed upon the introduction, a secret joy blossomed within me. It was indeed the enigmatic artifact of Xibeier. Truly, my fortune knows no bounds. He then randomly picked up the final auction item for examination, seemingly requiring a key to unlock it. At that moment, a notification sound echoed. To unlock, one merely needs to let a drop of the blood of the enigmatic king fall into the keyhole. Upon hearing this, I raised my gaze towards Xibeier. She seemed to have grasped my meaning as well. She gently glided her index finger across her left hand. A single drop of black blood penetrated the keyhole. Immediately, an indescribable aroma emanated from within, as the eerie and unsettling mystery box allowed one to randomly select a peculiar entity to become their pet. I reached my hand into it and soon encountered a sticky mass. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a black mass resembling a fleshy sphere. What on earth is this peculiar object? Before I could react, the meatball began to tremble, and in the next moment, it gradually turned red and became scalding hot. With a swift motion, it darted directly into my hand. You have but a year left to live, fortunate indeed to have crossed paths with me, otherwise, your fate would have been sealed. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a peculiar pet. Your lifespan has been replenished, and you now have a remaining lifespan of 50 years. I was momentarily taken aback, realizing that it was indeed possible to extend one's lifespan. This is the capital that I have cherished for several years. Were it not for the fact that you are my master, I would be loath to part with it. Hurry and catch a few small spirits to replenish my vitality. Eerie phantom of the deceptive general. The skill of devouring conceals one's lifespan, and one can attain advancement by consuming the bizarre. Subsequently, I turned my attention to the introduction of Xibeier. The skill of dream strangulation and illusion control possesses the ability to devour entities of the same rank for ascension. At this moment, the notification sound resounded once more. You have a new goods order. Please proceed promptly to room 203 on the second floor of the castle to attend to it. I could not help but murmur to myself, wondering why I was on the second floor of the ancient castle, and I promptly directed my inquiry towards Xiao. Could you conceal me in Xibeier? After a brief moment of silence, Xiao spoke, saying, You may conceal yourself. However, if Xibeier is the king of deception, then I am merely a pawn of trickery. Is this not placing me in a predicament? There was no alternative, so I had no choice but to leave Xibeier in the room. Upon arriving at 203, the door that had previously been securely locked now stood ajar. The door, which had previously been securely locked, now stood ajar, leaving me astonished. To my utter disbelief, the room was completely devoid of any belongings. I detected the presence of a vampire's heart, the grade and power of which remain unknown. I find myself utterly perplexed. Where, indeed, is my cargo? At that moment, I suddenly noticed that the hue of the wall in one corner was distinctly different from that of the surrounding areas. Suddenly, I crouched down and touched. In the next instant, a fissure appeared in the wall's plaster. The scene before me caused my eyes to widen in astonishment. It was solely because a headless corpse lay within the crevice. Merely because a headless corpse lies sprawled in the crevice, could it possibly be the body of a vampire, and must I venture forth to extract its heart? Just as I found myself at a loss, the small black creature on the back of my hand suddenly opened its mouth. It is quite peculiar that the comic society devoured the household in one gulp. Before long, it expelled a fleshy orb the size of a fist, which pulsated rhythmically before our eyes. Is this what you seek, my friend? It seems quite peculiar, this comic society. The Peculiar Life Extension Society has completed its lifespan supplementation, currently boasting a lifespan of 100 years, the Longman Society. It is rather peculiar. I ponder if this is indeed the heart of a vampire. Suddenly, a voice shouted from outside the door, Quick, someone. The lock on room 203 is missing. How did this happen? Strange comic society. I wonder how someone has arrived. This headless body might very well be from an auction. If caught, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for me. It's quite strange, isn't it, manga society? If we were to be caught, it would certainly be disastrous. Shall we? Are you certain that your concealment is secure? Rest assured, within this ancient castle, no one has yet succeeded in discerning my concealment. Strangely, upon hearing this, I seized the heart of the vampire and cast it into the depths of the system's realm. Mr. Sher entered first, gripping a staff emanating a dark aura. Upon seeing the exposed wall, his eyes widened in astonishment, revealing an air of intrigue and curiosity. Strangely, as I crossed the threshold, the maid returned to her chamber. I pondered that if I were to auction off this heart of the vampire, I would be ensnaring myself in a trap. Strangely enough, the iron box by the table captured my attention at that moment. 5 minutes later, I returned to the auction hall on the first floor. Strangely, at the Comic Society, I stepped onto the stage and introduced myself as the auctioneer for this event. The first item up for auction today is an enigmatic iron box, the contents of which remain a mystery to all. However, I assure you, strangely, in the Comic Society, the value of items is never less than the level of the enigmatic king, with a starting bid of 88,888 terrifying coins. The entire venue erupted in an uproar. A mere battered iron box, valued at no less than that of a king of deception. Who are they trying to fool? It would be far better to bring back 2 human women for me to photograph. It is quite peculiar, the Comic Society. It would be better to have 2 human women for me to capture in return. Seeing that no one believes me, I am disinclined to elaborate further, as I have no intention of auctioning off a vampire's heart anyway. Strangely, the Comic Society promptly placed a bid, thereby concluding the auction. On the 7th floor, in room 701, Mr. Schur is kneeling on the floor. Opposite stands the silhouette of a woman. The strange Comic Society, you mentioned that it possesses considerable wealth and is accompanied by a servant of extraordinary caliber. It is quite peculiar, Comic Society. Yes, my master, thus far he has expended nearly 1,000,000 thrill coins. How intriguing. Once the auction concludes, bring that individual to me. Before long, Mr. Schur found his way to me. Strange Comic Society. Auctioneer, my master wishes to meet you. Please follow me. As I stood before the enigmatic Manga Society, a sudden realization struck me. Could it be the proprietor of the Crimson Auction? It is quite peculiar, the Comic Society. Upon arriving at room 701, the woman still has not turned around. I have heard whispers that you possess considerable wealth. Let us engage in a discussion regarding potential collaboration. It is rather peculiar, the Manga Society. I was momentarily taken aback, pondering what collaboration could this be. Could it possibly pertain to procreation? Yet, in the next moment, the woman abruptly turned around. Discussed the matter of acquiring auction houses. It was rather peculiar, the moment I laid eyes upon the woman's visage, I found myself utterly entranced. She was adorned in a black cheapao, her curvaceous figure exquisitely accentuated, and after a moment, I regained my senses. It is quite peculiar, the acquisition of the Comic Society, the cost is not substantial either. It is quite peculiar, 100,000,000 thrilling coins will suffice. It is quite peculiar, the Comic Society. I couldn't help but chuckle at their eagerness to sell at the auction. It appears they are facing significant losses. 100,000,000 horror coins is simply unattainable. It is rather peculiar, Cheng Society. It is quite peculiar, when she. What do you consider to be appropriate? It is quite peculiar, the Comic Society. Any discussion is futile unless there is an additional penny beyond the staggering amount of 70,000,000 thrilling coins. Moreover, I request that all of you here continue to work for me. It is rather peculiar, Man Society, and certainly includes you as well. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly ensure that the salary is provided in full. It is quite peculiar, Mr. 1. It is rather peculiar, dear Comic Society, as I ponder the purpose of an empty auction. However, if such a captivating and enchanting queen were to become my subordinate, how peculiar it would be. Would she not then be at my beck and call? Upon hearing this, the woman leaned directly into my embrace. It was quite peculiar. So, do you intend to keep me? She inquired, while presenting the abyss before me. Come here and swipe your card. My face flushed with a sudden crimson hue. My face suddenly flushed with a deep crimson hue. Let me clarify that I am a person of integrity. My only intention is to make a payment, nothing more. With a resolute grit of teeth, I extended my hand and swiped the card into the abyss. It truly felt incredibly soft and delightfully bouncy. Bai Xian gracefully rose to her feet, assuring her master not to rush, for there would be ample opportunities to savor the moments in due time. This is the contract, and the auction now belongs to you. I nodded and requested that the auction ledger be presented to me. Upon hearing this, Bai Xian was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of slight unease. She then retrieved a notebook from her drawer and handed it to me. She simply retrieved a notebook from the drawer and handed it to me. As I opened the ledger of the Comic Society and scrutinized its contents, each page I turned deepened the furrow in my brow. How could you incur such tremendous losses, a staggering 500,000,000 shocking coins? No wonder a certain enigmatic king would rather resort to selling his allure, as Saint Man Society is compelled to part with in a great dungeon. Soon, Bai Xian summoned everyone to the first floor for a meeting at the Strange Comic Society, and before long, the hall was filled with people. Before long, the hall was filled to capacity with people from the Strange Fantasy Society. At this moment, only 5 players remain who entered alongside me. Look quickly, is that not one of the players who joined us? Instantly, all eyes turned towards the staircase. I could see Bai Xian descending the stairs behind me, closely followed by Bai Ying. How does a newcomer, venturing into the astonishing world of Jingjing and the Monster Comic Society for the very first time, descend from the upper floors? I have heard that his occupation is that of an auctioneer, and he has been performing admirably, residing just above. As a few players engaged in animated discussion, Bai Xian stepped forward and introduced me, stating, "This is the Monster Manga Society. From this day forth, this individual shall be the new proprietor of the auction." Upon hearing these words, the 5 players were left utterly astonished. Guai Man Society. Everyone is a player, navigating life with great caution. How is it that he thrives so abundantly and has even become a boss? Before everyone could recover from their astonishment, I began to berate the Strange Comic Society vehemently. The auction has been persistently incurring losses. It is lamentable to blame the organization. What are you all engaged in? The ledger contains numerous ambiguous expenditures, and many items have failed to meet the anticipated prices. Mr. Shi, could you kindly elucidate the matter at hand? He lowered his head and replied cautiously, "Esteemed master, it is entirely normal for auctions to yield both gains and losses. Everyone is striving diligently." Is that so? How did the designated auction item from the Xingtan household end up costing 70 million startling coins? Where has that money gone? As I spoke, a long sword, entirely adorned in crimson and ebony, materialized in my hand, striking and eliminating the target, Mr. Shi. The process of refining one's essence consumes a lifespan of 200 years, necessitating the expenditure of precisely that duration. Possessing formidable strength is a requisite. One must indeed bear the burden of this consumption, as one's current lifespan stands at a mere 100 years. Gazing at the system panel before me, I immediately called out to Little Black. "Grant me a lifespan of 101 years, and I shall slay this ancient being for your consumption." Lifespan replenished, lifespan supplemented. The current lifespan stands at 201 years. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Mr. Shi suddenly charged towards me, causing everyone to be taken aback. Everyone was suddenly taken aback. Bai Xian gazed indifferently at all that transpired. She contemplated that the contract merely stipulated she could not take action against me, yet it did not assert any obligation to protect me. If I were to perish, not only would the auction house return to her possession, but she would also acquire a staggering 70 million haunting coins. Yet, in the very next moment, the longsword in my grasp unexpectedly emanated a formidable aura of death. As the longsword glided across Mr. Shi's neck, under the gaze of the crowd, he fell to the ground, having separated from his household. The individual before me has astonishingly slain the demon commander with a single sword strike. Deducting 200 years from one's lifespan, the current remaining lifespan stands at 1 year, alongside an acquisition of 5,000 horror coins and 1 storage ring. I sheathed my sword and continued, "Remember, the auction house does not accommodate idlers. I hope that in the future, you will all dedicate yourselves to your work." As I spoke, I approached Mr. Shi and extended my right hand towards him. At the Xibeier Comic Society, a grotesque, bloodied mouth suddenly appeared on the back of my hand. Strangely, the Comic Society promptly devoured Mr. Shi's corporeal form whole. After the conclusion, I turned my gaze towards Bai Xian, expressing my hope that she would diligently manage the auction in the future. Strange Comic Society. After reiterating a few matters, I returned to the room on the 3rd floor. At this moment, Xibeier is quietly seated on the edge of the bed, gazing vacantly into the distance with her lifeless eyes. Curious about the situation, I inquired gently, "Do you require nourishment?" Strangely, the Manga Society, Xibeier slowly raised her head and expressed her desire to devour her master. A request from Xibeier, devour the master, and she shall experience ecstasy beyond imagination.
Chen Yi found himself in a state of bewilderment. He struggled to comprehend the situation. Was this feast truly legitimate? Not only were women troublesome, but it appeared that female spirits posed their own set of challenges. With a resigned shake of his head, Chen Yi approached the bedside and rang the bell. Approximately 10 seconds later, a knock echoed from outside the door. "Master, do you require anything?" Tian, please prepare a meal for me," Chen Yi replied, recognizing her voice. "Oh, and make sure it's suitable for a ghost. He hastily added, fearing that Tian might bring him food meant for humans. Understood, master. Please hold on. While waiting for his meal, Chen Yi opened the system interface to inspect the token of the Giant King. What purpose did this wooden plaque serve? He pondered, filled with curiosity. Moments later, the system provided information regarding the Giant King's token. Token of the Giant King, the sole token from the realm of the horror game, representing the trust of the Giant Clan. This item grants the ability to earn their confidence and occasionally command them to act. Note, for the safety of the host, it is advised not to disclose that you were the one who killed their king. Earning the trust of the Giant Clan seemed of little use at first. However, the possibility of commanding them was intriguing. After toying with the token for a while, Chen Yi picked up Mr. Shi's storage ring. After several attempts, he found himself unable to open it. I can do it, suddenly spoke Xibeier, who sat nearby. You can? Then go ahead. Chen Yi handed the storage ring to her, watching in silence. Upon receiving the ring, a surge of ghostly energy erupted from Xibeier, radiating a unique aura befitting a ghost king, causing Chen Yi to momentarily hold his breath. Thankfully, this overwhelming presence lasted only 3 seconds. Once the spectral energy dissipated, Xibeier collapsed onto the bed, unconscious. Wow, truly impressive for a ghost king. That aura was extraordinary, Chen Yi remarked, still shaken. However, it seemed that her current state could only be maintained for a brief moment. This thought brought him some relief. What is this? Is it open? Observing the scattered contents on the floor, Chen Yi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Looking at Xibeier, he noticed that the storage ring was no longer in her possession. So this was how it was opened. Initially, he had thought Xibeier possessed a unique ability to unlock the storage ring. Little did he know, she had simply opened it through brute force. Had he known this, he could have done it himself. Grumbling internally, Chen Yi began to gather the items strewn across the floor. To his surprise, he found an astonishing sight. Within Mr. Shi's storage ring lay 2 terrifying bank cards, each with a limit of 20 million horror coins. This implied that Mr. Shi alone possessed a staggering total of 40 million horror coins. No wonder the auction house was perpetually in the red. With such a massive rat pilfering daily, how could it not incur losses? However, could Bai Xian, the owner of the auction house, possibly remain oblivious? At that moment, Chen Yi's mind was flooded with thoughts. Knock. Knock, knock. Master, dinner's ready. A sweet voice suddenly interrupted Chen Yi's contemplation from outside the door. All right, you may leave it outside. Thank you for your hard work. In the castle, on the 7th floor, humans with wealth and intellect are indeed rare gems. Bai Xian lounged on a chair, her slender, fair legs resting on the table. A sight that was tantalizing. What a pity. The contract stipulated that she could not harm him. Otherwise, she would have resorted to murder and robbery without hesitation. That useless Mr. Shi, a dignified ghost commander, was effortlessly vanquished by a mere human. One wonders what purpose there was in raising him for so many years. The more Bai Xian spoke, the more her anger boiled over, causing her entire being to tremble. Miss Bai, someone is here. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door, accompanied by the maid's voice. Come in, Bai Xian replied, steadying her breath and lowering her legs. Simultaneously, the door swung open, revealing a tall man. Long time no see. Bai Xian. The man stood at nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles straining against his clothing. Who are you? Bai Xian furrowed her brow, unable to recall the man before her. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Charles, from the vampire realm. A child from my home mentioned wanting to visit here, but never returned. Thus, I have come to escort him back. Charles bowed slightly to Bai Xian, explaining his purpose. Upon hearing the term vampire, Bai Xian's expression shifted noticeably, though she quickly regained her composure. Chapter 14. Trouble arises, the servant contract indeed. There are far too many guests at the auction. Numerous individuals from the vampire realm have also arrived. Therefore, if you're simply searching for one person, I find it quite challenging, Bai Xian remarked, her fingers drumming on the table, her tone frigid. What? Is the auction house intending to sever ties with the vampire realm? Charles frowned, his expression darkening. Do you represent the vampire realm? Bai Xian locked her gaze onto Charles's eyes, articulating each word with precision. At that moment, A palpable aura of ghostly energy erupted from Bai Xian's being. Understand your place. This is my domain. What do you represent? Bai Xian crossed her legs, regarding Charles with disdainful scrutiny. I will convey your attitude back. Charles scoffed, turning to leave. Wow, worthless. If you lack the power, do not feign superiority. Bai Xian had long attained the status of a ghost king and had presided over the auction house for decades. Now, a mere vampire dared to threaten her, a truly foolish endeavor. Under normal circumstances, I would have been more accommodating. However, the current owner of the auction house is not myself. Giggling, she mused, with only 5 hours left in the game. Let us hope no unforeseen events arise. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor, Chen Yi lay on his bed, speaking to himself. Beside him, Xibeier lay on the bed, her vacant eyes fixed upon the ceiling. By the way, system, aside from fulfilling tasks, do you have any other functions? Chen inquired as he activated the system panel in his mind. Ding! Numerous functions are yet to be unlocked. Please attempt after a system upgrade. A system upgrade? Chen Yi was taken aback, not anticipating that the system could indeed be upgraded. What are the conditions for a system upgrade? Ding! Upon the completion of role-playing tasks, the host will receive rewards, role-playing points. Role-playing points can be used for system upgrades, purchasing items from the marketplace, etc. Although you can buy with horror coins, they're exceedingly more expensive, and additionally, one can acquire specialized knowledge regarding the role-playing profession. As Chen Yi absorbed the system's explanation, enlightenment dawned upon him. Yet, I have not received any role-playing points. Suddenly, he realized he possessed no role-playing points. Ding! Role-playing points will be collectively settled upon the conclusion of the role-playing profession. Ah, I see. No wonder I haven't received any role-playing points. Thus far, the auctioneer had been the first character Chen Yi portrayed, and it was still ongoing. Just as he was about to inquire with the system about when the auctioneer role would conclude, a sudden knock resounded at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Master, there is a disturbance in the lobby on the 1st floor. You must come and see. Sweet's anxious voice echoed from outside the door. A disturbance? Chen Yi was momentarily dazed. However, he quickly regained his composure and descended the stairs with Xibeier. Upon reaching the 1st floor, he was met with a gruesome sight. Blood splattered everywhere in the lobby, and 2 lifeless bodies lay on the ground. He recognized the 2 corpses. One was a player who had entered with him, and the other was the original made from the auction venue. Before the bodies stood a muscular, grotesque creature, wielding a pitch-black wolf fawn club. Its eyes fixed intently on Chen Yi. I smell it. I smell it. The scent of a vampire's heart. It is you. You killed the vampire and extracted its heart. Wait. You are the wretch who stole my auction item. The creature bellowed excitedly at Chen Yi. The surrounding maids quivered in fear, too terrified to even lift their heads. Where is Bai Xian? Chen Yi was astonished to discover that, amidst such chaos, Bai Xian had not appeared. TSK. It seems I will have to discipline her properly after this is over. As he spoke, the sword of life materialized in his hand. Ding. Target to be slain, vampire puppet. Strength, ghost general. Life consumption, 180 years. Current lifespan, 1 year. Shall you slay? Upon grasping the sword of life, the creature's information appeared before his eyes. A mere trash ghost general dares to act so brazenly? You are not worthy of my effort. Xibeier, eliminate him. Chen Yi sheathed the sword of life and produced the cursed blade, tossing it to Xibeier. The moment she grasped the cursed blade, her form vanished in an instant. A mere human wretch dares to speak arrogantly, die. The monster let out a fearsome roar, swinging its spike club towards Chen Yi. Yet, Chen Yi did not flinch or evade. He stood his ground, mocking the beast. Just as the spike club was about to strike his head, a sleek black dagger flashed past. Crack! Bang! In an instant, 2 sounds echoed as the spike club above Chen Yi's head vanished without a trace. Trash! Chen Yi spat contemptuously at the monster's face. The next moment, the creature was cleaved in half, dark blood gushing from its midsection. Little Black, it's time to feast. Understood, master. Upon hearing Chen Yi's command, Little Black's maw swiftly appeared on the back of his hand, devouring the monster's carcass whole. Ding! Lifespan replenishing. Replenishment complete. Current lifespan, 76 years. A faint smile graced Chen Yi's lips as he observed the system panel's notification. Little Black was quite impressive, demonstrating an understanding of when to eat and when to work. You are commendable as well. Chen Yi praised Xibeier, reaching out to reclaim the eerie blade from her grasp. All right, tidy up this place. Everyone disperse. After issuing a few instructions to the surrounding maids, Chen Yi ascended the staircase, making his way directly to the 7th floor. Standing before the closed door of room 701, he did not rush inside. Instead, he opened the system shop. After searching for a considerable time, a sudden spark of realization illuminated his mind. This is it. Ding. Congratulations, host, for spending 5 million horror coins to purchase a servitude contract. Servitude contract. Upon signing, both parties are bound to the contract. Any violation will invoke the wrath of the heavens, resulting in utter obliteration. Chen Yi's heart swelled with delight as he perused the contract's description. The 5 million spent was truly worthwhile. However, he soon discovered another intriguing fact. Items worth 1 million horror coins in the system shop could be purchased for merely 100 roll points. This indicated the extraordinary value of roll points. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Upon hearing the knock, Bai Xian called out, Master, what brings you here? Upon seeing that the visitor was Chen Yi, Bai Xian appeared unperturbed, yet she still rose from her seat, feigning surprise. Chen Yi discerned her pretense, but chose not to expose it. Instead, he tossed the servitude contract onto the table. Subsequently, he approached Bai Xian's chair and sat down directly. I must say, this position is rather comfortable. However, I trust you can still hear the commotion from downstairs? Observing Chen Yi's sardonic smile, Bai Xian sensed a distinct essence of humanity she had never encountered before. Numerous players had previously entered the blood auction house, and she had seen quite a few. Yet, none had impressed her much. However, the enigmatic Chen Yi before her was an enigma. Enough with the charade. Sign this contract, and I shall protect you. I might as well inform you that I intend to acquire numerous properties in the horror world, but I lack the time to manage them. What a predicament! Chen Yi mused, shaking his head while tapping the servitude contract on the table. Chapter 15. The signing of the servitude contract by Xian was not foolish. She comprehended Chen Yi's intentions. He was informing her of his need for a representative within the realm of horror, someone to manage his assets in that terrifying world. Given that he could effortlessly produce 70 million horror coins and decisively defeat Mr. Sure, Bai Xian believed that Chen Yi would be capable of acquiring even more assets. However, he remained merely human. Setting aside Mr. Sure, the sheer number of entities more terrifying than Bai Xian was incalculable. Did he ultimately deem her unworthy? Chen Yi shook his head, recognizing Bai Xian's apprehensions. Yet in the next moment, an iron box materialized in his hand. If this does not sway you, I shall take my leave immediately, he remarked with a smile as he opened the box. Instantly, a pulsating heart was revealed. Upon seeing the heart, Bai Xian gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. She promptly turned, closed the door, and hurried back to Chen Yi, swiftly shutting the box. How do you possess such a thing? A complete vampire's heart. Bai Xian's gaze fixated on Chen Yi, her voice laden with disbelief. It seems you are intrigued. In that case, let us proceed with the contract. Once signed, this vampire's heart shall belong to you. Chen Yi did not respond to Bai Xian's inquiry, but instead continued to pat the servitude contract. Observing her astonished demeanor, he realized his gamble had paid off. It turned out that prior to the monstrous upheaval, Chen Yi had once retrieved the vampire's heart from his room. At that time, even the unconscious Xibeier had reacted upon seeing the heart. It was during that moment that Xiao He revealed to Chen Yi the secret of the vampire's heart. Within the realm of horror, all bizarre advancements required certain conditions. Below the Ghost King, most beings consumed their kin, while above the Ghost King, special items were necessary. Among these, the vampire's heart was a particularly exquisite object. However, obtaining the vampire's heart was exceedingly difficult, not due to the challenge of slaying vampires, but because their hearts could not be extracted intact. When a vampire's heart remained within its host, even the slightest touch would cause it to decay, rendering it useless. Chen Yi's acquisition of such a flawless vampire's heart was largely thanks to Xiao He's devouring skill. Gazing at the vampire's heart in Chen Yi's hand, Bai Xian felt truly captivated. I I shall sign. Ultimately, she was moved by the allure of the vampire's heart. You did not promise to grant me the vampire's heart in this contract. Upon realizing that the contract lacked mention of a heart, Bai Xian hurriedly glanced at Chen Yi. Let's add it now. With a smile, Chen Yi picked up a pen from the table and inscribed the vampire's heart into the servitude contract before signing his name. Once Bai Xian confirmed that Chen Yi had included the vampire's heart, she finally inscribed her own name. As Bai Xian finished writing, the servitude contract soared into the air, radiating a golden glow. Ding! Congratulations, host, on signing the servitude contract and acquiring a new servant. Servant, Bai Xian. Upon witnessing Bai Xian's personal panel, Chen Yi was utterly astonished. 5 formidable skills. Each one appeared exceedingly powerful. Bai Xian, I have met the master. As the servant contract took effect, Bai Xian respectfully bowed to Chen Yi and spoke. I do not concern myself with such matters. I shall rely on you greatly in the horror world ahead. Come here, and I will endow you with 100 million to expand the auction. At Chen Yi's words, Bai Xian's cheeks flushed. With a shy demeanor, she unfastened the first button of her chi pao. Instantly, that abyss was once again revealed before Chen Yi's eyes. Master, please swipe your card. Approximately 5 minutes later, Chen Yi finally emerged from room 701. By the way, remember the instructions I gave you. If funds are insufficient, utilize the venue's money first. I shall reimburse upon my return. After reiterating his reminder, he turned and descended the stairs. Is the master truly so principled? Or is it that my appearance is unpleasing? My figure insufficiently ample? Bai Xian murmured to herself, lowering her head. Upon returning to his room, Chen Yi let out a long sigh of relief. This was no female ghost. She was evidently an enchantress. Shaking his head, he ceased to dwell on Bai Xian and instead directed his gaze towards Xibeier. I will be leaving here shortly, and I'm uncertain if I can take you with me. If not, I have entrusted Bai Xian to care for you. You may remain here. As he spoke, Chen Yi procured another servant contract. After inscribing his name, he requested Xibeier to sign as well. Ding! Congratulations, host. On signing the servant contract, you have acquired a new servant. Servant, Xibeier. Level, Ghost King Rank 1. Ghost General Strength. Having previously reviewed Xibeier's personal panel, Chen Yi opted not to examine it further this time. Xiaohei, can you accompany me as I leave? After stowing away Xibeier's made contract, Chen Yi inquired of Xiaohei. I have never ventured into the human realm. I do not know if I can leave with you. Xiaohei promptly replied. Very well. Ding. The horror game instance, Blood Auction, is nearing its conclusion. All players, please prepare. Countdown, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its conclusion, Chen Yi suddenly found himself engulfed in darkness. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered himself in a pitch-black space. Player name, Ling Chun. Progress being settled, please wait. Settlement complete. Game evaluation. Level. Perfect. Game rewards. 100 horror coins, 10 points. Due to the player's exceptional performance, rewards are being reset. Congratulations, player, on receiving rewards. 10,000 horror coins, 100 points, and 1 ghost-grade ghost artifact. Chapter 16. Misdeeds and the return to reality in the darkened space. A black box suddenly materialized before Chen Yi. Is this how rewards are distributed in the realm of horror games? He murmured to himself and reached out to open the box. Inside lay a stick, approximately the thickness of a wrist and measuring 10 centimeters in length. A ghostly artifact of a formidable caliber? Compared to Xibeier's Ghost King-grade artifact, it was woefully inferior. While he grumbled, Chen Yi casually picked up the stick and tossed it into the system's storage space. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the auctioneer role-playing task. Task rewards are being calculated. Calculation complete. Congratulations, host, for receiving 50 role-playing points and a full-level profession upgrade. Having just claimed his reward from the horror game realm, the system's announcement popped up. The auctioneer role had finally concluded, but what was this full-level profession upgrade? Chen Yi felt a twinge of confusion as he reached out to access the system panel for further details. Full-level profession upgrade. Upon use, it directly elevates a profession to its maximum level. Note, maximum level refers to a comprehensive understanding of all knowledge within the professional domain. Wow, it can be done this way? The system has truly shown some integrity. Delighted by the description of the full-level profession upgrade, Chen immediately praised the system. With this item, he could elevate his next role-playing task to full level without the need to stay up late poring over books to learn on the fly. Preparing to return to the real world, please get ready, a chilling voice echoed. Chen Yi promptly closed his eyes. In the next moment, a crimson light enveloped him, then vanished. In Xihua City, within an abandoned manor. Rest assured, darling, no one has come here for the past 5 or 6 years. A yellow-haired man, cigarette dangling from his lips, began to remove his clothing. Well, just so you know, once we're done, you must marry me, a girl in a school uniform replied hesitantly, lying amidst the haystack. Don't worry, sweetheart, I will definitely take you home. Did you see that red light? That's the fireworks I set up for you. The yellow-haired man gestured towards a nearby glowing spot, attempting to charm her. Wow, you're so nice. The girl, believing his words, began to undress. However, at that moment, a figure approached from a distance, none other than Chen Yi, who had just returned from the horror game world. As soon as he landed, he overheard the yellow-haired man's words. Initially, Chen Yi had no intention of intervening, as there were countless thrill-seeking young couples like this. Yet, upon seeing the girl in her school uniform, he walked decisively toward them. TSK, 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 even using fireworks? Can't you employ a more sophisticated ruse to deceive a young girl? Who is there? Come out. The yellow-haired man exclaimed, startled, scrambling off the girl. He quickly drew a butterfly knife from the nearby clothing. However, upon seeing Chen Yi's figure, he instantly relaxed, waving his hand dismissively. What little brat is this? Scram far away. Yet, Chen Yi showed no interest in engaging with the yellow-haired man. He was currently gazing at the girl lying atop the haystack. Do you really believe the words of such a person? What do you seek? To appear charming? Stunned by Chen Yi's inquiry, the girl found herself at a loss for words, her cheeks and ears burning with embarrassment. Where did this cur come from? Stop barking here, you fool. The blonde thug gripped his butterfly knife, viciously lunging towards Chen Yi. TSK. Chen Yi felt a wave of impatience wash over him. He merely intended to persuade the girl to leave, never anticipating that this blonde would attempt to take his life. In the next moment, something bizarre transpired. A bloodied mouth suddenly sprouted from his right hand, devouring the approaching thug in one swift motion. Witnessing this scene, the girl let out a piercing scream before fainting in terror. Little Black, upon seeing the mouth on his hand, Chen Yi felt a surge of joy. Initially regretting that Xibeier and Little Black could not accompany him to the real world, he was astonished to find that Little Black had indeed followed him. Boss, can we eat this human? Little Black inquired eagerly, a glimmer of hunger in its tone. No, she has no intention of harming me. Furthermore, it seems you've forgotten what I previously told you. This is... Chen Yi's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness once more. While Little Black's arrival delighted him, it certainly did not justify indulgence. I apologize, boss. The moment I woke up, I saw him trying to kill you, and out of instinct, I could only consume him. Little Black spoke with a hint of grievance. Enough, let this be the last time. Chen Yi shook his head helplessly before departing the abandoned manor. As he walked down the street, he began to observe his surroundings. Even in the real world, there existed strange entities. However, compared to the horrors of the gaming realm, the anomalies in reality were notably docile, appearing almost exclusively at night. Nevertheless, the mortality rate of humans killed by these entities remained alarmingly high. Grandfather, your grandson is calling you. Suddenly, a ringtone echoed from Chen Yi's pocket. Retrieving his phone, he answered the call upon seeing the caller ID. Shortly, a melodious voice resonated from the other end. Dead Chen Yi, you still remember how to answer calls. Where have you been all day? Were you trying to starve me? Why aren't you speaking? Are you dead? Please say something. I was wrong to scold you. Just talk to me. Hearing the frantic voice on the line, Chen Yi's lips curled into a slight smile. Wait for me at home. I'll take you out for beef noodles. After saying this, he promptly hung up, denying the caller another chance to berate him. Half an hour later, Chen Yi arrived at the entrance of an old residential complex. Oh, shout Yi, why didn't you come home yesterday? The security guard, Mr. Liu, inquired with concern upon seeing Chen Yi return. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Liu. I was merely wandering around the horror game world yesterday. Believe it or not, those anomalies are rather fascinating. Chen Yi replied with a grin, making light of the situation. Mr. Liu, who had no children of his own, regarded Chen Yi as his grandson. You rascal, stop joking around and hurry home. Be careful not to get into trouble. Uncle Liu, with an air of irritation, gave Chen Yi a light tap on the head. All right, do take a rest. I shall take my leave first. With that, Chen Yi turned and walked towards the community. This child, always making jokes, Uncle Liu chuckled, shaking his head as he watched Chen Yi's retreating figure. Room 502, Building 3. Gazing at the tightly shut door, Chen Yi suddenly hesitated. I wasn't this anxious, even in front of the Ghost King. At that moment, Chen Yi felt as though he stood at the threshold of the underworld, with entry leading to demise. Yet, not entering would also spell doom. Just then, the door to room 502 creaked open, revealing a petite silhouette. You wretched Chen Yi, you still know to come back. Chapter 17. Chen Yi and the beef noodles. You really do know how to return home. As the door swung open, a girl, barely 5 feet tall, emerged. Her hair was styled in a ponytail, her porcelain skin smooth as mutton fat, and her expressive eyes were filled with concern. Speak. Which wild woman did you cavort with last night? Learning the ways of staying out all night at such a young age, Chen Yi placed her hands on her hips, scrutinizing Chen Yi up and down, her small lips pouting in displeasure. I wasn't cavorting with any wild woman. I was out earning money. As soon as I made some, I hurried back to take you for beef noodles. Chen Yi awkwardly scratched his nose, astonished by the strength of a woman's intuition. She could sense he had been with a woman. Although, to be precise, it was not a woman, but rather a female ghost. Really? You truly intend to take me for beef noodles? Upon hearing the words beef noodles, Chen Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let us go, let us go. The noodle shop will soon close. Chen Yi swiftly shut the door and tugged Chen Yi's arm as they made their way out. Observing his younger sister, who was more than a head shorter than he, Chen Yi opted not to disclose the harrowing experiences from the game world. As they walked, Chen Yi continuously rubbed her nose, her brow furrowed, seemingly catching a whiff of something unpleasant. Xiao Yi, are you going for beef noodles again? Uncle Liu, spotting Chen Yi and Chen Yi together, appeared quite accustomed to the scene. Yes, I'll bring you a portion shortly, Chen Yi replied with a smile and a nod. Before long, the pair arrived at the beef noodle shop across the street. Boss, 2 bowls of beef noodles, extra meat. All right, just a moment. Due to the peculiar circumstances of the world, the number of shops open on the street had dwindled. This beef noodle shop, in particular, operated merely 3 hours during lunchtime, closing for the remainder of the day. You've struck it rich? Beef noodles with extra meat? Chen Yi, seated on a stool, scrutinized Chen Yi once more. You must be careful not to engage in any illicit activities. The Paranormal Bureau might apprehend you. Hearing her words, Chen Yi chuckled but remained silent. Here we are. 2 bowls of beef noodles with extra meat. Shortly, the boss called out as he set down 2 steaming bowls of beef noodles. The added portion of meat obscured the noodles within the bowls. Hurry and eat. Once finished, we should head home. It won't be safe outside for long. Chen Yi handed a pair of chopsticks to Chen Yi, then began to indulge in his meal with great enthusiasm. The culinary skills of your establishment are truly remarkable. If it weren't for the strange occurrences, your business would undoubtedly flourish. After savoring a mouthful of noodles, Chen Yi smiled and gave the owner a thumbs up. Ha ha. As long as you enjoy it, that's what matters. The owner replied with a hearty smile and served the 2 a plate of cold dishes. This is on the house. Do come often. Grateful, Chen Yi accepted the cold dishes with a nod. Chen Yi, While savoring his noodles, Chen Yi suddenly called out to him. I can actually forego the beef noodles. Chen Yi lowered his head, her chopsticks stirring the noodles nervously. Why not? They're delicious. Chen Yi was somewhat perplexed. Throughout their childhood, Chen Yi had always adored beef noodles. In the past, they could only afford to enjoy them during special occasions like the New Year or birthdays. Now that they were financially stable, Chen Yi naturally wished to treat his sister well. After all, she was his only family in this world. But I don't want to burden you or put you at risk. I could just have steamed buns. That would be enough, truly. Chen Yi continued to gaze downwards, her body and voice trembling slightly. Noticing something amiss with his sister, Chen Yi set down his chopsticks and gently stroked her head. "Don't worry, brother is fine. I'm always here, remember? I promised you I would always be here." She had always been exceptionally intelligent, ranking first in her class during her school years. Thus, she could easily deduce certain things, but she had not anticipated that her prideful sister would openly express her feelings. This was indeed a rare occurrence. Upon hearing Chen Yi's response, She fell silent, hastily consuming her beef noodles with her head lowered. "Owner, the bill please." After finishing the beef noodles, Chen Yi called out towards the kitchen. 40 will do." The owner emerged from the kitchen, wiping his hands and smiling warmly. "Thank you." The beef noodles were delightful. After settling the bill, Chen Yi took Shi to the supermarket to purchase some daily necessities and water before heading home. Their abode was modest, consisting of 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. I heard there was a school closure because a teacher passed away. As soon as they returned home and Chen Yi sat down, he heard Shi's voice from her room. "School closure? A teacher died?" Chen Yi was taken aback. It was known that every high school had personnel from the Supernatural Bureau on duty, making fatalities quite improbable. After all, classes were conducted during the day, with dismissal at 4 in the afternoon. "Well, it means you can continue your nocturnal escapades and venture out to mingle with wild women." Shi's voice echoed from her room again, but her tone had noticeably sharpened. The young girl had quite the tongue. With a mutter, Chen Yi retreated to his own room. Once inside, he began to review the gains from his recent venture into the horror game world. Player, Chen Yi. Ling Chen, gender, male level, 27002000, thrilling coin, 9,800,000,000. Points, 100. Roll points, 50. Occupation, proprietor of the Blood Auction House. Items, Demon King level apparatus 1. Malevolent Spirit level apparatus 1. Token of the Giant King, Sword of Lifespan. Upon gazing at his personal panel, Chen Yi felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Those who have traversed the realm of the thrilling game possess levels that are equally applicable in the real world. The level corresponds to one's strength and reputation. The higher the level, the greater the strength, and consequently, the more respect one garners. However, what purpose do the points in this eerie game world serve? After much contemplation, he concluded that he could not decipher their utility and ultimately decided to abandon the inquiry. "There is definitely a ghost on me. I cannot be mistaken." Crouched beneath her blanket, Shi murmured incessantly. From the very first glance at Chen Yi, she sensed a change in his aura. There was the scent of a woman, and not just one. Most alarmingly, there was a foul odor emanating from him, a distinctly eerie fragrance. She firmly believed that her instincts could not be wrong. Chapter 18. The Alliance of Ghost Slayers. The real Ghost King at 5 in the afternoon. The sky darkened, and the streets became enveloped in a thick mist. The nights are truly arriving earlier. Leaning against the window, Chen Yi surveyed the situation outside. Nevertheless, given my current strength, combined with the ghostly apparatus and Little Black, I would not be consumed by the eerie in the real world. I could better protect myself and Shi. For some reason, he found himself unable to utilize the Demon King level apparatus, leaving only the Malevolent Spirit level apparatus from the dungeon rewards at his disposal. Fortunately, there are not many eerie entities surpassing the Malevolent Spirit level in reality. After observing the streets for a while longer, Chen Yi drew the curtains and powered on his computer. Before long, he opened a browser and entered a specific URL. In a brief moment, a crimson-black interface materialized on his screen. The Alliance of Ghost Slayers, one of the 2 remaining official organizations. In contrast to the Supernatural Bureau, the Alliance of Ghost Slayers leans more towards a grassroots approach. Its members are predominantly ordinary citizens who have emerged from the thrilling game world without power or influence. Chen Yi muttered to himself as he clicked through to the forum. The forum was replete with a myriad of posts. Strategies for clearing dungeons in the thrilling game world, tips for slaying eerie beings in reality, and posts for the exchange of supplies were most prevalent. Soon, Chen Yi's gaze fixed upon a particular thread titled, "There is a Ghost King in the Real World, with Evidence." Upon opening the post, he found only 2 brief videos. The first video depicted a fog-laden street where a towering figure, 5 meters tall, clutched an object radiating a crimson glow, both alluring and eerie. In the next moment, the camera shifted and the figure materialized before the lens, countless faces converging upon a single body, howling in fury. The video concluded at this juncture. Chen Yi furrowed his brow, his left hand stroking his chin thoughtfully. He was unable to discern the nature of the peculiarities within the video, nor could he ascertain their level of menace. However, one thing was beyond doubt. This anomaly was particularly terrifying and powerful. Soon after, Chen Yi clicked on a second short video. In the clip, within a house shrouded in darkness, the sound of a baby's wailing echoed intermittently. "Uncle, play with me." Suddenly, a baby appeared on the screen, grinning widely. As the infant emerged, the camera began to retreat slowly. "Uncle, let's play kickball." The baby giggled, reaching up to remove its own head, and then kicked it away. The head flew straight towards the camera, causing it to topple. At that moment, the baby's body was no longer visible. Only a head, oozing black blood, remained, grinning and incessantly saying, "Uncle, it's your turn." The video concluded there. After closing the clip, Chen Yi began to peruse the comments beneath the post. What the hell is this real? A Ghost King level anomaly exists in the real world. And what can we do about it? The baby in the second video is terrifying. It gave me quite a shock. If that creature from the first video is real, I reckon only someone of level 8 or 9 would survive. It's hard to say whether that thing is real. After a while, Chen Yi shut down the computer and sat in his chair, massaging his temples. The eerie video had sent a shiver down his spine. He had been feeling quite pleased with himself for possessing a ghost-level artifact in Xibeier. But now, 2 suspected Ghost King-level anomalies had appeared at once. Forget it. I'll take a shower and go to bed. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell further on it and headed straight to the bathroom. Just as he entered, the door slammed shut. The lights began to flicker incessantly. In the next moment, blood overflowed from the mirror, obscuring its surface completely. Eerie? Chen Yi was taken aback, not expecting to encounter something so strange. It was said that after entering a terrifying game world and returning, one would easily experience anomalies due to the weakening of one's yang energy, which made them particularly susceptible to being consumed by the bizarre. At that moment, the blood on the mirror transformed into several large characters. "Are you ready to face death?" Upon seeing those words, Chen Yi suddenly laughed. He then raised his right hand towards the mirror. "Xibeier, it's time to feast." No sooner had he spoken than Xiaohe's mouth appeared on the back of his hand. In the blink of an eye, Xiaohe opened wide, emanating a dense aura of ghostly energy. Within moments, the entire bathroom was suffused with this ghostly presence. Subsequently, a grotesque entity covered in pus-filled sores was drawn out by Xiaohe from the mirror. The creature's face was a mask of terror as it struggled desperately to escape, but it was utterly unable to break free. "Stop playing around." Chen Yi frowned, finding the sight before him exceedingly repulsive. He anticipated that Xiaohe possessed such morbid tastes, finding joy in entangling with such repugnant anomalies. "All right, boss," Xiaohe responded, instantly consuming the grotesque entity. Ding! As the ghostly presence in the bathroom dissipated, Chen Yi continued his bath. What a foul stench. There's a ghost. In the bedroom, Chen Yi sat on the bed, covering her mouth and nose with her hands. "Huh, aren't you the ghost?" Suddenly, a chilling, eerie voice resonated within Chen Yi's mind. "I'm not. I am human." Chen Yi seemed to have grown accustomed to that voice, retorting without hesitation. Time will prove everything." The voice sneered before vanishing. As the unpleasant odor faded, Chen Yi lowered her hands. That voice had first invaded her thoughts 3 years ago on a fateful night. She had awakened abruptly from a dream, where an indistinct figure incessantly whispered to her, "You are a ghost, a powerful anomaly. Unleash your true nature and devour all humanity." Since then, that figure never reappeared, yet the voice echoed sporadically in her mind. For 3 long years, Chen Yi had confided in no one about this ordeal, not even her only kin. "Chen Yi, if I were a ghost, would you still want me? Would you still protect me and take me for beef noodles?" Chen Yi lay on her bed, staring at the ceiling, murmuring to herself. The following morning, at 9 o'clock, the fog on the streets finally lifted, and people began to venture outside. Chen Yi, come out for breakfast. Today we have your favorite steamed egg. After preparing breakfast, Chen Yi called out to her from the bedroom. Moments later, Chen Yi emerged from her room, sporting two panda eyes. Hurry and freshen up, then come eat. After breakfast, the siblings leaned back on the sofa in the living room, watching television. Since the advent of the thrilling game world, all television shows had changed dramatically. Heroic battles against anomalies, humanity's struggle to save their homeland, and so on. Anomaly levels. Wandering souls, ghost soldiers, vengeful spirits, ghost generals, ghost marshals, ghost kings, ghost emperors, ghost sovereigns. Chapter 19. The first experience in the new instance. This movie is truly dreadful. How could a chicken in suspenders, playing basketball, possibly save the world? Chen Yi remarked disdainfully while munching on potato chips. Perhaps other chickens may falter, but if it were my brother, he would surely succeed. As she muttered this, Chen Yi stood and walked toward his room. Observing his retreating figure, Chen Yi opened her mouth, hesitating to speak. Ultimately, she said nothing. Once at his room, Chen Yi sat on the edge of his bed, furrowing his brow. Just moments ago, the notification sound of the thrilling game world had startled him. Dear player Ling Chun, due to your exceptional performance, you have been selected to participate in the inaugural experience of the new instance. Countdown to instance activation, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. I truly appreciate it. You're quite generous, allowing yourself to partake in the first experience of the new instance. Damn it. This so-called experience is just another selection by the thrilling game. How long has it been since I returned? Not even 24 hours. Once again, I find myself spending the night away from home. What plausible excuse can I conjure to convince Chen Yi? The countdown quickly dwindles to a mere 10 minutes. Chen Yi opens the door and steps outside. I have something to attend to, and I may not return tonight, he states, avoiding Chen Yi's gaze. Oh, take care of yourself, Chen Yi replies with a nod, not inquiring about Chen Yi's whereabouts. This unexpectedly nullifies all the excuses he had prepared. All right, remember to eat on time, he adds with a few reminders before hastily departing the neighborhood. On the street, pedestrians hurry by. Chen Yi hails a taxi, intending to head to the abandoned villa in the suburbs. Young man, in this situation, you still dare to venture to the suburbs. You have quite the nerve. The driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s, engages Chen Yi in a cheerful conversation once the car is in motion. I have some matters to attend to. Chen Yi replies with a smile. It is rare to encounter such an affable and warm-hearted individual in this world. Before long, the taxi comes to a gentle stop. I can only take you this far. I won't be going any further, the driver states, retrieving the payment code. After settling the fare, Chen Yi walks alone toward the abandoned villa. As he approaches, three individuals suddenly emerge from the shadows. You're the one who killed the yellow-haired guy, right? You dare to return. What audacity! One of them shouts. Since you had the guts to come back, prepare to meet your end. The trio, sporting punk hairstyles, brandish machetes while threatening Chen Yi in a cacophony of taunts. Strange, did that girl not inform you how I dealt with the yellow-haired guy? Chen Yi responds, bewildered. The girl had witnessed the incident when Xiao He devoured the yellow-haired man. Did she not relay the details? If she did, these three must indeed possess considerable courage. You bastard. You stabbed the yellow-haired guy and attempted to assault that girl. How dare you even ask? One of the punks seethes, trembling with rage. Assault that girl? Chen Yi is momentarily taken aback. When confronted by two extraordinarily captivating female spirits, he had not acted upon his impulses. Would he truly attempt to violate a student? Countdown 3, 2, 1. Just as he contemplates speaking, the chilling countdown of the horror game reverberates. In the next moment, a beam of red light locks onto Chen Yi, and he vanishes without a trace. The three punks stand dumbfounded, their machetes clattering to the ground in fear. A ghost! Welcome to the horror game world. Level instance, Horror Apartment 404. Number of participants, 5. This is one of the latest instances in the horror game world. Apartment 404 is home to 6 tenants. Please coexist with them peacefully. Game objective, survive for 2 nights and 1 day in Apartment 404 while achieving a favorability rating of over 50 from the landlord. Task reward, 500 horror coins. 50 points. New instance rewards are substantial. In the eerie community, As Chen Yi opens his eyes, he finds himself standing at the entrance of a dilapidated apartment complex. Countless crows perched upon the walls of the community. Their crimson eyes glimmered ominously, and the feathers upon their forms dripped with blood. How intriguing it is that humans have come to rent apartments here. The gatekeeper eagerly scrutinized Chen Yi from head to toe. Since death is inevitable, why not allow me to consume you right away? The gatekeeper licked his lips, an aura of malevolence emanating from him. Is that so? Then come at me. Chen Yi replied with a faint smile, idly toying with his sinister blade. A king-class ghost weapon. Why didn't you mention your connections earlier? Recognizing the caliber of the dagger in Chen Yi's hand, the gatekeeper swiftly retracted his ominous energy, grinning broadly. Which way to apartment 404? Annoyed by the gatekeeper's antics, Chen Yi inquired directly. Apartment 404? The gatekeeper's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue before he pointed without turning his head. After indicating the direction, he promptly reclined in his booth, seemingly disinterested in further conversation with Chen Yi. Noting the change in the gatekeeper's demeanor, Chen Yi sheathed his blade and proceeded toward apartment 404. Shortly thereafter, Chen Yi arrived at the innermost part of the eerie community and finally beheld apartment 404. Contrary to its name, it was a standalone villa of 3 stories, strikingly new amidst the dilapidated surroundings. As Chen Yi approached the door, it swung open as if by an unseen force. The living room lay deserted, suggesting the door had opened automatically. After observing for a moment, Chen Yi stepped inside the apartment. Bang! As soon as he crossed the threshold, the door slammed shut behind him. The lights in the hall blazed alive, glaringly bright. A voice from the sofa declared, "You're new here. Remember not to wander aimlessly, refrain from touching others' belongings, and avoid conversing with anyone." An elderly woman with white hair tossed a key to Chen Yi while imparting her warning, nodding in acknowledgement without uttering a word. Chen Yi noted the key bore the number 302 and turned to ascend stairs. Once Chen Yi reached the upper floor, the lights in the living room extinguished instantly, and the elderly woman vanished without a trace. On the 3rd floor of apartment 404, room 302, Chen Yi opened the door and stepped inside. The room was furnished adequately, a marked improvement over the blood-soaked chambers of the auction. After inspecting the space, he reclined on the bed, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling, lost in thought. Chapter 20. The Crying Stick. Players assembled. The game's objective was to survive for a day and a night while also gaining the landlord's favor of 50 points. But who was the landlord? The old woman downstairs? Lying on the bed, Chen Yi found himself at a loss for what to do. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a rapping sound echoed at the door, and an envelope was slipped through the crack. Taken aback, Chen Yi rose and approached the door, but hesitated to retrieve the envelope immediately. Soon, the sound of retreating footsteps echoed from outside. Only then did he produce his ghostly weapon and cautiously nudge the envelope on the ground. After ensuring it bore no tampering, Chen Yi picked it up. The envelope was fresh, exuding a pungent odor of formaldehyde. Quickly, he opened it and extracted the letter within. As soon as the letterhead was extracted, a drop of blood trickled down Chen Yi's arm. What is this? Chen Yi furrowed his brow. The letterhead was exceedingly rigid and sharp upon grasping it. It sliced into his palm. Welcome to apartment 404. This is a token of our meeting. I hope you will enjoy it. Even if you do not, we have prepared other surprises. There is surely something you will like. Observing the blood-written words on the letterhead, a slow smile crept across Chen Yi's lips. A threatening letter, perhaps, a tad juvenile. Nevertheless, the people of Long will place great importance on reciprocity. As he mused, he retrieved a $1,000 horror-themed banknote and inscribed 2 bold characters in his own blood upon it. Fool. After completing his inscription, Chen Yi placed the horror-themed banknote into an envelope and slid it through the gap beneath the door. Once he had finished all this, he turned back and reclined on his bed. By the way, he had yet to examine the utility of this ghostly grade artifact. Ding! Item scanning in progress. Please hold on. Scanning complete. Name, Wailing Stick. Grade, Ghostly Grade Artifact. Source, reward from the Horror Game World Dungeon. Usage, when this artifact is employed against a peculiar entity, the entity will be subjected to a wailing sound from the soul. Upon the wailing sound's emergence, The entity will be momentarily dazed, with a chance of becoming a fool. The duration of dizziness depends on the entity's level. Upon seeing the information revealed by the system scan, Chen Yi was somewhat astonished. This appears quite formidable. I did not anticipate it to merely be a ghostly grade artifact. However, the lack of clarity regarding the exact duration of dizziness was a slight drawback. After murmuring this to himself, Chen Yi stowed away the wailing stick. In the living room of the eerie apartment 404, as the door swung open once more, the other 4 players participating in the dungeon simultaneously stepped inside. This new dungeon is quite alarming. Why are we for level 4 players grouped together? A tall boy with gold-rimmed glasses frowned. Isn't that the requirement from above? Or perhaps they're simply paying us to do this. No need to complain, replied a player nicknamed Fatty, patting the bespectacled boy on the shoulder. Hee, Rue is here just to have fun. The success of the dungeon relies on you all. A short-haired little girl emerged from behind the two, exuding cuteness. Do not worry, Rue. A mere level 4 dungeon can be effortlessly overcome by me, declared the last of the group, a young man with a shaved head stroking his bald crown. Suddenly, the lights in the living room flickered to life, revealing an elderly woman with white hair, leaning on a cane and seated on the sofa. Be quiet. It is dark outside, and you're making noise. Be careful not to be consumed by the beings above, she warned, tossing each of the 4 players a key. Remember, do not speak to anyone. Do not wander about aimlessly. Do not touch anything. Remain quietly in your room. After imparting this admonition, the elderly woman settled back on the sofa and closed her eyes. We are all on the 3rd floor. Let us ascend, the boy with the glasses stated, glancing at the keys in the hands of the 4. Subsequently, the 4 turned and made their way upstairs. Once they had departed, the lights in the living room extinguished once more, and the elderly woman vanished from sight. At this moment, all 5 players had gathered in room 302. Chen Yi had already tucked himself under the covers, eyes closed, his breathing steady, resembling a tranquil slumber. Suddenly, a dark liquid began to surge from the cabinets, beneath the bed, and from the bathroom within the room. Amidst this inky blood, a pair of eyes abruptly opened. After a fleeting glance at Chen Yi on the bed, those eyes followed the dark liquid directly to the balcony. A sliver of light peeked through the curtains, casting a blood-red glow into the room. The black blood on the floor began to bubble under the moonlight. In the next moment, a body began to form beneath those eyes. Before long, a grotesque creature, drenched in blood and exuding a foul stench, stood silently beside Chen Yi's bed, fixated upon him. Have you decided how to meet your demise? Abruptly, Chen Yi's eyes flew open, and he swung the club in his hand with precision, striking the creature squarely on its forehead. Ding! The creature has been stunned. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Yi ceased his movements, quietly observing the creature from his bed. After 5 seconds, the creature's eyes regained their focus. Only 5 seconds for a malevolent spirit? Chen Yi mused in surprise. He then raised the club once more, delivering another blow to the creature's forehead. Ding! The creature has been stunned. Another 5 seconds passed, and the creature regained its faculties yet again. Without hesitation, Chen Yi struck once more. This sequence repeated a full 20 times before he summoned Xiao He to consume the creature before him. The malevolent spirit's bewilderment lasted only 5 seconds, remaining undiminished, and even stacking. In this case, perhaps this entity is indeed a divine artifact. Chen Yi beamed at the club in his hand. After Xiao He devoured the creature, the black blood on the floor retreated along its original path, vanishing from sight. 2 hours had elapsed, and it was time to venture out. Murmuring to himself, he slipped on his shoes, opened the door, and stepped outside. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit hall on the 1st floor, a murmuring voice echoed, "There are always disobedient mice." Alas, let them be. The scent of ghostly currency lingered on the 2nd floor. It seemed he would need to make a trip upstairs. With this thought in mind, the club materialized in his hand. Soon, Chen Yi arrived on the 2nd floor. The corridor was shrouded in darkness, where one could barely see their hand in front of their face. A faint metallic scent of blood wafted through the air. Is it this way? Chen Yi wrinkled his nose, then turned to walk to the right. Before long, he halted at the door of a room on the second floor. Since his level had risen to 2, his vision had significantly improved. In such a pitch-black corridor, he could clearly discern the room number above him, 202. It was directly beneath his own room. Knocking gently, he rapped on the door. After a lengthy pause, there was still no response. "Is anyone there?" he murmured, poised to knock again, when suddenly footsteps echoed from behind him. Tap, 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 tap. The footsteps grew increasingly closer, and Chen Yi tightened his grip on the club, his brow furrowing. In the next moment, he suddenly widened his eyes and then dashed out in an instant, swinging his left hand to bring down the club with great force. Ding! Stunt successful. Chapter 21. The Patchwork Ghost, Chen Yi's speculation. Ding! Stunt successful. It was astonishing that it had remained outside for so long. Before him stood a peculiar figure, approximately 7 meters tall, its entire body adorned with patches, its hollow eyes drooping as it hung its head. In its hand, it clutched an open envelope, from which a horrifying banknote peeked out. "Kulme, let us converse in the room for a while." With that, Chen Yi struck it with the club once more and then pulled the oddity into room 202, closing the door behind them. Once the door shut, the creature began to regain its senses. Upon catching sight of Chen Yi, its expression twisted into a grimace, and a malevolent aura emanated from its patched form. "Are you truly fearsome?" Chen Yi inquired with a slight smile, changing his club to the eerie blade. Although he was unsure why he could not wield the eerie blade, intimidating such an unsophisticated creature was certainly within reason. As expected, upon sensing the aura of the ghostly king radiating from the blade, the patchwork ghost trembled uncontrollably, and the malevolence surrounding its patches dissipated entirely. "Answer a few of my questions obediently, and I shall let you go." Chen Yi seated himself on the bed, crossing his legs as he scrutinized the patchwork ghost. "Let us start with the tenants residing here." The patchwork ghost fell into contemplation upon hearing Chen Yi's inquiry. After a brief moment, it crouched down and began to speak slowly. "There are 6 tenants in total. Among them, 1 is a little girl with strength comparable to mine. The other 3 are triplets, identical in appearance. The eldest is particularly terrifying, having devoured many people." At this point, the patchwork ghost trembled ever so slightly. "The second rarely speaks. As far as I've seen, I have never heard him utter a word. The third, however, is quite talkative, possessing the least strength, but is very kind and gets along well with everyone." A smile emerged on the patchwork ghost's face when it mentioned the third triplet, clearly fond of him. "The remaining tenant is a woman, extraordinarily beautiful, so captivating that one cannot look away. Yet, she seldom makes an appearance. Lastly, there is me." After finishing, the patchwork ghost directed its gaze towards Chen Yi, specifically at the eerie blade in his hand. "Isn't that white-haired old lady on the first floor tenant here?" Chen Yi inmuted, somehat astonished. The background of the horror game introduced only 6 tenants. Where did this white-haired old lady come from? The white-haired old lady? "She is our cleaner. She comes daily to tidy up," the patchwork ghost promptly replied. "Then who is the landlord? How do you pay the rent?" Chen Yi pressed further. "I have no knowledge of who the landlord is. Every month, the rent is simply placed on the table in the first floor living room," the patchwork ghost explained, hastily adding, "No one has ever seen the landlord." At that moment, Chen Yi furrowed his brow. He could not ascertain the truth of the patchwork ghost's claims and was unable to determine who the landlord might be. "Surely, you cannot be the landlord?" Suddenly, Chen Yi lifted his head and flashed a broad smile. The patch ghost, confused, shook his head, unable to comprehend Chen Yi's meaning. "Very well, then it is you." Nodding, Chen Yi produced the crying stick and began to strike the patch ghost's head with fervor. Ding! Stunt successful! Ding! Stunt successful! Ding! The system's notifications rang incessantly, yet he showed no inclination to cease, until the patch ghost lay on the ground, convulsing, dark energy seeping from its patch form only to dissipate into the air. Goodness, it took a full 15 strikes to render a fierce ghost dazed. That was rather underwhelming. With a mutter of discontent, he chose to disregard the patch ghost, rising to depart, and as he left, he thoughtfully hung a do not disturb sign on the doorknob. Without lingering, Chen Yi made his way back to the 3rd floor. As he ascended, he encountered 4 individuals approaching him. Players, perhaps? The bespectacled man at the forefront paused momentarily before inquiring, "Are you a player?" "Indeed," Chen Yi nodded, opting for brevity. He circumvented the group and returned directly to his room. TCH, a mere second-level novice. What is he trying to portray? The bald man scoffed dismissively. "Oomph, but the young man is quite handsome. Looks are indeed the truth." Rue clenched her delicate fists, excitement radiating from her as her gaze lingered on Chen Yi's door. "Enough of the chatter. We must focus on the task at hand. The sooner we clear this, the sooner we can collect our rewards," the stout man muttered, leading the way downstairs. The others hastily followed suit. Once back in his room, Chen Yi reclined on his bed, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, murmuring incessantly. "The rent is to be placed on the table on the first floor. I have yet to encounter the landlord." He replayed the information shared by the patch ghost in his mind, attempting to discern which pieces were true and which were false. However, with such scant information, he could draw no definitive conclusions. Hence, the words of the patch ghost could only be half trusted, yet simultaneously must be fully considered. That elderly lady, is she truly just an ordinary cleaner? With a sigh, Chen Yi shut his eyes, beginning to recollect the scenes from when he first entered the apartment. As he pondered, a sudden realization struck him, and he sprang upright from his bed. He swiftly opened his door and descended the stairs. In no time, Chen Yi found himself once more at the door of room 202 on the second floor. This time, he turned the doorknob and stepped inside. Throughout, his left hand clutched the bizarre blade tightly. After all, it was a ghost king-grade weapon, even if he could not utilize its powers. A single strike would surely be devastating to any aberration. Upon opening the door, the patch ghost still lay on the floor. However, it no longer convulsed. It seemed to be in slumber. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yi approached the wardrobe. With the bizarre blade in his left hand, he reached with his right to open the wardrobe door. Creak! A sound of friction echoed as the wardrobe door swung open. Immediately, a foul, metallic odor assaulted his senses. Drawing from his experience at the blood auction, Chen Yi held his breath. Indeed, there was something within. Observing the contents within the cabinet, he allowed a faint sigh of relief. Subsequently, he utilized his blade to extract the items from the wardrobe, bathed in the faint glow of the moonlight. Chen Yi discerned the object before him, a black plastic bag, within which something wriggled incessantly. Initially, he had thought that the patch ghost was merely anxious as it gazed intently in that direction, not realizing it was concealing something significant. Chapter 22. The square-faced man and dismemberment. The black plastic bag trembled incessantly, and Chen Yi tightened his grip on the blade, slicing open the bag. In the next moment, a severed head rolled out from within. It emanated a faint ghostly aura, with small, pulsating bumps on its head and face. "What is this?" Chen Yi was taken aback, unsure of why the patch ghost had hidden such a head. However, he soon made a startling discovery. The head lacked eyes. The eye sockets were hollow, oozing black blood. Eyes? Could it be that entity? Quickly, Chen Yi recalled the pair of eyes that had appeared in his room. The black blood transformed into a body, yet it was without a head. Presumably, this head must belong to it. After examining the head, Chen Yi placed it back into the plastic bag and returned it to the wardrobe. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the room, causing a cold sweat to trickle down Chen Yi's back. "Open the door," came a furious shout from outside, followed by a series of kicks against the door. Ensuring that the wardrobe door was securely shut, Chen Yi hurriedly approached the patch ghost, propping it up to sit on the bed with its back to the door. "Who is it?" Chen Yi exclaimed with impatience, extending his hand to open the door. Instantly, an enraged face squeezed through the doorway. "You are not it. Where has it gone?" A man with a square face, as tall as the doorframe, glared with fury. "Isn't it right there?" Chen Yi furrowed his brow, gesturing toward the patch ghost seated on the bed. Upon sighting the patch ghost, a dense aura of malevolence surged from the square-faced man, filling the corridor in an instant, though it did not seep into the room. "Get out of the way, or I'll devour you." The square-faced man viciously licked his lips, revealing teeth stained with blood. "Is that so? I don't believe it." Suddenly, Chen Yi grinned, mockingly regarding the square-faced man, poised to draw the sword of lifespan. Seemingly taken aback by Chen Yi's audacity, the square-faced man faltered the malevolent aura around him wavering. What is all this noise? Can't anyone get some sleep? At that moment, the sound of tapping echoed, and the elderly woman, who had been in the living room below, appeared. Furrowing her brow, the old woman bore an unkind expression. To Chen Yi's astonishment, she swung her cane and struck the square-faced man on the leg. Behave yourself. What if you scare the poor soul away? Hurry back to sleep. As her words fell, the malevolent aura in the corridor dissipated instantaneously. After casting a venomous glare at Chen Yi, the square-faced man turned to leave. Aren't you going to leave? After the square-faced man departed, the old woman directed her gaze at Chen Yi, her words laced with a subtle threat. Without uttering a word, Chen Yi closed the door behind him and ascended towards the third floor. As he reached the staircase, the voice of the elderly woman echoed once more, warning him to remain obediently within his room, lest he face dire consequences. Upon returning to room 302, Chen Yi proceeded directly to the wardrobe. With his left hand gripping the eerie blade, he opened the cabinet door. A sharp sound pierced the silence as the door swung wide. At that moment, Chen Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed inside the wardrobe. There lay 2 newspapers, their contents obscured, quietly resting within. The papers, thoroughly drenched in blood, appeared grotesque under the moonlight's glow. In the next instant, Chen Yi raised the eerie blade and sliced through the 2 newspapers. Instantly, 2 decayed objects, their shapes indiscernible, were revealed. Were these arms? He murmured softly, scrutinizing them closely. Ultimately, he confirmed that they were indeed 2 dismembered arms, devoid of hands. Eyes, head, arms. Was this a dismemberment? But why separate them? And why place them in the wardrobe? Most troubling of all was the fact that he had thoroughly inspected the room upon his entry, and these arms had not been present then. This implied that someone had entered the room after his departure and deposited the arms. Contemplating this, Chen Yi carefully wrapped the 2 arms, opting not to return them to the wardrobe, but instead casting them into the system space. Once he completed this task, he reclined on the bed, lost in thought. That square-faced figure must be the eldest of the triplets mentioned by the patch-faced ghost, he mused. Judging by its strength, it was at least a ghost commander. How could it fear a mere janitor? Clearly, the patch-faced ghost had been lying. Chen Yi shook his head slightly, feeling a sense of relief that he had not foolishly sought trouble with the janitor on the first floor. But wait, the 4 players had also descended. Why had they not been seen on the second floor? Could it be that, in the dimly lit living room on the first floor, a sense of unease permeated the air? There is nothing here. Shouldn't we check the second floor? A faint voice suggested. The stout man anxiously surveyed his surroundings. The second floor is downright eerie. We must start our search here on the first floor. The bald man retorted with irritation. Enough chatter. There are still many places left to investigate, remarked the bespectacled man with golden wire frames, frowning at his companions. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream pierced the darkness of the first-floor living room. Before the group could react, a severed head rolled to rest at their feet. It's the bald man's head. Recognizing the owner of the head, Rue nearly broke down in tears, her body trembling uncontrollably. Stay calm. Draw your ghost weapons. This is merely a level 1 dungeon, the bespectacled man urged, producing a baseball bat emanating an ominous energy. At his words, the stout man and Rue quickly retrieved their own ghost weapons, a length of rope and a comb, respectively. Each of these 3 ghost weapons was, without exception, of a formidable, ghostly caliber, unattainable by ordinary individuals. Just then, something was hurled towards the trio from a distance. The man with gold-rimmed glasses was the first to react, forcefully pushing aside the stout man and Rue. In the next moment, the entire first floor was engulfed by a malevolent presence. Amidst this ominous aura, a figure slowly rose, raising its hands and charging towards Rue. Run! Sensing something amiss, the man with gold-rimmed glasses shouted and hastily ascended the stairs, with Rue and the stout man quickly following suit. However, Rue, still young, found her legs insufficiently long. As one foot barely touched the staircase, a pungent, nauseating stench wafted behind her. Why won't you save me? Why won't you save me? At that moment, the voice of a bald man echoed from behind Rue. Trembling, She slowly turned her head to look back, only to find a headless corpse extending its hands to grasp her throat. Beneath the corpse, the bald man's severed head lay, drenched in blood, incessantly wailing, "Why won't you save me? Why must it be me that dies? Die, die, die. You all must die." At this moment, Rue completely broke down. The comb in her hand, a ghostly tool, would only work when it touched the bizarre hair. Yet, the horror before her was a headless monstrosity. If one were to consider a head, it would belong to the bald man lying on the ground. Chapter 23. Breakfast gone awry? I sympathize with you, but it's not my concern. Rue's body trembled as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. She exerted all her strength, yet could not free herself from the grip of the bald man. Sympathize with me? Then come accompany me. The bald man grinned, and his head inexplicably flew up, sinking its teeth into Rue's neck. With just one bite, Rue ceased to breathe. The bald man then tossed her lifeless body to the ground, indulging in a feast. After a while, the first floor of the apartment finally fell silent, and a malevolent presence dissipated unbeknownst to anyone. Room 302. Lying on the bed, Chen Yi smiled slightly upon hearing the sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. It seems they really did go to the first floor, but only 2 out of 4 returned. That's rather tragic. Although he did not know the 4 players, he could discern that they were all level 4 players. In the real world, a level 4 player could certainly lead a life of wealth and prosperity through their own strength. Furthermore, a group of 4 level 4 players could easily eliminate 2 of their own. This new dungeon must be far more challenging than anticipated. Perhaps at ISNT, even a standard level dungeon at all? Time flew by, and day turned to night. Soon, apartment 404 welcomed a new day. Ding! You have a new role-playing task. Please check promptly. Lying with his eyes closed, Chen Yi instantly opened them upon hearing the system's notification. He immediately accessed the system panel for inspection. Soon, a new professional role-playing task appeared before him. Profession, chef. Task, create delectable dishes for others to savor. A chef. Chen Yi was taken aback, completely unprepared for this profession. Yet, he quickly broke into a grin. Time to utilize a max-level profession to upgrade. As Chen Yi's voice faded, a torrent of information regarding the culinary profession surged into his mind. The varieties of dishes, their preparations, and the 8 major cuisines were all-encompassing. Given this, he thought it fitting to prepare breakfast for everyone. As he spoke, he rose and made his way to the bathroom to wash up. After completing his grooming, he opened the door and descended the stairs. Upon reaching the first floor living room, he found the cleaner already engaged in tidying up. The cleaner paused, seemingly surprised that Chen Yi had risen so early. "Please sit for a moment. I will prepare the meal," she offered, attempting to set aside her mop, only to be halted by Chen Yi's hand. "No need. I shall handle it myself." With a confident smile, he proceeded to the kitchen. The kitchen was equipped with all necessary utensils. After inspecting the tools, Chen Yi approached the refrigerator and opened its door. As he did, a strong metallic scent assaulted his senses. In the upper compartment lay an uncountable number of human fingers haphazardly piled together. The middle shelf contained 2 human brains and eyes resting quietly. The lower section held frozen, pulverized brain matter. Edible food for humans was stored in the adjacent cabinet. The cleaner's voice trailed off, yet Chen Yi remained unfazed. He reached in, retrieving 5 fingers, followed by brain and eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed the ingredients into a pot of boiling water. Soon, the pot bubbled, releasing an enticing aroma. Throughout the process, the cleaner stood nearby, observing his every move. Once the ingredients were extracted, Chen Yi picked up nearby seasonings to prepare the sauce. In no time, the sauce was ready, and he poured over the dish. At that moment, Chen Yi accidentally lost grip of the sauce bowl, which shattered upon hitting the floor. "Oh dear, how careless of me. Step aside. I will clean this up." The cleaner rushed over, gently pushing Chen Yi out of the kitchen. Watching her flurry of activity, he couldn't help but chuckle. After a while, all the apartment's tenants gathered for breakfast. Chen Yi quietly sat on the sofa, scrutinizing the group. Just as the patched ghost had described, aside from the triplets, there was also a little girl. However, the stunning woman mentioned by the patched ghost was conspicuously absent. "Wow, today's breakfast is delicious," the little girl exclaimed, taking a bite of a finger from her plate, her face lighting up with delight. "Is that so? Then do have more," the cleaner smiled, affectionately ruffling the girl's hair. This scene did not escape Chen Yi's notice. Simultaneously, the bespectacled man and the overweight individual descended the stairs. Both appeared haggard, sporting dark circles under their eyes that rivaled those of a panda. Upon seeing the breakfast spread, they immediately began to gag. "Get out of here! Don't ruin my appetite!" One of the triplets suddenly exclaimed, casting an angry glare at the bespectacled man and the overweight fellow. Such a fierce temperament and formidable presence. Could this be the leader? Chen Yi pondered on the sofa, continuing to observe the four peculiar individuals. Moments later, after finishing their breakfast, the four strange figures ascended the stairs once more. In the cabinet beside the refrigerator, there are provisions for humans. "If you find yourselves hungry, feel free to help yourselves," the cleaner remarked while tidying up the tableware, addressing the bespectacled man and the portly fellow. After lingering for a while, Chen Yi rose and made his way to room 202. The patchwork ghost sat motionless on the bed, occasionally breaking into a silly grin. Once the door was closed, Chen Yi began to roam about the room of the patchwork ghost. The previous night, the darkness had obscured many details. What is this? In the bathroom, Chen Yi discovered an envelope tucked away in the corner, an unopened letter. He retrieved it carefully with a tool, taking extra precautions due to past experiences. As he opened the envelope, the letter inside was unveiled. Upon extracting the paper, Chen Yi began to read the words inscribed upon it. "Now that you know his identity, do not expect to live. Fear not, for we shall ensure your demise is devoid of pain." Frowning at the writing on the envelope, Chen Yi compared it to the letter he had received the previous day from the system space. Noticing that the fonts on both sheets were identical, he pondered, "Who exactly are we?" The use of "we" in both letters indicated that it was not the patchwork ghost who had penned this threatening note to himself. How embarrassing. Could it be that he had misidentified his target? At that moment, he felt a fleeting pang of guilt upon glancing at the dazed patchwork ghost on the bed. Yet, it lasted but a second. If that were the case, perhaps it was time to change his focus. Chapter 24, A Different Response, An Unusual Encounter, Room 202. After perusing the contents of the letter, Chen Yi stowed the envelope in the system space. Who should he visit next? As he contemplated, he opened the door and stepped outside. In the corridor of the second floor of the apartment, Chen Yi walked slowly, occasionally surveying his surroundings. "Hey!" Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from the side. Turning his head, he discovered it was the little girl. "Are you calling me?" he asked, pointing to himself, surprised. "I need your help with something. Can you come to my room?" The girl spoke hurriedly, glancing anxiously towards the ends of the corridor. "Of course. I take great pleasure in helping others," Chen Yi replied with a smile, relieved to have found someone to approach. It seemed fortune had smiled upon him at just the right moment. Room 206. Invited warmly by the little girl, Chen Yi entered the pastel-hued room. The walls were painted pink, and the bedding was adorned with charming cartoon characters. "Is there something you need help with?" After a brief scan of the room, Chen Yi inquired. Well." The little girl appeared bashful, stumbling over her words. Finally, she mustered the courage to look at Chen Yi with pleading eyes and asked, "Could you let me eat you?" No sooner had the girl's words left her lips than a thick, black liquid began to seep from the pink walls. The cartoon characters on the bedding seemed to animate, crying out in pain. "I desire to consume you and subsequently transform you into a doll, sewing you onto the pillowcase." You see, a pillowcase bereft of a doll would be lonely. The little girl, speaking thus, pointed at the immaculate white pillowcase. "Consume me?" "Certainly, but you must first answer a few questions." Chen Yi chuckled softly and made his way to the bedside, sitting down. As he settled, a chilling cry of despair surged through his mind. "Very well, ask away." Upon hearing Chen Yi's consent, the little girl clapped her hands in delight, obediently standing before him, awaiting his inquiry. "Let us begin with the tenants here." "Tenants?" The little girl paused, placing her finger on her lips in contemplation. "Excluding you humans, there are 7 tenants in total. The fool in apartment 202, the triplets in 203, 204, and 205. Oh, and do not provoke the second of the triplets. He is truly terrifying. As she spoke of the second triplet, the little girl crouched down in fear. Then there is the woman in 207. She is exceedingly ugly. Yet the fool in 202 likes her, which I cannot comprehend. Lastly, there is me, the lovely one with a beautiful heart. The little girl giggled, rising to her feet and placing a pillow into Chen Yi's embrace. You two should get acquainted. As Chen Yi held the seemingly unremarkable pillow, a jolt of realization struck him. This innocuous pillow was, in fact, a potent, ghostly artifact. And what are the bedding and sheets? He pondered silently. The little girl spoke again. The final tenant is the elderly lady on the first floor. She is truly wonderful, always preparing delicious meals for us. Isn't she the cleaner here? Chen Yi inwitted, Beijil did it. The little girl's narrative diverged sharply from that of the patchwork ghost, representing two vastly different realities. How could that be? She exclaimed, incredulous as she gazed at Chen Yi. The elderly lady is the first tenant of the apartment. How could she possibly be the cleaner? Well, I have answered all your questions. Now you must become the doll for the pillowcase. Suddenly, the little girl bared her teeth, revealing grotesque, corpse-like patches on her exposed arms and neck. In the room, the black liquid seeping from the walls grew increasingly foul, even bubbling ominously. One last question. Who is the landlord of the apartment? Chen Yi remained unfazed, posing the query. There is no landlord. The rent is placed on the table in the first floor living room each month. Nodding at the little girl's response, he noted that it aligned perfectly with what the patchwork ghost had said. It appeared that these tenants had indeed never encountered the landlord of the apartment. Very well. I shall honor my promise. You may devour me. Chen Yi grinned. He had always been a man of his word, even in the face of the bizarre. Hee. I will consume you entirely and craft you into a doll to accompany the pillowcase. The little girl extended her hands, marred by corpse-like patches, lunging fiercely towards Chen Yi. The black liquid on the walls bubbled violently, and the cartoonish figures on the bedding seemed to grin, as if welcoming a new companion. However, in the next moment, everything in the room came to an abrupt standstill. The black liquid ceased its boiling, retreating into the walls, which once again took on a rosy hue. The bloodstains seeping from the sheets vanished, and the cartoon dolls returned to their usual state. What is this? The little girl gazed in terror at the mysterious blade that had suddenly appeared in Chen Yi's hand. The black dagger emanated an aura of death, as if it could consume her whole. She was frightened. Huh? Wasn't it supposed to eat me? Why has it stopped? Chen Yi made a gentle sound, a benign smile gracing his lips. He was a man of his word, but if the other party had lost interest, could he really be blamed? No, it won't eat me. The little girl trembled as she retreated, curling up on the ground and shaking. Woo-woo. In no time, she began to cry softly. So scary. So terrifying. With such a large dagger, if it were to stab me, I would surely be harmed, right? Woo-woo, bad man. Ding. Special anomaly detected. System scanning. Just as Chen Yi was about to comfort the frightened little girl, the system's voice abruptly echoed. Special anomaly? Chen Yi was taken aback, and his gaze towards the girl intensified with fervor. Sensing his stare, the little girl immediately ceased her sobbing, though she continued to tremble. Woo-woo. He isn't really going to eat me, is he? I'm still young. I still have my youth. Scan complete. Name, Yin-Yan. Doll ghost. Level, malevolent spirit. Skill, summon. Capable of transforming all living or non-living beings into dolls of equivalent strength. Promotion. Source. Level instance, terrifying apartment, 404. Soon, Yin-Yan's personal panel appeared before Chen Yi's eyes. This skill is rather perverse. No wonder the system labeled it a special anomaly. But what does the source mean? Why is the instance level a question mark? He felt somewhat bewildered. Could it truly be, as he suspected, that this instance is not actually a standard one? That would certainly make things far more intriguing. Chapter 25, Data Error, Task Modification Yin-Yan. Please sign this. In room 206, Chen Yi purchased a servant contract from the system shop. Upon seeing the servant contract in Chen Yi's hand, Yin-Yan was taken aback. Is this a contract of servitude? Whoa, you big pervert, I'm still so young. Sign this, and I will protect you from now on, Chen Yi said with a gentle smile, radiating warmth. He was unaware that, in Yin-Yan's eyes, he appeared to be an outright pervert. Yin began to refuse, but upon glimpsing the eerie dagger, her resolve faltered. I will sign. With a downcast expression, she uttered the words and accepted the servant contract. After a cursory glance at the contents, she looked up at Chen Yi in shock. Is this true? A salary of 10,000 terrifying coins a month? Chen Yi nodded, then produced 10,000 terrifying coins, placing them before Yin. Bai Xian also received a salary, amounting to 100,000 terrifying coins monthly. As for Xibeier, Chen Yi simply took advantage, providing no remuneration. Tears flowed uncontrollably down Yan's cheeks as she gazed at the 10,000 horror coins before her. Accepting the coins, she hastily opened her garment and tucked them inside. Grabbing a pen, she signed a contract of servitude. After stowing away the contract, Chen Yi affectionately ruffled Yan's hair, saying, "Good girl. Go assist your brother with a task." He leaned closer to Yin, and whispered instructions in her ear. As rain began to fall, she hoped thunder would not accompany it. Inside the apartment on the ground floor, the cleaner sat on the sofa, gazing out at the rain. "Come out, stop hiding," she suddenly called out, frowning. In the next moment, a bespectacled man and a stout figure emerged from the kitchen, both wielding ominous implements. Their gazes fixed cautiously on the cleaner. "You are the landlord here," the stout man exclaimed, cracking the whip in his hand. "Certainly not. I am merely a decrepit old woman," the cleaner chuckled, shaking her head. "Did you kill the bald man and Rue? The stout man pressed on. "I have never taken a life, nor do I possess the ability to do so," the cleaner maintained her denial. "However, I am aware that your demise is imminent." At her words, the bespectacled man furrowed his brow. He sensed something was amiss, but could not articulate it. Suddenly, a door creaked open. The apartment's entrance swung ajar, and a gust of wind burst in, bringing with it rain that glistened a startling crimson. In the next heartbeat, a figure stepped inside, drenched and brandishing a cleaver, from which liquid dripped incessantly, indistinguishable as rainwater or blood. "You have quite the audacity," the figure grinned, a potent aura of malevolence radiating from him. The cleaver in his hand seemed to come alive, shrieking menacingly at the bespectacled man and the stout figure. In an instant, the ground floor was enveloped in this sinister energy, a nauseating stench wrapping around the two men. Moments ago, they had believed they could intimidate the cleaner, but now they found themselves ensnared. At that moment, the cleaner's voice, devoid of color, echoed in their ears. "I had no intention of killing you. But since you insist on courting death, I cannot be held accountable." The bespectacled man and the stout figure stood frozen, their bodies stiff and immobile, their weapons inexplicably rendered useless. Suddenly, a flash of light passed before their eyes, and a wave of dizziness overwhelmed them. When the bespectacled man regained his senses, he found himself standing alone, his head lying on the floor. He attempted to speak, but no sound emerged. His consciousness faded, and he ultimately closed his eyes. After a brief interlude, the rain ceased, and the malevolent aura dissipated. In the living room stood two headless corpses, unmoving. The cleaner lounged on the sofa, crossing her legs, and shot a disgruntled glare at the doorman beside her. "Why are you here instead of properly watching the entrance?" The doorman, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head. "There was a young man who entered with a Ghost King-level weapon. I was concerned for your safety. In this building, no one can harm me, not even the King of Ghosts." Meanwhile, in room 302, Chen Yi reclined comfortably on the bed, idly toying with a black heart. Wisps of ghostly energy occasionally emanated from the heart, only to vanish moments later. "Pray tell, what number are you?" he suddenly inquired, turning to glance at the bedside. There lay a man with a square face amidst a pool of black blood, his heart revealing a hollow cavity. Noticing the square-faced man's silence, Chen Yi smiled slightly, gripping the heart with sudden force. "Ah!" the square-faced man screamed, writhing in agony on the floor. "I'll tell you, I'm the third. Upon hearing the man's confession, Chen Yi sprang upright, fixating his gaze intensely into the man's eyes. "Did you write this?" he demanded, producing from his system space the letter regarding the patch for the ghostly restroom and tossing it onto the ground. The square-faced man, suppressing his pain, picked up the letter and read it. After finishing, he nodded silently. "Well, this simplifies matters. Now, let us discuss. Just as Chen Yi began to speak, a sudden, urgent knocking echoed through the room. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was insistent, prompting him to rise and approach the door, turning the doorknob. As the door cracked open, a cleaver thrust through the gap. Fortunately, Chen Yi had been cautious, standing behind the door and avoiding the blow. Impressive. You managed to evade that? The doorman kicked the door wide open, wielding the cleaver in his right hand and carrying the severed heads of the bespectacled man and the overweight individual in his left. Their heads were utterly pale, even displaying signs of decomposition. Humans are truly insignificant. Easily dispatched, the doorman remarked, cleaving the bespectacled man's head in two and savoring the brain matter as it spilled from his mouth, a gruesome sight. On the floor, the square-faced man thrashed in desperation, the ghostly energy surrounding him fluctuating, seemingly on the verge of dissipating. At that moment, a chilling mechanical voice resonated in Chen Yi's ears. Due to a data error, the game mission has been altered. Welcome to the horror game world. Level instance, Horror Apartment 404. Number of participants, 10, currently 1. This is one of the latest instances in the horror game world, where 6 tenants reside in apartment 404. Beware of them. Game mission, eliminate the landlord. Game rewards, 10,000 horror coins, 100 points. The abrupt emergence of the instance information startled Chen Yi. It was indeed not a level instance, but rather yet another level instance. Moreover, the game mission had transformed into the task of eliminating the landlord, a level instance of at least the King of Ghosts caliber. Chapter 26, Frenzied Slaughter. The King of Ghosts emerges. Are you ready to embrace death, you ants from the human world? The doorman tossed the overweight man's head onto the ground, breaking into a wide grin. Beep. Target to be eliminated. Horror Community Doorman. Strength, Ghost General. Lifespan consumption, 230 years. Your own lifespan, 100 years. Will you eliminate? Upon hearing the update regarding the copy task, the sword of lifespan materialized in Chen Yi's hands. Glancing at the information regarding the gatekeeper, he shook his head in resignation. A ghostly general dares to come knocking for his life. Beep. Lifespan supplementing. Supplementation complete. Current lifespan, 300 years. Upon witnessing the sword of lifespan, Xibeier immediately began to replenish his vitality, displaying remarkable perceptiveness. Shall we execute? Indeed, without a trace of hesitation. Chen Yi nodded vigorously. In the next instant, a dense aura of death enveloped the gatekeeper. Sensing something amiss, the gatekeeper bared his teeth and raised his axe toward Chen Yi. However, as he took a step forward, a brilliant flash of light flickered. Beep. Congratulations to the host for slaying the terrifying community gatekeeper. Awarded 300 experience. The plump-faced man, writhing on the ground, completely surrendered his struggle upon witnessing the gatekeeper cleaved in two. His gaze toward Chen Yi was filled with sheer terror. This human was utterly terrifying. Farewell. Chen Yi turned to the plump-faced man and waved his hand, crushing the heart in his grip. Boom! With a dull explosion, the plump-faced man lay lifeless. Xibeier, it's time to feast. Upon hearing Chen Yi's call, Xiaohei's mouth suddenly appeared on the back of his right hand, opening wide to devour the corpse of the plump-faced man. Xiaohei licked his lips with lingering satisfaction. Boss, can I eat that? Of course, but only half. Saying this, he raised the sword of lifespan and severed the head of the gatekeeper. Now unburdened by hesitation, Xiaohei swiftly consumed both the gatekeeper's body and the plump-faced man's head. Beep. Lifespan supplementing. Supplementation complete. Current lifespan, 500 years. The remains of the two ghostly generals granted Chen Yi a remarkable 500 years of lifespan. Hearing the system's notification, he smiled contentedly and proceeded to carry the gatekeeper's head as he walked outside. As he reached the second floor, he collided with a figure. Are you the boss or the second in command? At the sound of Chen Yi's voice, a bespectacled, plump-faced man looked up in confusion. Upon seeing the gatekeeper's head, the plump-faced man immediately burst his clothing, revealing a physique cloaked in darkness. His muscles were covered in corpse-like spots, beneath which wriggled numerous bumps the size of fingernails. Upon closer inspection, these bumps concealed writhing white maggots. Well, It seems dismemberment is your handiwork. Chen Yi expressed his surprise. Initially unaware of the origin of the severed arms and head, he suddenly understood upon seeing the maggots crawling on the plump-faced man. Roar! The plump-faced man let out a furious roar, clenching his fists and striking towards Chen Yi with great force. This time, Chen Yi did not reach for the sword of lifespan, but instead drew the cursed blade, slicing at the plump-faced man's neck. However, as a gash opened in the plump-faced man's neck, countless black insects erupted from within. When the world is this? Chen Yi furrowed his brow, entirely bewildered by the insects before him. Rather than flying towards him, the insects settled upon the plump-faced man. Soon, the face of a man, marked by a square jaw, was enveloped in insects, which opened their mouths and bit through the bulge on his body. Instantly, a swarm of repulsive, white maggots erupted forth. However, as soon as the maggots emerged, they were swiftly devoured by black insects, which chewed them joyfully. Boss, these are the eerie bugs that thrive on parasitism. It can be said that even the most sinister entities under the Ghost King would avoid them. At that moment, Xiaohei clarified Chen Yi's confusion. But I'm not afraid of them. Xiaohei's tone was filled with excitement, even more so than when he encountered corpse. Hearing Xiaohei's words, Chen Yi said nothing further. He raised his right hand and aimed at the man with the square face. In the next instant, Xiaohei's mouth reappeared, unleashing a formidable force that consumed the eerie bugs from the man's body. In the blink of an eye, the bugs vanished, and Xiaohei, satisfied, closed his mouth, occasionally emitting a delightful crunching sound. However, to Chen Yi's ears, that sound was somewhat nauseating. One shouldn't make such noises while eating, he remarked, then carried the head of the doorman to room 202. Kicking the door open, he found the patchwork ghost sitting on the bed, grinning foolishly at him. Alas, you have suffered. Chen Yi silently mourned for the patchwork ghost for a moment. Following that, he swiftly dispatched the ghost and allowed Xiaohei to consume it. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the patchwork ghost. Experience gained, 100. So little, he muttered with a furrowed brow, turning to exit the room and heading towards room 206. Inside, upon seeing the doorman's head in Chen Yi's hand, Yin immediately trembled in fear. Have you completed the task I assigned you? Upon hearing Chen Yi's question, she quickly nodded, fearing that her own head might be next. Well done, Yin, you are quite obedient, Chen Yi replied, nodding in satisfaction as he reached out to pat her head. This gesture nearly brought her to tears. Who understands the plight of families? A perverted stranger is holding someone else's head while patting mine. Sobi. After leaving Yin Yan's room, Chen Yi arrived at the door of room 203. He knocked, but no one answered. Without pausing, he proceeded to room 204, knocked again, yet still received no response. With a smile, he approached the entrance of room 205. Just as he was about to knock, a shadow appeared behind him. Noticing the shadow, Chen Yi gripped his eerie blade tightly and thrust it backward without hesitation. However, there was no sound of the blade piercing flesh, nor any spray of blood. Only a cold whisper. Are you done playing? A woman, standing a height of 1.7 meters and clad in a red dress, reached out and grasped the eerie blade. Her long, lustrous black hair framed her delicate features, and her slender, pale hand held the blade without sustaining any injury. Are you the woman from room 207? Chen Yi asked, smiling at the woman before him. There could be no other. Ding. Target eliminated. Ling Ea. Strength, 2nd tier Ghost King. Lifespan consumed, 799 years. Current lifespan, 500 years. Do you wish to execute the strike? As Chen Yi gazed upon the suddenly manifested system panel, he felt a momentary astonishment. The Ghost King. It has finally made its appearance. To his surprise, the last tenant turned out to be the Ghost King of this realm. Does that mean she is the landlord? Why do you kill them? Ling inquired, her expression icy and brows slightly furrowed. If I do not kill them, then I shall perish. I'm still young and have no desire to die, he replied with an air of conviction. Chen Yi's words left Ling momentarily speechless. Are you seeking the landlord? Ling glanced at the severed head of the doorman in Chen Yi's hand and asked. Chapter 27. The Ghost King, is it? Allow me to demonstrate. In the living room of the 404 apartment, Chen Yi reclined on the sofa, legs crossed, with the doorman's head resting on the table before him. In his hand, the sword of lifespan shimmered in the sunlight. If I spare them, may I then reveal who the landlord is? He lifted his gaze towards Linger, who leaned against the wall. Upon hearing this, Linger nodded and snapped her fingers. In the blink of an eye, the entire scene in the apartment transformed dramatically. The once serene living room morphing into a veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Countless bodies lay dismembered, haphazardly piled high. Blood dripped from severed limbs, converging into a torrent. Within this sanguine stream, countless maggots writhed and surged. The sight was utterly horrifying. Observing the gruesome spectacle, Chen Yi furrowed his brow, gripping the sword of lifespan tightly. In truth, there was no landlord to speak of. One might say that the landlord of this apartment was, in fact, the building itself. It lured in prey through the guise of rental, subsequently dismembering and devouring them to transform their essence into sustenance for its own ascension. It is no exaggeration to declare that this apartment is a genuine manifestation of the Ghost King. Linger explained the unfolding scene to Chen Yi with an impassive demeanor. She then approached the mountain of corpses and seated herself upon it. No sooner had she settled down than countless severed limbs transformed into arms, enveloping her completely. Now, please slay the landlord. Linger grinned, wholly consumed by the dismembered limbs. In the next moment, the blood surged violently, emitting anguished wails that pierced the soul. Why must I die? I refuse to accept this. I will annihilate everyone. How tragic, how pitiful. My wife and children await my return home. D. Finally, liberation has come. Finally, liberation. Ha ha. The cacophony of anguish rendered Chen Yi momentarily dazed. After a brief interlude, the flood of blood rose to his knees. The biting of the maggots jolted Chen Yi back to reality. He glanced at the sword of lifespan in his hand and suddenly burst into laughter. The Ghost King. Is it? I shall demonstrate. Ding. Target to be slain. Room Ghost. Special anomaly. Strength. Ghost King. 4th tier. Lifespan cost. 1,200 years. Remaining lifespan. 500 years. Shall you proceed with the slaying? Upon the revelation of the room Ghost information, Chen Yi was struck with profound astonishment. The 4th tier of the Ghost King, surpassing Bai Xian by a level. It is essential to acknowledge that Bai Xian is a veteran in this realm. Xiaohei, how much lifespan can you still supplement for me? A maximum of 500 years. Xiaohei pondered for a moment before providing his answer. Upon hearing Xiaohei's response, Chen Yi turned his gaze towards the mountain of corpses. Can you devour these? I can, but it's rather disgusting. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yi raised his right hand, aiming at the mountain of corpses. In the next instant, Xiaohei's mouth reappeared, unleashing its devouring power, consuming all the severed limbs from the mountain. However, as the limbs diminished, Ling Er's figure did not materialize. Ding! Lifespan supplementation in progress. Supplementation complete. Current lifespan, 1,300 years. Just as the lifespan supplementation concluded, Chen Yi lifted the sword of lifespan above his head. Shall I strike? Yes. With a roar from Chen Yi, the sword of lifespan cleaved through the air. Crack, crack, boom. Instantly, a cacophony of shattering sounds reverberated within the room. Blood surged chaotically, seeping into the ground. The anguished wails, as if liberated, finally ceased. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the room ghost. Reward, 800 experience points. As the system's voice echoed, the ceiling collapsed with a resounding crash. A beam of sunlight streamed in, warm and blinding. Congratulations, player Ling Chen, for slaying the level boss of the terrifying apartment 404 landlord. Game over. Return countdown. 9 minutes 59 seconds. With the chilling announcement of the game world, the room ghost vanished completely, leaving behind only the still wet bloodstains and writhing maggots on the ground. By the way, is Yin Yin all right? Suddenly, Chen Yi recalled that Yin Yin was still upstairs. With the apartment gone, he hoped she had not met her end by his sword. However, as soon as he voiced his concern, Yin Yin appeared before him. Of course I'm fine. You actually deduced that this apartment was eerie and had me divert that old lady beforehand. Truly brilliant. Yin Yin gazed at Chen Yi with admiration. Do you know about the blood auction? Chen Yi inquired suddenly. The blood auction? Yin Yin placed her finger on her lips, pondering with curiosity. After a brief moment, she nodded. I believe I've heard of it. Seeing Yin Yan's familiarity with the blood auction, Chen Yi felt a wave of relief wash over him. He certainly could not take Yin Yin away, yet he could not abandon her either. After all, she was his servant, and a rather unique one at that. Thus, sending Yin Yin to the blood auction was the most prudent course of action. Bai Xian and Xibeier could undoubtedly protect her. Just head directly to the blood auction. Mention my name, and you will be offered a position. Chen Yi smiled as he produced 10,000 horror coins and handed them to Yin Yin as fare for her journey to the auction. You are quite generous. Yin Yan's eyes glistened as she accepted the horror coins. Once Yin departed, Chen Yi stood amidst the ruins, awaiting the conclusion of the countdown. Return countdown. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown reached its conclusion, a surge of crimson light enveloped Chen Yi, rendering him invisible. Shortly thereafter, a figure materialized at the very spot Chen Yi had just occupied. Alas, it seems I must rebuild once more, the cleaner lamented, gazing at the remnants of destruction before her with a heavy sigh. In the blink of an eye, she lay upon the ground, her eyelids gently closing. Suddenly, a sharp cracking sound resonated through the air, and the earth beneath her fractured, revealing a gaping chasm. A colossal black hand emerged from the fissure, seizing the cleaner and dragging her into the abyss. In an instant, an impenetrable mist enveloped the ruins, shrouding the entire area. As the fog dissipated, a new apartment complex stood in its place. Chapter 28, Devouring Shadow Demon. Player name, Ling Chun. Progress settlement in process. Please hold. Settlement complete. Game task, eliminate the landlord. Completed. Game evaluation, level. Perfect. Game reward, 10,000 horror coins, 100 points. In the pitch-black void, Chen Yi slowly opened his eyes, greeted by the ominous chime of the horror game's notification. He paid little heed to the rewards bestowed by the game, for he was never short of horror coins. Notably, after this quest, his level was on the verge of ascending to 3. Level 2, 1902,000. After reviewing his recent gains, Chen Yi departed from the dark expanse, returning to reality. In the outskirts of Xihua City, amidst an abandoned villa, twilight was encroaching, and the streets lay shrouded in fog, obscuring the scenery. What a time to return. Nightfall approaches, he mused, glancing at his phone to find it was already 5 in the afternoon. The streets were deserted, making it impossible to hail a cab home. Thus, he resolved to walk back. Shaking his head, Chen Yi grasped his staff firmly in hand, exiting the derelict villa and stepping into the fog-laden streets. In an unknown alleyway, silence reigned supreme. 3 figures moved swiftly, each wielding a dark staff. They were a hunting squad, dedicated to undertaking missions issued by the Exterminators Alliance to earn their commissions, which, in essence, were horror coins. Their current task was to hunt down a shadow demon of the Ghost General rank. After staking out for a full hour, they finally caught a glimpse of the shadow demon. However, the creature was exceptionally adept at evasion. Despite their relentless pursuit, they had yet to capture it. They could only follow the scant traces it left behind. At that moment, a figure emerged through the mist, brazenly raising its middle finger at the hunting squad while smirking in disdain. Witnessing this, one of the hunters became enraged, tightening his grip on his weapon and charging at the shadowy figure. "Fool!" One of his comrades shouted in vain, too late to intervene. In an instant, the figure vanished into the fog, leaving the reckless hunter momentarily dazed, drenched in cold sweat. "Run!" Suddenly, 2 of his teammates frantically waved at him from a distance. Yet he could hear no sound. In the next moment, a vast shadow of darkness loomed beneath his feet, from which 2 gnarled hands, resembling withered branches, emerged and clutched his ankles. In an instant, the hands exerted a powerful tug, pulling him into the depths of the shadow. Not far away, 2 individuals, upon witnessing their companion vanish amidst the mist, realized with certainty that the shadow specter had claimed another victim. Should we proceed? Wang Tao glanced nervously at the captain beside him. Fear gripped him. He was not ready to meet his demise. The captain, acknowledging the gravity of the situation, nodded resolutely. We must continue. If we do not vanquish the shadow specter, we shall never escape this fog. He rose, gripping the black rod of ghostly energy tightly, and made his way to the spot where their comrade had just vanished. There, on the ground, lay a desiccated corpse, its limbs disassembled, exuding a faint aura of darkness. The captain retrieved the black rod beside the body and resumed the search for the elusive specter alongside Wang Tao. An eerie sensation enveloped them. Suddenly, Chen Yi halted, furrowing his brow as he gazed ahead. The mist in that direction appeared significantly denser, visibly emanating ghostly energy. This energy, at the very least, suggested the presence of a ghostly general. After a moment of contemplation, he decided against involving himself further. The journey home was still long, and returning safely was of utmost importance. However, he had barely taken a few steps when he paused, turning to regard the mist-laden area overflowing with ghostly energy. "Are you certain that consuming this anomaly will elevate your status?" he inquired. "Absolutely. I can sense that by devouring it, I will ascend to the rank of Ghost Commander." Little Black exclaimed with enthusiasm. "Very well. Let us venture forth," Chen Yi replied with a slight smile, tightening his grip on the rod, and stepped into the mist. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, his figure vanished entirely. Simultaneously, within a pitch-black alley, a shadowy figure wiped its mouth, proclaiming, "Another insect has come knocking. Today truly promises a feast." The shadow specter grinned, nonchalantly kicking aside two desiccated corpses on the ground. Beside the remains, two black rods trembled slightly. "Quite the escape artist," Chen Yi muttered, his brow furrowed. Several times he had sensed an uncanny presence nearby, yet each time he approached, the eerie aura dissipated, as if it were toying with him in a game of hide-and-seek. Suddenly, Chen Yi crouched down, cradling his head with his hands, trembling uncontrollably as he chanted, "Do not kill me, do not kill me." At that moment, a colossal shadow materialized beneath him, exuding a potent ghostly energy. Then, two withered hands emerged from the shadow, grasping Chen Yi's ankles with an iron grip. In an instant, the gnarled hands exerted tremendous force, attempting to drag him into the depths of the darkness. Yet, Chen Yi remained unmoved. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere, the shadow specter attempted to flee. However, Chen Yi was not about to grant it such an opportunity. He raised the rod and struck the shadow with fervor. Clang! Day successful. Hearing the system's notification, Chen Yi did not relent. "You enjoy running, do you? You like playing hide-and-seek, do you? Come, let us play." He swung the rod ferociously, striking the shadow 10 times before finally ceasing. Had it not been for Little Black's earlier reminder to keep the specter alive, he might have inadvertently crushed the shadow specter. Setting aside the crying stick, Chen Yi extended his right hand into the shadow. As soon as his hand made contact with the darkness, a searing sensation coursed through him. However, it was but a fleeting moment before Xiao He emanated a ghostly aura, enveloping Chen Yi's right hand in protection. "Got you." Chen Yi grinned, exerting a sudden force. In the next instant, a dark figure was yanked from the ground shadow. Immediately, the shadow on the ground vanished without a trace. Observing the figure in his hand, Chen Yi wore a peculiar expression. Before him stood a bizarre entity, less than a meter tall, entirely shrouded in darkness, with ghastly white eyes. "Are you certain that consuming this will not affect my intelligence?" He couldn't help but inquire. "Of course not. By devouring the shadow ghost, my stealth abilities will ascend to new heights," Xiao He replied. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chen Yi chose not to probe further. In the next moment, Xiao He opened its gaping maw, releasing an intense surge of ghostly energy, and swiftly consumed the shadow ghost. Ding! Lifespan replenishment in progress. Replenishment complete. Current lifespan, 100 years. As the system's prompt resonated, a tremendous wave of ghostly energy erupted from Chen Yi's right hand, swiftly enveloping his entire being. In the blink of an eye, grotesque corpse spots emerged on his body, accompanied by an unbearable itch and pain. His eyes turned a blood-red hue, granting him the ability to pierce through the misty zone. In merely a second, the ghostly energy dissipated, and the corpse spots vanished without a trace. Gasping for breath, Chen Yi hastily examined his body. Upon confirming his well-being, he exhaled in relief. System, what just happened? Ding! The host pet has successfully advanced to Ghost Commander, transferring its abilities back to the host. From this moment forth, the host may utilize all abilities of Xibeier, excluding devouring, including ghostly energy. What is the cost? Chen Yi inwided in astonishment. He was well aware that nothing in life comes without a price, and every benefit is invariably accompanied by a cost. Chapter 29. The terrifying game world map soon. The system's voice echoed once more, addressing Chen Yi's question. Ding! Using supernatural abilities will result in a brief consumption of the host's lifespan. Stunned by the system's response, Chen Yi had not anticipated such simplicity. It was merely a matter of lifespan consumption. He was unperturbed by the loss of lifespan, especially with Xibeier serving as an automatic lifespan replenishment machine, alleviating any concerns. Yet, he pondered the extent of lifespan consumption required. As he mused, grotesque corpse spots re-emerged on his body, while he was enveloped in ghostly energy. Particularly around his right hand, the thick ghostly energy nearly took on a tangible form. Let's test stealth first. In an instant, his figure vanished completely, along with the floating ghostly energy that disappeared without a trace. Half an hour later, Chen Yi's form re-emerged. Frowning, he muttered, "Stealth for half an hour costs a year of lifespan. That seems rather unwise." However, he concluded, having it is better than having none. After grumbling to himself, he exited the misty zone and resumed his journey homeward. At 8:30 in the evening, Chen Yi finally arrived at the entrance of his residential complex. As the sun had long set, the entire neighborhood was enveloped in darkness. Without hesitation, Mr. Liu made his way to the door of room 502 in Building 3. He raised his hand and knocked on the door, yet it remained closed and silent. Observing this, Chen Yi smiled faintly, relieved that the girl was obedient. He knocked again, calling out, "Open the door, it's me." No sooner had the words left his lips than the door swung open. Chen Yi glared at him with an expression full of resentment. "I thought you weren't coming back tonight." With that, she turned and retreated into her room. Chen Yi shook his head with a smile, closed the door, and proceeded to the bathroom for a shower. After refreshing himself, he donned a clean set of clothes, grabbed some snacks and drinks, and returned to his bedroom. He opened a can of Coca-Cola and took a hearty sip, reclining comfortably on the bed. In comparison to the chilling world of horror games, Chen Yi preferred the reality he inhabited. After all, the realm of horror games offered no snacks or Coca-Cola, and human food was exceedingly scarce. In the adjacent room, Chen Yi lay in bed, the covers tightly wrapped around her, completely concealed. Was he truly bizarre? He emitted a foul odor, far more unpleasant than the usual strangeness. With her eyes closed, she mumbled softly, "Your brother is quite formidable. If one were to define him, he could be likened to a ghostly general." Suddenly, a cold, mocking voice echoed in Chen Yi's mind. She shook her head defiantly, declaring, "No matter what he becomes, he will always be my brother." "Brother?" The chilling voice retorted, "The strange do not require kin. Just as you can become the unparalleled king of the strange in the human world." The icy words swirled in her mind, as if attempting to etch these sentiments into her thoughts. "I have said it is impossible." Chen Yi abruptly sat up, her voice sharp. In an instant, the cold voice vanished. Meanwhile, Chen Yi opened his computer and logged onto the website of the Slayers Alliance to browse. It was much like the last time he visited, filled with posts for sharing and seeking assistance, as well as official task announcements. However, he soon noticed a notable difference. In the bottom right corner of the website, a new section had appeared, the black market. He moved the mouse and clicked on the black market, but a message popped up. "Please verify personal information before proceeding." Upon seeing this, he clicked to authenticate his personal details. Upon reaching the personal information section, he furrowed his brow. The only requirement was to input a nickname from the horror game world. Without further thought, he slowly typed Ling Chun, and the computer instantly displayed a message. "Authentication successful." Quickly, he clicked on the black market section once more. This time, there were no barriers, and it opened directly. A series of trading information filled his screen. Ghost-level succubus. Available for companionship, 10,000 horror coins. 1 ghost-level artifact, 2 million Dragon Kingdom coins. Reward of 500 horror coins for providing information about a certain ghost. Shortly thereafter, his mouse hovered over a line of transaction information. Horrific game world map, 5,000 horror coins. He clicked on the transaction details, found the seller's contact information, and inquired directly, "How do we proceed with the transaction?" Before long, a reply came. "Transfer the funds, and the map will be sent to you directly through the website." Stunned by the seller's response, Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the map to be sent directly through the website. The next moment, he facepalmed, realizing he had forgotten that the website could send images. After a brief moment of exasperation, he linked his horror bank card and promptly transferred 5,000 horror coins to the seller. Within a second, the seller received the coins and sent back an image. Chen Yi opened the image to find a map detailing the locations within the horrific game world, with the location of the blood auction prominently marked. To his surprise, the blood auction was indeed far from the horror community, almost a world apart. He hoped that Yin Yin would be able to locate it. After a moment of silent prayer for Yin Yin, he resumed his examination of the horrific game world's map. Soon, he made a significant discovery. There was a bus route traversing the entire map of the horrific game world. This particular bus line was one he had heard others mention on more than one occasion. It was known to all as the Rookie Dungeon, the level 444 blood bus. This dungeon required only that one remain steady and survive until the end to disembark. It could be said to have a relatively high survival rate among all dungeons. Time flew, and before he knew it, it was 11 o'clock. Chen Yi shut down his computer, yawned, and then went to bed. Within a minute, he was fast asleep, snoring away. Meanwhile, a post appeared on the Slayers Alliance website, soaring to the top of the trending list in just half an hour. Shocking. A rookie player has cleared 2-level dungeons and received a perfect rating. In no time, a wave of intrigue surged as countless individuals began to search for information on this rookie player, eager to recruit them into their own factions. Chapter 30. Jing's Hospital. Orthopedics at 2:30 in the morning. The night was silent, shrouded in mist. In his room, Chen Yi suddenly awoke, gasping for breath. What on earth was that? Moments ago, he had experienced a nightmare. In his dream, a 10-meter-tall, muscular monster with 3 heads and 6 arms loomed over him, continuously grinning menacingly. Each of the monster's hands wielded a ghostly artifact of terrifying caliber. He attempted to flee, but found his body completely immobilized. Ultimately, he was crushed beneath the monster's foot. Rubbing his temples, Chen Yi rose to the living room to pour himself a glass of water. Suddenly, a pungent odor wafted through the air, prompting him to wrinkle his brow and glance towards the door. Little Black had brought food to his doorstep. Little Black remained silent, but the ghostly aura emanating from his right hand spoke volumes. Grabbing his weapon, Chen Yi stealthily exited the house and made his way into the corridor. The overhead lights flickered ominously, casting elongated shadows in his wake. Was it upstairs? A waft of blood permeated the air, prompting Chen Yi to murmur a few words before ascending to the 6th floor via the staircase. Upon entering the 6th floor, he was immediately assaulted by a foul stench, a nauseating blend of decay and blood. After taking just a couple of steps, he abruptly sensed something beneath his foot. Glancing down, he discovered he had crushed an eyeball, oozing a repulsive fluid. Suddenly, a distinct sound of someone swallowing echoed through the air. Startled by the noise, Chen Yi lifted his gaze and beheld an individual sprawled on the ground, licking their lips in his direction. Beneath this person lay a grotesque assortment of mangled flesh, interspersed with nails and bones. Delicious, delicious. The person shrieked, suddenly springing to their feet and lunging at Chen Yi with alarming speed. In the past, he might have been caught off guard, but since acquiring the ability to harness Xiao Hei's powers, his vision and reaction speed had improved dramatically, surpassing his previous capabilities tenfold. He twisted his body, raised his club, and brought it down with a swift motion. Ding! Dizziness successful. With the system's notification resonating in his ears, Chen Yi looked down to find the individual rolling their eyes, rendered unconscious. To his surprise, the person was not a creature of the uncanny, but rather an ordinary human. Yet, what drove them to consume flesh? Moreover, how could they possess the ability to dismember? Their appearance was far more bizarre than the uncanny itself. Abruptly, Chen Yi paused, crouching down to examine the person's clothing. In the next moment, a black insect, the size of a fingernail, flapped its wings in an attempt to escape. However, as it took flight, Chen Yi struck it down with his club, producing a resounding thud. "Xiaohei, do you recognize this creature?" Chen Yi inquired, gazing at the black insect he had just dispatched. "It is indeed a denizen of the uncanny world. Known as a puppet worm, this creature possesses the ability to inhabit other beings, exerting control to fulfill its own desires," Xiaohei promptly elucidated. Nodding in acknowledgement, Chen Yi delivered another kick to the puppet worm's remains. He then continued to traverse the 6th floor. After all, it was perilously close to his home, and should he be selected by the horror game once more, he wanted to ensure Chen Yi's safety. After a thorough hour of inspection throughout the entire building, he confirmed there were no significant issues before finally returning home. The following morning dawned bright and sunny. Ever since the arrival of the horror game world and the resurgence of malevolent spirits, such splendid weather had become a rarity in the real world. Yet, one person's mood was decidedly grim. At that moment, Chen Yi lay in bed, his gaze vacant as he stared at the ceiling. A flicker of red illuminated his eyes, casting forth a line of blood-red text. "Dear player Ling Chun, you have been selected for the horror game. Please prepare yourself. Instance countdown, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Damn it, what is going on? Why have I been chosen again? Is everyone else in the world already dead?" He pondered, bewildered by how little time had passed since his last selection. Was the horror game world reluctant to let him return? Sighing, Chen Yi pushed open his bedroom door and made his way to the living room. In the living room, Chen Yi sat quietly on the sofa, cradling her legs, her gaze fixed upon the variety show on the television. "I found myself selected for a horror game." Chen Yi hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Oh, good luck," Chen Yi remarked without diverting her attention. Chen Yi, momentarily a loss for words, turned and retreated to his room. Shortly thereafter, the ominous notification from the horror game echoed once more. "Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Wishing you an enjoyable game." In the next instant, a beam of crimson light enveloped Chen Yi, transporting him instantaneously into the realm of the horror game. "Welcome to the horror game world. Level instance, Jing's Hospital. Number of participants, 20. Jing's Hospital is the largest chain hospital in the horror world, owned by the formidable dark deity, Jing. Game objective, survive for 3 days and earn the heartfelt gratitude of 20 patients. Reward, a discount voucher for Jing's Hospital, 2,000 horror coins and 100 points. The blood-red moon hung high, and the air was thick with malevolence. A lavish hospital materialized before Chen Yi's eyes. A dark deity? Jing? How intriguing that we share the same surname. Muttering to himself, Chen Yi lifted his gaze towards Jing's Hospital. Luxurious. This was the first impression Jing's Hospital left on Chen Yi. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had never encountered a hospital more opulent than Jing's in the real world. Truly a creation worthy of a dark deity. With a sigh of admiration, he stepped into Jing's Hospital. Upon entering, the strange inhabitants of the hospital turned their attention toward him, their eyes gleaming with unmasked greed and desire. In such a bizarre establishment, Chen Yi's arrival felt akin to a lamb entering a den of wolves. Just then, a figure emerged, causing all the patients to avert their gazes in fright. Many of the peculiar beings displayed signs of terror upon sighting this figure. "Greetings, I am Arthur, the vice president of Jing's Hospital," he said, standing a height of 6 feet and clad in a white coat, offering Chen Yi a slight smile. "We are in need of a doctor in orthopedics. You shall go there." As he spoke, Arthur beckoned to a nurse, handing Chen Yi over to her. "New human? It's quite rare for one to be assigned directly to orthopedics," the nurse murmured, scrutinizing Chen Yi up and down. "What is wrong with orthopedics? Is there an issue?" Chen Yi inquired, puzzled. However, the nurse merely glanced at him without responding. Noticing her reticence, Chen Yi smiled faintly and produced 1,000 horror coins, extending them toward her. The sudden appearance of the horror coins startled the nurse, who quickly donned a sycophantic grin. "Oh dear, how embarrassing," she exclaimed, yet her hand naturally accepted the coins. Patients in orthopedics can be quite troublesome. They often claim ailments even when none exist. Moreover, Most orthopedic patients belong to the hospital, and no one dares to provoke them. Many doctors have left orthopedics in frustration. With the allure of coins to guide her, the nurse earnestly began to explain the intricacies of Jing's hospital's orthopedics. Soon, the pair arrived at the fabled orthopedic department. After the nurse draped a white coat over Chen Yi, she promptly turned and departed, seemingly eager to leave the room. On the bed, clad in white, Chen Yi surveyed the consultation room. One must admit, dressed this way, he truly resembled a physician, primarily due to his striking handsomeness. Chapter 31. Is there a ghost king, mother? At Jing Hospital, Orthopedics. Approximately 10 minutes later, a petite nurse approached Chen Yi with his name badge in hand. Glancing at the badge, a subtle smile graced Chen Yi's lips. Jing Hospital, Orthopedics. Attending physician, Ling Chen. Dr. Ling, you may begin consultations, the nurse whispered. Very well. Let us commence. Chen Yi nodded, adopting a serious demeanor. Soon, the door to the consultation room swung open, and a frail man in a hospital gown rushed in, exclaiming, Doctor, my neck hurts terribly. Please help me. Do not panic. Take a seat and explain slowly. Chen Yi reassured him with a gentle smile. The man complied, sitting on the stool and stretching his neck for Chen Yi to examine. It was at this moment that Chen Yi noticed the man's neck was horrifically decayed, exposing blackened bone. Pus oozed from the rotting flesh, creating a most repulsive sight. Wait, are you human? The man suddenly fixed Chen Yi with wide eyes, his gaze revealing a mix of greed and desire. Yes, a newly appointed human doctor, Chen Yi replied, nodding with a smile and gesturing to the badge on his chest. Then you must cure me, or else I shall devour you. The man threatened, grinning menacingly. Not to worry, I am quite adept at healing. Chen Yi grinned back, retrieving a peculiar tool. What is that? This is a marvelous instrument I will use for your treatment, he said, rising to his feet and swinging the tool down onto the man's head. Instantly, a lump formed on the man's skull. Ding! Dizziness successful. As the system notification rang out, a sinister blade materialized in Chen Yi's grasp, under the watchful eyes of the nurse. He gripped the blade tightly and struck the man's neck. Crack! The sound of shattering bone echoed as Chen Yi decapitated the man. He kindly picked up the severed head from the floor and placed it on the table. 10 seconds later, the man slowly opened his eyes, baring his teeth in confusion as he reached for his head, only to encounter bare bone. Where's my head? He screamed in terror, realizing his body stood nearby, most alarmingly without a head atop its neck. How does your neck feel now? Chen Yi inquired playfully, twirling the sinister blade in his hand. The man was about to hurl insults when he caught sight of the blade emanating an aura of death. Instantly, he was too frightened to utter a word. And no, it doesn't hurt anymore, he stammered, waving his hands frantically. Are you satisfied? Very satisfied. Extremely satisfied. The man blinked rapidly, unable to nod. How could he dare express dissatisfaction? His head was gone. Who knew what else might be at risk if he did? Seeing the man's satisfaction, Chen Yi smiled contentedly. Very well, you may leave now, and remember to return for a follow-up appointment. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, the man released a sigh of relief and hurriedly cradled his head, fleeing the scene. Isn't this quite effortless? Chen Yi stretched lazily and remarked casually. Beside him, the young nurse stood frozen in disbelief, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Is this how one practices medicine? He has a neck pain, and you suggest severing it? And then inquire if he is satisfied? How could he possibly express dissatisfaction? The nurse internally lamented, her gaze towards Chen Yi resembling that of someone confronting a devil. 10 minutes later, the examination room welcomed its second patient, a young girl adorned in a red and black dress, her hair styled in pigtails. Little one, what does it hurt? Chen Yi sat up straight, gently inquiring of the girl. Uncle, you smell so good. The little girl suddenly licked her lips, gazing at Chen Yi with a sweet smile. You look quite delectable. She reached out to touch his right hand, prompting the nurse to shut her eyes, fervently praying for her. No, you should call me brother. Chen Yi chuckled, affectionately ruffling the girl's hair. However, he soon discovered that her head seemed devoid of any bone. As his hand gently pressed down, her head squished like a puddle of mush. In the next instant, a chilling aura of a ghostly king enveloped the examination room, the girl radiating a blood-red spectral energy. You will compensate me for my head. A voice that seemed to echo from the netherworld emanated from her. In an instant, her head reverted to its original form, glaring fiercely at Chen Yi. Uncle, please return my head. The little girl flashed a sweet smile, extending her hands towards Chen Yi's head. Throughout the unfolding chaos, Chen Yi remained unmoving. The nurse beside him presumed he had surrendered. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly extended his arms and enveloped the little girl in an embrace, gently placing her on his lap. A peculiar silence fell over the room. Both the little girl and the nurse looked at Chen Yi in disbelief, unable to fathom why he dared to confront a ghostly king. I told you to call me brother, yet you keep calling me uncle. What audacity! Chen Yi scolded, playfully tapping her again. So, you think you can pretend to be a ghostly king here with a head made of dough? Observing the girl's eyes welling with tears, he finally relented, allowing her a moment of respite. As he stood, the girl, with her head bowed, began to sob softly. You are so mean. With that, she turned and dashed away. Tisich, small yet mighty. A little specter managing to exude the aura of a ghost king, parading around here. Chen Yi shook his head, having recognized her as a formidable spirit the moment she entered. Cough, Dr. Ling, I must interject, the nurse awkwardly spoke up. That little girl, her mother, is the vice president of this place. She is a ghostly king. Upon hearing the nurse's words, Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. Vice president? A ghostly king mother? Goodness, this is quite the revelation. Chapter 32, Note, Dean. Dr. Ling, it's time for lunch, the petite nurse eagerly reminded as the last patient departed. Is it lunchtime already? Chen Yi expressed his surprise. Since joining the orthopedics department, he had attended to only 5 patients. Regrettably, none had genuinely expressed gratitude for his efforts, leaving him somewhat disheartened. Despite his commendable work, merely severing necks, delivering 3 swift slaps to the posterior, dislocating legs, extracting coccyxes, and manipulating toes, he received not a single heartfelt thank you. It was truly dismal. The true disappointment lay not in the raucous outbursts, but in the patient's indifference. After changing clothes, Chen Yi accompanied the nurse to the cafeteria, renowned as the finest dining establishment within the hospital, bustling with an array of culinary delights. Having witnessed Chen Yi's remarkable skills, the nurse was particularly amiable. Feel free to select whatever you wish. It's on me, she said, as Chen Yi produced 1,000 horror coins and handed them to her. The nurse stared in astonishment at the stack of coins. 1,000 horror coins, equivalent to her salary for half a month. Was this extravagant expenditure merely for a meal? Despite her thoughts, her hands acted with sincerity, indulging in lavish purchases. Before long, a splendid array of dishes adorned the table, personally served by the cafeteria staff for Chen Yi. Astonished by the feast before him, Chen Yi exclaimed, "Goodness, how did we acquire so much food?" The table was laden with an assortment of dishes, many of which one might not encounter in the real world. On the opposite side, the nurse had procured human hearts, brain matter, and hands. Thank you, Dr. Ling. The nurse expressed her gratitude, promptly devouring her meal. Chen Yi nodded, deliberately avoiding further glances in her direction, fearing that such sights might spoil his appetite. He picked up his chopsticks and relished the luxurious lunch. The braised pork was rich yet not greasy, and the abalone and scallops were astonishingly fresh. He began to question whether that malevolent deity was even human. As Chen Yi savored his meal, a figure approached from a distance. Hey, you seem quite affluent. Why not treat me to a meal? A rotund man clad in a hospital gown, with a voluminous frame and a jowly face, tapped on Chen Yi's table. Hearing this, Chen Yi glanced up momentarily before returning to his meal. The man's expression faltered, quickly morphing into rage. His flesh jiggled like mud as he glared, dark patches appearing on his face. An aura of death mingled with an otherworldly presence emanated from him. Do you dare defy me? He bellowed, his voice chilling. Unfazed, Chen Yi calmly set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. Someone, please give this fat pig a beating. I'll offer 500 horror coins for it, he stated, nonchalantly placing the coins on the table and resuming his meal. Vile rat, perish. The obese man, humiliated, gaped in disbelief and lunged at Chen Yi's neck. In the next instant, a figure sprang forth, delivering a powerful kick to the man's head, sending the 300-pound figure flying across the room. Where did this fat pig come from? Do not disturb my boss while he dines. The bandaged ghost smiled obsequiously, picking up 500 horror coins from the table. The other patients, witnessing the bandaged ghost's acquisition, were filled with envy and regret. Had they known earlier that there was indeed money to be made, they would have joined in. How could it be that the bandaged ghost got the opportunity? Wait. Just as the bandaged ghost had taken a couple of steps, Chen Yi suddenly spoke up. You wouldn't want to backtrack, would you? The bandaged ghost smiled awkwardly. 500 coins are hardly worth my interest. I merely wish to ask you a few questions. 100 coins per question. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, the bandaged ghost's eyes lit up, and it hurriedly squatted beside him. Pray ask away. I assure you, I shall speak candidly and exhaustively. The bandaged ghost patted its chest confidently. How many deputy directors do you have here? Chen Yi inquired directly, simultaneously producing a stack of horror coins. He had many more questions to ask. There are 2 deputy directors, 1 male and 1 female. The male is named Arthur. He treats both patients and doctors well and has a fine reputation. The female is named Eileen. She oversees the hospital's equipment and rarely speaks, rumored to have a bad temper. The bandaged ghost answered promptly without much thought. Chen Yi nodded in acknowledged. It seemed that this Eileen was indeed the female ghost king spoken of by the little nurse, and also the mother of that little lowly. A bad temper could pose some challenges. Contemplating this, he handed a horror coin to the bandaged ghost and continued. Who is the director? The bandaged ghost eagerly accepted the coin, then shook its head. There is no director here. I've heard the former director went to drive a bus. Though I can't say if that is true. In any case, there hasn't been a director for quite some time. After its statement, the bandaged ghost looked expectantly at the horror coins in Chen Yi's hand. Upon hearing the response, Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, leaving the bandaged ghost perplexed. Here, take these horror coins. They're all yours. Very well. Keep up the good work as a ghost. If you feel unwell, come find me in orthopedics. I guarantee I'll cure you. He stuffed all the coins into the bandaged ghost's hands, then returned to his meal. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. The bandaged ghost repeatedly bowed in excitement. After finishing his meal, Chen Yi wandered alone around the hospital. Since there was no director, I shall become the director myself. Surely, Eileen would not cause me any trouble, right? However, he soon discovered a predicament. Damn it, he had money, but nowhere to spend it. After a moment of silence, Chen Yi suddenly noticed that there was a shop within the hospital. He then entered with a smile. Shopkeeper, I deal like 2 boxes each of your finest cigarettes and liquor. A peculiar figure with only half a face was crouched at the counter, and upon hearing Chen Yi's voice, it fell to the ground in fright. However, upon seeing the thick stack of horror coins in Chen Yi's hand, it quickly scrambled up, attempting to smile amiably. Please wait a moment. I'll fetch it for you. With that, the shopkeeper turned and entered the storeroom, quickly returning with 2 boxes in hand. Accepting the boxes, Chen Yi began to inspect their contents. In a box lay a concoction of human whips and a spirit derived from human brains, while another box contained cigarettes he had never encountered before. The total cost? A sum of 36,988, but you may simply provide 36,000 thrill coins. The proprietor replied with a grin, rubbing his hands together. Here, count it yourself. No need for change. Chen Yi placed a thick stack of thrill coins upon the table and lifted the 2 boxes, departing the shop. As for the stack of coins, he estimated it to be no less than 50,000. Chapter 33. The Power Struggle at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. In the office of the vice president at Jing Hospital, Chen Yi, cradling the 2 boxes in one arm, knocked on the door with his right hand. The door opened promptly, revealing Arthur, who regarded Chen Yi with a puzzled expression. What brings you here? Just trying to make a good first impression on my superior? Chen Yi replied with a broad smile as he stepped into Arthur's office and set the boxes down on the floor. He then proceeded to open the boxes, revealing their contents. Upon seeing the spirits and cigarettes, Arthur's face broke into a smile. All right, what is on your mind? Arthur recognized the beverages and tobacco. He indulged in them occasionally, albeit only after payday. I wish to become the director here, Chen Yi stated candidly. He had learned upon his arrival that Arthur detested beating around the bush. Being direct would save much time and effort. Arthur nodded as he took a seat. Being a director is no easy task. First, you must ensure all employees receive their salaries. Second, you need to procure necessary medical equipment and pharmaceuticals. Most importantly, you must possess substantial influence. After articulating this, Arthur fixed his gaze on Chen Yi. Chen Yi nodded in understanding, fully grasping the implications of Arthur's words. Firstly, one must have money. Secondly, one must have a considerable amount of it. Clearly, he met both criteria with ease, possessing an inexhaustible wealth of thrill coins. As for the third point, one must have the strength to protect oneself. Otherwise, one might be consumed by the inexplicable at any moment. What good would being a director be then? In the next instant, Chen Yi retrieved a thrill bank card from his system space. He had previously inquired with Little Black about the origin and purpose of this card. Little Black had informed him that this thrill bank card was akin to a black card in the human realm, prestigious and extraordinary. Indeed, upon seeing the thrill bank card, Arthur was momentarily taken aback. Following this, Chen Yi produced a strange blade, idly toying with it in his hands, emanating a dense aura of ghostly energy. Arthur, having regained his composure, was astounded by the spectral energy radiating from Chen Yi. Ghost energy? Can humans possess ghost energy? Have I been dreaming? Rubbing his eyes, he confirmed the reality before him. Chen Yi indeed exuded a potent ghostly presence. He nodded, then shook his head. Not enough. You must at least secure the backing of a formidable faction. Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. A faction? What kind of faction? Factions like the Zombie Nation or the Vampire Clan, Arthur explained patiently. Upon hearing Arthur's words, Chen Yi immediately understood the implication. It concerned the evaluation of his background. However, apart from the blood auction, he possessed nothing else of significance. According to Arthur, the blood auction certainly could not serve as a credible foundation. At that moment, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he retrieved a wooden token, placing it on the table. Upon seeing the token, Arthur's eyes widened in disbelief as he scrutinized Chen Yi. The insignia of the king of the Little Giant clan? Indeed, you possess remarkable prowess, entirely meeting the dean's criteria. Chen Yi smiled subtly, tucking away the insignia of the Little Giant king. Initially, he thought he would never find a use for it in his lifetime. Yet here it was, proving invaluable. However, whether he could ascend to the position of dean was not solely within his purview. He would also need to secure the approval of the other vice dean. At this juncture, Arthur spoke again. Chen Yi felt somewhat bewildered, as he was well aware of whom Arthur referred to as the other vice dean. However, he had specifically sought out Arthur to avoid encountering Aileen, having struck her daughter. How could he possibly seek her consent? That would be tantamount to courting disaster. Noting Chen Yi's silence, Arthur seemed to discern his thoughts and chuckled. You could seek a breakthrough through her daughter. With these words, Chen Yi's eyes brightened. After departing from Arthur's office, he proceeded directly to the orthopedics ward. Shortly, under the guidance of a nurse, he arrived at a particular patient room. Through the glass door, he beheld the slumbering little girl. Forgive me for being so ruthless, he muttered, before pushing the door open and approaching the young girl. He extended his hand and lightly tapped her on the neck. Instantly, a small black dot appeared on her neck, emanating a spectral aura. Upon completing his task, Chen Yi exhaled in relief, leaving the patient room and heading to Eileen's office. As he entered, a wave of murderous intent locked onto him. In an instant, the room was suffused with a crimson spectral energy. You dare to seek me out? Aileen seethed, her teeth clenched and eyes wide with fury. After the little girl left the orthopedic clinic, she had promptly informed Aileen of the events that transpired. Yet, due to the constraints of work hours, Aileen had refrained from confronting Chen Yi immediately. However, she never anticipated that he would audaciously come to her doorstep seeking his demise. To her astonishment, Chen Yi wore a broad smile, exuding an air of confidence. Observing the stunning woman in the white coat before him, he grinned. Madam, you must consider the well-being of your daughter, no? As soon as the words left his lips, the ghostly energy within the room dissipated, and Eileen's figure vanished. Rather than seizing the opportunity to flee, Chen Yi walked over and seated himself in Eileen's office chair, crossing his legs as he awaited her return. Before long, Eileen strode back into the room, her demeanor frigid. "Speak. What is it that you desire?" "I wish to become the dean," Chen Yi replied with a slight smile, tossing a chilling bank card onto the table. Subsequently, a dense aura of spectral energy emanated from him. Though it did not rival Eileen's earlier intensity, it was nonetheless formidable. Upon catching sight of the horrifying bank card resting on the table, Erin's eyelids flickered ever so slightly. "Very well." She nodded in agreement without hesitation. "Rest assured, once I ascend to the position of director, I shall spare your daughter." Chen Yi tucked the chilling bank card away and approached Erin. In the next moment, he unexpectedly raised his right hand and delivered a sharp slap to Erin's face. "How exhilarating!" Chen Yi exclaimed internally. "This is a punishment for your recent attempt on my life." With that remark, he strolled leisurely out of the office. The moment he stepped outside, he could no longer maintain his facade of calmness and took off running. In truth, he had not harmed the young girl. He merely pointed out a mole that emanated a ghostly aura. It was simply Erin's anxious disposition that amplified the effect. Perhaps another individual would not have reacted in the same manner. Back in the office, Erin was overcome with shame, clenching her fists tightly. Chapter 34. Is it not entirely normal for a human to slay the uncanny? At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a gentle rain began to fall from the sky. In the orthopedic department, Chen Yi donned a white coat and settled into a chair, dozing off. Owing to the rain, there were hardly any patients that afternoon. The nurse beside him was on the verge of sleep as well. Finally, at 3:30, a figure pushed open the consulting room door and entered. "Dr. Ling, Dean AI requests your presence in the obstetrics and gynecology department," a nurse said hurriedly. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi rose and followed the nurse towards the obstetrics and gynecology department. Before long, the words obstetrics and gynecology came into view, and Erin was standing there awaiting his arrival. As Chen Yi approached, Erin turned and entered the building. Noticing this, Chen Yi hastily followed suit. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a patient room, where Erin halted and turned to face him. "The expectant mother inside is your responsibility. Successfully assist in the delivery, and come out to sign the agreement with the dean." With that, Erin departed without further ado. "Dr. Ling, please proceed." The nurse who had accompanied Chen Yi opened the door to the patient room and entered first. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yi followed her inside. As soon as he entered the room, the previously calm, expectant mother suddenly erupted in a fit of rage. Blood streaked across her body, oozing profusely from her wounds. Her belly appeared extraordinarily large, as if she were carrying a multitude of fetuses. "Human, I crave flesh. I desire to devour," the expectant mother screamed, clawing at the air towards Chen Yi. Fortunately, she was securely bound to the bed and unable to rise. "Dr. Ling, you may begin." The nurse handed Chen Yi a scalpel and a sponge. Surprised by the limited instruments, Chen Yi remarked, "Is this all? To deliver a baby? You only provide these 2 items? Are you jesting?" However, upon seeing the encouraging look in the nurse's eyes, he ultimately refrained from inquiring about additional tools. He gripped the scalpel tightly, approached the bed, and took a deep breath. He then lifted the expectant mother's garment and began to measure his movements on her abdomen. "This scalpel seems rather dull," Chen Yi muttered suddenly. Subsequently, he tossed the scalpel onto the floor and retrieved the ghostly blade. The moment the eerie blade appeared, the expectant mother fell silent. "Could you be gentler? Just a bit." As soon as the words left the lips of the mother, Chen Yi swiftly employed his sinister blade to carve an incision into her abdomen. Instantly, dark blood gushed forth like a fountain, splattering him entirely. Ignoring the blood that stained his body, Chen Yi extended his right hand, plunging it into the mother's womb. "I've got you." A grin spread across his face as an ominous aura emanated from his right hand, and he exerted force in an instant. With a wail echoing through the air, a monstrous being was yanked from the mother's belly. This creature possessed 3 heads and 6 arms, with 4 eyes, and its body covered in a multitude of corpse-like spots. Among those ghastly markings, Chen Yi observed countless tendrils writhing, eager to siphon the mother's blood. "Mommy, hold me." The mother, pale and exceedingly weak, was overwhelmed by the sight. Noticing her plight, Chen Yi handed the creature to her. As she embraced her child, a smile of bliss blossomed on her face. Yet, in the next moment, the spots on a monster's body sprouted tendrils measuring 5 centimeters in length, ravenously draining the mother's blood. Once the surface blood was completely consumed, those tendrils burrowed directly into the mother's flesh, voraciously extracting her life force. "Mommy, I'm so hungry." Suddenly, the newborn monster opened its mouth and bit down onto the mother's neck. Throughout the ordeal, the mother maintained her smile. Chen Yi furrowed his brow, gripping the sinister blade tightly as an ominous energy flickered from his right hand. A nearby nurse sensed something amiss with Chen Yi and tugged at his arm. "Leave it be. This is their fate. From the moment they conceive, they're destined to be consumed." At these words, Chen Yi fell silent. He sheathed his blade, pocketed his hands, and exited the ward. As he stepped out, the mother ceased to breathe entirely. The little monster joyfully gnawed on the remnants of its mother's final nourishment. In Eileen's office, when Chen Yi arrived, Arthur was already present. 150 million. Agree and sign the contract. Eileen, her expression impassive, tapped the contract on the table. "Not a problem." Chen Yi shrugged, initially expecting to spend 5 or 600 million. To his surprise, it was merely 150 million horrifying currency. Quite a bargain indeed. After glancing at the contract, he picked up the pen on Eileen's desk and inscribed his name. "How shall I make the payment?" Chen Yi grinned, his gaze drifting to Eileen's chest. During the Crimson auction, he had made payments directly with a card. He experienced the treatment. "Oh, how delightful!" Eileen immediately understood his implication and shot him a glare. She then picked up an object that closely resembled a computer mouse from the table. "You can swipe your card here." At her words, Chen Yi felt a twinge of regret, but said nothing further. After completing the card transaction, he officially became the director of this Jing hospital. One question: am I now free to act as I please within the hospital? He placed the contract into his system space, smiling as he inquired. Eileen nodded, albeit in confusion. "Thank you." Chen Yi grinned, and an intense aura of ominous energy radiated from him. The sinister aura was laced with an overwhelming intent to kill, causing Aaron to involuntarily shiver. In the next moment, he drew forth his eerie blade and turned to depart. As he observed Chen Yi's retreating silhouette, Aaron began to surmise something intriguing about this new director. Arthur, standing nearby, widened his eyes at Aaron's words, then shook his head and rose to leave. In the obstetrics ward, Chen Yi returned to the room where the surgery had just taken place. At that moment, the mother on the bed had vanished, leaving behind only dark bloodstains on the sheets and a grotesque creature, its mouth smeared with blood. Upon seeing Chen Yi, the nurse froze and hurriedly obstructed his path, exclaiming, "You cannot. It is a patient." "A patient? What does that concern me?" Chen Yi replied with a grin, his right hand shrouded in malevolent energy as he seized the satiated monstrosity. The creature, angered by his grasp, spat a foamy spray of blood at him, the stench unbearable. "You see, it was the creature that provoked me first," he said, turning to the nurse with a faint smile, before raising his eerie blade and plunging it directly into the creature's head. A scream echoed throughout the entire floor. Observing the creature, still thrashing, Chen Yi lifted his blade and relentlessly struck again. Ding! Congratulations, host has slain the bizarre creature, earning 300 experience points. In an instant, a brilliant light flickered as Chen Yi's level ascended to 3. "Are you not afraid of the director seeking retribution for your actions?" The nurse trembled at his side, unable to fathom that Chen Yi had truly dared to kill the creature, despite her own disdain for it. "Oh, is that so? I am indeed unafraid. For I am now the director of this hospital. They are merely vice directors. Besides, as a human, is it not entirely ordinary to slay a bizarre entity?" Chen Yi flashed a smile, appearing harmless, if only his clothes were not stained with blood. Chapter 35. The legitimate lowly. Little Black devour it. Chen Yi sheathed his eerie blade and raised his right hand, as Little Black's mouth swiftly appeared, consuming the creature's remains. Ding! Lifespan replenishing. Replenishment complete. Current lifespan, 99 years. Without lingering further, Chen Yi exited the ward. As he stepped into the corridor, the patients turned their gazes toward him. Once glimmering with an eerie hunger, their eyes shifted in terror upon noticing the black blood upon him. "Good day, Director. This way, please." At that moment, a petite nurse from the orthopedics department approached, bowing respectfully to Chen Yi. Without hesitation, he followed her. Soon, under the nurse's guidance, Chen Yi arrived at the rear of the hospital, specifically the staff dormitory area. There stood a two-story bungalow, marked with the words, "Director's Quarters." The nurse retrieved a key and unlocked the door, saying, "This is your residence. Should you need anything, feel free to summon me." After the nurse departed, Chen Yi began to inspect the room. After thoroughly examining both levels, he plopped down onto the sofa in the living room on the first floor. The life of the affluent is indeed so simple and unadorned. Chen Yi sighed with immense satisfaction as he opened his personal panel. Player, Ling Chun. Gender, male. Level, 3, 200, 3000. Horror coins, 9, 600, 000, 000. Points, 200. Roll points, 50. Occupation, owner of the blood auction house. Director of the Jing Hospital Branch, chef, temporary. At this moment, Chen Yi's personal panel was undeniably extravagant. The director of a branch hospital? No wonder the hospital created by the evil god cost a staggering 150 million horror coins. How much would the entire Jing hospital be worth? He pondered this and found it somewhat unrealistic. How could the evil god possibly sell the entire hospital to him? It was as if the branch director had taken a detour to drive a bus. Otherwise, he would never have had this opportunity. Soon, Chen Yi's gaze shifted to the personal quest within the dungeon. Receive heartfelt gratitude from patients. 120. To his astonishment, there was indeed one. Chen Yi was utterly surprised. With his method of treating patients, he had somehow earned their gratitude. Truly bizarre. Beep. Side quest triggered. Rescue second personality. Suddenly, the chilling notification from the horror game world echoed abruptly. The frigid and piercing voice left Chen Yi momentarily stunned. A side quest? Was this a new feature? Why had he never encountered this before? In the previous 2 dungeons, he had not come across any side quests. Completing the main quest had led directly to the conclusion. What did it mean to rescue a second personality? Chen extended his hand to click on the side quest, and a line of blood-red text materialized before him. Name, Aileen. Gender, female. Occupation, Vice Director of Jing Hospital. Cause of illness, schizophrenia, coexistence of second personality. Quest, rescue the second personality. Help her become herself again. Chen Yi was somewhat bewildered. He had not anticipated that the side quest would be related to Aileen. Moreover, the description of the quest was exceedingly terse, merely stating to rescue her without providing any methods. He rubbed his temples in exasperation. With 2 days and 3 nights ahead, it was best to take things one step at a time. At 5 in the afternoon, the hospital had not yet closed, and the cafeteria was preparing dinner. At this moment, Chen Yi strolled into the cafeteria with his hands clasped behind his back. He surveyed the various windows in the cafeteria before finally pausing at one of them. "Hey there, mind if I whip up a couple of dishes?" Chen Yi smiled at the chef, only to receive an eye roll in return. Unfazed by this reaction, he pulled out 5,000 horror coins from his pocket and placed them on the counter. "Can we cook now?" The chef, initially impatient, turned around to berate him, but was taken aback by the thick stack of horror coins. "My dear sir, please step inside. How may I assist you? Or you could stand on me while I cook." The chef, now ingratiating, tucked away the horror coins with a smile. "Cough, let's tone it down a bit. I preferred your earlier defiant demeanor," Chen Yi said, clearing his throat as he donned an apron and approached the stove. "Yes, sir." The chef stood up straight, shouting in response. In a short while, Chen Yi deftly maneuvered the spatula and began to sort the ingredients. The fare consisted, of course, of some putrid flesh, human brains, limbs, and bones. After completing each dish, Chen Yi would discreetly add a drop of liquid into the pot. The chef nearby feigned ignorance, glancing around nervously. As the clock struck 6, the hospital's workday concluded, and the cafeteria opened its doors. Soon, doctors, nurses, and patients flooded into the dining hall to procure their meals. "What are you doing here?" Aaron happened to pass by, and was taken aback to see Chen Yi standing at the window, just experiencing life. Why not have a meal here, Director AI? Chen Yi flashed agudin. Aaron was ready to refuse, but was swayed by Chen Yi's next remark. Once you finish your meal, I will go save your daughter. Gazing at Chen Yi's innocuous smile, Aaron was infuriated. Ultimately, she purchased her meal from Chen Yi. Watching Aaron consume the food he had prepared, he finally broke into a joyful smile. Do well, I have faith in you. He encouraged the chef with a pat on the shoulder. After removing his apron, he sat down at Aaron's table. Once seated, he fixed his gaze on Aaron, intermittently chuckling to himself. Aaron felt somewhat uneasy under his stare, but did not leave. 20 minutes later, after finishing her meal and wiping her mouth, she asked, "Can we go say my daughter now?" The mention of her daughter instantly chilled Aaron's tone, tinged with a hint of menace. Of course. Chen Yi nodded and stood up, leading the way out while muttering, "I didn't expect you to be so feisty." In the orthopedic ward, Chen Yi and Aaron stood at the doorway, peering into the room where a little girl lay sleeping soundly, occasionally smacking her lips. "How old is she?" Chen Yi asked abruptly. 150, Aaron replied with a blank expression. "Goodness, one would never guess. She is quite the legal lowly." Chapter 36. Aaron? AI Qian? A tragic childhood pushing open the door to the hospital room. Chen Yi stepped inside. As he entered, the little girl awoke, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Upon seeing Chen Yi, she was startled. "Pervert, what are you doing here?" The memory of his 3 slaps had left her with psychological scars. Oh, the title has changed again. Indeed, one's reputation precedes them. What was in the past is now the present pervert. Chen Yi smiled, pulling 2 lollipops from his pocket, which he had purchased from the store. One cost 10 horrifying coins. This was all part of his strategy for Aaron's side quest. He recognized how much Aaron valued her daughter. Thus, he could easily leverage this little girl. First and foremost, it was essential to build rapport. The little girl hesitated for a moment, but ultimately succumbed to the allure of the lollipops and reached out to take one. "All right, but I haven't forgiven you yet. Unless you buy me 5 more lollipops." She unwrapped 1 lollipop and popped it into her mouth, speaking indistinctly. "Of course, that won't be a problem." Chen Yi nodded, deeming it merely a trifling matter, indifferent to its significance. Just then, Aaron outside the door cleared her throat, seemingly reminding Chen Yi that it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Understanding her implication, Chen Yi raised his right hand and snapped his fingers lightly. Immediately, a wisp of dark energy emanated from the little girl's neck, gradually dissipating. "All right, go back to sleep now. If you feel bored, remember to come find your brother to play," he said, gently patting the little girl's head before rising to leave the hospital room. Outside the ward, Aaron's demeanor finally softened. "No longer icy. Director Aaron, since work has concluded, I shall take my leave," he remarked. "By the way, if you find it difficult to sleep tonight, feel free to come to my room." Chen Yi flashed a grin at Aaron before turning to depart. Although Aaron did not respond, he was quite certain she would indeed visit his room that night. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Chen Yi lay on the sofa in the living room, eyes closed in a light doze. The horror game world lacked televisions, let alone computers or mobile phones. Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed. Slowly opening his eyes, Chen Yi smiled at the thought. Finally, she has arrived. He got up and walked to the door, turning the doorknob to open it. Outside stood Aaron, having shed her white coat, clad in a form-fitting black outfit that was undeniably alluring. "Please come in," Chen Yi smiled slightly, stepping aside. Aaron did not hesitate, striding in with purpose. "Have a seat. My hospitality may be lacking, so please forgive me," he said, retrieving a prepared beverage from the refrigerator and placing it on the table before her. "Director Aaron, did you come here late at night because you missed me?" he softly inquired as he settled beside her. As soon as the words left his lips, a barely perceptible shiver coursed through Aaron's body. "And no," she stammered. "I heard from the nurses that your medical skills are commendable. I've been feeling a bit unwell these past few days, so I thought I would come to see you." She raised her hand to massage her temples, as if experiencing a headache. Commendable medical skills? Chen Yi was taken aback, surprised by the nurse's high regard for him. Was his rudimentary medical knowledge truly noteworthy? "Cough. Let's not dwell on that. I will certainly make you feel better," he assured her with a grin. "Come, lie down." and let me take a good look at you. He patted his thigh, signaling Aaron to recline. Understanding his intent, Aaron's cheeks flushed, yet she did not refuse. Gradually lying down, the moment she drew near, a delicate fragrance wafted into Chen Yi's senses, momentarily distracting him. Taking a few deep breaths, he placed his hands on Aaron's head, beginning to massage her gently. His movements were slow, yet precise and firm. In the blink of an eye, Aaron's breathing steadied, clearly having slipped into slumber. This sleeping potion is truly remarkable, Chen Yi sighed softly. His venture into the kitchen to prepare a meal was not out of mere idleness, but rather with purpose. He had purchased a bottle of sleep elixir from the system's marketplace to incorporate into the dish. This potion did not induce sleep solely by consumption. It required a specific technique of massage to be effective. Thus, Chen Yi had gambled on the certainty that Aaron would indeed seek him out. Fortunately, he won the bet. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss regarding how to proceed with this side quest. After confirming that Eileen was sound asleep, Chen Yi stealthily moved her from his lap. A case of dissociative identity disorder, seeking to rescue the second personality. Yet, how could he ascertain the existence of this second self? He stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. In the next moment, Chen Yi produced a wooden stick and struck Eileen on the head with it. Ding! Dizziness failure. The system's notification rang out, leaving him momentarily stunned. Failure? Could one actually fail at such a task? This was truly unprecedented. Just then, the slumbering Eileen suddenly opened her eyes, sat up, and stared blankly at Chen Yi. More precisely, she was fixated on the stick in his hand. Noticing Eileen's gaze, Chen Yi awkwardly smiled and tucked the stick away. Just a little, an unexpected turn of events. However, Eileen completely disregarded him, continuing to stare at his hand. At that moment, Chen Yi finally realized that Eileen was looking at his right hand, where the presence of the little black entity resided. With this thought, he was already prepared to draw the sword of life. Who are you? Suddenly, Eileen raised her head in confusion and directed her question at Chen Yi. Taken aback by her inquiry, Chen Yi froze. Had she lost her memory? Surely not. Could a failure in dizziness lead to amnesia? Wait, could this be her second personality? What is your name? Chen Yi tentatively asked. I am Aiqian. What is your name? Eileen replied with a naive smile, utterly incongruous with her previous demeanor. Chen Yi's heart raced. Indeed, it was a second personality. He approached and sat beside Aiqian, asking, Do you know Eileen? Upon hearing his question, Aiqian pondered for a moment before shaking her head. She did not recognize her? How was he to rescue her? Moreover, both of her personalities appeared quite pleasant. Why was there a need for rescue? Instantly, a myriad of questions swirled in Chen Yi's mind. Ding! Side quest triggered. Rescue the second personality. 2. Suddenly, a line of crimson text appeared before his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he promptly chose to open it. Another line of blood-red text emerged. She once endured an exceptionally tragic childhood, but before that, she was innocent and blissfully happy. Chapter 37. Xibeier, the experiment, an exceptionally tragic experience? Chen Yi was somewhat taken aback. This notification clearly referred to Eileen, but how could he possibly know the details of her harrowing childhood? Even if he sought someone to inquire, would he be able to find out? You haven't told me your name yet. At this moment, Aiqian placed her hands on her hips, puffing out her cheeks as she exclaimed. Chen Yi grinned widely and promptly responded, My name is Chen Yi, and I am your husband. Upon hearing Chen Yi's reply, Aiqian was momentarily stunned, her expression betraying disbelief. Husband? When did she acquire a husband? However, this husband was rather handsome. Did my father arrange this marriage for me? Aiqian appeared to swiftly accept the notion of having a handsome husband, eagerly inquiring. As she uttered the word father, her demeanor visibly shifted with excitement. Noticing this, Chen Yi grasped Aiqian's hand and said, Indeed, it was my father who made me your husband. However, I am not well acquainted with him. Could you elaborate on him for me? For reasons unknown, a premonition stirred within him, suggesting that the father Aiqian spoke of might hold the key to unlocking the side quest. Father? Aiqian murmured, lost in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke again. My father was once a physician at the hospital, renowned for his exceptional skills. He was a man of great integrity. who sacrificed immensely for me, even his life. Yet, I harbor a deep resentment towards him. Suddenly, AI Chen's eyes turned bloodshot, her teeth bared in fury, as a crimson aura enveloped her, forcefully propelling Chen Yi away. He stumbled to the ground, taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Oh no, AI Lin has emerged. He hastily rose and swung a blunt object, striking AI Lin on the head. Ding! Dizziness successful. Fortunately, this time it did not fail, otherwise. Confronting a frenzied Ghost King would have posed a considerable challenge. With that blow, AI Lin collapsed, slipping into a deep slumber. After waiting for an extended period and observing that AI Lin showed no signs of awakening, Chen Yi draped his jacket over her. He then stood up, opened the door, and stepped outside. As night descended and the crimson moon hung high, the Jing hospital lay enveloped in silence, with patients long since asleep. Only a handful of on-duty medical staff remained, dozing in their chairs. At that moment, a figure entered the hospital's archives. Being a doctor at the hospital, there must surely be records available. Chen Yi murmured softly, closing the door to the archives behind him, and began to rummage through the shelves. Suddenly, a loud crashing sound echoed within the archives. Chen Yi quickly halted his movements, gripping the strange blade tightly. At the same time, a pair of blood-red eyes opened in the dark corner, silently observing Chen Yi. Am I hearing things? He muttered, continuing to search for AI Lin's father's records. As he shifted his feet, a splashing sound emerged beneath him. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a puddle of water on the floor, which he had unknowingly stepped into. Is it really water? Something feels off. He bent down for a closer inspection, only to be met with a sudden wave of a metallic scent. Almost immediately, he was enveloped by a chilling aura as a shadowy figure emerged from the corner. A little mouse has snuck in, the figure rasped, its voice reminiscent of a rusty saw, sending shivers down one's spine. It has been far too long since I feasted. Finally, a hearty meal awaits. As it approached the crouching Chen Yi, it suddenly froze upon reaching him. There stood Chen Yi, a smile upon his face, his right hand shrouded in ghostly energy, clutching the strange blade tightly. I was initially disinterested in killing you, yet you chose this path of self-destruction. As his words fell, he swiftly rose and executed a decisive strike to the throat. The enigmatic figure had yet to comprehend the situation before its body was severed. Xiaohei, it's time to dine. In an instant, Xiaohei's maw appeared and devoured the enigmatic corpse, relishing the feast. After a brief interlude, Chen Yi resumed his search through the files. At last, after half an hour, he discovered the dossier pertaining to Aaron's father. Jing Hospital, Deputy Director, Xibeier. With the surname AI and holding the position of Deputy Director, it seemed highly probable. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yi reached out to open Xibeier's file. Immediately, the details of Xibeier's dossier came into view. He scrutinized the document with growing admiration, as it meticulously chronicled every surgery performed by Xibeier, including a multitude of perilous operations. Furthermore, it noted the numerous accolades he had received, indicating an impeccable reputation. Given such commendable records, why would Aaron harbor hatred towards him? Chen Yi, filled with curiosity, turned to the second page. Upon reading the initial line, he found himself momentarily speechless. The first sentence on the second page read, Deputy Director Xibei's proposal for a bizarre experiment has been approved. His daughter will serve as the primary subject. Following this, the document elaborated on the timeline, location, and failures of the experiment, along with lessons learned. However, there was a gap of 3 months during which the experiment was halted. It was during this interval that Xibeier took his daughter away from the hospital. Shortly thereafter, they returned 3 months later. From that point onward, the experiment proceeded smoothly, and the subject appeared transformed, becoming taciturn. Ultimately, after a year of experimentation, Xibeier met an untimely demise, and his daughter vanished. Thus, the experiment was abruptly terminated. What was the true purpose of this experiment? Why were there no records detailing its ultimate objective? Chen Yi continued to peruse the documents, only to find no indication of the experiment's final intent. Suddenly, a piece of paper slipped from the dossier. Chen Yi bent down to retrieve the fallen sheet, discovering it covered in strange characters that he could not decipher. In desperation, he called upon Xiao He for translation. As he listened to Xiao He's words, Chen Yi's brow furrowed. It seemed Xibeier could hardly be deemed a father, treating his daughter in such a manner. The essence of the note conveyed, "Dear Aaron, I am sorry, for I have committed acts unworthy of a parent. Yet, my only desire is to resurrect your mother through you. You must understand, I miss her dearly, and I hope you can forgive me." In that moment, Chen Yi finally grasped the objective of the experiment, to use Aaron's body to bring Xibei's wife back to life. Specifically, it aimed for a coexistence of souls. Thus, AI Qian was indeed Aaron's mother and Xibei's wife. This was utterly bewildering. Chapter 38. Level 8 Player Solomon. Suddenly, the door of the archive room swung open from the outside, and a figure stepped inside. Chen Yi utilized the stealth abilities of his companion, Xiao He, to conceal himself against the wall. Observing the individuals who entered, he furrowed his brows, realizing he had never encountered this person before. Although he had only been at the hospital for a day, he had managed to explore nearly every corner. He had seen all the nurses and doctors, yet this individual was entirely unfamiliar. The person walked directly to the file rack and retrieved a document, precisely the file on SB that Chen Yi had just finished examining. With the file in hand, the man turned and exited the archive room. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yi swiftly followed suit, maintaining his hidden presence. Before long, he trailed the man to the hospital's accommodation area, watching as he entered an employee dormitory. Another accomplice? Chen Yi muttered, positioning himself quietly at the door, straining to listen. Soon, the sounds of a heated argument erupted from within, accompanied by a chilling aura seeping through the cracks of the door. After a tense moment, a metallic scent of blood wafted out from the room. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the man emerged, drenched in blood, still clutching SB's file. Peering through the gap, Chen Yi observed nothing but a pool of blood inside, with no body in sight. It seemed the man must have consumed the victim directly. Without further contemplation, he continued to follow. Abruptly, the man ahead halted, turning to face the direction where Chen Yi lurked. "Come out. The scent of blood has already betrayed your presence." Yet, Chen Yi remained silent, choosing not to reveal himself. "Want to follow?" "Then do so," the man shrugged, resuming his path. Approximately 10 minutes later, Chen Yi found himself accompanying the man to the hospital's morgue. The man opened the large door and approached a table where a corpse lay. In the next instant, he lifted the sheet covering the body. Chen Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the corpse, for its appearance was an exact match to the photograph of SB in the file. Well, I never imagined it would actually be here. Aaron certainly has remarkable restraint in not devouring you," the man remarked, shaking his head in disbelief. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Solomon, a level 8 player. I assume you also accepted Aaron's side quest?" Suddenly, Solomon turned his gaze toward Chen Yi's hiding spot. Introducing himself, recognizing that further concealment was futile, Chen Yi revealed himself. "Ah, a level 3 player. Impressive," Solomon exclaimed, acknowledging Chen Yi's rank. "If I am not mistaken, Aaron must be with you now. Therefore, if you wish to complete the side quest, let's collaborate." Solomon smiled and bowed slightly toward Chen Yi. "Of course. Collaborating with an esteemed level 8 player is an opportunity one cannot pass up," Chen Yi replied with a smile, stepping closer to Solomon. At that moment, the usually silent Xiao He unexpectedly spoke, informing Chen Yi that the Solomon before him harbored a formidable entity within, at least at the level of a ghost king. The directive was clear: bring SB's body to Aaron and dismember it before her eyes. "It seems that the task may come to an end, does it not?" Solomon grinned, resembling a madman. "I am at your service," Chen Yi nodded, feigning the demeanor of an obedient and understanding companion. Subsequently, the two men pushed the cart containing SB's lifeless body towards the dormitory area. "Once we leave this place, would you care to join me? I can assure you a life of luxury and wealth," Solomon casually remarked during their journey. "Unfortunately, I am not a person of grand ambitions. Merely being able to eat and drink to my satisfaction brings me great contentment," Chen Yi replied with a smile, subtly declining Solomon's offer. It was no jest. He possessed billions of terrifying coins and 2 ghostly king servants. Not even a level 9 overlord could sway him. Solomon nodded, his gaze turning cold, and he fell silent. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the director's dormitory, and upon seeing the words director's dormitory, Solomon displayed little surprise. Chen Yi took the lead and opened the door. Inside, Eileen lay sleeping on the sofa, still unaware of her surroundings. Solomon hoisted the cart with one hand and brought it into the room, placing it before Eileen. As she slept, Eileen suddenly caught a whiff of a familiar scent, causing her to furrow her brow. In the next moment, she abruptly opened her eyes, catching sight of Espy's corpse on the cart. Instantly, her eyes turned blood red, and a fierce aura of killing intent erupted from her being, locking onto Chen Yi and Solomon. Esteemed Director Eileen, please do not misunderstand. I am merely here to rescue you, Solomon calmly stated, managing to free himself from Eileen's deadly gaze. At the same time, a ghostly energy surged from him, albeit weaker than Eileen's. Chen Yi stood quietly to the side, motionless, as if he were invisible. I am aware of your childhood tribulations. It would be better to dismember this beast, for otherwise, your resentment shall remain unquenched. As Solomon spoke, the ghostly energy in his right hand coalesced into a black cleaver, dripping with blood, grotesque and enchanting. Are you not afraid of death? Eileen glared fiercely, her voice resonating as if from the depths of hell, chilling to the bone. Of course I fear it, but I desire more to save you, Solomon replied, raising his right hand and striking towards Espy's body. However, at that moment, a flash of white light darted by. A crimson-black long sword intercepted Solomon's cleaver. What are you doing? Solomon turned incredulously to face Chen Yi, who wielded the sword of lifespan. He regretted not eliminating Chen Yi when he had the chance, right after the latter had declined his proposal. Patience. The protagonist has not yet spoken. Why the rush? Chen Yi grinned innocently. In that fleeting instant, he had gained clarity on many matters. Perhaps the relationship between Espy and Eileen was far more complex than it appeared. Congratulations, dear director, you have survived. Simultaneously, Eileen clapped her hands in approval, and in an instant, she vanished. The next moment, she reappeared behind Solomon, enveloping him in a shroud of ghostly energy. As Solomon prepared to lift his black cleaver to sever Aaron's spectral energy, Chen Yi swiftly intervened, severing the weapon with a single stroke of his sword. No. How could I, a dignified being, be thwarted by such a trifling level 3 wretch? Solomon cried out in despair, his spirit seemingly extinguished. Yet his body did not collapse. Instead, it began to exude a dense aura of malevolence. Sensing the shift, Chen Yi hastily drew his sword, only to be repelled by the sinister energy emanating from Solomon. Chapter 39. The Mysterious Controller. Chen Yi's speculation, alas. The filthy rat proved to be far too feeble, meeting its demise with such astonishing ease. What a waste of the years I have invested in its training. Solomon's eyes turned pitch black, enveloped in a shroud of dark energy, his murderous intent locking on Chen Yi with ferocity. Who would have thought that a mere insect like you could disrupt my grand design? You shall perish. Solomon sneered, the black cleaver rematerializing in his right hand as he lunged toward Chen Yi's head. However, at that moment, a pair of delicate, alabaster hands appeared before Chen Yi, grasping Solomon's cleaver firmly. You shall not wreak havoc here. Aaron's expression was icy, fissures appearing across her body, oozing black blood. Alert. Target, Solomon. Possessed spirit. Strength. Level 3 Ghost King. Lifespan cost, 500 years. Remaining lifespan, 99 years. Confirm execution. At that moment, a peculiar message materialized before Chen Yi, revealing Solomon's formidable status. He furrowed his brow, surprised to discover that his opponent was indeed a level 3 Ghost King, similar to the formidable Baishian he had encountered previously. He then turned his gaze towards Aaron. Alert. Target, Aaron. Strength. Level 2 Ghost King. Lifespan cost, 450 years. Remaining lifespan, 99 years. Confirm execution. Only a level 2 Ghost King? Chen Yi was taken aback. having initially assumed Aaron would at least match Solomon's strength. This posed quite a dilemma. Little Black, how much lifespan can you replenish now? 300 years. Little Black answered without hesitation. Chen Yi pondered. Even combined, it barely amounted to 400 years. There was no way to vanquish Solomon. Yet, he did not succumb to despair. As Aaron engaged Solomon, he quickly scoured the system store. After an exhaustive search, he found nothing that could guarantee a swift victory. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope sparked in his mind, and he spent his remaining 50 points to acquire an item. Mysterious Controller. Grade. Function. Can forcibly summon a bizarre servant for a limited duration of 10 minutes, or up to 24 hours. Note, this controller is not fully developed and may summon unexpected entities. Used with caution. Simultaneously, a black card materialized in Chen Yi's hand, adorned with the bold characters, Summon. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the mysterious controller. In the next instant, a brilliant red light erupted from the black card, piercing through the house and soaring into the heavens. Aaron and Solomon, engaged in combat, turned their gazes towards Chen Yi upon hearing the commotion. To their astonishment, they discovered that an unfamiliar figure had appeared beside him. What? It's you. Chen Yi exclaimed in shock at the sight of this presence. As the red light from the black card faded, Sybil abruptly materialized next to Chen Yi. As before, her eyes remained vacant, standing quietly beside him. It's you indeed. Go on, eliminate that fellow, he commanded, handing the enigmatic blade to Sybil and gesturing toward Solomon. In an instant, Sybil vanished from sight. The next moment, Solomon abruptly turned, his black machete swinging violently. However, the strike met only air. Simultaneously, a red-black dagger appeared at Solomon's neck. With a swift motion, the dagger glided, and a stream of blood gushed forth from his throat. Following this, a ghastly aura writhed around him, emerging from the wound. Quick, destroy it, Chen Yi shouted urgently. Sybil and Aaron acted in unison, intercepting the fleeing specter. Realizing escape was futile, the ghost ceased its struggle, solidifying into a distinct figure. Let me go, and I shall grant you endless wealth and glory. The possessing spirit, cloaked in darkness with hollow eyes and a chipped machete, pleaded. Sorry, but I have no shortage of money, Chen Yi replied with a grin, nodding at Sybil. In response, Sybil, expressionless, raised the enigmatic blade. With a decisive motion, she dispatched the possessing spirit. Why does it seem that Sybil has grown stronger? Chen Yi muttered to himself. Initially, he had intended to summon Bai Xian, as she was a true third-tier ghost king. Sybil, merely a first-tier ghost king, could only harness the capabilities of a ghost general. Yet in that moment, Sybil's display rivaled that of a third-tier ghost king. Suddenly, Chen Yi noticed Sybil gazing intently at the enigmatic blade, seemingly enamored with it. That must be the reason, he mused, nodding as he approached her to reclaim the blade. The enigmatic controller's summoning lasted only 10 minutes after that. Sybil would return to her original state. If he were to take the blade with him, he would lose a prestigious Ghost King artifact to boast about. At that moment, Aaron approached Chen Yi. Mr. Ling Chun, I cannot thank you enough. Had it not been for you, my father's body would surely have been desecrated. I am the dean after all. For the sake of my staff, it is all worth it, Chen Yi replied with a demeanor of righteousness, while inwardly reflecting. Meanwhile, Sybil suddenly vanished from sight. Beep. Enigmatic controller cooldown countdown. 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Chen Yi paid no mind to Sybil, relishing in the softness around him. Dean, I must return my father's body. My apologies. After a brief moment, Aaron, her face flushed, released Chen Yi's hand. Chen Yi, still longing, withdrew his hand reluctantly. As Aaron pushed the cart to the doorway, she suddenly turned to Chen Yi and said, Wait for me tomorrow night. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi's heart raced. What could it mean? In the stillness of the night, a solitary man and woman. What a tantalizing prospect. Perhaps she has serious matters to attend to? Yes, serious matters indeed. After Xibeier left, Chen Yi instructed Xiaohe to consume the remains of Solomon and the possessed spirit. Ding! Lifespan replenishing. Replenishment complete. Current lifespan, 599 years. This time, Xiaohe replenished Chen Yi's life by a remarkable 500 years. On the couch, Chen Yi seemed oblivious to the system's notification, closing his eyes and furrowing his brow. Judging by Erin's reaction, she likely harbored no ill feelings toward Espy. As for AI Qian, it was inconceivable that she would dislike Espy. Thus, only one person remained. Chapter 40. Task completed. AI Qian. The following morning, at 8 o'clock, two nurses placed tables and chairs in the center of the hospital. They unfurled a banner that read, "The director personally conducts consultations. All are welcome." Patients who had just finished their breakfast gathered curiously at the sight. The director? Was it Director Erin or Director Arthur? Regardless, a director is still a director. Indeed, far better than those mediocre doctors, right? While the crowd speculated, Erin, clad in a white coat, approached from a distance. Her expression was icy as she walked directly to the tables, but did not sit down. This scene left many patients perplexed. However, the next moment, Chen Yi, dressed in a white coat and flanked by 6 beautiful nurses, arrived at the tables. "Director Ling, please take a seat." Erin slightly bowed to Chen Yi with utmost respect. Witnessing this, all the patients were utterly astonished. They were well aware that Erin was the deputy director of Jing's hospital, known for a fiery temper and propensity to threaten patients with drastic measures, instilling fear in all male patients. Yet, here was Erin, bowing to a man with such deference. The most outrageous part? That man was indeed human. Ahem, allow me to introduce myself. I am Ling Chun, the director of Jing's hospital. Note, I am the director, not the deputy director. Chen Yi flashed a smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. With an innocent demeanor and handsome visage, he instantly attracted the attention of several female patients. Today, this director is offering free consultations. Anyone with any ailment is welcome to visit. Acknowledging your concerns, did you see that patient over there? Initially suffering from neck pain, thanks to my miraculous treatment, he now feels no discomfort whatsoever. As Chen Yi spoke, he pointed to a peculiar figure cradling his head nearby. This was the first patient he had attended to since arriving at the orthopedics department. Other patients, swayed by Chen Yi's confident assertions, began to line up under the nurse's guidance. The first patient was a peculiar individual entirely wrapped in bandages. The same bandage spirit who had previously answered Chen Yi's questions in the cafeteria. Upon recognizing a familiar face, Chen Yi smiled and inquired, "What seems to be troubling you?" "My entire body itches and aches. I can't even sleep properly," the bandaged ghost lamented, wearing a sorrowful expression. "Very well, let's remove all the bandages from your body," Chen Yi confidently replied, nodding in affirmation. The bandaged ghost was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Chen Yi. "Are you serious? I am the bandaged ghost. Without my bandages, what would I be?" However, feeling the fervent gaze of Chen Yi, the bandaged ghost gritted its teeth and resolutely tore off all the bandages. Instantly, an overwhelming stench emanated from its body, causing nearby medical staff and patients to cover their mouths and noses, their faces contorted in disgust. As Chen Yi beheld the oozing pus and writhing worms of decaying flesh on the bandaged ghost, he nearly retched his last meal. Goodness, I paid 500 horror coins for this companion, thinking I could just deal with it easily. Who would have thought it had deteriorated to such a state? This isn't too much of a problem, Chen Yi mused slowly after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, everyone around turned their gazes toward him. The decaying flesh was so grotesque that even the peculiar onlookers found it repulsive. How could this not be a problem? Must one be on the verge of death for it to be deemed an issue? In the next moment, Chen Yi suddenly produced a sinister blade, smiling at the bandaged ghost. "Trust me, this might sting a bit." The bandaged ghost shook its head vehemently, lamenting, "Earning money is tough, and this is too high a price to pay for 500 horror coins." Yet suddenly, a voice as melodious as the heavens whispered in the bandaged ghost's ears, 10,000 horror coins. Upon hearing Chen Yi's declaration, the bandaged ghost straightened up. "All right, director. I trust you." Chen Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. "Truly, you have faith in a ghost. If it weren't for the 10,000 horror coins, would you be so gallant?" Nevertheless, since the bandaged ghost had consented, he wasted no time and raised the sinister blade, commencing the removal of the decaying flesh. Ah! The bandaged ghost screamed in agony, yet it did not flee, continuously reminding itself, 10,000 horror coins, 10,000 horror coins. That is indeed 10,000 horror coins. The peculiar onlookers narrowed their eyes, watching the entire ordeal unfold. Approximately half an hour later, Chen Yi finally ceased his work with the sinister blade, exhaling in relief. At that moment, the bandaged ghost was bloodied and barely clinging to life. Sighing, Chen Yi shook his head and spent 100,000 horror coins in the system shop to purchase a healing potion. He then poured the healing potion over the bandaged ghost's body. In an instant, a green glow enveloped the bandaged ghost, its flesh beginning to writhe and heal. Wow, it actually works. This is astonishing. Chen Yi thought to himself. The director truly lives up to the title. Remarkable. After all, this was someone who could make even the proudest of humans, like Aileen, bow in submission. This director is so handsome. I wish to bear a ghostly child for him. Nonsense. No matter how handsome he is, he can't compare to the readers of this book. As the crowd murmured, the bandaged ghost's injuries had completely healed. Director, I no longer want the money. Thank you for curing my ailment. The bandaged ghost wept profusely, refusing to accept the 10,000 horror coins. Chen Yi, seeing this, could only relent and turned his gaze towards the patients lined up. Please trust me. At noon, the cafeteria opened its doors. Chen Yi also ceased his consultations. Not out of hunger, but because his mission had been accomplished. Mission, earn the heartfelt gratitude of the patients. 2020. In just one morning, Chen Yi became a household name at Jing's hospital. Every patient was aware of the arrival of a highly skilled and affable human director. Furthermore, the previously aloof and irritable director, Aaron, showed deference to this human director. With this thought, all the peculiarities surrounding Chen Yi's humanity were set aside. In truth, many recognized the Ghost King-level artifact he wielded. Aaron's behavior was merely an attempt to save face. At 2 in the afternoon, in the orthopedic ward, Chen Yi arrived at the little girl's room bearing a large bag of snacks. Uncle, you were so nice. The little girl beamed, munching on the treats Chen Yi had brought. What is your name, little one? Chen Yi inquired with a smile. My name is Xibeier, the girl replied, her mouth full of snacks, her words barely intelligible. Suddenly, the ward door was kicked open, and Director Aaron stormed in, panting. Without a word, she grabbed Chen Yi's arm and pulled him outside. Chen Yi did not resist, allowing her to lead him. After a brief moment, they arrived at the hospital's archive room. Bang! Aaron slammed the door shut, and an overwhelming aura of malice erupted from her. Red, ghostly energy filled the entire archive room. You do not meddle. Aaron's eyes were blood red, her voice cold and piercing, laden with threats. Should I call you Aaron or AI Chen now? Chen Yi remarked it, intrigued as he regarded the woman before him. I am AI Chen, Deputy Director, AI Chen. Chapter 41. Mission accomplished. Night visit upon hearing AI Chen's response. Chen Yi appeared unsurprised, calmly nodding. So, that Aaron? Is she your sister or your younger sister? Sister, Aaron replied, her tone still frosty, as if she were exerting great effort to restrain the urge to eliminate the man before her. She was acutely aware that she could not overpower the sudden appearance of Xibeier. Moreover, Chen Yi was still the director of Jing's hospital, wielding a Ghost King-level artifact. But why did you choose to play a dual personality last night? Chen Yi pressed, his brow furrowed as he spoke. The clues regarding this mission were exceedingly sparse. So sparse, in fact, that he did not even know where to begin his investigation. Because I guess you wanted to investigate matters concerning our father, of course. I am unwilling. Upon hearing AI Chen's response, Chen Yi's understanding deepened. But don't you think you're being selfish? Do you truly believe that what you are doing is right? He had memorized all the experimental records. It could be said that everything stemmed from SB's selfish desires. You know nothing. Suddenly, AI Chen erupted with a roar, tears of blood streaming from the corners of her eyes. She's still mine. As her words hung in the air, the formidable Ghost King unexpectedly crouched down, weeping. At that moment, Chen Yi was thoroughly taken aback. After a brief silence, he sighed. Once a life is extinguished, there is no returning. The supernatural is no different. Since she has departed, let not the living be disturbed. He shook his head and withdrew the ghostly sword, instantly enveloped by a shroud of ghostly energy. In that fleeting instant, he resembled a true malevolent spirit, fierce and terrifying. I understand now. Chen Yi spoke slowly, devoid of his earlier teasing tone. Noticing AI Qian's silence, he nodded and exited the archive room. Soon, he arrived at the orthopedic ward, specifically at Eileen's room. At that moment, the little girl was joyfully indulging in the snacks Chen Yi had procured, radiating happiness. Without uttering a word, Chen Yi entered the room and struck the little girl on the head with his staff. Ding! Stun successful! Ding! Stun successful! Ding! Stun! After delivering 5 strikes, he finally ceased and sheathed his staff. Once he confirmed that the little girl had fainted, he drew forth the ghostly blade and made a 2-centimeter incision at the back of her head. Subsequently, he extended his right hand, and the mouth of the little black creature appeared in an instant. Be careful, don't consume the wrong one. Chen Yi stationed. After the little black creature devoured the shadow ghost, it awakened a new skill. Nightmare can enter the dreams of others and obliterate them. Watch closely. The little black creature grinned confidently, and a wisp of ghostly energy flew from its mouth, entering the incision on the little girl's head. In the next moment, the little girl furrowed her brow, her face contorted with pain as chaotic, ghostly energy began to emanate from her. Found it. Suddenly, the voice of the little black creature chimed in, followed by the sound of chewing. Before long, the little black creature's mouth vanished, retracting its ghostly energy. Are you certain you didn't consume the wrong one? Chen Yi inquired anxiously. Rest assured, boss, such matters are a cinch for me. The little black creature replied with utmost confidence. Had it possessed a physical form, it would have pounded its chest in assurance. Chen Yi nodded, producing a restorative potion and applying it to the little girl's wound. In the blink of an eye, the injury on the back of her head healed completely. Simultaneously, the little girl slowly opened her eyes, regaining consciousness. Uncle, what just happened? Why does my head hurt a bit? She said, rubbing the spot where the staff had struck. Looking quite pitiful. It's nothing. You must have had a bad dream. Chen Yi replied gently, reaching out to stroke her head. All right, the little girl nodded, resuming her snack. Ding! Side quest completed. Rewards will be distributed upon the conclusion of the instance. As the ominous notification echoed in the horror game world, Chen Yi finally exhaled in relief. Thus far, he had accomplished all his tasks. Now, he merely needed to endure another day and night to return to the realm of reality. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he departed the ward and returned to his residence. Collapsing onto the sofa, where he soon fell asleep. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the Jing hospital was enveloped in darkness. Suddenly, a series of knocks jolted the slumbering Chen Yi awake. Yawning, he sleepily made his way to the door and opened it. As soon as the door swung open, a figure leaped into his embrace. Thank you, whispered AI Qian, tightly holding on to Chen Yi. Oh, is that so? Chen Yi grinned, now fully alert. He smiled at the girl before him, who resembled a devoted wife. Upon hearing his words, AI Qian's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. The following morning, the sun shone brightly, and the sounds of life filled the air. Chen Yi opened his bedroom door and stretched lazily. Incredible, truly deserving of her title as a ghostly queen, he mused, shaking his head. Had he not advanced to a level 3 player, he might have found it challenging to withstand her presence. After all, AI Qian had lived for over a century. Such occurrences were unprecedented and naturally exhilarating for her. Are you not getting up? Chen Yi leaned against the doorframe, playfully inquiring. Inside the room, AI Qian shot him an exasperated glance. Beast, she retorted, clearing his throat. Chen Yi felt a tinge of embarrassment, but quickly shot back, likewise. Chapter 42. Get out, treat the patients as AI Qian had work commitments. She departed after breakfast, leaving Chen Yi alone in the room, feeling rather dull and bored. Perhaps I should take a stroll for the day, he contemplated, suddenly recalling that the blood-red auction house on the Eerie Game world map seemed to be not far from his location. Before long, Chen Yi changed his attire and left Jing Hospital. He quickly found a bus stop and began to wait for the bus. Just then, a light drizzle began to fall from the sky, shrouding the streets in a misty haze. What terrible luck, he muttered, feeling slightly disheartened. yet he continued to wait for the bus. Suddenly, an umbrella appeared above his head, shielding him from the rain. Looking up, he was greeted by a strikingly beautiful red umbrella. "Thank you," he smiled and turned to acknowledge the kind stranger beside him. There stood a ghostly bride, clad in a crimson wedding gown and adorned with a red veil, who nodded gently in response. Beep beep. Moments later, the sound of a car horn pierced through the fog. Soon, a bus with its headlights illuminated slowly approached the two. Route 444? Chen Yi paused, surprised to see that the bus number matched that of the level quest he had encountered. "Are you getting on or not?" The ghostly driver impatiently called out as the door opened. Snapping back to reality, Chen Yi stepped onto the 444 bus alongside the ghostly bride. "Tickets, please." The ticket collector reminded them. In response, he produced 200 value horror coins and handed them over. The ticket collector accepted the money and, without giving change, retrieved 2 tickets from his pocket and handed them to Chen Yi. "Take a seat," Chen Yi said to the ghostly bride. Since she had provided him with an umbrella earlier, buying her a bus ticket seemed a fitting way to reciprocate her kindness. Moreover, 100 horror coins for a ticket was quite reasonable. On the bus, aside from the newly boarded Chen Yi and the ghostly bride, there sat an elderly woman with a head of white hair, her eyes closed as she leaned against the window. In the rear, a muscular man clad in a tank top was fixated on Chen Yi. A glance at the bus's information revealed that the blood-red auction was just 3 stops away. Sensing the giant stare, Chen Yi chose to ignore it, provided the man did not provoke him. Suddenly, with a sharp beep, the bus came to a gradual halt. The doors swinging open. 2 players entered simultaneously, purchasing their tickets before settling into their seats. Shortly thereafter, a peculiar figure dawned in glasses approached, grinning at Chen Yi and the 2 other humans. As the doors closed, the vehicle resumed its journey. Come, time to pay up. 100 horror coins for each stop." The ticket collector suddenly rose, vociferously announcing the fare, his gaze fixated solely on Chen Yi. This was Chen Yi's first encounter with mid-journey ticketing. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he discerned that the ticket collector was targeting him. "Can't afford it? Then get off." The ticket collector sneered, an aura of malice emanating from him. The 2 players beside Chen Yi shook their heads in disapproval, advising him to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, Chen Yi was wealthy, yet not foolish. The notion that he could be treated as a simpleton was laughable. None on this bus could dare attempt that. "Can't afford it?" Chen Yi retorted expressionlessly, then retrieved a thick wad of horror coins. One by one, he began to toss them at the ticket collector. Each coin bore a value of 1,000. In no time, approximately 30,000 horror coins were hurled toward the collector. "Can't afford a seat? I have money now. Shouldn't you be the one to leave?" Chen Yi grinned, his gaze fixed intently on the ticket collector. At the same time, the sinister blade appeared in his hand, poised for action. "Ah, my apologies for underestimating you." The ticket collector trembled in fear, collapsing to the ground and frantically bowing to Chen Yi. Before long, his forehead was bloodied, staining the bus's interior crimson. "Get out!" Chen Yi shouted, delivering a swift kick to the ticket collector. Just then, the bus halted once more, and the collector hastily rolled out. Indeed, he rolled away. No one else boarded at this stop. The doors shut, and the bus continued on its way. Outside, the rain poured heavier, enveloping the scene in mist, obscuring everything beyond the window. "Kid, hand over all your money, or I'll kill you both." At that moment, the muscular man from the back row abruptly stood, brandishing a cleaver, casting a menacing glare at the 2 players. The players jumped in shock, turning to Chen Yi for help. Noticing this, the muscular man furrowed his brow. Also looking at Chen, he had seen the blade in Chen Yi's hand and knew that if Chen Yi intervened, he might miss this opportunity. Nevertheless, Chen Yi ignored the players' pleas for assistance, staring ahead, lost in thought. Seeing this, despair washed over the 2 players, and they reluctantly began to pull out their horror coins. Once the burly man departed, 2 players cast venomous glances at Chen Yi. "Young man, could you lend this old woman 10,000 horror coins?" Suddenly, a raspy voice resonated in Chen Yi's ear. He turned to find a white-haired old lady inexplicably standing beside him. "My eyes are failing me. The doctor said 10,000 horror coins would restore my sight. However, am penniless. Could you spare a little? The old woman's vacant eyes were entirely white. Ding. Side quest activated. Heal the patient. Earn fame at the hospital. At that moment, lines of crimson text appeared before Chen Yi's eyes. Oh, another side quest? He felt somewhat bewildered, not expecting to trigger a side quest outside the hospital. Grandma, I am the director of Jing's hospital. Perhaps I could examine you? Chen Yi smiled broadly, presenting an innocent demeanor. The old lady paused, hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Although she could not see, she sensed the events that had transpired. Perhaps this human could be of assistance? Come, have a seat. Chen Yi said as he helped her sit down in his designated spot. He stood to examine her eyes. Soon, he discovered that the old woman's eyes were completely necrotic, with decaying flesh and even maggots writhing within. Given the severity of her condition, mere healing liquid would likely be insufficient. Chen Yi pondered, shifting his gaze to the burly man in the back row. Brother, would you consider selling me your eyes? Upon hearing Chen Yi's voice, the burly man brandished a butcher's knife, his veins bulging in a terrifying display. However, in the next moment, he obediently sat down, a broad smile on his face. Before him, Chen Yi held a thick stack of horror coins, at least 100,000. Just bear with it. Feeling dizzy is normal. He approached the burly man and struck him on the head with a blunt instrument. Ding! Dizziness successful. As the system's prompt echoed, he hastily used a sinister blade to extract the man's eyes, placing the 100,000 horror coins on the man's lap. Chen Yi grasped the two eyes and approached the old lady. It might hurt a little. Endure it. This time, he forewent the blunt instrument, directly using the sinister blade to sever the old lady's damaged eyeballs, also meticulously removing the decaying flesh. Once everything was in order, he affixed the burly man's eyes into the old lady's sockets. He then retrieved a bottle of healing liquid, pouring some for both the old lady and the burly man. Instantly, green light emanated from their eye sockets. Young man, thank you. You are truly kind. The old lady shed tears of gratitude, grasping Chen Yi's arm excitedly. Ding. Side quest completed. Reward will be distributed at the end of the instance. It was my duty. Should you fall ill again, simply visit Jing's hospital. Chen Yi replied with a smile. Just then, the burly man suddenly stood up, pocketing the 100,000 horror coins. He then drew his butcher's knife and approached the two players. One eye from each of you, or face death. The muscular man placed a butcher's knife against the necks of two players and threw a chilling token towards them. Good. One of the players glared fiercely at Chen Yi, gritted his teeth, and, to everyone's astonishment, gouged out his own right eye. Silently, he tucked the token away and presented his eye to the muscular man. The muscular man accepted the eye and promptly inserted it into his own eye socket. Instantly, the eye began to move, and the man regained his sight. You. The muscular man turned his gaze to the other player, who trembled in fear, let out a blood-curdling scream, and removed his left eye. Ah, you will not escape unscathed. The player shouted angrily at Chen Yi, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Just then, the vehicle arrived at its destination. The doors swung open, and the two players, clutching their bleeding eye sockets, hurriedly fled. Once outside, they unleashed a torrent of invective towards Chen Yi. However, to their surprise, Chen Yi also disembarked. Moreover, the ghostly bride followed closely behind him, holding a crimson umbrella. Were you just insulting me? Chen Yi grinned. No, we think you're handsome, charming, and we admire you immensely. The two players stammered, shaking their heads in denial. Is that so? I find that hard to believe, Chen Yi replied, chuckling as he shook his head. Suddenly, a flash of red light flickered, and the two players collapsed to the ground, their bodies shriveled and expressions twisted in agony, their breaths extinguished. Chen Yi cast a surprised glance at the ghostly bride, not expecting her to take action. When those two players had first provoked him, he had already silently sentenced them to death. After all, in this terrifying game world, one must always be wary of their own kind. When comrades stab you in the back, they do so without a shred of mercy. However, he never anticipated that the ghostly bride would intervene. Yet, he chose not to dwell on it and turned towards the direction of the blood auction house. 10 minutes later, Chen Yi arrived at the blood auction house, with the ghostly bride still trailing behind him. Excuse me, miss, do you have any business here? He asked, as he passed her, but she refused to leave. dutifully holding the umbrella over him. It is said that one should not strike a smiling face. What was he to do in this predicament? Just then, the castle doors creaked open, and Bai Xian emerged. Upon seeing Chen Yi, she was not surprised and slightly bowed, saying, "Master, you have arrived." "Yes, I had some free time and thought I would come by." Chen Yi nodded as he approached the castle. Bai Xian looked curiously at the ghostly bride behind him. "Master, who is this?" "I do not know her. Let her be." Chen Yi waved his hand dismissively. He truly did not recognize the ghostly bride. You should handle your own affairs," Bai Xian chuckled. "This ghostly bride only follows her beloved. Could it be that you have abandoned her?" Upon hearing Bai Xian's words, Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. Follow her beloved? What nonsense is this? I met her for the first time today. He couldn't help but roll his eyes. Besides, am I the kind of person who would do that? You are not, she replied with a knowing smile. Bai Xian responded with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Chen Yi inquired earnestly, "All right then, shall we clarify this? Are you certain you wish to follow me?" He approached the ghost bride and asked with sincerity. The ghost bride nodded, remaining silent. "Very well, let us finalize this matter." With that, Chen Yi procured a servant contract. Taking the contract, the ghost bride promptly inscribed her name without hesitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new servant. Name, Ghost Bride. Rank, Ghost Commander. Skill, Ghost Marriage. Promotion, Union with a Beloved. Source, Horror Game World. Gazing at the Ghost Bride's profile, Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed his first encounter with such a peculiar entity, possessing only a single skill, Ghost Marriage. The term was not unfamiliar to him, and he quickly grasped the implications of the Ghost Bride's ability. It likely entailed forcibly dragging someone into a ghostly marriage ceremony, followed by their consumption. As for the promotion path, was this truly legitimate? She is now entrusted to you, Chen Yi remarked to Bai Xian before entering the ancient castle and ascending the stairs. After a while, Bai Xian arrived at the 7th floor office, throwing herself into Chen Yi's embrace. "Master, I missed you so much." Observing Bai Xian's playful demeanor, Chen Yi swallowed hard, exclaiming internally, "Damn it, what a temptress." Let us set aside such matters for now. Have you completed the tasks I entrusted to you? He had assigned her certain responsibilities prior to his departure from the blood auction. You truly have a cold heart, only concerned with those affairs, Bai Xian said, lowering her head in feigned indignation, but soon broke into a smile. In the Ghost City, I spent 50 million horror coins to purchase a villa for you. Additionally, I acquired a supermarket right in the heart of Ghost City. Hearing Bai Xian's words, Chen Yi nodded. The Ghost City was the very center of the entire horror game world, bustling with activity and teeming with countless ghost kings, as well as many peculiar entities of even greater power. Bai Xian's ability to obtain a villa and a supermarket in such a locale must have required considerable effort. Regarding the supermarket, let us leave that for you to explore later, Bai Xian said with a hint of awkwardness, before hastily making her exit. Chen Yi was left puzzled. Chapter 44. The Reckless Trio, the Old Woman's Gratitude at the Blood Auction. Chen Yi stored away the deed for the villa in Ghost City and the contract for the supermarket before heading to Xibei's room. At that moment, Xibei and the Ghost Bride sat facing one another, both silent. Yet Chen Yi discerned a mutual scrutiny between them. If you two wish to leave this place, you may visit Jing's hospital or the supermarket in Ghost City, he suggested before departing the ancient castle. Now equipped with the anomaly controller, he no longer needed them to remain by his side. As he acquired more properties, these ghost kings would need to be stationed accordingly. The rain continued to fall, though it had lessened considerably. Chen Yi stood beneath the bus stop sign, quietly awaiting his ride. Ding! At that moment, the screeching of brakes pierced the air as the 444 bus came to a halt before him. The door swung open, and Chen Yi stepped aboard, neglecting to purchase a ticket, and promptly found an empty seat. The ghostly driver recognized Chen Yi, but refrained from further comment. However, the passengers on the bus were displeased. Why was he exempt from paying? Was he being treated differently? Indeed, everyone else had purchased tickets. Why was he granted special treatment? At that moment, a male and a female player chimed in unison. The other 5 strange passengers turned their gazes toward Chen Yi. They had all paid their fare. What right did this human have to ride for free? This gentleman is the most esteemed passenger on the 444 bus. We would never dream of charging him. If you insist, feel free to collect the fare yourselves, the ghostly driver stated impassively, disavowing any connection. Chen Yi smiled at this, understanding that the ghostly driver was intimidated by him. Yet, he also desired to see the other strange passengers give him a lesson. As expected, upon hearing the driver's last words, the passengers all turned their eyes toward Chen Yi, their gazes filled with greed and fervor. Hey, pay up! At that moment, the male player stood up, glaring fiercely at Chen Yi. Beside him, the female player regarded Chen Yi with disdain. Both were level 5 players, completely unafraid of the peculiar beings on the bus. In truth, only the ghostly driver posed any threat to them. Thus, a level 3 Chen Yi was hardly worthy of their concern. In the realm of horror games, it was commonplace for higher-level players to bully and rob their lower-level counterparts. It was an age-old truth. Those who lag behind will inevitably be trampled. Look at you, you poor thing. Just 500 horror coins will suffice. The female player added dismissively. Only 500 horror coins? Is that all? Chen Yi exclaimed, astonished as he gazed incredulously at the man and woman before him. What do you mean? The man was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. However, in the next instant, he grasped Chen Yi's implication. Suddenly, a stack of horror coins appeared in Chen Yi's hand, estimated to be around 20,000. Wow, so much money! The woman gasped, quickly reaching for the horror coins in Chen Yi's grasp. Yet, to her surprise, Chen Yi withdrew the money. Little brother, hand over the cash. On this bus, no one dares to touch you. The man's eyes gleamed with fervor as he surveyed the 5 peculiar beings on the bus. Sure enough, those 5 strange passengers dared not raise their heads. Is that true? Can you really stop them? Chen Yi clapped his hands like an eager fan, then abruptly pointed behind the man. Look out! The screech of brakes echoed once more as the vehicle came to a halt. The doors swung open, and a hunched figure stepped inside. The man turned at the sound, only to see a cane thrusting toward him. Before he could react, the cane punctured his skull. In an instant, brain matter splattered and blood sprayed everywhere. The woman nearest to him turned pale, her face contorted in disgust. Regaining her composure, the woman let out a startled scream as the cane abruptly thrust forward, penetrating her mouth and piercing through her skull. Chen Yi couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. He truly could not fathom how these 2 individuals had managed to ascend to the ranks of level 5 players. Doctor, are you heading back? The elderly woman inquired with a smile as she stowed away her cane. Yes, back to the hospital. Chen Yi nodded in affirmation. The elderly lady before him was the very one who had restored his vision upon his arrival. The 5 peculiar individuals in the vehicle were too intimidated to lift their heads after witnessing the demise of the 2 players. The ghostly driver stole a glance at Chen Yi and the elderly woman through the rearview mirror before earnestly resuming his driving. With a sudden screech, the bus came to a halt, and Chen Yi disembarked. This bus is quite convenient, he mused as he made his way toward the hospital. Upon reaching the entrance, the security guard hurriedly approached, saluting Chen Yi. Good day, Director. Yes, do your best and strive for the position of security captain, Chen Yi said with a smile, patting the guard's shoulder, which brought tears to the guard's eyes. Upon returning to the hospital, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon, and the cafeteria had opened for dinner. He paused for a moment before turning toward the dining hall. Upon entering, he approached the same window where he had previously prepared a meal for AI Qian. The chef, upon noticing Chen Yi's arrival, quickly set down his spatula. Director, what brings you here? A cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Knowing Chen Yi's identity, he feared the consequences of his return, especially since he had accepted the director's money. However, Chen Yi merely smiled, donned an apron around his waist, and began to cook. Understanding the situation, the chef stood by, ready to assist. Before long, Chen Yi selected ingredients suitable for human consumption and began preparing a meal. Half an hour later, AI Qian entered with the little girl in tow. Upon seeing Chen Yi, AI Qian's cheeks flushed crimson as she approached his window. What are you doing here? Didn't you say you were going out? Uncle, the snacks you bought are so delicious, the little girl exclaimed. Hearing their voices, Chen Yi smiled and presented the dishes he had prepared. Come, try the dishes made by your brother. Also, sample the noodles I just cooked. With the chef's assistance, an impressive spread was soon laid out before them. The little girl gazed at the delectable array of dishes, her mouth watering. "Dig in," Chen Yi said with a smile, picking up his chopsticks to begin his meal. "Lin Chen, the noodles you cooked are absolutely the best," Ai Qian whispered, her face flushed. "Noodles? Delicious? I want some too," the little girl chimed in. Chen Yi nearly choked on his food upon hearing their remarks. "Cough. You are still little. Eat your vegetables first, and you can try the rest when you grow up." He placed a piece of meat into the little girl's bowl. "Okay." She nodded enthusiastically, devouring her meal. Ai Qian shot Chen Yi a flirtatious glance from the side. The three of them enjoyed their meal, laughter ringing through the air, prompting envious glances from other patients and medical staff nearby. Chapter 45. The Eye of the Malevolent Deity. Dual incarnations. As dusk descended, Chen Yi reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs. In the bathroom, the sound of running water echoed as Ai Qian indulged in her bath. Ding! Hidden task triggered. Malevolent Deity's treasure. The most formidable malevolent deity, Chen Jing, has left behind a treasure within the Jing Hospital. Seek it out. Suddenly, a flicker of crimson light flashed in Chen Yi's eyes, and 2 lines of blood-red text materialized before him. The malevolent deity's treasure? He paused momentarily, astonished at the unexpected activation of a hidden task. The first time he heard of hidden tasks was on the very day he traversed into this realm. It was said that an 8th-level player had completed a hidden task and ascended directly to the 9th level, thus joining the ranks of the elite. With merely 8 hours left to return to reality, would he have enough time? Chen Yi mumbled to himself, leaving a note for Ai Qian before exiting alone. Jing Hospital. Vice President's office. Arthur sat in his office chair, rubbing his temples before retrieving a cigarette and lighting it. Exhaling a plume of smoke, he felt a sense of relaxation wash over him. With his eyes closed, he wondered what business the president might have at such a late hour. The door to the office was tightly shut, yet Chen Yi stood abruptly in the center of the room. It was nothing of great consequence. He had merely come to inquire about something. He smiled as he took a seat in a nearby chair. He then continued, "Did the malevolent deity leave anything behind back then?" As soon as Chen Yi's words fell, Arthur's eyes snapped open, his blood-red gaze locking on Chen Yi. After a prolonged silence, he sighed and stood up, heading toward the exit. Observing this, Chen Yi also rose to follow. 10 minutes later, Jing Hospital security room. At that moment, the security guard was fast asleep, oblivious to the presence of 2 individuals behind him. Arthur approached a cabinet with practiced ease, retrieving a key from his waist and unlocking the safe. Here, the master left this behind. Nothing else remains. Inside the safe lay a palm-sized jade box. Arthur handed the jade box to Chen Yi and turned to leave without another word. Ding! Hidden task completed. Rewards will be settled upon the conclusion of the instance. Upon hearing the ominous notification from the game world, Chen Yi confirmed that the jade box before him was indeed the malevolent deity's treasure. However, what could possibly fit within this small jade box? After inspecting it thoroughly, he cautiously opened the box. In the next instant, an indescribable odor assaulted his senses. Immediately, a crimson light enveloped Chen Yi. Within this blood-red glow, countless bloodshot eyes blinked and gazed intently at him. The chilling, piercing stares of these eyes seemed to originate from the depths of the abyss, yearning to ensnare him. At that moment, Chen Yi stood frozen, locked in a gaze with the bloodshot eyes. He realized that all these eyes were peculiar, their power transcending even that of the Ghost Kings. Suddenly, an overwhelming tide of negative emotions surged into his mind, with wails and cries echoing incessantly. It was as if countless phantoms were shrieking in his ears. Just then, a figure abruptly materialized before Chen Yi. In the next heartbeat, that figure raised a hand, and thunder roared, ushering in a tempest. All the blood-red eyes screamed and closed shut. Chen Yi stood in a daze, utterly astonished by the extraordinary sight before him, never imagining that someone in this world could achieve such feats. Like a deity, "I am Chen Jing." The figure smiled at Chen Yi before vanishing in an instant. As the crimson light dissipated, Chen Yi opened his eyes to find a single eye resting within the jade box in his hand. To be precise, it was a blood eye, This blood eye emanated a dense aura of ghostly energy. However, he could discern clearly that it was not sinister. In other words, this blood eye was distinct from the one enveloped in the red light. Ding! Special item detected. System scanning. Scan complete. Name: Eye of the Evil God. Tier: Divine. Source: Treasure of the Evil God. Uses one true eye, capable of seeing through all illusions in the world, including lies. 1,000 horror coins per minute. None. 2. Learning photographic memory. Randomly copies one skill from any eerie entity. 48 hours. Each eerie entity can be used once. 3. Descent binds eerie entities, allowing transport to any location. 1,000 horror coins per minute. None. 4. Enhancement permanently strengthens subservient eerie entities. No requirements. 5. As Chen Yi read the description of the Eye of the Evil God, he hastily rubbed his eyes, fearing he had misread. After repeatedly rubbing his eyes and confirming that the description remained unchanged, he excitedly slapped the sleeping security guard beside him. Ah! The guard, startled, leapt from his chair. Upon seeing Chen Yi, he broke into a cold sweat. Yet, Chen Yi suddenly turned and departed. Incredible. Truly worthy of being the treasure of the evil god. This meant he would not be restricted by the eerie control device. He could summon the likes of Xibeier and other ghostly kings whenever he wished. Moreover, he could even learn eerie abilities. Chen Yi could not help but grin foolishly, overwhelmed by joy and surprise. However, why did the last skill have 3 question marks? How peculiar. He murmured softly as he returned to his room. AI Qian had long since fallen asleep, so he refrained from disturbing her and lay on the sofa, retrieving the Eye of the Evil God. Then, Chen Yi extended his left hand and grasped the Eye of the Evil God. In the next moment, the eye unexpectedly burrowed into the palm of his hand, merging with his left hand. Simultaneously, a glimmer of red light flickered in Chen Yi's eyes, allowing him to see AI Qian peacefully slumbering in the room. Why not give it a try first? With that thought, he lifted his left hand, and the Eye of the Evil God materialized in his grasp. He then slowly raised his eyelids, revealing the blood-red eye. Ding! Skill activation for Eye of the Evil God. Skill copying in progress. Copy complete. Skill, duality clone. Description, upon use, can replicate an identical version of oneself, lasting for 1 hour. 48 hours. As Chen Yi beheld the system's description, his eyes sparkled with excitement. The surprises of this night were truly bountiful. Whether it was the Eye of the Evil God or the newly acquired duality clone, both were exceedingly rare treasures. At this moment, he stood with formidable strength, reaching at least the pinnacle of the Ghost Commander level, even without the aid of the Cursed Blade or the Sword of Lifespan. When infused with ghostly energy, dispatching a Ghost General would pose no challenge. It is no exaggeration to assert that, in the absence of entities surpassing the Ghost King, he could traverse the realm of the horror game with unparalleled ease. As for the real world, the situation is even more pronounced. Thus far, the most formidable anomalies publicly acknowledged by the authorities remain at the Ghost General tier. However, Chen Yi is convinced that there must exist anomalies of Ghost King caliber in the real world. Otherwise, how could all players ranked above level 7 fail to eradicate these anomalies? It seems that the 2 videos from the Anomaly Slayer Alliance must indeed be authentic. Chapter 46. The Smoke Ghost, Xibei's initial descent into reality in a pitch-black expanse. Chen Yi stood in silence. Before him lay lines of blood-red characters, all emanating from the horror game world. Player name: Ling Chun. Progress settlement in progress. Please wait. Settlement completed. Game task: survive for 3 days and earn the sincere gratitude of 20 patients. Completed. Side task: rescue the second personality. 1, 2. Treat patients and make a name for the hospital. Completed. Hidden task: seek the treasure of the evil god. Completed. Game rating: level perfect. Game rewards: 1 discount voucher for Jing's hospital, 2,000 horror coins, 100 points. Side task rewards: 3,000 horror coins, 300 points, 1 lifetime admission ticket to the Ghost City. At last, a flicker of expression appeared on Chen Yi's face upon seeing the final reward. A lifetime admission ticket to the Ghost City? Is an entry ticket truly required to enter the Ghost City? He was taken aback, for he had never heard mention of such a ticket before. Lifetime admission ticket to the ghost city. This ticket permits unrestricted access to any location within the ghost city. Note, do you comprehend what this entails? Chen Yi, in the real-world Xihua city. Alas, that anomaly was utterly terrifying. In just 3 days, it had claimed over 100 lives. It was said that nearly half the residents of a certain neighborhood had perished. On the roadside, 2 middle-aged men squatted, smoking, and occasionally exchanging remarks. Who could deny it? Thankfully, my home is far from there. Otherwise, I would have to move again. This year alone, I've relocated 15 times. The other middle-aged man shook his head, rising to extinguish his cigarette, but, all right, I'm heading home. Otherwise, my wife and children will start to worry. He waved his hand and ambled off into the distance. 10 minutes later, the man suddenly froze, bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. How'd I end up back here again? Good grief, this cigarette, but is still here. Indeed, 2 extinguished cigarette butts lay on the ground. How peculiar. I've never been directionally challenged before. The man scratched his nose, remaining in place as he withdrew another cigarette for a smoke. However, this time, as he lit it, the entire cigarette disintegrated into ash after just one puff. Now, even he realized that something was amiss. Just then, a figure abruptly materialized before the man. Reaching into the man's pocket, she extracted the remaining half-pack of cigarettes, igniting one with a lighter and inhaling deeply, savoring the moment. What bliss! The silhouette, indistinct and hazy, emitted a sound of satisfaction. At that instant, the man stood trembling in place, desperate to flee, yet found himself utterly immobilized. If you wish to smoke, I can fetch you some. I can buy Huazi. I beg you, spare my life. Though he could not move, he discovered he could still speak, and he quickly began to plead. However, the shadowy figure merely waggled its index finger before him. In the next moment, flames ignited on the figure's fingertip, flickering restlessly before leaping onto the man's clothing. With a whoosh, the flames erupted, engulfing him entirely. Help! The inferno raged on as the man screamed in agony. Meanwhile, the figure leaned in, extending its neck, greedily inhaling the acrid scent of charred flesh. When the flames finally subsided, the figure had vanished, leaving behind only 2 piles of human ash on the ground. Simultaneously, Chen Yi awoke, finding himself in his own bedroom. Rising, he made his way to the living room, only to discover that Chen Yi was absent. He then knocked on Chen Yi's bedroom door, announcing, "I'm back." However, no response came from within. Furrowing his brow, he fetched his phone and dialed Chen Yi's number. A minute passed, but all he heard was the sound of silence. The call went unanswered. "I hope everything is all right," he murmured, settling onto the sofa. After all, it was still daytime, and there was a significant chance that Chen Yi had gone out to shop. By 5 in the afternoon, dusk began to settle, and fog gradually rolled in. Yet, Chen Yi was still not home. The phone remained unreachable, and there was no reply to his messages. During this time, Chen Yi had opened Chen Yi's bedroom door, confirming her absence. Watching as pedestrians hurried home, Chen Yi grew restless. He donned his shoes and stepped outside, determined to search for Chen Yi. "Xiao, Yi out at this hour?" Elder Lu, the security guard, observed Chen Yi with a look of confusion. Just a little errand," Chen Yi replied with a smile, hoping to ease Elder Lu's concerns, adding, "I'll be back before dark." "All right, take care," Elder Lu nodded, lifting his water jug as he made his way home. On the street, everyone hurried home, while only Chen Yi ventured deeper into the encroaching fog. After a while, the mist thickened, enveloping him completely. Within the fog, a flicker of red light glimmered in Chen Yi's eyes. He scanned the area, searching for Chen Yi's silhouette. Suddenly, he halted, crinkling his nose at a peculiar scent. "What is this?" he murmured, then followed the direction from which the smell emanated. Before long, he arrived at the source of the odor, yet found no strange figure present. Only on the ground lay a patch of human ash. Oddly, there was no scent of burning flesh in the air. In fact, there was not a trace of any odor at all. Chen Yi glanced at the ashes and continued on his way. Approximately 10 minutes later, that familiar scent wafted back into the air. This time, Chen Yi exhibited no hesitation as he swiftly approached the source of the alluring scent. However, he found no trace of the enigmatic figure, only a patch of ash on the ground. Another cigarette, but Chen Yi astutely observed that there were cigarette butts adjacent to the two piles of ash. Furrowing his brow, he opened his system space and retrieved a cigarette that Arthur had previously handed to him. Subsequently, he produced the lighter he had used to ignite the mosquito coil and lit the ghostly cigarette. Although Chen Yi had never smoked, in an effort to maintain authenticity, he placed the cigarette between his lips. Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he focused on the front. In the next moment, a figure emerged from the mist and approached him. It raised its hand, attempting to snatch the ghostly cigarette from his mouth. Yet, as soon as it reached out, its body became immobilized. Panic-stricken, it struggled desperately, but remained unable to move. Stay still, and I shall pose a few questions. Once I am finished, you may leave. Chen Yi stated coldly as he removed the ghostly cigarette from his lips. The ghostly figure nodded frantically, attempting to speak but failing to produce any sound. Its eyes, however, conveyed an urgent message to Chen Yi. Realizing this, he sighed and said, "Xibeier, allow it to speak." It turned out that when Chen Yi had initially failed to locate the cigarette ghost, he had summoned Xibeier using the eye of the evil god. Xibeier nodded in response, releasing her grip, while her gaze remained fixed on the cigarette ghost. "Have you seen this girl?" Chen Yi asked, pulling out a photograph of Chen Yi from his pocket. The cigarette ghost scrutinized the image for a moment before shaking its head in confusion. "Very well. It seems there is nothing more to discuss." With that, Chen Yi nodded and gestured for the cigarette ghost to depart. The ghost, incredulous, cast one last glance at Chen Yi, astonished that this human would allow it to escape. In the next instant, it turned and fled, and Chen Yi honored his word by refraining from any pursuit. However, Xibeier had vanished from his side. Chapter 47. Intentional or accidental. The mist swirled, and an air of death pervaded the atmosphere. A figure emerged from the fog, standing before Chen Yi. Xibeier wore an expressionless face, holding the barely conscious cigarette ghost. You promised not to kill me." The ghost protested, struggling as its ghostly energy became chaotic. "Huh, I didn't kill you. Wasn't it her who did?" Chen Yi shuruk. What Xibeier had done was of no concern to him. Puffed. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, the cigarette ghost spat out a mouthful of black blood, its eyes rolling back as its head drooped. "Goodness, this is the first time I've seen a peculiar being die from anger." Chen Yi, astonished, poked the ghost to confirm its demise. Shaking his head, he summoned Xiao He to devour the cigarette ghost. "Boss, there is another formidable anomaly nearby. Please be cautious," Xiao He said, licking its lips earnestly. Chen Yi was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that there was yet another anomaly in the vicinity. However, the eye of the evil god had not provided any indication of this. Moreover, Xibeier had been present the entire time without uttering a word. Wait a moment. Had Xibeier ever spoken at all? Feeling somewhat awkward, Chen Yi nodded before continuing deeper into the mist. "I want to go home." Chen Yi, with a stoic expression, shouted into the mist. In the span of an hour, she had uttered this phrase countless times. Yet, the only response she received was a solitary severed head. This bloodied head rolled forth from the fog with astonishing speed. A conspicuous footprint marred its hair. Exasperated, Chen Yi rolled her eyes and kicked the head back. It was not long before the head reappeared, and once again, she sent it flying with a swift kick. Why go through this? If only you returned to your true self, that little creature, a single breath from you could eliminate it. At that moment, a frigid voice echoed in her mind once more, but Chen Yi was too weary to engage with it. She was already sufficiently annoyed, and the incessant calling was unbearable. Sister, why don't you kick the ball back?" Suddenly, a childish voice broke the silence. Chen Yi snapped back to reality, realizing that the head had rolled to her feet unbeknownst to her. Standing before her was a little girl, approximately 1 meter tall, clad in a red dress. Her feet were filthy, caked with blood and mud. "Sister, quickly kick the ball over here." The little girl smiled sweetly, pointing at the head beside Chen Yi's feet. Here you go, so bothersome." Chen Yi, wearing an impatient expression, kicked the head back. However, the next moment, the little girl kicked the head back toward her. This time, as the head rolled toward Chen Yi, it was suddenly halted by a foot. "Little sister, let big brother join you and play." Chen Yi grinned widely. Then, with a sudden forceful motion, he crushed the head beneath his foot. Blood and brain matter splattered across the little girl's face. "Big brother, you're really something." The little girl beamed, wiping the gruesome remnants from her face and popping them into her mouth. "Delicious, so tasty." She smacked her lips, reveling in the flavor. "Little sister, now that there is snowball, may I use your head as one?" Big brother hasn't had enough fun yet. Chen Yi spoke with a cheerful demeanor, resembling a friendly neighbor. Upon hearing his words, the little girl hesitated. After a moment, she slowly replied, "Well, just be careful. You mustn't crush it like before, or it'll be gone." "All right, big brother will be cautious," Chen Yi assured her with a nod. In the next instant, the little girl stretched out her hands and detached her own head. Instantly, a ghastly aura filled the air, accompanied by a putrid stench. The little girl then kicked her head like a soccer ball toward him. Soon, the head rolled to Chen Yi's feet, and he promptly crushed it beneath his foot. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to." Chen Yi feigned surprise, hastily explaining. He glanced at the little girl, noting a new head sprouting from her neck. Was that intentional or an accident?" The little girl, hands on her hips, glared at him, her ghostly aura intensifying to an alarming degree, as if she might consume Chen Yi and his sister in the next moment. Of course, it was intentional. Chen Yi grinned and raised his right hand to snap his fingers. Just as the little girl was about to lose her temper, Xibeier swiftly grasped her and brought her before Chen Yi. "You like to play soccer, don't you? Allow me to indulge you." With that, Chen Yi drew his sinister blade and, in a single stroke, severed the little girl's head. Immediately following, he crushed it beneath his foot. In the blink of an eye, the little girl's head regenerated, intact as before. However, the malevolent aura surrounding her had diminished slightly. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Yi struck again, smashing her head anew. "You enjoy kicking, right? I shall let you kick to your heart's content," he declared fiercely, his hands and feet moving with increasing speed. 10 minutes later, the little girl's head was crushed under Chen Yi's foot once more. Yet this time, it took a full 2.5 minutes for her head to reappear. "Will you still play soccer?" Chen Yi's voice turned icy as he raised his blade once again. "No more soccer. No more. I will never play again." "Wah! You were so terrifying." The once formidable, ghostly figure broke into tears. Observing this scene, Chen Yi couldn't help but admire her elder brother. Ding! Special anomaly detected. Scanning system. Scan complete. Name, Decapitation Ghost. Level, Ghostly Commander. Current Malevolent Spirit. Skill, Decapitation. Can forcibly compel one or more individuals to play soccer. If the ball breaks, kick the head. Promotion, Play Soccer. Source, Real World. Resurgence of Malevolent Energy. Upon seeing the system panel, Chen Yi turned his gaze towards Chen Yi. "Did it harm you?" Chen Yi quickly shook her head. "No, it just insisted on playing soccer with me." "Then, let it be your servant. It can protect you when I'm not around." Chapter 48. Fantasies amidst the blood moon, then let her accompany you and safeguard you. Chen Yi glanced at the decaying decapitation ghost held by Xibeier, and then focused on his sister. After all, he could not remain in the real world indefinitely, nor could he provide her with constant protection. Thus, having a ghostly commander to watch over her would bring him some comfort. "All right." Chen Yi nodded obediently, fully understanding Chen Yi's intentions. Setting aside the little girl's eerie identity, she found her rather endearing. "Yes, quite adorable." "Very well. In that case, you two should sign this." With that, Chen Yi procured a servant contract and a pen from the system marketplace, placing them in his sister's hands. Since she had consented, Chen Yi did not hesitate to take the pen and inscribe her name on the contract. At that moment, Xibeier awakened the little girl, guiding her to do the same. As the little girl wrote the name Decapitation Ghost, Chen Yi furrowed her brow. "How about you go by the name Fei Fei from now on?" Hearing Chen Yi's words, Fei Fei nodded enthusiastically. "Thank you, sister. I will be called Fei Fei from now on, and Fei Fei will protect you." Nearby, Chen Yi felt a sense of satisfaction. With Fei Fei's protection, He felt a sense of ease even while immersed in the terrifying realm of the horror game, relieved from worry about his sister's safety. However, it was unfortunate that Xibeier had been summoned by him using the Eye of the Evil God, costing him 1,000 horror coins per minute. Were it not for these constraints, he would have wished for Xibeier to remain and safeguard Chen Yi. Suddenly, he noticed his sister standing with her hands on her hips, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "You're not daydreaming, are you?" Hearing her words, Chen Yi was momentarily bewildered. Daydreaming? What nonsense was that? Wait, daydreaming about Fei? At this thought, he looked up, astonished at his sister. He never imagined that this 15-year-old girl would entertain such thoughts. Shaking his head in resignation, he raised his right hand and playfully flicked her forehead. "Ouch, what was that for?" Chen Yi protested, hands still on her hips, her lips pouting in mock grievance. Yet, deep down, she felt a surge of sweetness. Her brother was worried about her. However, her proud nature prevented her from expressing it openly. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Chen Yi returned home with his sister and Fei. As for Xibeier, he had allowed her to return to the horror game world first. After all, 1,000 horror coins per minute was no trivial matter. Fei, you can sleep on the sofa in the living room tonight. I'll have Chen Yi bring you a blanket shortly. Chen Yi instructed upon their arrival. Sure. Fei responded obediently, standing by his side. Used to a life of wandering and casual soccer games, this was her first experience cohabiting peacefully with others. After spending a brief moment in the living room, Chen Yi retreated to his bedroom. He opened his computer and entered the website for the Slayers of the Cursed Alliance. In no time, the site appeared on his screen. He swiftly navigated through it, searching for something. Found it. A smile graced his lips as he clicked on the tasks of the Slayers of the Cursed Alliance. 2 tasks were pinned at the top. Eliminate the headless ghost. Incomplete. Eliminate the giant, faceless ghost. Incomplete. After scanning the task list briefly, he selected the first pinned task. Immediately, he clicked to accept the task. Ding! The moment he successfully accepted the task, a notification sound chimed. Subsequently, the message list began to flicker. Seemingly unfazed, Chen Yi opened the message list. Hello, Mr. Ling. I am Wang Heng, the steward of the Slayers of the Cursed Alliance. Since you have accepted a pinned task, I would like to provide you with information regarding the locations and abilities of the Headless Ghost. Upon reading Wang Heng's message, Chen Yi began typing on the keyboard. How are the rewards distributed? After sending the message, he glanced at the task rewards. Rewards. 1. Lifetime membership to the Slayers of the Cursed Alliance, granting access to all known information from both worlds. 2. Ghost Bell, an unknown grade ghost artifact, usage and origin unknown. 3. 2,000 horror coins, 100,000 longwa coins, and various food resources. Among these 3 rewards, Chen Yi was particularly eager for the first one. At this moment, he lacked nothing but knowledge about the 2 worlds. Without exaggeration, in certain aspects, he is utterly oblivious. Shortly thereafter, Wang Heng's message arrived. Mr. Ling, after the task is completed, a dedicated individual will deliver the goods to your doorstep. Upon reading Wang Heng's message, Chen Yi furrowed his brow slightly. However, he quickly grasped Wang Heng's meaning. It was likely a precaution against the potential loss of rewards, and indeed, upon the successful completion of the task, the Alliance of Slayers would undoubtedly make every effort to win him over. Home delivery was the simplest means of meeting. Well, the task has been accomplished. I would appreciate the prompt delivery of the rewards. Chen Yi typed on the keyboard and swiftly replied. Subsequently, he clicked to complete the task. The task status transitioned from incomplete to verifying information. In a remote mountain range in Longwa, at the base of the Alliance of Slayers. Completed? How is that possible? Just accepted the task and already finished? Are you trying to amuse me? A burly man clad in a black uniform and sporting a scruffy beard stared in disbelief at the information on the computer. What's going on? Is there anyone bold enough to toy with you? Wang Heng? At that moment, a tall, fair-skinned, and beautiful young woman approached with a smile. Team Leader Su, please take a look for yourself. Wang Heng shook his head and stepped aside. Observing this, Su Qingyan directed her gaze at the computer and quickly comprehended the situation. This is simple. Inform him that we need to verify, and we will send someone to investigate tomorrow. If he has indeed completed it, then rewards will be issued. If not, We shall blacklist him. Su Qingyan stretched lazily. By the way, have you found that rookie who has been connected to 3 high-level instances? Not at all. I haven't found a trace of him. I don't even know his name. How can I locate him? Wang Heng slumped back in his chair, raising his hand to grab a pack of cigarettes, only to recall that this team leader despised the smell of smoke. He had to abandon the idea. Why the silence? In his bedroom, Chen Yi took a sip of his soda, puzzled. Ding! At that moment, the computer notification chimed. Wang Heng sent another message. Mr. Ling, you are indeed swift. However, we need to verify this on our end. By tomorrow at the latest, we will have results. All right, I await your news. After replying, Chen Yi shut down the computer. He rose and approached the window, gazing out at the street below. The street remained shrouded in a thick fog, obscuring visibility. He then looked up at the blood moon, and his eyelids twitched suddenly. Indeed, something felt different. Since returning from Jing's hospital, he had sensed an anomaly with the blood moon. He saw that within the high-hanging blood moon, a figure lay quietly. However, the distance was too great for him to see clearly. Vaguely, he seemed to catch sight of a red dress, and nothing more. Chapter 49, Stealing a Bite. Meeting Wang Heng. In the dead of night, Chen Yi, who had been fast asleep, suddenly opened his eyes, got out of bed, and opened the door. He immediately spotted Fei sneaking about. Caught in the act, Fei felt somewhat embarrassed, putting down the cola and chicken wings in her hands, and quickly sat down on the sofa, saying, I wasn't stealing food. I was just guarding it for you. Yes, guarding the food. She spoke with utmost seriousness. Yet her gaze was fixated on the chicken wings, her throat working as she swallowed repeatedly. All right, go ahead and eat. In the future, indulge freely, without any stealth. Chen Yi lamented, shaking his head before retreating to his room. He feared that if he lingered any longer, Fei might drown in her own saliva. As anticipated, the moment Chen Yi closed the door, Fei eagerly seized the chicken wings and began to feast. Meanwhile, Chen Yi tucked herself under the covers, her eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. At that moment, a familiar voice echoed in her mind. Consume it, and your strength will be restored to its zenith. Do you not desire to relieve your brother of his burdens? Simply devour it, and you can effortlessly achieve all this, thus sparing your brother from fatigue. The voice was irresistibly tempting, lingering in Chen Yi's thoughts. However, she had long since dismissed it. At this moment, her mind was filled with the image of Xibeier. That sister was truly stunning, more beautiful than any woman she had ever encountered. Could she possibly be her future sister-in-law? Yet, the realms of humans and spirits were disparate. Surely, her brother would not engage in such affairs. People are inherently curious, yet the proud she dared not inquire of Chen Yi. Instead, she could only suppress her thoughts, vowing to drop hints to her brother in the future. The following morning, Chen Yi awoke early, and after completing his morning routine, he commenced preparing breakfast. His role as the chef was still ongoing. Curiously, during his previous role as the auctioneer, there had been specific tasks assigned, yet this time, the system seemed to be rather lackadaisical. Nonetheless, he welcomed the leisure, for failing to complete a role could bear dire consequences, death being the lightest of penalties, while the more severe could mean the dismemberment of his younger brother. Indeed, in Chen Yi's mind, death was trivial compared to the fate of his brother. Death was like the wind, ever present, but his brother was different. It would be better to die than to see him harmed. Before long, Chen Yi placed breakfast on the table. His sister and Fei had completed their morning routines and were seated, eagerly awaiting their meal. As soon as the food was set down, Fei's eyes sparkled, drool trickling down the corner of her mouth. When did you become such a skilled cook? Chen Yi inquired, surprised after tasting a dish. Come now, I am your brother. Cooking is a trivial matter, Chen Yi replied, nearly puffing up with pride at his sister's compliment. Indeed, one wonders how many women I have cooked for. Suddenly, Chen Yi scoffed, her tone tinged with sarcasm. At such a young age, how can you be so sardonic? Be careful, or you might find it hard to find a boyfriend. Hurry and eat. After a playful jab, Chen Yi placed the peeled shrimp into his sister's bowl, as well as some for Fei. After breakfast, Chen Yi returned to his room with a bottle of Sprite. He opened his computer and entered the URL for the Slayers Alliance. As soon as the page loaded, A flurry of messages popped up. Of these, two-thirds were from Wang Heng, while the remaining messages came from someone named Ouyang Wentian. He maneuvered the mouse and clicked open Wang Heng's chat window. After glancing at the message, he suddenly burst into laughter. It turned out that Wang Heng had confirmed the disappearance of the headless ghost. Without a moment's hesitation, he contacted Chen Yi to inquire about the address, eager to arrange a delivery. Chen Yi tapped away at the keyboard, promptly sending an address. Of course, it was not his current home, but rather the abandoned villa in the suburbs. Sigh. I should really tidy that place up when I have the time. After all, it is a villa, he mused with a sigh. Ding. Wang Heng replied swiftly, stating that he would deliver the goods at 2 in the afternoon and urged Chen Yi to be prepared. Closing Wang Heng's chat, he opened Ouyang Wentian's conversation. It contained but a single sentence. Follow me, and I can give you anything you desire. Upon reading those words, Chen Yi couldn't help but chuckle. For some reason, every time someone claimed they could provide him with anything he wanted, he found it immensely amusing. Can one truly grant anything? Well then, I wish for world peace. After replying with a disinterested not interested to Ouyang Wentian, Chen Yi shut down his computer. At noon, Chen Yi, feeling too lazy to cook, decided to take his sister and Fei out for beef noodles. Notably, since Fei had become Chen Yi's servant, her aura of malevolence seemed to have vanished, and she no longer appeared fearful of the sun. This peculiarity was not observed in Chen Yi, Xibeier, and others. Boss, for bowls of beef noodles. All with extra meat, and one for takeout, please. All right, make yourselves comfortable, the boss called out, bustling around the kitchen. Before long, 3 fragrant bowls of beef noodles were served. Dig in. Chen Yi cheerfully poured a splash of vinegar into each bowl. It always felt something was amiss without a bit of vinegar in beef noodles. Yum, so delicious. Fei exclaimed with delight after tasting a bite, while Chen Yi beside her also enjoyed her meal, devouring the beef noodles heartily. 20 minutes later, all 3 bowls were emptied. Chen Yi's sister and Fei contentedly patted their bellies, while Chen Yi stood up to retrieve the takeout. Here, take this to Grandpa Lu on your way back. I promised to treat him, but I completely forgot, he said, a bit embarrassed. He had indeed promised to bring Grandpa Lu a portion, but his sister's tears had made him forget. Yet he assumed Grandpa Lu did not mind, so he bought a portion nonetheless. All right, understood. Chen Yi nodded obediently. Are you going out? After a moment's thought, Chen Yi replied, yes, I will return before dark. If all goes well, after claiming the reward from the Slayers Alliance, I will head straight home. Soon after watching his sister and Fei depart, Chen Yi hailed a taxi to the villa in the suburbs. To his surprise, as soon as he stepped out of the car, a figure approached him. Wang Heng, holding a black leather suitcase, inquired, Mr. Ling? Upon seeing Chen Yi before him, Wang Heng was taken aback, not expecting the individual to be an elderly man. Indeed, before arriving, Chen Yi purchased a disposable disguise item from the system mall. It was quite affordable, merely costing 1,000 horror coins. Deacon Wang Heng? Chen Yi nodded and inquired. Chapter 50. Ouyang Wentian, an unexpected delight in an abandoned villa. Chen Yi and Wang Heng scrutinized each other, both surprised by the appearance of the other. After a brief moment, Wang Heng smiled faintly. Mr. Ling, first and foremost, congratulations on completing the task of eliminating the headless ghost. Here is your reward. Feel free to inspect it. As he spoke, he handed a black leather case to Chen Yi. Receiving the case, Chen Yi opened it without hesitation, eschewing any pretense of modesty or disbelief. Inside, he found a stack of horror coins and cash on one side, and a palm-sized, entirely yellow bell on the other. The bell emitted a faint aura of death, occasionally chiming a delicate sound. Thank you, Deacon Wang Heng. Chen Yi nodded and closed the case. Now that Mr. Ling has finished inspecting, let us discuss another matter. Wang Heng continued earnestly. The Slayers Alliance wishes to invite you to join as a team leader. His demeanor was sincere, showing no signs of misgiving. Given that Ling Chen was older and stronger than him, he found it entirely reasonable for him to assume such a position. Alas, Deacon Wang Heng, you are unaware that I am quite accustomed to a leisurely life and have no desire to involve myself in your affairs. Chen Yi chuckled, shaking his head. He had no intention of joining the Slayers Alliance. Very well. If Mr. Ling is unwilling, then so be it. However, should you require any assistance in the future, feel free to reach out to me. Wang Heng felt a twinge of regret upon hearing Chen Yi's words. The two continued their conversation for a while longer until Wang Heng had to leave. Just as Chen Yi prepared to return home, a figure abruptly blocked his path. Looking up, he discovered a young man in his 20s, clad in a suit. "Is there something you need?" Chen Yi furrowed his brow and asked. "Ling Chen?" Ouyang Wentian smiled faintly, taken aback to find that Ling Chen was an elder. "Join my ranks, and I can provide you with everything you desire." His grin was confident, as he believed that in this era, no one could refuse him. "I decline. Please stop bothering me." Chen Yi shrugged, speaking dismissively. He had already inferred the other man's identity as the one who had privately messaged him on the Slayers Alliance website. Refusal? No, no, no. No one can reject me. Ouyang Wentian. As soon as Ouyang Wentian's words fell, 10 individuals suddenly emerged from the surroundings. Each wore black combat attire and exuded an ethereal aura. Each held a ghostly weapon of formidable caliber. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yi couldn't help but frown. He had not anticipated that in such an era, someone could assemble such a formidable team. This clearly indicated that Ouyang Wentian's status was anything but ordinary. But then again, was Chen Yi's own identity so simple? In the next instant, he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers, and at that moment, a figure appeared beside him. At this juncture, Xibeier remained expressionless, her gaze fixed intently on Ouyang Wentian. "Very well. If you kill her, I shall accompany you." Chen Yi grinned, then unexpectedly sat down on the ground. "Kill her?" Ouyang Wentian was momentarily taken aback, pointing toward Xibeier. Although he had not clearly seen how she had appeared, he could discern that Xibeier was merely an ordinary person. "Humph. Kill her." Ouyang Wentian scoffed, feeling that Chen Yi was belittling him. However, just as his voice faded, Xibeier's figure suddenly vanished. Immediately after, an overwhelming surge of crimson, ghostly energy enveloped everyone present. In an instant, several cries of agony erupted, and the scent of blood filled the air. Amidst the ghostly energy, Ouyang Wentian furrowed his brow. Even in his folly, he understood that something was amiss. That woman was, in fact, an anomaly. Moreover, a remarkably powerful one at that. "Ling Chen, is it? I shall remember you." Ouyang Wentian sneered, suddenly producing a dagger in his hand. In the next moment, he raised the dagger and sliced open his finger, blood immediately welling up. Following that, a plume of black mist surged forth from the wound, enveloping his entire being. In the blink of an eye, Ouyang Wentian had vanished, leaving only a bloody dagger lying forlornly on the ground. After a while, as the ghostly energy dissipated, Xibeier returned to Chen Yi's side. Not far away, 10 corpses lay in disarray, all bearing expressions of terror, suggesting they had experienced considerable fright before their demise. Alas, what a pity one got away. Chen Yi sighed, shaking his head, feeling a tinge of regret. He approached the bodies and commanded Xiao He to consume the 10 corpses. Ding! Lifespan replenishing. Replenishment complete. Current lifespan, 799 years. With an additional 200 years added to his lifespan, Chen Yi felt a surge of joy within him. After sending Xibeier back, he alone carried the black leather suitcase home. In a villa district of Xihua City, Ouyang Wentian lay pale and breathless on his bed. Just moments ago, had he not been ruthless enough, he would likely be dead by now. Ling Chen. Ouyang Wentian clenched his jaw, consumed by rage. Since his birth, he had indulged in opulence, living a life of ease where everything was handed to him on a silver platter. The wealth of his family was sufficient for him to squander over 10 lifetimes. Thus, in his over 20 years, he had never faced setbacks. There was nothing that money could not resolve. It was merely a matter of not having enough money. Has that newcomer, who has cleared 3 consecutive dungeons, been found yet? At this moment, he directed his gaze towards a nearby servant. "Young master, not yet. That newcomer is particularly cautious, even refraining from revealing their name," the servant replied, shaking his head hastily. "Useless. Get lost." Ouyang Wentian, infuriated, kicked the servant aside. Ding! Special item detected. System scanning. Scan complete. Name, Ghost Bell. Grade. Source. Function. Shake the bell to emit a sound that enforces an eerie 2-second stillness on those who hear it. 60 minutes. Note. This bell appears to be incomplete. Please use with caution to avoid complications. Upon reading the introduction of the ghost bell, Chen Yi's heart surged with delight. He had stumbled upon a treasure. Originally, he had set out merely to share information, but unexpectedly, he had acquired such a remarkable item. A 2-second eerie stillness. In those 2 seconds, he could accomplish numerous tasks. However, why were both the grade and source marked with question marks? Did the system truly not know where it originated? Chen Yi's curiosity piqued, yet the system offered no further insights. After a while, Chen Yi entered the living room and, upon seeing Fei Fei, could not help but smile. He produced the ghost bell and began to shake it. Ding dong. Instantly, a sound that pierced the soul resonated. Fei Fei, who had been laughing heartily, suddenly froze in place. After 2 seconds, she resumed her laughter, completely unaware that anything was amiss. Satisfied with the outcome, Chen Yi returned to his room. Chapter 51. The hunt begins. As night fell, the crimson moon hung high in the sky. The streets were once again enveloped in mist, shrouded in a gray haze. Chen Yi stood by the window, gazing up at the moon. A flicker of red light passed through his eyes, and at that moment, the eye of the evil god appeared in his left hand. Indeed, there was someone, surprisingly, it was a woman. He had stood there for a full hour, finally confirming that a woman was present within the crimson moon. Suddenly, he lowered his gaze towards the misty area. Huh? Isn't that the fellow? As the words left his lips, he leaped into action, jumping out of the window. A thorough search was in order. Finding that peculiar individual meant a reward of 1,000 horror coins for each person. From within the fog, a commanding voice echoed. Ouyang Wentian, donned in a black suit, began to inspire his subordinates with grand promises. Tonight, they braved the dangers of the misty area in search of an anomaly, an exceptionally unique one. This anomaly, known as the Mist Ghost, formed autonomously from a mist. Its power lay in releasing the terrifying fog that sent chills down spines. Once I obtain the Mist Ghost, who in this world can stand in my way? Ouyang Wentian snorted coldly, his heart already filled with anticipation. However, just then, a figure abruptly appeared beside Ouyang Wentian. Who the hell are you? In the mist, the sudden presence of another person was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. Ouyang Wentian nearly suffered a heart attack. Me? I am merely an inconspicuous passerby. Chang Yi simidit burodli, pidesanting an inaugural demanor. This smile immediately relaxed Ouyang Wentian, though he remained puzzled. What are you doing here? May I ask? Are you young Master Ouyang? Chen Yi did not respond directly, but instead posed a question in return. Upon hearing that Chen Yi was aware of his identity, Ouyang Wentian nodded. Ah, then it is true. I have come to find you. Let me be candid. I wish to accompany you. Chen Yi clapped his hands, gazing at Ouyang Wentian with the eagerness of an ardent admirer. Accompany me? Ouyang Wentian was taken aback. Who are you to presume such a privilege? He scoffed dismissively, turning to leave. The only reason he had engaged in conversation with Chen Yi was to ascertain the latter's identity. Since the individual possessed no notable status, he saw no reason to linger. Chen Yi remained motionless, watching as Ouyang Wentian prepared to vanish into the mist. However, just as Ouyang was about to disappear, Chen Yi suddenly spoke. I'm a newcomer who has achieved 3 consecutive dungeon-level evaluations. In an instant, a gust of wind swept through. The seemingly vanished Ouyang Wentian reappeared before Chen Yi, his eyes locked on Chen Yi's, scrutinizing for any signs of deceit. Yet, Chen Yi maintained a steady smile, meeting his gaze unwaveringly. After a moment of silence, Ouyang Wentian straightened and inquired, What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claim? No sooner had he uttered these words than 2 objects materialized in Chen Yi's hand, a black dagger and a wooden token, a Ghost King-level artifact. Ouyang Wentian was instantly startled. He possessed enough discernment to recognize its significance, as his own Ouyang family also held Ghost King-level artifacts. But what was this wooden token? He leaned in closer, examining it, murmuring, King of the Little Giant Clan. Upon reading the inscription, His eyes widened in astonishment. Previously, his subordinates had investigated and discovered that a newcomer had slain a giant. After extensive inquiries, utilizing a considerable amount of horror coins, they eventually learned that the victim was none other than the king of the Little Giant clan. In that moment, the token of the Little Giant clan lay in Chen Yi's possession, coupled with a ghost king-level artifact. There was no doubt he was indeed that newcomer. Yet, why would he seek to ally himself with Ouyang Wentian? Before Ouyang Wentian could voice his curiosity, Chen Yi took the initiative to explain, "Alas, I inadvertently offended someone far stronger than myself." With that, he shook his head, sighing softly. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, Ouyang Wentian nodded in understanding. This made sense. Who was this formidable opponent? An 8th-level player. Ouyang Wentian fell silent. He had only one 8th-level player under his command. In that moment, he began to weigh the pros and cons of accepting Chen Yi into his ranks. However, clarity soon dawned upon him. Yes, a newcomer who has achieved 3 consecutive dungeon evaluations is destined to become an 8th-level player, perhaps even reach the legendary 9th level. Very well, then, you may follow me. I shall not be intimidated by any 8th-level player. Within the mist, Chen Yi joined Ouyang Wentian's party in search of the fog ghosts. HM, it seems there is some commotion over there. I shall investigate. With Ouyang Wentian's consent, Chen Yi vanished into the mist. In the next moment, a glimmer of red light flashed in his eyes, and the entire foggy expanse became transparent. A smile spread across his lips as he gripped the eerie blade in his hand. At the same time, Xibeier appeared by his side. "Let the hunt commence." As the words fell, Chen Yi dashed out, heading straight for Ouyang Wentian's servant. When Ouyang Wentian cornered him at the abandoned villa, he had already sentenced the other to death. Soon, a metallic scent began to permeate the fog, drawing forth numerous ominous entities. The third, Chen Yi murmured, gazing at the corpse beneath his feet, before commanding Xiao He to consume it. How peculiar was that no one had come to report back. Ouyang Wentian furrowed his brow, attempting to survey his surroundings, only to find himself enveloped in mist. Prior to their arrival, they had established a rule to report back every 5 minutes. Yet now, a full 10 minutes had elapsed since the last report. Suddenly, a wave of bloodlust wafted toward him. In an instant, he realized something had gone awry. Young master, it's bad." At that moment, Chen Yi's anxious voice rang out. "Someone has begun to slay our brethren." His face was a mask of terror, his legs trembling uncontrollably. "Who? What person?" Ouyang Wentian inquired, his brow furrowing as a ghostly artifact, a pair of chopsticks, materialized in his hand. "An old man with white hair," Chen Yi replied, beginning to describe the face he had seen Wang Heng use that morning. Upon hearing Chen Yi's account, Ouyang Wentian initially frowned, then seethed with rage. "Ling Chen, I will end you. Tell me, is there a beautiful woman accompanying him?" No, Chen Yi hastily responded. "Humph, in that case, Ling Chen shall not leave alive." Chapter 52. Gathering the troops, slaying the 1,000-faced abomination within the fog-laden area. Ouyang Wentian gripped the chopsticks tightly, fervently searching for Ling Chen's whereabouts, while Chen Yi leisurely trailed behind him. Where could Ling Chen possibly be? After a considerable time had passed without a glimpse of Ling Chen, Ouyang Wentian could no longer contain his impatience and inquired. "Distant yet near?" Chen Yi remarked, revealing a seemingly harmless smile. In the next moment, his visage transformed, his once ebony hair turning stark white. "Young Master Ouyang, are you looking for me?" Witnessing this astonishing transformation, Ouyang Wentian was left speechless. It was indeed the first time in his life he had seen such a metamorphosis. Taking a deep breath, he pondered, "So, Ling Chen is Chen Yi, and Chen Yi is Ling Chen. Are you truly that newcomer?" "Of course, with my striking handsomeness and charming demeanor. Who else could I be?" Chen Yi reverted to his youthful appearance, grinning widely to reveal a set of brilliant white teeth. "Ha! It seems this is truly unfortunate." Ouyang Wentian, upon hearing Chen Yi's admission, let out a cold chuckle. In the next instant, the chopsticks in his hand erupted with a crimson light, enveloping him. In the blink of an eye, Ouyang Wentian's form underwent a dramatic transformation. Before him stood a monstrous figure, towering at 5 meters, veins bulging, adorned with countless faces. It swept aside the fog, emanating a greenish, ghostly aura, its palpable bloodlust almost tangible. The myriad faces writhed and snarled, baring their teeth in fury toward Chen Yi. Most alarmingly, in its grasp, it held a 2-meter-long stick with a diameter of 30 centimeters, dripping with black blood. In the depths of the black blood, countless bizarre worms writhed and shrieked. To my astonishment, I never expected such a thing to exist within Ouyang Wentian. Chen Yi's mouth fell agape, his heart overwhelmed with shock. Just a week prior, he had seen 2 videos on the Slayers of Anomalies Alliance, and now he had encountered them all. Moreover, the most formidable of these anomalies resided within a human host. Indeed, the creature before him was a parasite dwelling within Ouyang Wentian. They coexisted as one, sharing life and death. Alas, had it been someone else, they might have truly been slain. Yet, you remain utterly unaware of the magnitude of the adversary you face. Chen Yi shook his head in resignation, raising his left hand as the eye of the evil god materialized instantly. He then snapped his fingers, and the silhouette of Xibeier appeared without delay. The Ghost King? Ha, Huisnt1. The monster sneered, its myriad faces squirming. No, look again. Chen Yi smiled faintly, and 3 more figures emerged beside him. Bai Xian, Ai Qian, and the Ghost Bride. The 3 great Ghost Kings, the epitome of ghostly prowess. In the blink of an eye, the fog-laden area was suffused with ghostly energy, transforming entirely into a realm of spirits. 3 Ghost Kings. How is this possible? Recognizing the bizarre realm surrounding Chen Yi, the creature's countless faces shrieked in unison. Their cries shattered the windows of nearby buildings, and even the ground split open in a fissure. What is impossible about this? Chen Yi mused, raising his palms innocently. In the next moment, the 4 figures beside him struck simultaneously, their ghostly energy locking onto the 1,000-faced anomaly. No. The anguished screams of the 1,000-faced anomaly echoed throughout the heavens and earth, setting off alarms in vehicles within a 5-kilometer radius. Domestic dogs and wild hounds howled in unison. Meanwhile, members of the Slayers of Anomalies and numerous small teams from various factions rushed forth. Their destination, the fog-laden area. 5 minutes later, bang! A tremendous explosion reverberated as the 1,000-faced anomaly collapsed to the ground, creating a deep crater. Oh dear, weren't you quite arrogant before? You even said you would have me under your command, indulging in wealth and power. Chen Yi approached the 1,000-faced anomaly, speaking in a mocking tone. Here's the deal. I'll give you a chance to follow me, and I'll grant you whatever you desire. What do you say? As he spoke, he kicked the trembling 1,000-faced anomaly. All right. I shall serve you faithfully. Wherever you direct me, I shall not stray. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, the myriad faces of the 1,000-faced anomaly responded in unison, filled with excitement. How agreeable! Chen Yi grinned widely, delivering another kick to the anomaly. Suddenly, a crimson-black long sword materialized in his hand. The blade emanated a dense aura of death, causing even the 1,000-faced anomaly to shudder involuntarily. Ding! Target to be slain. 1,000-faced anomaly. Ouyang Wentian. Strength. Ghost King. 2nd tier. Lifespan consumption. 499 years. Remaining lifespan. 799 years. Do you wish to slay? What does this mean? The 1,000-faced anomaly trembled at the sight of the sword in Chen Yi's hand. It sensed that this sword was even more terrifying than the 3 great demon kings. Did you not say you would head east and never west? Then if I command your demise, you surely would not refuse, would you? Chen Yi grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Upon hearing his words, the 1,000-faced anomaly was momentarily stunned, all its faces frozen in confusion. It never anticipated that even in such a dire situation, Chen Yi would still seek to slay it. Shouldn't it be better to have an additional ally? Ding! Will you execute the kill? Yes. In the next instant, a flash of crimson light streaked across the sky, an overwhelming aura of death and murderous intent spreading for 10 miles around. The 1,000-faced anomaly let out a wretched scream as it was cleaved in half by the sword of lifespan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the thousand-faced anomaly, gaining 800 experience points. The once thrashing and writhing thousand-faced anomaly finally lay still. 2.5 meters of its corpse continually oozed black blood. Within that blood, the previously wriggling and shrieking insects ceased their struggles. Little Black, it's time to feast. Chen Yi plopped down on the ground, calling for Little Black to devour the remains of the thousand-faced anomaly. This time, it took Little Black a full 2.5 minutes to completely consume a corpse. Ding! Lifespan replenishing. Replenishment complete. Current lifespan, 500 years. Wow, that was swift. Suddenly, Chen Yi paused, shook his head, and rose to leave. At the same moment, the 4 members of the Hebel group vanished without a trace. Not long after, 5 individuals clad in black uniforms stood before a deep pit. Within the pit, thick, dark blood flowed slowly. A demon king had perished here. The team leader suddenly spoke, his voice laden with incredulity. A demon king? How could that be? Was it not said that there were no demon kings in the real world? Indeed, if there were demon kings in reality, how would we survive? We're finished. I'm only at level 4, and encountering a demon king would surely mean death. In an instant, the remaining 4 team members were filled with trepidation. Enough chatter. This demon king is evidently dead. Suddenly, the team leader barked, casting a disappointed glance at his companions. But only a demon king could slay another demon king. One of the team members said with a conflicted expression, "Indeed," which implies there are other demon kings. What are we to do? I'm not ready to die. Chapter 53. The Noble School. Acts of kindness. As the sun rose and the mist dissipated, Chen Yi awoke and stretched, making his way to the window to open it. Fresh air is essential. After slaying Ouyang Wentian, he felt immensely relieved. In these times, anyone harboring murderous intent towards him could not be spared. Otherwise, it might be his turn to perish someday. After breakfast, Chen Yi opened his computer and entered the website of the Slayers of Anomalies. As soon as he clicked on it, a flood of posts surged forth. Shocking. A demon king exists in the real world. Incredible. Who could have slain the demon king? Speechless. Thousands of households with shattered glass. Is this a reflection of humanity's corruption or a decline in morality? After a cursory glance, he clicked on the post that had garnered the most attention. Seeking flowers and questioning willows. I can't believe it. The Ghost King truly exists. It's utterly unbelievable. Lan Boji and I. Goodness, not only is there a Ghost King, but he can also be slain. How marvelous. Truly magnificent. If I don't believe it. This must be a deliberate fabrication to attract attention. Observing the flurry of astonished comments, Chen Yi felt a slight smile tug at his lips. This air of mystery was simply delightful. Esteemed player Ling Chun, you have been chosen to participate in the horror game instance. Please prepare yourself. Countdown, 9 minutes 59 seconds. Suddenly, a flash of red light flickered in Chen Yi's eyes, revealing a line of blood-red text alongside the countdown. Alas, what a stroke of misfortune. Some individuals are selected only once or twice in their lifetime. Yet here I am, chosen every couple of days. He shook his head, displaying little reaction. After all, he knew that those who are chosen only once or twice in their lives have lived for less than 20 years. He stood up and opened the door, discovering his sister and Fei cuddled together, happily watching a variety show. On the television, several humans were participating in a bizarre program titled Run. Humans. The premise was simple. Humans flee while the bizarre entities pursue them, and if caught, they face death. Naturally, these humans were players of level 3 or 4, and if they survived, they would receive substantial rewards. I have been selected for a horror game. You two stay at home and don't wander about. Understood. You can proceed with peace of mind. She waved her hand impatiently. Chen Yi raised an eyebrow. Proceed? This girl is truly spoiled. With a sigh, he returned to his bedroom, closed the door, and awaited the end of the countdown. Ding! Countdown, 3, 2, 1. Wishing you a pleasant game experience. In the next moment, a beam of red light descended from above, enveloping Chen Yi instantly. He then closed his eyes, his consciousness becoming muddled. Welcome to the horror game world. Level instance, Horror Noble School. Number of players, 10. This is one of the most luxurious schools in the entire horror game world, where the students are either wealthy or noble. Game task: survive for 5 days. Complete all side quests and accomplish one hidden task. Task rewards: 5,000 horror coins, 300 points, and a random treasure chest. On the deserted street, dust swirled amidst scattered refuse. In the sewers, dismembered limbs lay, emanating a foul stench. Yet, not far away, an opulent school stood in stark contrast. Above its entrance, a gilded plaque bore the ornate characters: Nobility. What a truly aristocratic institution. How extravagant. Chen Yi couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Even he felt an urge to claim that plaque as his own. At that moment, other players began to appear, some male, some female, including Chen Yi. There were 6 boys and 4 girls in total. Quiet down. Suddenly, a dissatisfied reprimand echoed through the air. A rotund man, clad in a shirt and suit trousers, emerged from the school gates. His considerable girth nearly caused the button at the center of his shirt to pop open. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Luo Xing, the principal of this esteemed institution. We are a prestigious school, known for the camaraderie between faculty and students, so you may rest assured. Principal Luo smiled, appearing anything but sinister. Now, I shall announce your respective duties. Tang-san, you will tend to the rabbits in the school cafeteria. Kai-Koen, you will care for the chickens. Wang Ernyo, you will teach mathematics in Class 8 of Grade 2. Ling Chun, you will teach Chinese in Class 2 of Grade 1. In due course, Principal Luo read aloud the assignments for all. This elicited a mix of reactions. Some were pleased while others were dismayed. The fortunate ones would tend to animals and manage campus grounds, thus avoiding the eerie atmosphere and experiencing a significantly low mortality rate. Conversely, those assigned to teach were apprehensive, as they would not only face students daily, but also contend with other educators. Most concerning was that some among them had not even completed 9 years of compulsory education. How could they be expected to teach others? Wasn't that akin to courting disaster? However, at that moment, Chen Yi was in remarkably high spirits. Just moments ago, his role as a chef had concluded, and the system rewarded him with 50 role-playing points. Ding! Role-playing task. Teacher activated. During the role-playing period, please fulfill the responsibilities of a teacher. Did everyone hear that clearly? Now, let us commence our duties. Principal Luo smiled faintly and turned to walk into the school. Yet, as he entered, the school gates abruptly slammed shut. What was happening? Why had the gates closed? Look, there's the gatekeeper. He must be the one behind this. Soon, all players converge upon the gatekeeper, demanding he open the door. Get lost, you filthy rat. The gatekeeper bellowed, slamming his hand on the table, which startled several players into retreat. Was this what Principal Luo meant by a friendly faculty and student environment? It seemed the gatekeeper was not within that realm. Hey, could you do me a favor and open the door? Chen Yi approached with a smile. However, the gatekeeper ignored him entirely, choosing instead to rest his eyes. Oh dear, who dropped the 100 horror coins? Suddenly, Chen Yi exclaimed, producing 100 horror coins and slapping them onto the table. Hearing the noise, the gatekeeper opened his eyes, glanced at the coins, and then fixed his gaze on Chen Yi. Subsequently, he stood, pocketed the coins, and turned the key, opening the door just a crack. Come in. I appreciate a person who does good deeds. Without hesitation, Chen Yi stepped inside. Upon seeing him enter, the other players became elated and attempted to follow suit. However, to their surprise, the school gates slammed shut once more, as the gatekeeper extended his right hand and looked skyward. Chapter 54. A Good Samaritan, Threatened Upon Arrival. If you wish to enter, you must pay. Otherwise, you shall return from whence you came. Observing the stillness, the gatekeeper could no longer contain himself and uttered a remark. At this, all players suddenly understood and promptly retrieved their 100 horror coins. 100 terrifying coins may not seem like a substantial amount to them, yet it is a worthy price to pay for entry into the academy. Who mentioned a mere 100? Apologies, the price has risen. The first individual is charged 100, the second 200, and so forth. The gatekeeper grinned, eyeing the players before him as if they were lambs awaiting slaughter. Upon hearing this, the remaining 9 players grew anxious, hastily scrambling to pay for their admission into the school. In fact, a few of them even resorted to physical altercations. Meanwhile, Within the esteemed institution of horror, Chen Yi, after assisting Director Luo in retrieving 500 terrifying coins that had fallen to the ground, received a crucial piece of information. All players, the temporary workers, were required to collect their respective job badges from the Academic Affairs Office. Failure to do so would label them as filthy intruders, destined to be dismembered and devoured. Shortly thereafter, he discovered the location of the Academic Affairs Office. As he approached the door, an odd moan emanated from within. Goodness! In broad daylight, such activities? Just as he marveled at this revelation, the office door swung open abruptly. A young woman clad in a black uniform, her legs adorned with black stockings, sauntered out, swaying her hips enticingly. As she passed Chen Yi, she arched an eyebrow suggestively. Blimey! Suddenly, Chen Yi's eyes widened, unable to suppress an exclamation. He had witnessed an exceedingly shocking scene. The woman, upon exiting the office, spat towards a trash can, though her saliva appeared far from ordinary. Ahem, please enter. A light cough resonated from within the office, snapping Chen Yi back to reality as he stepped inside. Upon entering, he beheld a corpulent man, his body overflowing with flesh, reclining in a chair with an expression of utter indulgence. A rat? The man opened his eyes and fixated on Chen Yi, a glimmer of greed flickering in his gaze. Greetings, Director. I am a new temporary worker responsible for teaching Chinese to the first and second-year classes, Chen Yi announced with a smile. Oh, is that so? Yet all I see is a filthy rat, the Director of Academic Affairs replied with a sinister grin, his facial flesh quivering. Instantly, a dark malevolence surged forth from him, akin to a ravenous wolf. Sigh, it appears my demise is inevitable. Allow me to close the door for you. Then, Chen Yi said, shaking his head with a pained expression. As if resigned to his fate, he trudged towards the door, closing it behind him. Ah, quite perceptive for a rat, the Director of Academic Affairs remarked, casting a reproving glance at Chen Yi. Indeed, but why can't you exhibit a modicum of understanding? Chen Yi nodded in agreement, suddenly pivoting to face the Director, his intent to kill locking onto the man. In an instant, cold sweat began to trickle down the Director's ample body. He trembled in terror, and before long, his trousers bore witness to his fear. Drip! The sound of urine hitting the floor echoed crisply. What do you intend to do? Despite having soiled himself, the Director of Academic Affairs attempted to maintain an facade of calm. Nothing much, merely wishing to have a heart-to-heart conversation. I hope you can comprehend that I am indeed a good person. Chen Yi grinned widely, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, as he approached the Director of the Academic Affairs Office, wielding a baton in his hand. In the next moment, he tightened his grip on the baton, swung his arm vigorously, and struck the Director on the head. A sharp chime echoed, signaling a successful stun. Dark blood trickled down the Director's face from the impact. 3 seconds later, the Director shook his head and regained consciousness. Upon seeing Chen Yi, he was so frightened that he fell to the ground, mixing his urine with the dark blood, creating a foul stench. Hurry up with the work ID, Chen Yi urged impatiently, eager to complete his side quests and hidden tasks. All right, I'm on it. The Director trembled as he attempted to rise, only to slip on the urine. After 3 attempts, he finally managed to stand. Without a moment's hesitation, he prepared the work ID for Chen Yi in just a minute. Name, Ling Chen. Temporary worker, position, Chinese teacher for class 12 of year 1. Looking at the ID in his hand, Chen Yi felt a profound sense of satisfaction as he pinned it to his chest. All right then, you carry on. I shall take my leave. He flashed another smile, showcasing his signature teeth, appearing harmless, yet instilling fear in the Director, who dared not look up. Within the campus, Chen Yi searched for the location of year 1, class 2. Upon passing through the school gate, he noticed that the other players had vanished. However, several patches of dried blood remained on the ground. He paid little mind to the fate of those individuals and continued his quest for class 2. Suddenly, a series of urgent bells rang out. At that moment, Chen Yi finally located the classroom for year 1, class 2. Taking a deep breath, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. As he entered, 32 pairs of eyes turned toward him in unison. Teacher, you are late, a boy shouted, raising his hand. Indeed, if you do not provide us with a reasonable explanation, we shall devour you and seek a more competent instructor," echoed another boy, his desk mate, also raising his hand. As their words settled, the entire class stared at Chen Yi in silence. Each student emanated a unique aura. Their appearances varied. Some were eerie, others resembling zombies or vampires, all embodying the nobility of a horror game world. A notification chimed. Side quest triggered. Become a qualified teacher. Note: gain heartfelt recognition from 3 students to complete the task. With the first side quest activated, Chen Yi ascended to the podium and surveyed the room. A moment later, a smile crept across his face as he slowly spoke. "Just now, I thought an article, but I am uncertain whether to share it with you. After all, I do not know how good your memories are." He sighed dramatically, feigning regret. "Please share your article, teacher. If we cannot remember it, you won't have to worry about being replaced. However, if we do remember, you shall be divided among all 32 of us." The boy, who had spoken first, raised his hand again, a mocking smile on his face. In that instant, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. The students in the classroom began to echo in agreement. "All right, since this classmate is so confident, let this passage from the memorial on the expedition be bestowed upon you all." The late emperor had barely commenced his endeavors before he tragically passed, leaving the realm in a fragmented state. After 15 minutes, Chen Yi finally paused, gazing silently at the students below. At that moment, all the students appeared utterly bewildered. "Who am I? Where am I? What was it I just heard?" He mused, reflecting on how his peers once memorized this text with fervor, wondering how they could not handle it now. His thoughts shifted to the student who had raised his hand first. Chapter 55, "I apologize, but my rules are my rules." He continued, "No need for the other students to recite. You shall do it." Chen Yi smiled gently, his gaze fixed on the first student who sought attention. He then gleaned personal information from the student's name tag. "Xiazhua, son of the vampire duke." Is the duke formidable? Indeed he is. But let us see him come here and take me down. With that thought, Chen Yi descended from the podium and approached Xiazhua. "Recite it." "I'm listening intently." Xiazhua's face flushed crimson as he stammered, unable to articulate a word. Suddenly, for reasons unknown, his ears twitched, and he raised his head to meet Chen Yi's gaze. "I am the son of the vampire duke, the noblest among nobles. Even the principal must greet me with respect. What are you, a filthy rat?" Before he could finish, a wooden stick struck him across the face. Ding! Dizziness failed. "Please strike the top of the head. Are you pretending to be something you're not? A duke's son? If you have the ability, summon the duke to end me." With every utterance, the stick fell upon Xiazhua's body once more. None of the blows landed on his head, thus avoiding the state of dizziness. However, the pain was undeniably real. There was no need for judgment on that aspect. At that moment, all the students in Class 12 of Year 1 were left dumbfounded, staring at Chen Yi in disbelief. They could not comprehend how this filthy rat, this lowly human, dared to act thus. After all, he was the son of a vampire duke, even though their own families were also of noble lineage. Few dared to provoke the vampire duke. Ding! Side quest completed. Rewards will be uniformly distributed at the conclusion of the instance. Number of acknowledgements: 103. Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback by the 2 lines of crimson text before him. Is that it? I haven't done anything yet. However, in the next instant, he noticed several students gazing at him with admiration. Well, he hadn't really done much. He merely struck the son of the vampire duke. So be it. You. I shall report this to the principal and have him deal with you. Xiazhua struggled to rise, only to be unexpectedly kicked down to the ground by Chen Yi. "Oh dear, Xiazhua, I'm afraid it's class time now. No one is permitted to run amok." Chen Yi grinned, his seemingly harmless demeanor causing Xiazhua to tremble in fear. After a considerable pause, he stammered, "I've been here for so long, yet I was unaware of this regulation." Upon hearing Xiazhua's words, Chen Yi turned and strode towards the door. This action immediately led all the students to believe that Chen Yi was frightened and intended to flee. Suddenly, with a forceful kick, Chen Yi slammed the door shut, and the stick in his hand had inexplicably transformed into a sinister blade. He sauntered to the podium and took a seat, idly toying with the ominous aura of death and malice that surrounded him. In the next moment, a grin spread across his face as he surveyed the crowd, declaring, "I apologize, but here my rules are the law." Ding! Side quest accomplished. Rewards will be distributed at the conclusion of the session. Acknowledge count, 203. Xiazhua, do you have anything further to say? If not, please remain silent and do not disturb your fellow classmates. Upon hearing this, Xiazhua indeed lay down on the ground, motionless. The school bell rang, signaling the end of class. Chen Yi closed his textbook and announced, "Class dismissed." Afterward, he glanced at Xiazhua, who remained on the floor, and, disinterested, he exited the classroom. Just as he stepped out, a figure approached, blocking his path. He looked up and recognized the individual. "Mr. Ling Chun, I'm the Chinese teacher from Class 1, Sherry." Clad in a black uniform, Sherry caught Chen Yi's attention. "Miss Sherry, I have seen you before at the office door," he replied with a slight smile, his gaze drawn to her crimson lips. Sensing his stare, Sherry's cheeks flushed. "Mr. Ling Chun, are you free tonight?" she asked, her tongue playfully licking her lips. "Perhaps not. I am still new here. Next time, I promise." Chen Yi responded, shaking his head as he attempted to walk past her. However, unexpectedly, Sherry reached out and grasped his arm. "I heard the Vampire Duke is coming soon." Her words left Chen Yi momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his composure, Sherry had vanished. "The Vampire Duke," he mused. "If he comes, then let it be. If I can fight, I shall. If not, then I shall perish. Ah, it's all just a game." He chuckled softly, humming a tune as he descended the stairs. Though it was merely the second period's end, it was already lunchtime. This was not due to the length of the classes, but rather the astonishing 4-hour midday recess at this prestigious academy. Classes commenced at 10 in the morning and resumed at 2 in the afternoon. Chen Yi couldn't help but feel envious of such a schedule. In his previous life, before his transmigration, he had endured grueling late-night study sessions that ended at midnight. Those days were unbearable. "Hey, wait a moment." A breathless voice called from behind him. Turning around, he saw a female player who had entered alongside him. Her name seemed to be Wang Erniel. "You're Ling Chun, right?" "I'm Wang Erniel," she said with a grin, extending her hand toward him. "Yes." Chen Yi nodded, but did not take her hand. "Are you going to eat? If so, shall we go together?" Wang Ernie did not feel embarrassed and continued to speak. Upon hearing her words, Chen Yi nodded, offering no refusal. After all, the distance to the cafeteria was a mere 500 meters, and even if he declined, she would still need to dine. However, he soon regretted his decision. This brief distance of 500 meters seemed to unleash a torrent of words from Wang Ernie, who animatedly recounted her journey into the school and her methods of disciplining students. In essence, it boiled down to 3 words: sheer luck. She, like Chen Yi, had also spent 100 terrifying coins to gain entry, as the gatekeeper remarked that she resembled a fellow villager. Upon entering the school, the first person she inquired of was one of her students. Once in the classroom, she flashed a smile, and the students praised her for her amiable nature. At that moment, Chen Yi could only think of one phrase: comparisons are odious. Chapter 56. Seeking Help, Water Ghost, Illusion in the Dining Hall of the Terrifying Aristocrat School. The appearance of Chen Yi and Wang Ernie immediately drew the attention of most faculty and students. However, their interest waned upon noticing the badges adorning the pair's chests. "Excuse me, how much do these meals cost?" Wang Ernie approached a stall selling human food and tilted her head to inquire of the serving lady. The lady, maintaining a stoic expression, glanced at Wang Ernie and replied, "Only set meals are available, each costing 100 terrifying coins." 100 terrifying coins? Wang Ernie gasped in astonishment. She had already paid the gatekeeper 100 terrifying coins upon entering the school, and now to find that a meal would cost the same was quite the shock. She had entered this scenario with only 500 terrifying coins in total. With 4.5 days remaining until the conclusion of the scenario, would her funds suffice? Ding! Side quest activated. Beautiful and kind-hearted, eager to help. Assist 2 faculty members. Reward hidden quest clues 1. Meanwhile, Chen Yi, adopting an indifference to the plight of others, was suddenly confronted by 2 lines of crimson text before his eyes. Sighing, he muttered, "I truly wish to avoid meddling in others' affairs." With a resigned breath, he withdrew 2 100-coin notes. 2 set meals, please. Upon hearing Chen Yi's voice, the serving lady's demeanor brightened instantly. Oh dear, at my age, how can I still be called sister? Child, is this enough? Before long, she served 2 generous meals, nearly overflowing. Thank you. Thank you. Wang Ernie blushed, shyly expressing her gratitude. Chen Yi waved his hand dismissively. His only aim was to uncover the clues to the hidden quest. Otherwise, Wang Ernie's hunger would be of no concern to him. Finding an empty seat, Chen Yi began his meal. As a morsel of meat entered his mouth, his eyes widened in delight. Delicious. No wonder it costs 100 terrifying coins. It's truly a bargain. After savoring the dish, he felt a slight enhancement to his physique. This is the most exquisite meal I have ever tasted. Wang Ernie tightened her fists in joy, her face brimming with happiness. 20 minutes later, having finished lunch, Chen Yi and Wang Ernie parted ways. He had no desire for any human interactions within this terrifying game world, regardless of gender. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the faculty dormitory. Though referred to as a dormitory, it resembles a studio apartment in the real world, fully furnished. Knock, knock, knock. As Chen Yi sat on the sofa, the sudden sound of knocking resonated. Hello. Is anyone there? The faucet in my room is broken. Could you assist me in fixing it? A melodious and urgent voice echoed from outside the door. What a task has conveniently presented itself. A smile crept onto Chen Yi's lips as he rose to open the door, only to be momentarily taken aback by the figure before him. Standing there was a woman in her 20s, adorned in a black knitted dress, approximately 165 centimeters tall. The combination of black stockings and high heels accentuated her statuesque frame. Her lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and glistening droplets of water adorned her fair neck. With a voluptuous figure that seemed almost too ample for her attire, the droplets trickled down, dampening her clothing and revealing glimpses of her delicate skin, causing Chen Yi to momentarily lose his train of thought. Seemingly aware of his gaze, Xia Wantong's cheeks flushed as she stammered. See, could you help me? Of course. You wouldn't believe it, but the doorman praised me as a good person this morning. Chen Yi snapped back to reality, grinning widely to reveal his signature bright smile. Xia Wantong's room was adjacent, and by the time they arrived, the room was practically a swimming pool. Chen Yi rolled up his pant legs and cautiously stepped inside. In the bathroom, the faucet erupted with water, while the drain gurgled ominously, obstructed by an unknown blockage. What is this? Quite peculiar, he mused, noticing a faint, ghostly aura emanating from the faucet, subtle enough to escape detection at a glance. No worries, just a minor issue. Please wait a moment. He reassured Xia Wantong before approaching the faucet, extending his right hand. In the next instant, a dark, ghostly energy enveloped his hand, and a peculiar entity emerged. Without hesitation, the entity opened its mouth wide and unleashed a devouring force upon the faucet. With a peculiar sound, the ghostly energy was consumed, and the once spraying faucet abruptly ceased its flow. Wow, that is incredible, Xia Wantong exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight as she clapped her hands. However, Chen Yi did not exit the bathroom. Instead, he turned his attention to the drain. Within the crevice, a tuft of black hair bobbed along with the flowing water. It seems the issue lies here, he murmured, conjuring a blade. In the next moment, he tightened his grip on the blade and thrust it forcefully into the drain's opening. Suddenly, a stream of dark blood surged forth from the black hair, creating ripples in the water. Xia Wantong gasped, startled by the sight. She never anticipated that dark blood would emerge from the bathroom drain. Is it alive? Chen Yi pondered, bewildered. He expected a notification indicating an experience gain for vanquishing a malevolent entity, yet silence prevailed, hinting at something amiss. Just then, a faint sound of friction broke the tension. Chen Yi furrowed his brow and instinctively retreated. Bang! At the moment he retreated, the floor drain erupted with a thunderous roar, colliding against the ceiling. In the blink of an eye, the accumulated water in the room surged into the drain. Immediately, a strand of pitch-black, malevolent energy burst forth from the drain, filling the entire restroom. Within the inky darkness, a pair of crimson eyes fixated intently on Chen Yi. You cursed one. The hoarse voice was grating, akin to the sound of thousands of ducks being slaughtered. Very well, come and kill me, Chen Yi replied, his expression impassive as he shrugged and closed his eyes, awaiting the eerie presence to end his life. However, this very action caused the entity to hesitate. TSK, could you refrain from taunting? Come on, me already? I implore you. After a prolonged silence, the malevolent being remained motionless, prompting Chen Yi's growing impatience. Yet, the moment he spoke, the entity lunged towards him. At that instant, he discerned the identity and strength of the apparition before him. A water ghost, wielding the power of a ghost commander. Exactly. That's it. Hurry up and kill me, Chen Yi exclaimed with excitement, sheathing the ghostly blade in his hand. The water ghost opened its cavernous mouth and lunged fiercely at Chen Yi's head. Crack! A crisp sound of clashing teeth resonated as the water ghost missed entirely. Confused, it scanned its surroundings, unable to locate Chen Yi's figure. Meanwhile, Chen Yi stood with his arms crossed, quietly observing the water ghost's performance. The moment the water ghost appeared, he had utilized his spectral blade to employ Xibei's skill. Illusion creates an illusion through ghostly energy, ensuring that those with lesser strength are drawn into it. At this moment, the water ghost flailed in the restroom, desperately searching for Chen Yi's presence. No matter how hard it tried, it could not find him. Suddenly, a beam of light illuminated its face. Squinting, it shielded its eyes with its hand and peered through its fingers, only to discover a figure approaching against the light. You have committed numerous evils and deserve to descend into the netherworld. However, as a benevolent being, if you take your own life, I shall grant you passage to paradise, allowing you to become a deity. The figure, resembling a divine entity, spoke to the water ghost with a smile. All right, the water ghost replied, dazed, and then it astonishingly twisted its own head off. Bang! Its lifeless body collapsed to the ground, utterly deceased. Done. Chen Yi grinned, the divine figure being none other than himself. To be honest, the sensation of embodying a deity was rather delightful. Chapter 57. Strange Clues Teacher Ling Chun. You are truly remarkable. With the water ghost's demise, the ghostly energy in the restroom dissipated instantaneously. Xia Wantong, arms crossed in admiration, gazed at Chen Yi with awe. The matter she struggled with to no avail had been effortlessly resolved by teacher Ling Chun. It was simply too impressive. At that moment, Xia Wantong had completely become a devoted admirer of Chen Yi. I accidentally splashed water on my face. Could you please lend me your towel to dry off? Of course. He took a towel and handed it to Chen Yi. Her cheeks flushed as she turned and dashed into the bedroom. Before long, she opened the bedroom door and stepped out, her attire transformed into a set of pajamas. Please have a seat. I shall fetch you a glass of water, she offered. Upon hearing Xia Wantong's words, Chen Yi politely accepted the invitation and settled onto the sofa. Ding! Side quest completed. Reward. Hidden task clue. Would you like to open it? Just as he sat down, 2 lines of crimson text abruptly appeared before his eyes. He nodded in agreement and chose to open it. In the next moment, the blood-red characters shifted. Hidden task clue. Not all students at the prestigious academy are nobility. Please identify a non-noble student from class 1 to 2. What sort of clue is this? Chen Yi felt somewhat bewildered, never expecting that the hidden task would involve locating someone. Moreover, the existence of a non-noble within a noble academy was astonishing. Yet, how did they gain admission? Sorry for the wait. Please enjoy your drink at that moment. Xia Wantong approached with a cup of warm water. Teacher Ling Chun, she blushed slightly, offering a gentle reminder. Cough. Yes, water, Chen Yi replied, feeling a bit awkward as he accepted the hot water and took a small sip. Setting the cup down, he raised his gaze towards Xia Wantong. The young woman before him was pure and beautiful, rivaling both Xibeier and Baixian. Miss Xia, may I pose a few questions? There's no need for such formality. Simply call me Wantong. I owe you a great deal for today, otherwise I would have been at a loss. Xia Wantong said with a smile as she settled beside Chen Yi. Very well, then Wantong, may I ask you a few questions? Of course, feel free to inquire. She responded, delighted to have the opportunity to repay Chen Yi, even if only with answers. Is there anyone at our school who is not of noble birth? After a moment's contemplation, Chen Yi finally broached the question. Xia Wantong paused, slightly taken aback, and shook her head in confusion. There certainly are none. The school conducts background checks on all incoming students. I see. Chen Yi nodded, finding her response aligned with his own thoughts. However, the ominous game prompt could not possibly be fabricated. Thus, he would have to rely on his own investigation. Noticing Chen Yi's silence, Xia Wantong felt a pang of urgency. It was a rare chance to repay him, yet she felt powerless to assist. Suddenly, her expression brightened as she grasped his arm with both hands. I have an idea. The new teachers at the school are allotted home visit quotas. You could apply for one through the academic office. That way, you would discover who the non-nobles are. With that, she broke into a joyful smile, her dimples enchanting. Is it truly possible? Chen Yi was taken aback, having never considered such an avenue. At 1:50 p.m., Chen Yi arrived punctually at the classroom of Class 1 to 2. Standing at the podium, he scanned the students below, only to discover that Xia Zhuo was absent from class. Why isn't Xia Zhuo here? He inquired of Xia Zhuo's deskmate. I heard he went to complain to the vampire duke. His deskmate paused, casting a gleeful glance at Chen Yi. Very well, understood. You may stand at the back, he replied, nodding slightly with a nonchalant tone. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, Xia Zhuo, his deskmate, was momentarily rendered speechless. Was he truly being asked to stand at the back? Was this a jest? Did he not care for his dignity? However, when he met Chen Yi's gaze, he immediately wilted, obediently rising to stand at the rear of the classroom. This newly appointed teacher showed no fear even towards the son of a vampire duke. How could he possibly intimidate him? All right, let us commence the lesson, Chen Yi declared, tapping the lectern to formally initiate the first class of the afternoon. At 3 in the afternoon, having concluded his class, Chen Yi made his way to the academic office. Unlike his previous visit, this time he did not hear any peculiar sounds. Yet, the director of academics was absent. Present instead was a woman, Sherry, the Chinese language teacher for the first-year class. Mr. Ling Chen, what brings you here? Sherry's eyes lit up upon noticing Chen Yi's arrival, and she inquired eagerly. Oh, I came to see the director. If he is not here, then I shall take my leave. Chen Yi waved his hand dismissively, turning to exit. Suddenly, with a loud bang, a chilling energy caused the office door to slam shut, nearly catching Chen Yi off guard. Oh, don't be in such a hurry to leave. If he is not here, you still have me, Sherry smiled. And at that moment, Chen Yi recalled that Sherry was the director's mistress. Seeking her assistance should yield similar results, he thought. Very well, I am here to request a home visit to a student, he stated, nodding as he articulated his purpose. Of course, that is not an issue, Sherry replied, rising to stand beside Chen Yi and reaching out to caress his face. However, Chen Yi deftly evaded her touch. Just then, the sound of polished shoes striking the ground echoed from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Sherry's eyes darted, and she lunged towards Chen Yi. Yet this time, he did not shy away, a smirk playing on his lips as he observed Sherry in his embrace. With a click, the doorknob turned, and the office door swung open. What is happening here? The director of academics stood stunned at the sight before him, just as he was about to express his anger. He caught sight of Chen Yi's innocuous smile. In an instant, beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his back. Simultaneously, Sherry forcefully pushed Chen Yi away, tumbling to the ground in a dramatic display, tears streaming down her face as she exclaimed, "Director, you have finally returned. This filthy rat covets my beauty and insists on claiming me as his own. Is that so? You are quite fortunate then." The director of academics replied with an awkward smile, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "What do you mean?" Sherry queried, bewildered. "Do you not intend to punish him? Strip him of his flesh and leave him in pieces." She sneered, her gaze toward Chen Yi resembling that of a predator eyeing its prey. To her astonishment, the director of academics merely adjusted his waistline and, in the next moment, bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle to Chen Yi. "You are busy. Do not hesitate to call upon me for anything." Having uttered these words, he turned and departed, not sparing a glance at the bewildered Sherry sprawled on the floor. At that moment, Sherry was utterly perplexed, completely unaware of the chain of events that had just unfolded. Why did the notoriously arrogant director of the academic affairs office bow before a mere mortal? Little did one know, The director was infamous for his disdain towards humanity. Many temporary workers had suffered his wrath as he refused to issue work permits, leading to their mysterious demise. You think I am captivated by your beauty? That I desire to possess you entirely? Chen Yi lounged in his office chair, crossing his legs, his gaze laced with mockery. Upon hearing this, Sherry's eyes lit up, and she quickly climbed onto Chen Yi's lap, wrapping her arms around his thigh. With a figure to rival any and beauty to match, what else more? She is proficient in all manners of skills. Step aside, you unworthy creature. How dare you claim to possess beauty and grace? Chen Yi retorted with disdain, sending Sherry tumbling to the ground. He raised his left hand and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the eye of the abyss slowly opened, a flicker of crimson light emanating from its depths. The next moment, 3 figures materialized around Chen Yi. Upon closer inspection, one could easily see that none of them paled in comparison to her. Chen Yi flashed a grin, gesturing towards the enchanting Xibeier by Xian and AI Qian. At his words, Sherry lifted her head, her eyes widening in disbelief. She could hardly fathom that this human could summon 3 such exquisite beauties. What was more astonishing was that each of these women possessed a distinct allure, far surpassing her own. Suddenly, Sherry's breath hitched, and she shook her head in disbelief. No way, no way. 3 beauties, and they are all spirit queens. Impossible, impossible. It must be an illusion. Seeing Sherry nearly lose her wits, Chen Yi shook his head in exasperation. They say comparison breeds envy, and it seems the uncanny is no different. He waved at Xibeier, who promptly approached Sherry, seizing her by the throat and extinguishing her life. That will suffice. You may return now. Chen Yi rose, preparing to have Little Black consume Sherry's lifeless form. However, 3 seconds passed, and by Xian, AI Qian, and Xibeier remained unmoved. Perplexed, he turned to find Bai Xian and AI Qian gazing at him with evident dissatisfaction. Xibeier maintained her stoic demeanor, yet a wave of ominous energy radiated from her. Master, you cannot simply summon us for a fleeting moment and then dismiss us. Bai Xian remarked with a sardonic smile. What is it? Shall I invite you for dinner? Chen Yi replied, momentarily taken aback, unable to resist the urge to jest. No need for dinner. Let us indulge in something extraordinary instead, Bai Xian suggested, her smile radiant, her youthful essence wafting towards Chen Yi like a gentle breeze. Having grasped the situation after the earlier events, AI Qian no longer feigned modesty, appearing more dignified than ever. Ding! Lifespan supplementation complete. Current lifespan, 800 years. Little Black, how much lifespan do you gain from consuming a spirit? Chen Yi pondered, curiosity piqued by the system's notification. He had contemplated this question numerous times, yet was perpetually interrupted by unfolding events. Within a century of their demise, there exist malevolent spirits. Those known as ghost generals may linger for up to 3 centuries, while ghost marshals are bound to 5 and ghost kings to 8. Soon enough, Xiaohe responded to Chen Yi's inquiry. I see. That is somewhat acceptable. Thank you. Observing the home visitation approval form from the head of the Academic Affairs Office in his hand, Chen Yi's spirits lifted. No need for such formality. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out to me. The head of the Academic Affairs Office nodded eagerly, anxious not to offend Chen Yi. Without lingering, Chen Yi proceeded to the classroom of Class 12 in the first year. At that moment, the students were finishing their classes and preparing to return home. However, upon seeing Chen Yi enter the classroom, they quietly settled into their seats. I would like to announce that the school has arranged for home visits, and one student will be selected at random this evening. He waved the home visitation form in his hand while surveying the students below. Home visits were not unfamiliar to these privileged students, as the school needed to investigate family backgrounds. After all, should any student face a decline in their family's fortunes during their studies, they might be expelled. All the students sat in silence, awaiting Chen Yi to reveal the name of the selected student. Only one student in the back row, with his head bowed, appeared somewhat anxious. Noticing this, Chen Yi smiled slightly. It shall be you and Qing. Upon hearing Chen Yi's voice, all the students turned their gazes toward Qing in the last row. How could it be in Qing? Isn't his family well known for their affluence? Who knows, perhaps this new teacher is unaware and no one informed him. Indeed, whatever the case, I must hurry home. My father has captured several humans for me to feast upon. My father just bought me a few mice from the human world. Do you have any? As the discussions unfolded among the students, and Qing lifted his gaze to Chen Yi and subsequently grabbed his backpack, walking over. Chapter 59. A strange sensation. Are you worthy of the illusion? At the school gate, armed with the home visitation form from the Academic Affairs office. The guard did not impede Chen Yi's exit this time. Watching Chen Yi's departing figure, the guard sighed in regret. It's all right. He will surely return. We can collect the fees again then. Meanwhile, Chen Yi and Qing walked side by side. A gentle breeze wafted through the street, and discarded debris occasionally rolled across the ground. The fetid odor still lingered in the drainage ditches. Is your home far from here? After walking for 10 minutes, Chen Yi could no longer contain his curiosity. At that moment, Qing halted, pointing to the side. We have arrived. It is right here. Upon hearing Qing's words, Chen Yi turned to look and was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood an opulent 5-story villa. The courtyard was adorned with a variety of flowers, birds, fish, and insects. Young master. Suddenly, the courtyard gate swung open, revealing 5 maids standing on either side, bowing respectfully toward Qing. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yi couldn't help but question his earlier judgments. Could it be that he had misjudged? Was Qing indeed a bona fide aristocrat? Teacher Ling, please. Qing smiled gently, and his demeanor transformed instantaneously. Very well. Without further contemplation, Chen Yi nodded and followed Qing into the courtyard. The courtyard was permeated with a faint, eerie aura. Even the birds perched upon the trees and the fish in the pond seemed extraordinary in their demeanor. Before long, Qing pushed open the villa's grand entrance, ushering Chen Yi inside. The interior of the villa was ablaze with light, furnished impeccably. Most notably, every piece of furniture and decoration within the villa exuded a subtle ghostly essence, a quality that Chen Yi had never witnessed even during the blood-red auction. He was astounded by the opulence of Qing's residence. A faint smile graced his lips as he marveled at it. It was a well-known fact that Mr. Ling, having just arrived, might not be aware of this. Make yourself comfortable. The servants are preparing dinner, Qing said. As the clock struck 6:30, the dining table was laden with a delectable array of dishes, each more tantalizing than the last. Were your parents? Chen Yi inquired, noticing that Qing's parents had yet to appear, even as the dishes neared completion. A sense of unease gripped him. Ever since entering the courtyard, he had felt something was amiss, a feeling that intensified upon entering the villa. They are preoccupied with their business affairs and have no time to return home for dinner. Qing murmured, his gaze cast downward. Yet, he soon lifted his eyes towards the staircase, adding, however, there are still elders at home. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure descended from the upper floor. Is this your schoolteacher? Quite handsome. An elderly man with a head of white hair, leaning on a cane and stooped over, chuckled. He scrutinized Chen Yi from head to toe before taking a seat at the dining table with Qing's assistance. I apologize for the lack of hospitality. I hope you will excuse me, dear teacher. Once seated, the old man beamed at Chen Yi. Not at all. It is already quite a feast. Come, let us eat. At the old man's urging, Chen Yi took up his chopsticks and began to sample the dishes. The moment the food touched his palate, the flavors exploded delightfully. It was no exaggeration to say that this was the most exquisite meal he had ever savored. Yet, after merely one bite, he set his chopsticks down. Hey, Mr. Ling, why have you stopped eating? Is it not to your liking? Qing asked. Confusion etched upon his face as he noticed Chen Yi's abandonment of the meal. He took a bite himself, discovering no peculiar taste, which only deepened his bewilderment. Truthfully, I find myself puzzled. Why are you putting on the charade? With that, Chen Yi rose, hands clasped behind his back, leisurely surveying the villa. Mr. Ling, I do not comprehend what you are saying, Qing replied, still befuddled, while the grandfather looked on at Chen Yi with a curious expression. Will you dissolve the illusion yourself, or shall I assist you? Chen Yi grinned, a sinister blade abruptly materializing in his right hand. Have you noticed? Qing murmured, his head bowed. Then you may as well give it a try. No sooner had he spoken than the entire villa transformed dramatically. The furniture morphed into withered corpses, their grotesque and unsightly patches of decay intermittently releasing a ghostly aura. Meanwhile, the dining table remained unchanged, yet the dishes had morphed into an array of bizarre insects. The insects writhed incessantly, beginning to gnaw at the dining table. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air, followed by the sound of droplets hitting the floor. Observing the creature before him, Chen Yi couldn't help but smile. For that creature was none other than his grandfather Anqing, the hunched old man. Yet now, the old man's back was remarkably straight, and he towered at an astounding height of 2.5 meters. In his hand, he gripped a pure silver cane, with foul blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. At that moment, the insects on the table soared to his back, biting open a gash and burrowing inside. Boom! Instantly, an endless torrent of dark, malevolent energy erupted from the creature's form, breaking through the ceiling with a resounding crash. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, as if the heavens themselves were enraged. The creature's pitch-black eyes fixated on Chen Yi, a hoarse roar escaping its lips. In the next instant, it swung the silver cane towards Chen Yi. Meanwhile, Chen Yi appeared utterly unfazed, even yawning with a hint of boredom. TSK. I thought it was something significant. Just a ghost king, is it? Is this all? I have never lacked for ghost kings. As his words faded, Xibeier materialized beside him. Let it witness what true illusions are, Chen Yi said with a gentle smile, patting Xibeier's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, a crimson light flickered in her eyes, and the scene before them transformed dramatically. Within a resplendent palace, countless beauties stood respectfully along the sides. The creature stood dumbfounded, its dark energy becoming disordered. Soon after, the beauties surged forward, overpowering the creature and beginning to massage it. Initially, it struggled, but as it experienced the soothing sensation, it soon quieted and began to indulge in the pleasure. Just as it reached its peak of relaxation, a red and black dagger pressed against its throat. Yet, in its eyes, the dagger appeared as a lovely maiden's arm. In the next moment, the dagger slid, severing its head from its body. Throughout, it maintained a blissful expression, a smile gracing its features. Is this all? Do you even have the right to wield illusions? Chen Yi grinned, abruptly turning to glance at the empty space beside him. Chapter 60. Is it because you are not human? Upon hearing such scornful words, Anqing's form became visible. All right, I underestimated you. Do as you wish. He then plopped down onto the ground, resigning himself to defeat. It can't be helped, I am outmatched. Young man, do not be disheartened. Chen Yi said as he sat beside Anqing, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. He continued earnestly, I can spare your life, and even help you keep the secrets of the non-nobles. Upon hearing this, Anqing's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Chen Yi. What is the condition? Give me everything your family possesses. Everything. Everything? Anqing was momentarily taken aback, never expecting Chen Yi's demands to be so straightforward. In fact, they hardly qualified as demands. For should Chen Yi choose to eliminate him, he would still acquire everything. Contemplating this, a smile suddenly graced his lips. Very well, it's settled. He then rose to gather all his belongings from his home. 2.5 minutes later, he approached Chen Yi, cradling a cardboard box. This is all I have. Absolutely nothing more. All right, you may leave now. Attend to your affairs, Chen Yi replied, accepting the box and hastily waving his hand. Once Anqing departed, Chen Yi began to inspect the contents of the box. Inside were pens, a ruler, a comb, a school uniform, and other inconspicuous items, none of which held any value. Suddenly, Chen Yi paused, directing his gaze to the very bottom of the box where lay a notebook. Its black cover was entirely enveloped in dust. He picked it up, blew off the dust, and carefully opened it. The yellowed pages trembled slightly, almost disintegrating. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a hidden quest clue. The Worn Diary. Worn Diary. This contains many unknown secrets, but time has obscured the text within. As the 2 lines of crimson text materialized before him, Chen Yi felt a surge of joy. The previous clue had been to locate a non-noble student. However, after finding Anqing, no further hints regarding the hidden quest had emerged. Thus, The clue must rest in Anqing's possession, unbeknownst to him. This was one of the reasons Chen Yi chose not to kill Anqing. The other reason was to avoid unnecessary trouble. His visit was a well-known affair, and it was wiser to keep things uncomplicated. Indeed, the text was difficult to decipher. After scrutinizing the diary's writing for 10 minutes, he eventually closed it, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his spirits lifted. Within that brief span, he had grasped the essence of the diary's contents. In simple terms, it conveyed but a single phrase: noble school, library. After discarding the entire box into the system space, Chen Yi left Anqing's residence. Looking back, the once resplendent villa had transformed into a dilapidated wooden shack. The night in this horror game world was eerily quiet, the wind along the streets having ceased entirely. Soon, Chen Yi arrived at the school gates, which stood firmly shut, with only a faint light glowing from the guardhouse. "Is this the 100 horror coins you dropped? Might you open the gate?" Chen Yi placed 100 horror coins on the guardhouse table. However, the guard merely glanced at the coins before returning his attention to the ground, refusing to open the door. "I seem to recall losing 1,000 horror coins during the night. You wouldn't be keeping my 900 horror coins hidden, would you?" Upon hearing the guard's words, Chen Yi was momentarily stunned. It quickly dawned on him that the guard perceived him as an easy target, attempting to extort him. "If you claim you lost 1,000 horror coins, then it appears this 100 does not belong to you." He let out a sigh and retrieved the 100 terror coins from the table. Upon witnessing this, the gatekeeper's eyes widened. "Humph, don't play the fool here. Without 1,000 terror coins, you shall not enter today. I warn you, outside the school, the night is rife with thoughtless horrors. They care not for your identity." However, Chen Yi shrugged indifferently. "It matters not. If you have the capability, go ahead and kill me." With that, he flashed a grin, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. At the sight of his smile, the gatekeeper became enraged, his body erupting in grotesque, corpse-like patches. Veins bulged on his arms, and black blood seeped forth. In an instant, the gatekeeper transformed into a terrifying figure. "Oh, ready to make a move, are we?" Chen Yi taunted as he scrutinized the gatekeeper. Enraged, the gatekeeper leaped through the window, baring his teeth as he charged at Chen Yi. Yet, just then, a flash of red light split the gatekeeper's body in two. His eyes widened in shock. "Alas, you once claimed I was a good person. Why can you not be a good person as well? Is it simply because you're not human?" Chen Yi shook his head slightly, sheathed his eerie blade, and commanded Little Black to consume the gatekeeper. Subsequently, he pressed the key, and upon the door's opening, he stepped inside. After entering the school grounds, he thoughtfully pressed the key again to close the door, tossing the key back to the gatekeeper's room. At the noble school, classroom dormitory. "Oh, what are you doing here?" As soon as he crossed the threshold, Chen Yi discovered Xie Wantong crouched in the corner. "Ah, you're back. Well, I'm off to sleep," she said, yawning as she made her way back to her room. How perplexing. Unable to suppress a murmur, Chen Yi retreated to his room and headed straight for the bathroom. After a refreshing shower, he finally reclined on the sofa and resumed perusing his diary. After several readings, he confirmed that the diary referred to the school's library. "Never mind, I shall sleep first and visit the library tomorrow." On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto Chen Yi's face. He opened his eyes, rose to wash up, and prepared to head to the dining hall for breakfast. Ding! Side quest triggered. The missing books. The missing books. In the history of the school, there once existed a book that chronicled everything about the institution, but it has been missing for 2.5 years. Please locate it. As he opened the door, 2 lines of blood-red characters abruptly appeared before him. While he was examining the ominous text, Xie Wantong emerged from the neighboring room. Upon stepping out, she noticed Chen Yi staring at her, her cheeks instantly flushing with shyness. "W, what are you looking at?" Her words jolted Chen Yi back to reality. Oh, you look absolutely stunning today. I couldn't help but be captivated." He smiled awkwardly, realizing he had been so engrossed that he had overlooked Xie Wantong. It seemed he would need to find a more secluded spot to check on tasks in the future. Chapter 61. The Forbidden Land. Has Xiazhua perished? Puffed. Flattery. Xie Wantong chuckled as she playfully patted Chen Yi's shoulder, her heart swelling with delight. Regardless of whether one is a woman or a spirit, Females possess an innate desire to receive compliments. Xia Wantong, shall we dine together? Chen Yi inquired, sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere. It was the perfect opportunity to gather information about the school library. Sure, Xia Wantong replied with a sweet smile, leading the way. Following her, Chen Yi closed the door behind him and trailed after her. 10 minutes later, at the school cafeteria, "Thank you, sister," he said cheerfully after paying 200 terrifying coins for 2 meal sets. "Oh, you're welcome. If that is not enough, do come back." The meal lady beamed, eagerly boasting to her friend as soon as Chen Yi departed. "Let us eat," Chen Yi said, placing one meal set in front of Xia Wantong before sitting down to begin his meal. "Thank you," she murmured softly, picking up her chopsticks to eat. As the dishes in her plate neared depletion, Chen Yi finally spoke up. "By the way, Teacher Xia, does our school have a place for reading? I wish to find a few books." What did you call me?" Xia Wantong's expression turned frosty as she cast a displeased glance at Chen Yi. "Oh, I meant Wantong. I misspoke. Humph. Let this be the last time," she huffed, the corners of her mouth curving slightly upward. "If you wish to read, you'll have to borrow from other teachers. For instance, you could borrow from me." Upon saying this, she looked at Chen Yi expectantly, waiting for him to ask her for a book. However, Chen Yi furrowed his brows and took another bite before continuing. "Is there no place like a library within the school? I have quite a number of books I wish to read, and I doubt you have them." Upon hearing his words, Xia Wantong was momentarily taken aback, her body trembling slightly as she glanced around in a panic. Once she confirmed that no one was nearby, she breathed a sigh of relief. Leaning closer to Chen Yi, she whispered, "Please do not mention the library. It is a forbidden place. According to legend, a noble child perished there, and since then, the library has been sealed. Just a year ago, a member of the school board insisted on entering the library and met the same fate." As she spoke, her body quivered, and her complexion paled, clearly stricken with fear. Opposite her, Chen Yi furrowed his brow, observing Xia Wantong's reaction. It seemed she was genuinely terrified, harboring a deep-seated dread of that place. It appeared that this hidden task would not be easily accomplished. He couldn't help but sigh internally as he cleared his dishes and exited the cafeteria. While Xia Wantong had no classes in the morning, Chen Yi did. Ding ding, ding ding. At 9 in the morning, the class bell rang punctually. At that moment, Chen Yi stepped into class 12 of the first year. As soon as he entered the classroom, all the students turned their gaze towards him. Shortly after, a girl stood up, her eyes brimming with tears and her fists clenched tightly. Upon seeing Chen Yi, an unsettling aura emanated from her. Stunned, Chen Yi found himself bewildered. He did not recognize this girl at all. However, the reaction from the other party was as if he were the sworn enemy of their father. "Teacher Ling, please provide an explanation for our entire class." At that moment, a girl shouted, clutching her chest as she began to sob. This outcry sent a shiver of dread through the classroom, as if the students were poised to strike against Chen Yi Dong at any moment. Explanation? Chen Yi was somewhat taken aback, genuinely perplexed by their demands. "What explanation do you seek?" With that, he ascended to the podium, seated himself with an air of nonchalance. Crossing his legs, he idly toyed with a black, malevolent stick that exuded an ominous aura. The sight of the stick caused several students to shudder slightly, likely recalling the horrific fate of Xia Zhua from the previous day. Notably, Xia Zhua had yet to appear today. Could it be because of him? He murmured quietly. "Stop pretending. Xia Zhua perished outside yesterday. His skull was evidently crushed by a stick, and apart from you, we know of no one bold enough to commit such an act." The girl, witnessing Chen Yi's apparent indifference, was immediately incensed and roared in response. "My goodness, it truly is because of Xia Zhua. How did that fellow meet his end?" Upon realizing that Xia Zhua's demise was indeed the catalyst, Chen Yi was taken aback. Xia Zhua was the son of a vampire duke. While he was unafraid of the duke, eliminating him would be an arduous task. Thus, he would never engage in the senseless act of killing Xia Zhua, as it held no benefit for him. He is dead? Well, if he is dead, then so be it. Skipping class leads to dire consequences. Chen Yi nodded, rising to his feet, casually remarking. The moment those words escaped his lips, all the students were instantly enraged. In an instant, the classroom was saturated with an oppressive aura, a palpable intent to kill locking onto Chen Yi. Enveloped in this malevolent energy, Chen Yi remained utterly unmoved. Then, unexpectedly, he broke into a grin, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. His seemingly harmless expression sent a chill down the spines of several timid students. In truth, I find it perplexing. If I dare to kill Xiaz, the son of a distinguished vampire duke, what gives you the audacity to provoke me? Surely, your parents cannot be more formidable than a vampire duke. Upon hearing this, the students were momentarily stunned. Indeed, if he dares to kill the son of a vampire duke, what reason would he have to fear them? In the next moment, the atmosphere in the classroom became chaotic. The malevolent intent directed at Chen Yi diminished by more than half. Fear not, everyone. If he dared to kill the duke's son today, he would not hesitate to eliminate any of us tomorrow. As long as we unite, we can surely vanquish him. Let us not forget, he is merely a filthy human rat, while we are all nobility. The girl who had first stood up, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, shouted once more with tears streaming down her face, rallying many students to release their own malevolent energy again. Ah, I recall that I did not engage with you. Did I? At that moment, Chen Yi sighed, rising from the podium to approach the girl. As he advanced towards her, she became visibly anxious, attempting to maintain her composure while locking eyes with him. I don't believe you would dare to kill me here. She held her neck high, spitting out flecks of saliva. Oh, what makes you think I am afraid? Upon hearing the girl's words, Chen Yi grinned widely, raising his right hand, ready to strike. Reveal who instigated you, and I may spare your life. He could hardly believe that such a girl would dare to confront him, even inciting other students to act against him. Chapter 62. The astonished Luo Xing, who isn't noble. In the office of the grade director at the prestigious academy, Luo Xing reclined comfortably in his chair, a stylish cigarette dangling from his lips. A steaming cup of brain pulp rested on his desk, all gift from students' parents. Sighing, he mused, in this elite school, my name, Luo Xing, holds more prestige than nobility itself. He exhaled clouds of smoke, his expression brimming with pride. Ever since he had ascended to the position of headmaster, nobles from every corner had sought his favor. Setting his cigarette aside, he lifted the cup, gently blowing on the steam. Just as he was about to take a sip, the door burst open with a crash. Bang! A teacher rushed in, visibly agitated and breathless. Director, something terrible has happened. A student has been killed in Class 1, Grade 2. At this proclamation, Luo Xing sprang to his feet, spilling the brain pulp from his cup due to the sudden movement. What? His voice rose sharply, startling the teacher, who quickly covered his ears. Quick! Let us see who has the audacity. Right away, director, this way, please. The male teacher bent slightly, but did not follow Luo Xing out. Once Luo Xing exited the office, he hurried to the desk, finishing the remaining half-cup of brain pulp in one gulp. Taking 2 deep drags from the cigarette before leaving the office, feeling refreshed as he pursued Luo Xing, dingling. Dingling! The cheerful sound of the dismissal bell rang out, and students streamed out of their classrooms. However, they quickly all rushed in one direction, their faces alight with urgency and curiosity. In Class 1, Grade 2, all students sat at attention, seemingly oblivious to the bell. At the podium, Chen Yi lounged in a chair, casually toying with the weapon in his hand. Drip! A drop of crimson blood fell from the weapon, saturating the classroom with a pungent scent of blood. Lin Chen! Suddenly, a voice filled with terror and rage echoed from outside the classroom. Luo Xing kicked the door open, surveying the room. Finally, in the center, he spotted a pool of nearly dried blood, above which lay a female student in uniform, her head shattered, oozing a grotesque mixture of red and white. Ah, the director has arrived. There's no room here, so I won't offer you a seat, Chen Yi remarked, seemingly unperturbed by Luo Xing's entrance, remaining seated. Do you know her identity? Luo Xing swiftly approached Chen Yi, demanding in a stern voice. Indeed, a student who defied a teacher and sought to harm them. Chen Yi replied softly, his tone laced with disappointment and dread. It was as if the figure lying in a pool of blood resembled him. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, Luo Xing was momentarily taken aback, utterly unprepared for such a response. He inhaled deeply. She is not merely a student. She is of noble lineage. And you, a filthy rat, how dare you take her life? The more he spoke, the angrier he became, wishing he could devour Chen Yi alive at that very moment. In the school, should any student encounter misfortune, he, as the senior director, would undoubtedly be the first to be held accountable. Fortunately, throughout all these years, no student had ever faced such dire circumstances. However, now, there had been a death. Noble lineage? How could Director Luo believe otherwise? At that moment, Chen Yi flashed a grin, revealing his signature bright white teeth. Almost immediately, with a wave of his hand, Bai Xian's figure abruptly appeared beside him. She held a leather case, inside which lay a trove of horrifying coins, each worth 1,000. A cursory estimate revealed the total exceeded 1 million. Witnessing this spectacle, all the onlooking faculty and students were rendered speechless. Even the seasoned Luo Xing stood there, dumbfounded. He was closest to Chen Yi, yet had failed to notice how Bai Xian had materialized. Moreover, he sensed that the woman before him was a ghost king. It was well understood that in the realm of the terrifying noble school, only the principal and vice principal held the status of ghost kings. The members of the school board were merely ghost commanders. Director, this is your profit from this morning. The afternoon's earnings will be delivered to you tonight. Bai Xian said respectfully, placing the leather case on the lectern. Oh, I've already said not to bother me with such trifling amounts. Do you think I am in need of this pittance? Casting a glance at Bai Xian, Chen Yi grew impatient, never once looking at the horrifying coins within the case. My apologies, Director Luo, but my subordinate has a penchant for bringing money to me. I've made it clear that I have no interest in such matters. He explained apologetically to the dazed Luo Xing. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, Luo Xing nodded. Having accurately grasped the crux of the matter, this ghostly queen was indeed Chen Yi's subordinate. Furthermore, in front of so many witnesses, Chen Yi seemed to take pleasure in reprimanding her. Was this not absurd? You see, since you're already here, why not take some? Suddenly, Chen Yi stood up and directly grabbed a handful of horrifying coins from the case, stuffing them into Luo Xing's embrace. As he gazed at the pristine, horrifying coins in his hands, Luo Xing finally came to his senses and turned to the observing faculty and students. What are you all staring at? Go about your business. With these words, the onlookers vanished in an instant. I must say, Teacher Ling, with such a remarkable background, why would you need to teach here? Starting tomorrow, the position of Director of Academic Affairs will be yours, Luo Xing said with a forced smile, patting Chen Yi on the shoulder. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the open leather case on the lectern. Noticing his focus, Chen Yi smiled subtly and directly placed the case into Luo Xing's arms. Oh, no, you should keep it. I will need your assistance in the future. After a brief scuffle, Luo Xing reluctantly accepted the staggering sum of 1 million horror coins. Director Luo, look over there. Chen Yi pointed to a lifeless female student lying in a pool of blood. I didn't see anything. It has nothing to do with me. Luo Xing waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave, muttering, 50,000 horror coins should suffice for a family, right? Or maybe 30,000. No, let us settle on 25,000. Once Luo Xing departed, Chen Yi scanned the classroom filled with students. Suddenly, a smile broke across his face, exuding an air of innocence. Rest assured, I am a benevolent teacher and would never resort to violence. As long as you all behave, I assure you, I will not harm anyone. With that, he raised his stick and wiped away the blood that had stained it. Chapter 63. A miraculous scene. The Vampire Duke at 11 in the morning. The school cafeteria opened for lunch. Chen Yi walked alone through the campus, heading to the cafeteria for a meal. Hello, Director Ling. Are you also going to have lunch? Let me treat you. Oh, Director Ling, you become even more handsome. Throughout his journey, all the teachers greeted Chen Yi warmly. Had it not been for the eerie aura they emanated, he might have mistaken this place for the real world. Director Ling, are they calling you? At that moment, Xia Wantong unexpectedly appeared. With her hands behind her back, tilting her head and smiling, she curiously sized up Chen Yi. Most likely, they are referring to me. Chen Yi replied with a chuckle. Wow, so handsome. I hope to rely on you often, Director Ling. Xiao Wantong beamed, her dimples giving her an adorable appearance. Is that so? Then perhaps you should bribe Director Ling a bit? Chen Yi said with a slight smile as he stepped forward. Of course, no problem. At 12 noon, after lunch, Chen Yi and Xiao Wantong returned to their respective rooms. Inside his room, Chen Yi sat on the sofa, his eyes vacant. At that moment, he raised his left hand, and the eye of the evil god materialized. Immediately, a flicker of red light passed through his gaze, revealing the entire map of the school before him. The skill of eye of the evil god was activated, capable of discerning all illusions in the world. At that moment, the horror aristocrat school appeared before Chen Yi, stripped bare. This area seems impenetrable. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow in astonishment. The school map revealed a particular location that was utterly shrouded in darkness. This did not indicate a lack of presence. On the contrary, there was a structure there, a modest building, approximately 2 or 3 stories tall. If he were to hazard a guess, this must be the library. As he spoke, a warmth surged in his chest. He hurriedly opened his system space and retrieved an old, tattered diary. Upon seeing the diary, Chen Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. The once dilapidated and nearly decayed diary now radiated a renewed vitality. Moreover, a faint golden light shimmered on the cover of the diary. He endeavored to open the diary, yet found it utterly unyielding. After a brief moment of contemplation, a wisp of ghostly energy suddenly enveloped his right hand. With renewed determination, he attempted once more to pry the diary open. This time, the diary finally yielded, its cover emanating a faint golden light that dispersed and seeped into its pages. To his astonishment, the pages were devoid of text. Wait, that is not quite right. It wasn't that there were no words, but rather that the words had diminished. Indeed, the once densely packed text had transformed into 4 resplendent golden characters. Long time no see. These 4 luminous characters gleamed with an almost blinding radiance. However, in the next instant, the diary abruptly soared from Chen Yi's grasp, aligning itself with the school map before him. Once the diary completely overlapped with the map, the 4 golden characters suddenly detached, plunging into the solitary shadow upon the map. In the following moment, a brilliant golden light erupted, dazzling beyond measure. Chen Yi shielded his eyes with his hands, peering through his fingers at the map. At that moment, he vaguely discerned that the darkness on the map was being engulfed by the golden light, becoming illuminated. Yet, mere seconds later, a mass of darkness swiftly consumed the golden brilliance. The map once again descended into darkness. It was at this juncture that the diary extricated itself from the map, reverting to its prior dilapidated state. How wondrous! After a considerable pause, Chen Yi could not suppress a sigh of amazement. The scene he had just witnessed seemed almost miraculous. Ethereal. It appeared that a visit to the library was imperative that evening. He nodded to himself, reclining on the sofa for a brief respite. As for why he didn't venture out in the afternoon? Nonsense. During the day, the place was teeming with people. It would be quite unfortunate if all the teachers, including the principal and vice principal, were to converge upon him. As the head of the academic affairs office, Chen Yi naturally had no classes to attend that afternoon. He dozed on the sofa for an entire afternoon until a series of knocks roused him from his slumber. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? He rose and glanced at the clock on the wall, realizing it was only 5:30 in the afternoon. Irritated, he called out before slipping on his slippers and heading to the door. Creak. He turned the doorknob to open the door, only to be met with a fist descending upon him. Without a moment's hesitation, he instinctively grasped the fist. Instantly, a thick aura of ghostly energy burst forth from his right hand. Ouch, you hurt me. At that moment, a gasp echoed, and Xiao Wantong, her eyes brimming with tears, looked up at Chen Yi with a sense of grievance. Oh, what a surprise. I thought someone was about to strike me. Upon recognizing Xiao Wantong, Chen Yi's face flushed with embarrassment. Enough of that. You must quickly gather your belongings and flee. The farther away, the better. You must not return. Xiao Wantong rubbed her pained hand, speaking urgently. Flee? Why should I run? Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback, bewildered. Why on earth would he need to run? Was he expected to make a trip to the mountains or the simple village? Yes. Duke Xia Ke has arrived, specifically seeking you. Now, who does not know that you have killed Xiazhua? His father is surely coming to seek vengeance. Why are you still standing there? Run quickly. At this moment, Xia Wantong resembled an ant on a hot stove, filled with frantic urgency. Yet, Chen Yi furrowed his brow and shook his head. It is too late. Upon hearing his words, Xia Wantong turned to see Luo Xing accompanying a man approaching from afar. The man stood at an impressive height of 2 meters, clad in a dapper tailcoat, exuding handsomeness and charm. Luo Xing followed closely behind, nodding and bowing incessantly. Eventually, the pair arrived at the door to Chen Yi's room, where the man and Chen Yi locked eyes. You are Xia's teacher, Ling Chen? The man inquired coldly, his expression devoid of emotion. That is correct, Chen Yi replied, smiling as he nodded. Presumably, this towering figure was none other than Xia's father, the Vampire Duke, Xia Ke. Ding. Target to be eliminated. Vampire Duke Xia Ke. Strength, Ghost King level 7. Lifespan to be consumed, 1,500 years. Current lifespan, 800 years. Upon witnessing the personal panel of Vampire Duke Xia Ke, Chen Yi was astounded. A Ghost King level 7. Only 3 steps away from the Ghost Emperor. Although these 3 steps were akin to climbing the heavens, they were relatively simple for the vampire clan. As long as Xia Ke remained alive, he would inevitably ascend to the rank of Ghost Emperor. Thus far, Xia Ke was the most formidable entity Chen Yi had encountered. However, at that moment, a flicker of red light flashed in his eyes. When he looked back at Xia Ke, he noticed a glowing red light emanating from the vicinity of the man's heart. This scene evoked memories of the vampire heart he had seen at the blood auction. It appeared that even someone as powerful as Xia Ke possessed a fatal weakness. Conveniently, he held the ability to strike at this critical vulnerability. Chapter 64, Apologize or Die. Did you kill Xiazhua? Xia Ke fixed his gaze on Chen Yi, his tailcoat swaying ominously without a breeze, exuding an aura unique to the vampire lineage. It was not me. Chen Yi shrugged and replied earnestly. He would not take responsibility for actions he had not committed. He was no scapegoat. I too believe it was not you. A filthy rat like you could never muster the audacity to slay the Duke's son, Xia Ke sneered, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery as he regarded Chen Yi. However, Xiazhua cannot die in vain. Someone must accompany him to the grave. After much contemplation, I find you quite suitable. As his words fell, an overwhelming and violent killing intent immediately locked onto Chen Yi. In an instant, the air around him felt as though it had been frozen. Yet at that moment, 3 streams of blood-red, ghostly energy erupted from the room behind Chen Yi, shattering Xia Ke's murderous intent. The force of this energy caused the dignified vampire duke to stagger back a step. 3 Ghost Kings? Feeling the potency of the 3 ghostly energies, Xia Ke's heart raced in alarm, and his gaze toward Chen Yi grew increasingly complex. Everything that is unfolding now is entirely unexpected for him. Oh dear, let us communicate properly. I also believe that Director Ling is not the type to act recklessly. Observing the awkward atmosphere, Luo Xing quickly interjected with a smile. Indeed, Director Ling is a truly good person, kind-hearted and strikingly handsome. Upon hearing Luo Xing's words, Xia Wantong, who had been hiding behind Chen Yi, hastily chimed in as well. It seems I have misjudged Director Ling. In light of this, I shall take my leave to seek the murderer of my son. At this moment, Xia Ke's expression softened, and his tone lost its icy edge. He uttered a final remark before attempting to depart. However, unexpectedly, Chen Yi suddenly reached out to block Xia Ke's path. Apologize or face death. In an instant, he was enveloped by a shroud of dark energy, and 3 streams of blood-red, ghostly aura surged forth from the room behind him. The dense, malevolent energy enveloped all nearby dormitories, and the overwhelming killing intent drew the attention of faculty and students throughout the school. Do not go too far. Xia Ke's face darkened as he let out a cold snort. He was wary of the 3 ghost kings within the room, yet his wariness was merely that, wariness. In the realm of the bizarre, a clear divide exists between those above and below the 5th tier. The gulf between them cannot be bridged by mere numbers. You come here to unjustly accuse me and demand I accompany you to the grave. If anyone else were to take my place, they would surely perish here. Fortunately, I am benevolent enough to only demand an apology from you. Chen Yi grinned, embodying the essence of being harmless. Yet, he spoke whimsically. Had anyone else been in his position, they would have been torn to pieces by Xiaku long ago. You. Hearing Chen Yi's words, Xiaku was filled with rage. His seventh-tier Ghost King aura surging skyward in an instant. However, at that moment, a sudden pain pierced his heart, and his aura became chaotic. He turned to Chen Yi in shock, only to find the latter gazing at his heart with keen interest. That gaze instilled within him a sense of racial suppression and trepidation. Yes, I apologize. The words escaped his lips before he could even process them, surprising even himself. As the words fell, Luo Xing and Xie Wantong simultaneously turned to Xiaku in astonishment. Neither had anticipated that the esteemed vampire duke would genuinely apologize to a mere human like Chen Yi. Consequently, Xie Wantong looked at Chen Yi with even greater admiration, transforming into a veritable fan. Meanwhile, Luo Xing pondered another matter. Should I return that 1 million? But that is 1 million horror coins. I could never earn that much in my lifetime. Oh well, surviving is the most important thing. This fellow can elicit an apology from a vampire duke. On the other side, Chen Yi, the protagonist of this chaotic scene, remained motionless. The reason being, a flicker of crimson light flashed in his eyes, revealing 3 lines of blood-red text before him. Ding! Side quest activated. Find the murderer. Judge the murderer. Finding the killer. Judging the killer. As a competent educator, when one of your students dies outside the school and the blame is unjustly placed upon you, it is your duty to uncover the truth and bring the perpetrator to justice. Side quest reward. A hidden task clue in a peculiar wooden box. At that moment, while Chen Yi was lost in thought, Xiaku had already turned to leave. Wait! Chen Yi suddenly exclaimed. Hearing his voice, Xiaku paused and glanced back. He truly had no desire to engage with this human, only wanting to hasten away in search of the scoundrel who had taken Xiao's life. Chen Yi quickly approached Xiaku and spoke. Duke Xiaku, I am deeply saddened by Xiao's demise. However, he was a student of Ling Chen, and I feel it is my obligation to seek justice for him and identify the murderer. The moment these words escaped his lips, the atmosphere fell silent. Xiaku and his companions stared at Chen Yi, bewildered, unsure of his intentions. Just moments ago, he seemed indifferent, yet now he expressed sorrow and a desire for retribution. Are you certain? Xiaku inquired, furrowing his brow. Absolutely. Chen Yi nodded resolutely. However, I must first examine Xiao's body. Upon hearing this, Xiaku fell into contemplation. After a brief pause, he nodded, come with me. Just as the two were about to depart, Xie Wantong suddenly rushed over, grasping Chen Yi's arm. Teacher Ling, please be careful, she urged shyly, her cheeks flushed. All right. Chen Yi nodded and affectionately ruffled Xie Wantong's hair before following Duke Xiaku out of the dormitory area. As evening descended, the noble school lay deserted. A gentle breeze rustled through the air as the two figures walked side by side. Where are we headed? Chen Yi couldn't help but ask, glancing at their path. They were soon approaching a place both unfamiliar and familiar to him, the forbidden area of the eerie noble school. The library. We've arrived, Xiaku said softly. He lifted his gaze, revealing a flicker of sorrow in his eyes. Indeed, it is here. Chen Yi was taken aback at the sight of the building before him. A 3-story structure stood tall, surrounded by overgrown weeds and litter strewn about. Occasionally, one could catch sight of a severed limb or two. Most notably, the building was encircled by iron railings as thick as a finger, upon which hung a nearly decayed wooden sign. Inscribed in blood were the words, Forbidden Area, no entry for students or teachers. This haunting scene, amplified by the night, exuded an eerie stillness. Chapter 65. Chen's Confidence, the Poorly Fated Xiaku. Forbidden Area, no entry for students or teachers. Chen Yi could not help but read aloud the words on the sign. He then turned to Duke Xiaku beside him. Did Xiaozu die here? Upon asking, he felt a sense of improbability. After all, Xiaozu had already left school, and rumors circulated that he had died elsewhere. Thus, it seemed unlikely that the library was involved. Not all. Shaq shook his head, remarking that there was indeed a connection to this place. with a deliberate step forward. The surrounding grass, rising to half his height, withered instantly and turned to ash. "Let us proceed," he uttered calmly, leading the way towards the library. As he approached the iron railing, which was no thicker than a finger, he hesitated not for a moment. Raising his hand, he unleashed a crimson blood arrow. Upon striking the iron bars, wisps of black smoke arose, beginning to corrode the metal. In no time, a substantial gash had formed in the railing. At that moment, an overwhelming aura of death enveloped him. Chen Yi quickly covered his mouth and nose with his hand, scanning the surroundings. Ahead, a denser wave of deathly energy erupted from Shaq's body, consuming the malevolent essence that had seeped out from the library. Indeed, there was a connection to this place. Frowning, he attuned himself to the ominous presence. Unbeknownst to Director Ling, this aura of death emanated from Shazhua. It was once the site of a seal forged by myself in collaboration with the school's principal and vice principal. I never anticipated that an act of negligence would ensnare the next generation. A sigh escaped him, laden with regret. Then, a smile graced his lips as he advanced towards the library once more. Bang! Just as Shaq approached the entrance, an immensely powerful force hurled him back. He landed on the ground, bewildered and utterly unprepared for such an occurrence. First, he had to apologize to humanity, and now he was repelled by an unseen force. As a dignified seventh-tier vampire duke, he had never experienced such humiliation. "Are you all right?" Chen Yi asked, stifling a laugh, feigning concern. I'm fine," Shaq retorted, awkwardly snorting before springing to his feet, restoring his aloof demeanor. However, the dust on the tails of his tailcoat was quite conspicuous. "Shall I give a try?" Chen Yi inquired, contemplating. Go ahead if you wish, but don't say I didn't warn you. That rebound is formidable, and with your slight frame." TSK, Duke Shaq remarked, his eyes gleaming with playful mockery. The implication was clear. "Hey, worried about me? You seem rather capable yourself." Chen Yi grinned, hands tucked into his pockets, confidently striding towards the library. For now, the ability to enter was secondary. Confidence was paramount. Remember, one must exude confidence in life. At this moment, he ceased to be merely Chen Yi or Ling Chen. He was now Chen Confidence. Thus, under Shaq's watchful gaze, Chen Yi approached the breach in the iron railing. With an air of self-assurance and composure, he stepped forward without a hint of hesitation. In the next instant, his figure vanished completely, and the force that had previously repelled Shaq was nowhere to be felt. Witnessing this, Shaq could not help but rub his eyes in disbelief. Once he confirmed that Chen Yi had indeed entered the library, astonishment washed over him. How could a mere human scurry inside, while he could not? "Hey, I refuse to believe it," he thought, determination swelling within him as he again made his way towards the library. As he approached the iron fence, he paused momentarily. Yet, recalling Chen Yi's composure and confidence, he slipped his hands into his pockets and stepped forward. Bang! Unsurprisingly, Shaku was once again propelled backward by the ethereal waves, crashing heavily to the ground. This time, he did not rise again, his vacant eyes gazing up at the sky. Before long, a light rain began to fall, the droplets haphazardly striking his face. However, in Shaku's heart, he believed that these were not mere raindrops, but rather the tears of his humiliation. Who could ever know that the once exalted vampire duke, Shaku, was secretly experiencing such a comical scene? In the sinister Noble Academy's forbidden library, within a pitch-black room, two eyes gleaming with a crimson light blinked. Chen Yi furrowed his brow, observing everything in the room through the eye of the malevolent deity. This place appeared no different from any other library. If one were to make a distinction, it would be that the books here emitted a faint aura of death. Unfortunately, there were no lights, otherwise illuminating the space would have been a relief. The eye of the malevolent deity allowed him to see clearly, yet everything appeared tinted in red, akin to watching a horror film through three-dimensional glasses. Chen Yi quietly muttered his grievances as he walked. Suddenly, he halted, standing before a bookshelf to scrutinize it closely. To his astonishment, in this so-called forbidden place, a library long devoid of visitors, the books on the shelves appeared brand new, untouched by a speck of dust. This was indeed peculiar. After scanning the area once more and finding nothing unusual, he proceeded towards the second floor of the library with a sense of detachment. However, upon reaching the staircase leading to the upper level, he discovered it also blocked by iron bars, which were significantly thicker than those outside. Why was there an iron fence here? If that was the case, how had the books remained so pristine and orderly? He furrowed his brow, pondering incessantly. Upon first noticing the cleanliness of the books, he had entertained the thought that it could be due to the environment. Yet, bizarrely, both the floor and the bookshelves were covered in a thick layer of dust, with the exception of the books themselves. He lamented quietly to himself, wishing he had asked Shaku for a vial of blood to bring along. If Shaku were to learn of this, he might berate him mercilessly. At that moment, his right hand became entwined with ghostly energy, gently resting on the iron bars. After a considerable time, without any change, he finally sighed in relief. With a firm tug, he surprisingly pulled the heavy iron bars apart with ease. Stunned by the sight, he slowly uttered a single word. 6. Chapter 66. The First Principle. Secrets of the Noble Academy. 666. The illustrious seven-tiered Ghost King Vampire Duke could not enter, yet his companion managed to open it effortlessly. Behold, this illustrates the disparity between individuals. Alas, one cannot entirely blame him. After all, who could resist the charm of someone so handsome, dashing, and universally adored? It is indeed quite reasonable to be a little peculiar. Observing the effortlessly opened iron gate, Chen Yi flashed a mischievous grin, his expression decidedly infuriating. Without hesitation, he ascended the staircase leading to the second floor of the library. As he stepped onto the stairs, a bone-chilling, sinister breeze swept down from above. Frowning, he pressed forward against the wind. To his astonishment, however, he discovered that the further he climbed, the weaker the chilling gust became. Upon successfully reaching the second floor, the eerie draft had completely vanished. At that moment, a flicker of crimson light ignited in the depths of Chen Yi's gaze, as he began to survey the environment of the second floor. To his surprise, it appeared to be an exact replica of the first floor. His brow furrowed in disbelief. The layout and arrangement of the second floor were indistinguishable from those of the first. The bookshelves here were equally pristine and orderly, devoid of even a speck of dust, while the floor and walls were coated in a thick layer of grime. However, it was not merely the cleanliness that left Chen Yi unsettled. Most concerning was that the books on the second floor shelves were identical to those on the first, as if they had been copied and pasted from one to the other. Had he not activated the true eye ability of the evil god Si, he might have believed he had entered an illusion. Ding dong! Suddenly, an odd sound echoed throughout the second floor. At the sound, Chen Yi swiftly glanced around. Finally, in the corner, he spotted a wooden box measuring 10 cubic centimeters. The box, shrouded in dust, bore a rusted iron lock on its front. Ding dong! At that moment, the peculiar sound emanated from the wooden box once more. Curious, Chen Yi found it strange that the evil god Si could not penetrate its secrets. Frowning in puzzlement, he activated the ability of the evil god Si, yet it still failed to reveal the contents of the box. After a moment's hesitation, he drew forth his eerie blade and struck the iron lock of the box with a decisive blow. Crack! The lock fractured, splitting in two. Bang! Just then, the wooden box burst open, its lid crashing violently against the wall. A surge of pitch-black malevolence erupted from the box, racing straight for Chen Yi's head. Get lost! Seeing the ominous force, Chen Yi shouted, raising his eerie blade to strike. A piercing scream erupted as the blade collided with the dark energy, and in an instant, the malevolent force dissipated. However, on the dust-laden ground, a pool of viscous black blood was left behind, emanating heat and writhing ominously, slowly corroding the floor beneath it. Paying no heed to the black blood on the ground, Chen Yi turned his attention back to the interior of the wooden box. There he beheld an old, tattered diary quietly resting within. Its cover was dust-laden, yet Chen Yi could discern that this diary was identical to the one he had previously acquired in Anqing. Long time no see? Is it referring to this? He muttered to himself, reaching out to grasp the diary. The moment it was in his hands, 3 lines of blood-red text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Ding. Side quest. The missing book has been completed. The vanished book. Perhaps it recorded many unknown matters over the course of its 2.5-year disappearance. Task reward. To be distributed uniformly at the conclusion of the quest. To my astonishment, I initially believed it to be a genuine book, only to discover it was merely a diary. Chen Yi felt somewhat bewildered as he reached for the diary and flipped it open. Upon reading the first line, a jolt of surprise coursed through him. I am dead, perished on a desolate night. I am unaware of the manner of my demise, yet I am acutely aware of my death. In the construction of this school, my intention was to establish it as an institution for the impoverished, ensuring that every child had access to education. Alas, contrary to my hopes, several nobles threatened me, compelling me to transform it into a school for the elite. I lament, I harbor resentment, yet I am powerless. I can only hope to contribute my last vestiges of strength through this. Furrowing his brow, Chen Yi finished reading the diary's contents, surmising the identity of its author. It could only be the first principal of the thrilling noble school. Regrettably, a lengthy line of text remained illegible. He sighed, closed the diary, and placed it into the system space. Subsequently, he ascended the staircase to the same third level. This time, he did not hasten to open the door. Instead, pausing to gaze upward, an unsettling premonition stirred within him. Perhaps the first principal of the thrilling noble school had not truly perished. No, more accurately, he had died, but continued to exist in some manner within the library. As this thought crossed his mind, the eerie blade in his hand had unexpectedly transformed into the sword of lifespan. The powers of the eye of the malevolent god were now utilized to their fullest extent. In that moment, his state reached its zenith. In the next instant, he raised his left hand and unlatched the iron gate. Instantly, a wave of frigid, sinister energy washed over him. Chen Yi seemingly remained unaffected as he took a step forward, proceeding toward the third floor of the library. The staircase was not long. It took him a full 10 minutes to reach the third level. At last, he beheld a glimmer of light emanating from above. On a dilapidated, uneven wooden table, a candle flickered, swaying in the absence of wind. Have you arrived? Suddenly, a cold, emotionless voice resonated through the air. At the sound's emergence, Chen Yi turned his gaze in that direction. There he saw a figure seated at the table, engrossed in a book, incessantly flipping its pages. Chen Yi did not rush forward, for he had discerned something peculiar. The individual cast no shadow, even in the presence of the candlelight. No semblance of a shadow accompanied him. It is known that in this world, even the bizarre possesses shadows. Please take a seat. You are the only one who has successfully arrived here in the past 2.5 years. Li Xingye set aside his book with a smile, gesturing to the empty chair beside him. At his words, Chen Yi approached and took a seat next to Li Xingye. Did you write this diary? Upon settling down, Chen Yi retrieved the diary he had brought with him. Upon encountering the diary, Li Xingye was momentarily taken aback. Ah, indeed, it is my own writing, a relic from many years past. He sighed, shaking his head, his expression tinged with melancholy. Are you aware that this place is referred to as the Forbidden Zone? Seeing Li Xingye's acknowledgement, Chen Yi continued to inquire. Naturally, I am aware. Were it not for my presence, this place would not bear such a designation. Li Xingye nodded, his thoughts drifting into memories. After my demise, for reasons unknown, I remained here in this state. Yet, I am unable to leave the library, forced to survive here day in and day out. Nevertheless, my spirits remain intact. I have not committed any egregious acts. Until, that is, a student met an untimely death here, and everything changed. The once splendid library became a place of taboo among faculty and students. Upon hearing Li Xingye's words, Chen Yi nodded, finding it consistent with what he had learned. What about the death of a board member? A board member? Li Xingye paused, then continued. He was one of those who threatened me back then. Should I not have killed him? With that, a grin spread across his face. Chapter 67. Ghost King at the 9th level? Mocking Xiaokading. Target to be eliminated. Li Xingye. Strength. Ghost King at the 9th level. Current Wandering Soul. Required lifespan consumption. 1 year. Current lifespan. 800 years. Shall the target be eliminated? As Li Xingye spoke, Chen Yi was examining the individual's profile panel. Goodness, a ghost king at the 9th level. Just a step away from becoming a ghost emperor. How could such a being be slain by a noble? If that were the case, those nobles must be extraordinarily powerful. Ghost emperor? Or perhaps ghost sovereign? He internally criticized the absurdity of it all, feeling an inexplicable oddity that he could not articulate. What is your purpose for being here? Suddenly, Li Jingye shifted the conversation, his expression devoid of emotion as he directed his question towards Chen Yi. As his words fell, the candle flames on the table began to flicker violently. The firelight illuminated the 3rd floor of the library entirely. The once dust-laden shelves and floor began to decay. The thick layer of dust transformed into a noxious black ichor. The previously pristine books on the shelves morphed into an array of bizarre entities. They varied in form and strength, the most formidable being a ghost general, while the least were merely wandering souls. Do not underestimate their power. Their numbers were overwhelming. At that moment, the entire room of aberrations turned their gaze towards Chen Yi, baring their teeth in anticipation of his response. Yet, Chen Yi appeared oblivious to the dramatic shift in his surroundings. Offering a slight smile, I had a student who met an accidental death. His parents claimed it was related to this place. To seek justice for my student, I have come. His response left Li Jingye momentarily stunned, even causing his steady breath to falter. I did not expect you to be a teacher concerned for your students, he remarked, eyeing Chen Yi anew with surprise. Very well, you should leave. There is nothing here that you seek. He waved his hand dismissively and returned to perusing the books on the table. However, several minutes passed, and Chen Yi remained seated, unwilling to depart. In the kitchen of the cafeteria, suddenly, Li Jingye unexpectedly uttered a remark. Upon hearing his words, Chen Yi flashed a grin, instantly recognizing him as a good person. Without a moment's hesitation, he rose and made his way downstairs. Simultaneously, a flicker of crimson light glimmered in his eyes as a notification from the dungeon appeared. Ding! Side quest. Locate the murderer. Judge the murderer. 2. Locate the murderer. Judge the murderer. The first phase of the task has been completed. Please expedite the subsequent tasks. Casting a cursory glance at the task notification, Chen Yi continued his descent. Observing Chen Yi's gradually vanishing figure, Li Jingye waved his hand, and the 3rd floor's ambience instantly reverted to its original state. Outside the library, Sha Ku stood quietly, the gentle breeze ruffling his tailcoat, exuding an air of nobility and elegance. In the next moment, he shifted his aching left leg, abruptly shattering the atmosphere. Crack! At that instant, a jarring sound of friction resonated. Hearing the noise, Shaka quickly lifted his gaze towards the library, just in time to see Chen Yi frowning as he exited. Do you have answers? He hastened towards Chen Yi, only to halt before the iron railing, refraining from advancing further. Yes, Chen Yi nodded, yet he remained silent, leaving Sha Ku in a state of anxious anticipation. Damn it, just spit it out. Why act so cryptic? Had he not feared a confrontation with Chen Yi that would lead to embarrassment, he would have been tempted to confront him physically. Truly infuriating. What? Are you curious? At that moment, Chen Yi grinned, presenting an innocent facade. Witnessing that smile, Shaku's lips involuntarily twitched. Here it comes again, this signature, infuriating grin. I want. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, Oh, I shall not reveal it to you. Boom. As those words escaped, a surge of lethal intent erupted from Shaku, the deathly aura emanating from the 7th-tier Ghost King. The Vampire Duke instantaneously caused the nearby trees to wither and decay. Oh dear, can't you take a joke? Let us walk and talk. Chen Yi maintained his grin, stepping forward to pat Shaku's arm. Typically, during such pretentious moments, he would pat someone on the shoulder. But considering Shaku's towering height of 2 meters, it was quite the feat to reach him. Hearing Chen Yi's words, Shaku's expression darkened. Yet he suppressed his murderous intent and the deathly aura, turning to follow. After 10 minutes, Chen Yi abruptly halted, nonchalantly stating something. Upon hearing this, Shaku looked up, and upon seeing the words cafeteria, his eyelids twitched uncontrollably. His very aura became chaotic. Damn it, what time is it? His son still hasn't found peace. Coming to the cafeteria at this hour? Is he really that hungry? Just as he was about to speak, He found Chen Yi kicking the cafeteria doors open. "Let us go. Why are you standing there? Don't you want to avenge your son?" Upon hearing this, Xia Ke clenched his fists, swallowing the words that were on the tip of his tongue, and followed suit. Upon entering the cafeteria, Chen Yi began to survey his surroundings. Indeed, he felt a twinge of hunger. Unintentionally spoken words nearly infuriated Xia Ke. Before long, Chen Yi led Xia Ke to the back kitchen. The kitchen had a separate door, currently locked. Someone had perished. Xia Ke wrinkled his nose, detecting the scent of humanity. Chen Yi nodded. He too could sense it. Ever since acquiring the eye of the evil god, his senses of smell and hearing had intensified significantly. With a resounding thud, he kicked the kitchen door, producing a tremendous noise. However, astonishingly, the lock remained intact. Xia Ke couldn't help but chuckle, finally reclaiming his lost dignity from the library incident. "Ahem, let me." He cleared his throat, pushed Chen Yi aside, and raised his right foot to deliver a powerful kick at the door lock. Bang! This time, the sound was even louder, echoing throughout the cafeteria. Suddenly, Chen Yi erupted into laughter, his mirth growing louder. Xia Ke's face darkened as he clenched his fists, for his kick had failed to shatter the lock. The moment to redeem himself had been snatched away once more. What a joke! Clearly this lock is faulty. Finally, unable to endure Chen Yi's laughter any longer, Xia Ke shouted, "Ahem, no more laughing, ha ha ha, truly, I'm not laughing anymore." As Xia Ke was on the verge of exploding, Chen Yi finally fell silent. He drew the sword of lifespan and sliced through the lock. With a crack, the sound of shattering echoed, and the lock finally broke apart. Indeed, it seemed that sometimes one needed a friend to intervene. Chen Yi sheathed the sword of lifespan and nonchalantly glanced at Xia Ke. Chapter 68. The Kitchen. Time to judge the murderer at 2:30 in the morning. The crimson moon hung high, casting a serene silence over the campus. In the back kitchen of the cafeteria, Chen Yi ripped the lock off and pushed the door open. Stepping inside, as soon as he entered, a foul stench assaulted his senses. At that moment, at the very back of the kitchen, dozens of blood-red eyes slowly opened, fixating motionlessly on Chen Yi and his companion. Were these Kai Kuan and Tang San? Suddenly, Chen Yi noticed two desiccated corpses tucked away in a corner. Judging by their attire, they were likely the two players assigned to tend to the chickens and rabbits in the kitchen. "How tragic," he exclaimed, for the bodies on the ground had been entirely drained of blood, their limbs severed, and even certain unspeakable parts had been removed. "There's the aura of Xiazhua here," Xia Ke remarked quietly as he observed his surroundings, suddenly emanating a fierce aura of murderous intent and death. Upon hearing Xia Ke's words, Chen Yi chose not to comment further. If this place were unrelated to Xiazhua, he wouldn't have come here at all. Truly, it was astonishing how vampires, some of whom were hundreds or even thousands of years old, lacked the maturity and composure he possessed. Contemplating this, he ventured deeper into the kitchen, having noted its peculiarities upon entry. Two enormous iron cages housed rabbits and chickens, yet these were no ordinary creatures. The rabbits and chickens within possessed blood-red eyes, exuding a pungent scent of blood. Occasionally, wisps of ghostly energy would escape their mouths. Suddenly, Chen Yi widened his eyes and leaned closer to the cage containing the chickens. At the center of the cage lay an iron basin, filled with various pieces of decaying flesh. Among them, one particular piece caused Chen Yi to shudder, a complete section of the lower half of a human body. It was evident that the death of Xiazhua was intricately linked to this place. The Noble Academy, how utterly reckless. Unbeknownst to him, Xia Ke had approached silently, having concealed his presence. Upon seeing the rotting flesh in the chicken cage, he scoffed and turned to leave. At 4 in the morning, within the eerie Noble Academy, the vice principal's office was occupied by a weary middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle and glasses. Duke Xia Ke, we all mourn Xia's demise. However, he met his end off campus. We cannot be held accountable. He spread his hands, a look of helplessness on his face. Anyone would be irate if woken abruptly at such an hour. Yet, the man before him was a vampire duke, a member of the elite, and he dared not offend him, though he was not as intimidated as Luo Xing. So, is your institution planning to disregard this matter? Xia Kiskivi Kosmiret. Fixing his gaze on the vice principal. Alas, we cannot let this slide. Please, Do not leave. Allow me to explain. Well, do take care. The vice principal's words were cut short as Xiaka stood and departed without a backward glance. He hastily pretended to retain him, not even rising from his seat. The following morning, a sharp knocking jolted Chen Yi from his slumber. Damn it, I've become the director, and yet I'm still being disturbed. He glared through his panda-like eyes, cursing as he dragged himself to the door. Upon opening it, ready to unleash a tirade, he was met by the scowling visage of Xiaka. The vampire had impeccable hearing. He had caught every word Chen Yi had uttered. Director Ling, perhaps you should return to your slumber? Xiaka remarked, prompting Chen Yi to pause and bow respectfully. A grin spread across his face. Hey, you're quite the character. Bang! Before he could finish, Chen Yi stepped back, slamming the door shut. Staring at the closed door, Xiaku was left bewildered. Wait, are you actually sleeping? Knock, knock, knock. Another series of urgent knocks resounded. Chen Yi, exasperated, opened the door again. What is it? I'm truly exhausted. We found the culprit. Xiaku shot a glare at Chen Yi before turning to leave. Found it? Well, can't a person get some sleep? We located him. The realization struck Chen Yi, his voice suddenly rising, all traces of sleep vanishing as he hurried after Xiaku. Shortly thereafter, Chen Yi followed Xiaku outside the academy and into a nearby shop. Inside, a rotund man clad in a chef's uniform was bound tightly, his body marred with numerous injuries, barely clinging to consciousness. He is the head chef responsible for the kitchen of the school cafeteria. Xiaku explained to Chen Yi. Upon hearing Xiaku's words, Chen Yi nodded and approached the stout man, asking, Did you kill Xiazhua? The moment those words escaped his lips, the stout man shook his head frantically, his mouth mumbling incoherently, tears streaming down his face in distress. All right, he claims he didn't do it. He is not the killer. Chen Yi shrugged and turned to leave. However, at that moment, a blood-red aura abruptly sealed the door shut. If he says it wasn't him, then it wasn't. I already know who the true murderer is, Chen Yi stated without looking back, reaching for the shop door and stepping outside. Watching Chen Yi's retreating figure, Xiaku's expression was complex, and in an instant, his malevolent aura extinguished the stout man before him. At noon, Chen Yi encountered Xie Wantong and Wang Erniu on his way to the cafeteria, and they decided to dine together. During the meal, the two women engaged in a fierce exchange, their glares seemingly lethal. Yet, halfway through their meal, Xiaku suddenly approached, staring intently at Chen Yi, causing Xie Wantong and Wang Erniu to fall silent in fear. They speculated nervously, wondering if Chen Yi would be confronted by Xiaku later that night. Chen Yi, while eating, casually remarked, Let's continue this in the evening. Upon hearing this, Xiaku rose and left without hesitation. At that moment, Xie Wantong and Wang Erniu exchanged glances, both reflecting shock and disbelief in their eyes. I'm full. I shall take my leave first, as there will be a grand showdown tonight, Chen Yi smiled, gathering his utensils and departing. As dusk fell, Xiaku arrived promptly at Chen Yi's door, knocking as darkness enveloped the world. Let us go. It's time to judge the one who killed your son. Chen Yi opened the door with a grin. Chapter 69, A Twist. The dust settles. What brings you here? Xiaku asked, frowning as he gazed at the familiar structure before him. To judge the murderer, of course. Otherwise, would I bring you here to read? Chen Yi repeated, looking at Xiaku with a hint of curiosity, as if questioning his sanity. Murderer? But I can't get in. Xiaku's frown deepened, confusion etched on his face. Just yesterday, he had stated that the murderer was in the cafeteria. How had they returned to the library? Can't get in? Chen Yi chuckled and shook his head. What if we were to destroy it? Would that allow us entry? Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, Xiaku's eyes brightened with realization. In the next moment, a tempest arose. Suffocating waves of murderous intent and blood-red aura surged skyward. Instantly, all the teachers in the school sensed the commotion and turned their gazes toward the scene. However, upon perceiving Xiaku's presence, the teachers resumed their activities, unperturbed. I admit, I spoke too loudly before. You are unlike the other human vermin. Very different. Xiaku's eyes glowed crimson, the signature fangs of the vampire clan prominently displayed. In that moment, he embodied the Ghost King of the 7th rank, a duke of the vampire lineage. He was the sole ruler of the night. In the next heartbeat, Boundless ghostly energy and murderous intent surged toward the library, instantly uprooting the surrounding iron bars. At that moment, an almost imperceptible wave appeared at the library entrance, beginning to absorb and devour Xiao's ghostly aura. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yi could only shake his head in resignation. He had initially intended to refrain from taking action that night, especially with the free labor of the 7th-rank Ghost King at his side. Why not make use of such an advantage? However, who could have anticipated that this fellow was merely a pretty fade, utterly ineffectual, a distinguished vampire duke, a paragon among nobility, incapable of even lifting a mere library? Is this truly all he can offer? Very well, then he can cool off on the sidelines while I showcase my prowess. Chen Yi approached Shaker and patted him on the shoulder, the sword of lifespan materializing in his right hand. Upon seeing the sword again, Shaker's breath hitched. He decisively retracted his ghostly aura and stepped aside, granting Chen Yi ample space to unleash his full potential. Ding! Target for execution. Terrifying noble school library. Strength, 1st-rank Ghost King. Lifespan cost, 500 years. Current lifespan, 800 years. Shall you execute? As the library's panel appeared, a smile spread across Chen Yi's face. It is not the presence of a panel that intimidates me, but its absence. As long as there is lifespan to expend, even the gods and demons shall fall before me. With a resounding shout, the crimson-black longsword in his hand erupted with an indescribable aura, as if countless souls had perished beneath its blade. Cease. Just as Chen Yi raised the sword of lifespan, Li Jingye hunched through the entrance of the library, cradling a time-worn book that emanated a faint aura of gloom. This place has accompanied me for many years. Grant me a favor and let it remain. Li Jingye glanced back at the library before turning to Chen Yi, his voice pleading. Certainly, but first, you must answer a few questions. Chen Yi smiled, yet the sword of lifespan remained poised, unyielding in his grip. Tell me, your son, Xiazhua, was it you who killed him? He gestured toward Shaker beside him. Upon hearing Chen Yi's inquiry, Li Jingye looked at Shaker and nodded. Indeed, it was I who ended his life. You old fool, I'll make you pay. Shaker erupted, his ghostly energy and murderous intent surging toward Li Jingye. However, that ethereal fluctuation at the library's entrance reemerged, effortlessly absorbing Shaker's malevolence. Killing me? You shall not succeed. Li Jingye chuckled, shaking his head, then turned to Chen Yi. Only you possess the power to end my life here. So what will your decision be? In that moment, both Li Jingye and Shaker turned their gaze toward Chen Yi, awaiting his response. Yet, Chen Yi merely grinned, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. As is well known, I am a good person, a benevolent child who respects the old and cherishes the young. Therefore, I shall not take your life. At this proclamation, Li Jingye nodded in amusement, while Shaker stood in astonishment. Ling Chen, I hereby vow that the vampire clan shall pursue you relentlessly through the generations. Until, before he could finish, Chen Yi shot him a glare. What's the hurry? Why are you so eager? Can't you let me finish my words? How old are you? Really? Can't you display a bit more composure? Chen Yi, resembling an elder disappointed by the shortcomings of youth, cast another glare at Xiao. He then turned to Li Jingye, speaking slowly. I understand that killing you is futile. You have become an immortal being. I lack the inclination to engage with you. However, I demand an explanation for the death of my student. As he spoke, he raised the sword of lifespan once more, but his target was not Li Jingye. Instead, it was the library behind him. I, the director of the academic affairs at the terrifying noble school and the Chinese language teacher for the 1st and 2nd year classes, hereby judge you for the murder of my student. Enough of this. Let me be succinct. You shall surely die. A grin spread across his face, an expression that, though seemingly innocuous, exuded an unsettling aura. In the next instant, a blood-red sword light soared into the heavens, instantly staining the inky sky crimson. Li Jingye remained expressionless, quietly observing as this blade of light descended upon the library behind him. Farewell, he said with a sorrowful smile, waving a hand at the library. Crack! The blood-red blade struck down, cleaving the library in two. Boom! In the following moment, the library collapsed with a thunderous crash, reduced to mere ruins. At that moment, the once stooped figure of Li Xibeier began to dissipate slowly. Summoning his final strength, he approached Chen Yi and placed a weathered book into his hands. Thus, the first principal of the terrifying noble school met his end, and the library, known as a forbidden place, was consigned to history. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying Li Xibeier. You have gained 500 experience points. Yes, my apologies, Xia said, his face flushed with embarrassment, speaking in a hushed tone. Oh dear, isn't that him? The esteemed vampire duke, the nobility among nobility. Wasn't he just relentlessly pursuing me? Why the sudden apology? Chen Yi mocked with a sardonic tone. I concede. It is my fault. Please keep this. In the realm of vampires, none shall dare oppose you, Xiaku replied, lowering his gaze and tossing a black ring to Chen Yi. With that, his figure vanished from sight. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining favor with the vampire clan. Vampire ring, a unique ring exclusive to the vampire clan, forbidden for non-nobles to wear. The bearer of this ring shall enjoy the highest privileges of the vampire clan. Ding! Side quest, find a murderer, judge the murderer. Completed. Reward, 1 hidden task clue, 1 peculiar wooden box. Chapter 70. The Life of a Freeloader? Ding! Congratulations, player Ling Chun, for acquiring all clues for the hidden task, successfully unlocking the hidden task. Hidden task. Become a member of the school board. Would you like to accept? Gazing at the hidden task before him, Chen Yi felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. After undertaking so many side quests, was it merely to become a board member? Why not simply buy a board membership outright? Why go through all this trouble? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he glanced at the hidden task again, only to notice something amiss. There, beneath the words hidden task, lay 5 additional words, phase task. This implies that becoming a school director is merely the initial phase of a concealed mission. As for the subsequent stages, they remain shrouded in mystery. This notion, indeed, piques one's interest. Chen Yi smiled faintly and directed his gaze toward the wooden chest containing the side quest reward. Mysterious chest. Opening it may yield a random item. Without a hint of hesitation, he opted to open it. Upon the chest's opening, there were no extravagant visual effects. Merely a key, a tarnished, blood-stained bronze key. Item name, bronze key. Grade. Source, reward from the side quest of the terrifying aristocratic school dungeon. Note, this is a key whose purpose remains unknown. Dear lad, hasten to unveil its secret. Chen Yi. For some reason, this brief description struck him as remarkably incisive. After scrutinizing the bronze key for a moment, he tossed it into the system space. At long last, he had time to examine the book that Li Xibeier had thrust upon him. The yellowed tome exuded an aura of antiquity, and as Chen Yi cautiously flipped open its cover, he was met with 2 blood-red characters. School regulations. School regulations? What purpose does this serve for me? He felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Was Li Xibeier, even in his dying moments, intent on having him adhere to the school regulations? How absurd. After a brief mental lament, he attempted to turn to the next page, only to find that the subsequent sheets were glued together, entirely inaccessible. Faced with this predicament, he lost interest and similarly cast it into the system space. On the 4th day at the terrifying aristocratic school dungeon, at 10 in the morning after breakfast, Chen Yi made his way directly to Director Luo Xing's office. Why is Director Ling here? Upon realizing that the visitor was Chen Yi, Luo Xing was instantly taken aback. Could it be that the individual had come to reclaim the 1,000,000 terrifying coins? Alas, indeed, what is not one's own will forever remain elusive. With this thought in mind, he had already reached beneath the desk, preparing to retrieve the suitcase containing the 1,000,000 terrifying coins. Having witnessed Duke Shake apologize to Chen Yi, he had promptly brought the money back, all for this moment. However, before he could extract the funds, Chen Yi spoke first. Director Luo, I wish to join the school committee as a director. What must I do? Hearing Chen Yi's words, Luo Xing was momentarily taken aback, then quickly responded, there are only 2 ways to become a director. One is to convene all members of the school committee. including the principal and vice principal, and have everyone raise their hands for a vote. If 2/3 approve, you can become a director. He glanced at Chen Yi and continued. However, the principal is currently absent from the school and has not been seen in quite some time. The second method is particularly straightforward, at least for Director Ling, as it is exceedingly simple. That is to make a donation to the school. As he spoke, Luo Xing pulled the suitcase from beneath the desk, wearing an obsequious expression. The money is all prepared for you. 1 million, sufficient for joining the school committee as a director. Is that so? That indeed sounds quite simple. Chen Yi nodded. For matters that can be resolved with money are hardly matters at all. Nevertheless, I appreciate your kind intentions, Director Luo. Upon hearing Chen Yi's final remark, Luo Xing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be that he no longer desired the money? However, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he watched helplessly as Chen Yi accepted the suitcase. Indeed, what does not belong to oneself ultimately remains unattainable. At 12:30, Chen Yi made his appearance at the school cafeteria. During a conversation with Luo Xing, he was informed that donations needed to be arranged with the vice principal. Yet, the vice principal would not arrive until 2:30. Who knew where he might be wandering at that moment? Thus, Chen Yi decided to indulge in a meal first. After all, in the grand scheme of life, dining takes precedence. Neglecting one's appetite is a sign of troubling thoughts. Excuse me, I would like a meal set. Chen Yi cheerfully called out at the food window. Upon recognizing him, the cafeteria lady's face lit up with a smile. Swiftly, she prepared a generous meal set and handed it over, saying, "Child, come back if you need more. I have more than enough." Chen Yi replied enthusiastically, nodding fervently. Today's portion was indeed more than double the usual serving. Goodness, being handsome certainly has its perks, while others were still famished. He had already begun to enjoy the fruits of his charm. Wait, he had paid for this. Director Ling, over here. Just then, Xia Wantong waved happily from a distance. Not one to miss an opportunity, Chen Yi carried his meal set over to her. Indeed, dining with a beautiful companion significantly enhanced his appetite. You arrived quite late today. I almost finished my meal. As Chen Yi settled down, Xia Wantong began chattering. Alas, I had matters to attend to, he shrugged, diving into his meal with gusto. Delicious. He contemplated bringing a portion back for Chen Shi and also for Fei Fei. What matters? Do share, perhaps I can assist you? Upon hearing Chen Yi's inquiry, Xia Wantong's eyes sparkled with curiosity. It's nothing major. I just need to see the vice principal about a few things, Chen Yi replied casually, his focus solely on the delectable food before him. It was simply too scrumptious. Seeking the vice principal's assistance? Xia Wantong paused momentarily. Then why not go directly to the principal? Well, obviously, the principal is unavailable, so hurry up and eat. Faced with her relentless questions, Chen Yi playfully tapped her on the head with his chopsticks. Enough with the inquiries already. After being lightly chastised, Xia Wantong pouted in mock indignation before resuming her meal. Just as she was nearing the end of her dish, she whispered, I know where the principal is, and I can arrange for her to help you. She will definitely assist. Chen Yi, still munching, abruptly looked up. Are you certain? Yet at that moment, Xia Wantong had already risen, gathering her utensils as she turned it apart, tossing over her shoulder. Come find me tonight, and let us see what you can do. With those words, Chen Yi was left utterly stunned. Was it possible that his only path lay in relying on charm? Yet, why did this sensation feel rather delightful? Chapter 71, Persuasion. After having lunch, Chen Yi returned to his dormitory for a brief slumber, intending to seek out the vice principal at 3 in the afternoon. Curiously, the vice principal, who had never before taken a leave of absence, unexpectedly did so that day. Even Luo Xing, who delivered this news to Chen Yi, appeared utterly astonished. The vice principal was well known for eagerly awaiting an opportunity to ascend to a higher position, which made his absence all the more remarkable. With the vice principal unavailable and the principal absent as well, Chen Yi had no choice but to return to his dormitory for more rest. It was not until 6 in the evening that the rumblings of his hunger finally roused him from his slumber. After washing his face, he hurried to the school canteen. Just as he had finished serving himself a meal, Xia Wantong approached him. I thought you weren't coming for dinner. I've already eaten. You should hurry and eat, she said with a sweet smile, her dimples charmingly accentuating her features. Chen Yi, acknowledging her words with a perfunctory nod, dashed off to consume his meal, driven by an insatiable hunger that felt as if he were a ravenous ghost returned to life. After finishing his dinner, he patted his belly and let out a satisfied belch. Grabbing a toothpick from the table to clean between his teeth, he then rose to leave. As he reached the door of his dormitory, he noticed that the door to Xiao Wantong's room was ajar. Compelled by an inexplicable force, he approached it. "Come in." Her sweet voice beckoned from within. Upon hearing her invitation, Chen Yi opened the door and stepped inside. With a sudden bang, the door slammed shut behind him. An odd sensation surged within him. Could it be that he had unwittingly entered a perilous trap? Suddenly, the lights in the room extinguished, and a candle flickered to life on the table, casting a warm glow throughout the space. Ling Chun, a timid voice emerged from the shadows. At that moment, a figure stepped forth. In the gentle candlelight, Chen Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. There stood Xiao Wantong, resembling an ethereal goddess, clad in a delicate pink camisole. Her ample bosom accentuated her allure, while her long legs, though not adorned in black stockings as usual, radiated a pure innocence. Her petite, exquisite feet captivated his gaze. Suddenly, Chen Yi felt a warmth trickle from his nose. Upon touching it, he realized he was bleeding. Damn it, he thought. He had faced formidable foes like Bai Xian and Ai Qian without such an embarrassing display. Now, he felt utterly humiliated. "Director Ling, please have a seat." Xiao Wantong giggled upon noticing his predicament, gesturing for him to sit on the sofa beside her. As they sat closely, a fragrant aroma enveloped Chen Yi's senses. "Director Ling, I can help you find the principal, but how to persuade her will depend on your own abilities," Xiao Wantong said with a slight smile, gazing at him. "No problem. Just take me to see her," Chen Yi replied eagerly, wiping away the remnants of his embarrassment. "No need to make it so complicated." Xiao Wantong chuckled. For the principal of this eerie aristocratic school was both distant and yet so near. As her words hung in the air, she playfully blinked her beautiful eyes, exuding a charming allure. "What? You're the principal?" Chen Yi exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Xiao Wantong. He truly cannot fathom it. "I understand your thoughts. You wonder why Luo Xing did not recognize me. That is because I have never appeared before anyone. Only the vice principal and a few high-ranking members of the board have seen me," Xiao Wantong explained, smiling as she picked up a nameplate from the table and placed it in Chen Yi's hands. The nameplate bore the inscription, "Name, Xiao Wantong. Position, Principal." As Chen Yi held the nameplate, his hands trembled slightly. There was no room for doubt. This nameplate was undoubtedly authentic, as even the prompts from the horror game world had materialized. Principal's nameplate of the eerie aristocratic school. Utterly useless, merely a testament to one's identity. "Now, how do you intend to persuade me, your principal?" Xiao Wantong tilted her body, and upon hearing Chen Yi's words, she momentarily froze, failing to comprehend. However, the next second, her charming face flushed with understanding of his implication. Yet, within 2 or 3 seconds, her expression returned to normal. At that moment, a gentle rain began to fall outside, the rhythmic patter resembling an accompaniment to unfolding events. "Principal, would you agree to my entry into the board of directors?" "Why, yes, that sounds satisfactory," she replied, her tone reflecting her approval. "Ding. Hidden task. Become a member of the school board. Completed. Reward. Unlock second stage task. Second stage task. Supplement the school regulations." On the 5th day of the eerie aristocratic school's ordeal, Chen Yi, suddenly awakened from a deep slumber, hastily threw off the covers and immediately spotted Xiao Wantong. As midday approached, the two finally rose from their beds. Xiao Wantong shot a glare at Chen Yi, who shrugged innocently, appearing as a victim of circumstance. At 2 in the afternoon, all teachers and members of the school board received a notification. The director of academic affairs, Ling Chun, had successfully passed the assessment and entered the board of directors. Principal, Xiao Wantong. Upon seeing the official seal on the notification, silence enveloped the room. No one dared to refuse or speak out, resigning themselves to acceptance. In an instant, speculation regarding Ling Chen's identity ensued. However, Upon learning he was human, everyone was rendered speechless. What? You wish to amend the school regulations? Chen Yi gently caressed Xia Wantong's hair, smiling as he inquired. His words caused her face to flush, and she retorted, "Pa, that is not what I meant. I was referring to supporting all your endeavors." The last two words were uttered with a hint of ambiguity. Enough with the elaboration. Just say whether you agree or not. Indeed, he was quite resolute. As a mature, successful man, it was paramount to thrive on the fruits of others' labor. Very well, I shall heed your wishes, Xia Wantong replied with a smile. 10 minutes later, the two finally concluded their tender entanglement. On the sofa, Xia Wantong had changed her clothes. Modifying school regulations is permissible, but it is currently unachievable. Why? Chen Yi was momentarily taken aback, somewhat astonished. If modification is possible, then why is it unattainable? Isn't this a contradiction? Alas, the school regulations have vanished for 2.5 years. I have searched tirelessly for their trace without success. Xia Wantong lowered her head, her expression dazed, her words laced with self-reproach. Is this the school regulation you're referring to? At that moment, a yellowed book unexpectedly appeared in Chen Yi's hand. Upon hearing Chen Yi's voice, Xia Wantong lifted her head, and her eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the aged tome. In the next instant, the nameplate she had placed on the table suddenly soared into the air, landing squarely atop the book in Chen Yi's grasp. Subsequently, the nameplate transformed into a golden hand, gently opening the cover of the book. In an instant, a dazzling golden light erupted from within the pages, flooding the entire room. After approximately 3 seconds, the golden glow within the room dimmed, coalescing into 2 large characters: School Regulations. Xia Wantong remained utterly astonished. Once the words took form, she finally regained her composure. In a heartbeat, tears welled in her eyes, and she turned to bury herself in Chen Yi's embrace, softly sobbing. Moments later, she raised her head and extended her hands. At that moment, the character's School Regulations in midair transformed into a pristine new book, gently descending into Xia Wantong's hands. Without a moment's hesitation, she opened the book to reveal dozens of school regulations. The first and foremost rule stated that impoverished students were prohibited from enrolling. I promise you, I can modify the school regulations. She said this as she placed the regulations into Chen Yi's hands. Ding! Congratulations. Player Ling Chen has acquired the authority to modify the terrifying Noble School's regulations. Note, this authority will expire in 10 minutes. Please be mindful of the time. As the eerie game world's notification resonated, a light-colored pen materialized in Chen Yi's grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, he gripped the pen and began to amend the regulations. First, he abolished the initial rule, allowing impoverished students to enroll. Following this, he added nearly 10 more regulations before returning the book to Xia Wantong. Upon receiving the regulations, she glanced through them and then added a few more herself. Ding! Hidden task. Supplement school regulations. Completed. All tasks have been fulfilled. Rewards will be distributed upon the conclusion of the instance. At 5 in the afternoon. I heard you were leaving? In the dormitory corridor, Xiaka remained clad in a black tailcoat, his demeanor icy. Naturally, if I don't leave, will you support me? Chen Yi could not help but roll his eyes. Just a moment ago, Xia Wantong had been particularly elated about the school regulations and was preparing to reward him when Xiaka knocked on the door. All right, hearing Chen Yi's words, Xiaka nodded emphatically. This human is formidable, deserving of alliance with his vampire clan. Most importantly, he still had not discerned the origin of that murderous intent stemming from his race. Chen Yi, remarkable. This fellow surely hasn't lost his son and subsequently descended into despair. Upon contemplating this, Chen Yi could not help but shudder involuntarily, his body inching closer to the interior of the room. By the way, allow me to pose a question. Xiaka lifted his head, as if struck by a sudden realization. How did you ascertain that the old man in the library murdered Xiazhua? What do you think? Chen Yi Gudinut. His expression decidedly infuriating. Witnessing that smile, Xiaka clenched his fists. This human was undeniably formidable, yet utterly insufferable. Every time he smiled, Xiaka felt an overwhelming urge to strike him. Why not simply rename him Ling Jianjian instead of Ling Chun? As Xiaoko appeared ready to explode, Chen Yi ceased his teasing, extending his palm towards Xiaoko. Here, take a look at this. In his hand, a black insect writhed slowly. What does this signify? Xiaoko furrowed his brow, his expression still one of confusion. This creature was raised by that old man, Chen Yi remarked, prodding the insect in his palm. However, I obtained it from the 2 corpses in the cafeteria's kitchen. I recall you mentioning that Xiazwa bore a trace of the library's aura, which is likely attributable to this insect. After hearing Chen Yi's explanation, Xiaoko remained skeptical. But what if you're mistaken? If I am mistaken, so be it. After all, it pertains to a murder involving the supernatural. It poses no detriment to me, Chen Yi replied with a grin, tossing the insect to Xiaoko before turning to resume his own affairs. Gazing at the insect in his hand, Xiaoko fell into a moment of silence before departing. At 11:30 that night, after packing 2 meals from the school cafeteria, Chen Yi sat quietly, awaiting the conclusion of the instance. Beside him, Xia Wantong leaned against Chen Yi's shoulder, her expression filled with reluctance, yet powerless to change the situation. Suddenly, she lifted her head sharply, and in an instant, she vanished. When she reappeared, she held a contract in her hand. Ling Chun, in the name of the principal of the thrilling noble school, I hereby appoint you as the vice principal. If you agree, please sign. She smiled as she placed the contract on the table, accompanied by a pen. If I am already the principal, is there still a need to be the vice principal? Chen Yi chuckled, pulling Xia Wantong into his embrace. Who knows if you'll return in the future? She pouted, playfully pinching the flesh at Chen Yi's waist. A crisp sound echoed, and Xia Wantong's cheeks flushed. You must persuade me, she said, her eyes sparkling as she gazed up at Chen Yi. Enchantress, Chen Yi inhaled deeply, storing the packed meals in his system space, and began to walk towards the dormitory with Xia Wantong in his arms. Countdown to instant's conclusion. 3, 2, 1. Just as Chen Yi finished dressing, the countdown reached its conclusion. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in that dark space, where visibility was entirely obscured, save for the blood-red prompts indicative of the horror game world. Player name, Ling Chun. Progress being calculated. Please wait. Chapter 73. Abundant rewards. Big Orange and Little Orange. Player name, Ling Chun. Progress being calculated. Please wait. Calculation complete. Game evaluation. Level. Perfect. Game task. Survive for 5 days. Complete all side quests. And finish a hidden task completed. Side quests. 1. Become a qualified teacher. Completed 2. Be kind-hearted and helpful. Completed 3. The missing books. Completed 4. Find the murderer and bring them to justice. 1. 2. Completed. Task rewards. 1. Title of exemplary teacher. When worn, there is a 50% chance that any falsehood spoken will be believed. 2. A Good Samaritan card, a one-time item that, when used, will earn the affection of everyone within 1 minute. 3. Rewards have been distributed. 4. A Judgment card, a one-time item that allows the user to create a separate space for the judgment of a specific individual. Hidden tasks. 1. Become a school board member. Completed 2. Supplement school regulations. Completed. Task rewards. 1. Authority over personnel decisions at the terrifying noble school. 2. 100,000 terrifying coins. Instance rewards. 5,000 terrifying coins, 300 points. In a random treasure chest. In the pitch-black space, the rewards from the instance were distributed for a full half hour. At this moment, a plethora of cards and items flickered before Chen Yi. Among them, a resplendent golden chest stood out most brilliantly. Without a moment's hesitation, he discarded all rewards except for the chest into the system space. Only then did he turn his gaze towards the gleaming golden box. Ding! Special item detected. System scanning. Scan complete. Item name, Golden Chest. Rank. Source, rewards from the terrifying game World Instance. Status, unopened. Can be opened. Note, this is a magical chest. The items within are unfathomable. Please consider carefully whether to open it. Surely, this name is rather perfunctory? Chen Yi's lips twitched slightly. He harbored grave doubts about the system's lack of creativity in naming. Nevertheless, he understood that the system would not entertain his musings. So he chose to simply open the chest. In the next moment, the golden chest automatically opened, releasing a beam of golden light skyward. However, it did not illuminate the surrounding darkness. Roar! Suddenly, an enraged and terrified roar erupted, followed by a shadow leaping from the chest, heading straight for Chen Yi. Reacting swiftly, he turned, the eerie blade firmly grasped in his hand. Just as he was about to strike, he froze in place. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down to the ground. There, a plump orange cat was joyfully rolling about. Meow. Seemingly aware of being watched, the orange cat stood up and mewed softly, then approached Chen Yi, rubbing its head against his leg. What in the world is this? When he heard the roar, he had thought something prehistoric had emerged. He would never have imagined it would be an orange cat. Moreover, this feline perfectly exemplified the notion of valuing the big orange. System, could you please scan and reveal what this creature is? Ding. System scanning. Please wait. Scan complete. Name, Little Orange. Level. Skills, eating, I eat. Promotion, eating. Source, reward from the horror game World Instance. Chen Yi, Alta. Look at what this scan has revealed. A cat as plump as this is named Little Orange? Does it not feel remorse for its weight? Moreover, why is its strength unknown? To top it off, what on earth is this skill? So, it merely knows how to eat? Even the promotion pathway is eating. It seems like a glutton has emerged. While Chen Yi was internally lamenting, Little Orange was gleefully bouncing around Chen Yi's shoes. Its mouth was incessantly moving, seemingly gnawing on Chen Yi's shoelaces. Witnessing the spectacle, Chen Yi's expression darkened. With a swift motion, he kicked Little Orange away. But oddly enough, 2.5 seconds later, Chen Yi suddenly felt something moving on his shoes. He looked down to see Little Orange's rotund body sprawled on the ground, joyfully biting his shoelaces. What the? Instant téléportation? He furrowed his brows, taken aback. Just as he was about to attempt it again, the darkness of the space enveloped him, forcibly ejecting him from the horror game world. Upon opening his eyes once more, Chen Yi found himself back in his familiar bedroom. Finally home, he exhaled deeply and collapsed on his bed. However, as soon as he lay down, he felt a weight pressing down on his stomach. Looking up, who else could it be but the pudgy Little Orange? It lay atop Chen Yi's abdomen, eyes closed, occasionally smacking its lips as if dreaming of food. Truly a qualified glutton. He sighed, gently lifting Little Orange off him and placing it on the bed. Since Little Orange emerged as a reward from the instance task, it was essentially his by right. There was no need for any servant contracts or such formalities. At that moment, laughter from Chen Yi and Fei Fei echoed from the living room. Upon hearing the sounds, Chen Yi stood up, opened the door, and stepped outside. In the instant he opened the door, 2 packed meals appeared in his hands. Come quickly, I brought you something delicious. He smiled as he placed the takeout from the horror noble school cafeteria on the table. Wow, delicious. Upon seeing the food, Chen Yi's eyes lit up, and she quickly jumped off the sofa, running over with her bare feet. Fei Fei followed suit, her face brimming with joy. The two opened the packed meals, and an enticing aroma wafted through the air. So fragrant, Chen Yi exclaimed, hurriedly picking up her chopsticks to grab a piece of meat, chewing eagerly. Beside her, Fei Fei was equally unreserved, devouring her share. At that moment, Chen Yi was astonished to discover that after eating the meat from the meal, Fei Fei's realm had actually improved. To think that when he had eaten, it merely enhanced his physique. Unexpectedly, Fei Fei's meal resulted in a level up. It seems this meal is intended for human consumption, yet oddly enough, it seems to yield greater benefits when consumed by others. After observing Fei Fei for a while, his gaze shifted to Chen Yi. He noticed that aside from finding it exceptionally delicious, she exhibited no other reactions. Suddenly, a meow echoed from behind Chen Yi. The plump orange cat, Xibeier, sauntered over with an air of feline grace, only to leap onto the table's edge in the next moment. With a loud thud, Xibeier tumbled to the ground, crying out in indignation and muttering curses. The sight of Xibeier's antics elicited peals of laughter from Chen Yi, who, unable to contain herself, dropped her chopsticks and clutched her belly in mirth. It seemed that Xibeier, sensing Chen Yi's mockery, took a few steps back before propelling itself upward, successfully landing on the table. Like a triumphant victor, it shot a disdainful glance at Chen Yi and then leaned in to sniff at the food. Is this truly a cat? Chen Yi mused, her eyes sparkling with delight at the sight of the silly creature. She reached out, eager to embrace Xibeier. However, to her surprise, she found the cat surprisingly heavy, almost as if it were a pig clinging to her. Bewildered, she turned to Chen Yi, having never encountered a cat of such weight. Well, big orange cats do tend to be heavy, Chen Yi remarked awkwardly, his tone growing less confident as he concluded. After all, this orange feline bore little resemblance to any cat he had ever seen, aside from its color. Just then, Xibeier let out a gentle meow, extending its rosy tongue to lick Chen Yi's fingertips, casting a meaningful gaze at the meat in the bag. At that moment, Chen Yi couldn't help but mentally label Xibeier as a pig. Nevertheless, she still set 2 pieces of meat on the table. Upon spotting the food, Xibeier's eyes sparkled, and it devoured the morsels in a single gulp. In an astonishing turn of events, Xibeier's corpulent form visibly slimmed down, transforming to a size comparable to an ordinary cat. It licked its lips and then stretched languorously. The now svelte Xibeier sported vibrant fur and a sleek physique, its demeanor exuding an air of aloofness. With a disdainful glance at Chen Yi, it leapt off the table and sauntered back to Chen Yi's bedroom for a nap. Is this really an orange cat? Chen Yi inquired, her expression one of astonishment. Just consider it as such, Chen Yi replied, shaking his head in resignation. Does it truly matter? Not all. Just accept it as an orange cat. It certainly appears to be one on the surface. Indeed, it is an orange cat. After Chen Yi and Fei finished their meal, Chen Yi returned directly to his room. Xibeier lay sprawled on the bed, exposing its belly and purring contentedly. At that moment, Chen Yi discerned that Xibeier was, in fact, a female cat. Before his journey into another realm, he had always cherished cats, even having 2 at home. However, after traversing into this peculiar realm, where anomalies abound and humanity struggles for sustenance, one might question the feasibility of nurturing a seemingly inconsequential feline companion. However, the present circumstances are markedly different. He now wields over 90 billion horror coins. The prospect of caring for a single cat pales in comparison to the notion of accommodating 10 more, should he desire. Opening a can of Coca-Cola, Chen Yi settled into a chair and powered on his computer. With practiced ease, he entered the URL for the Anomaly Hunter Alliance, eager to peruse the discussions that had transpired over the past few days. To his surprise, conversations regarding the enigmatic thousand-faced anomaly were still ongoing. As he scrolled through the recent posts, something caught his eye, a newly trending thread titled Horror Game World Set for an upgrade. Could humanity become professional anomaly hunters? Could the horror game world truly undergo an upgrade? Did Anomaly Hunter imply that humans could exert control over these strange entities? An array of questions flooded Chen Yi's mind. After a moment's contemplation, he opened a chat with Wang Heng and sent a message. I wish to search for some information. A minute later, Wang Heng responded with a link and a 5-digit password. Internal link for the Anomaly Hunter Alliance. Use it with confidence. I will take responsibility for any issues. Upon reading the final message, Chen Yi felt reassured and clicked the link. Soon, a prompt for the password appeared. Entering the code provided by Wang Heng, he successfully accessed a new web page, the internal information site of the Anomaly Hunter Alliance. It seemed his initial decision had been astute. Having access to such a resource was indeed a luxury. He couldn't help but exclaim in delight before commencing a search. No data available on the upgrade of the horror game world. However, Anomaly Hunter yielded the following resources. Shortly, 5 pieces of information appear before him. He quickly scanned the details before shutting down his computer. In summary, the content he had discovered was as follows. 1. The concept of anomaly hunters is not without precedent. There have been successful humans, notably from the Dragon Nation. 2. Upon successfully becoming an anomaly hunter, humans would gain the ability to harness certain powers of the anomalies, significantly enhancing their strength. 3. Even with success, there exists a considerable risk of backlash from the anomalies. At that moment, Chen Yi finished his can of cola with a satisfying burp and reclined on his bed, gazing at the ceiling. The veracity of the anomaly hunters held little significance for him. What truly mattered was the potential upgrade of the horror game world. Regrettably, the information site for the Anomaly Hunter Alliance held no insights on this matter. Suddenly, a spark ignited within him as he sat upright and roused Xiaohei. Xiaohei, have you sensed any abnormalities in the horror game world recently? Upon hearing Chen Yi's inquiry, Xiaohei pondered thoughtfully for 2.5 minutes before responding. Indeed, recently, the yin energy within our home has fluctuated frequently. While ordinary anomalies may remain undetected, I am able to perceive them. At this juncture, Xiaohei swelled with pride, declaring, "But of course, who else could be the greatest king of devourers?" Sensing that Xiaohei was about to regale him with tales of its dubious exploits as the king of devourers, Chen Yi hastily silenced it. "No wonder I sense something amiss with Fei Fei. It turns out to be the fluctuation of yin energy that caused her ghostly aura to leak." But why didn't Bai Xian and the others mention the yin energy fluctuations? Even Xia Wantong never brought it up, though she was too preoccupied to say anything. After muttering to himself for a moment, he settled back down and reached out to caress the sleeping little orange cat beside him. Surprisingly, the texture was quite pleasant. Thus, with his eyes closed, he drifted off to sleep. Anyone who captures a malevolent spirit will receive a reward of 1,000 horror coins. Capturing a ghost general earns 5,000, and capturing a ghost commander brings in 50,000 horror coins. Remember, whether by capture or theft, as long as you retrieve it, the money will surely be yours. Within a lavish estate, dozens of individuals clad in combat attire stood with their hands clasped behind their backs. They shared a singular objective: to seize the bizarre. Chapter 75, System Upgrade. What will you do, my lord? In the midst of his slumber, Chen Yi vaguely heard a mechanical voice whispering in his ear. Furrowing his brow, he opened his eyes only to find the system panel had materialized before him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the role of a teacher and earning 100 role-playing points. Ding! Your current point balance has exceeded 100. The novice task has been completed, allowing you to expend 100 role-playing points to upgrade the system. Would you like to upgrade? Staring at the myriad notifications on the system panel, Chen Yi found himself momentarily stunned. What did it mean that the novice task had been completed? Had he been engaged in the novice task all this time? Moreover, this peculiar system had the capability to upgrade? What would the upgraded version entail? System. How long does this upgrade take? Ding. The upgrade process will require 150 minutes. Upon hearing the system's voice, Chen Yi nodded. 150 minutes was merely 2.5 hours. That was acceptable. What could he do during these 2.5 hours? He stroked his chin and gazed out the window. It was currently 3 in the afternoon, with 2 hours remaining until dusk. Perhaps he could order some fried chicken? However, he had recently heard that the chicken coop had collapsed. Was it still safe to eat? Sigh, it was advised from the outset not to use chicken essence in poultry. Yet, as a member of the Black Armored Army, he felt compelled to support this venture. He mumbled quietly to himself before resolutely ordering 3 pieces of fried chicken. Half an hour later, Chen Yi received 3 pieces of fried chicken from the delivery person. Before he could utter a word, Chen Shi and Fei Fei, drawn by the aroma, arrived eagerly. "Wow, it's fried chicken," Chen Shi exclaimed with excitement, pulling Fei Fei to sit down and dig in. At that moment, the little orange cat sauntered out of the room, stepping delicately. It lazily yawned, leaping onto the table with grace. Ah, it seems another foodie has joined the household. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yi could only shake his head in resignation as he opened his portion, tearing off half and placing it in front of the little orange cat. The cat wasted no time, devouring half a piece in one gulp. Then, still wanting more, it licked its lips and cast its gaze toward Chen Shi and Fei Fei. "No way, don't even think about it. This is mine." Chen Shi quickly shielded the fried chicken before him, casting a fierce glare at Little Orange. Fei Fei, undeterred, mirrored his actions. Observing this exchange, Little Orange rolled her eyes and leapt down from the table, making her way to Chen Yi's bedroom. 2 hours later, as a cold mechanical voice echoed, Chen Yi's eyes brightened. He promptly rose and returned to his room, shutting the door behind him. Ding! System upgrade completed. Please check promptly. Upon seeing this notification, he instinctively reached out to activate the system panel. In the next instant, a brand new system interface appeared before him. Surrounding the life-size panel was a soft golden glow, and occasionally, golden coins would pop up from its corners, only to vanish moments later. Most importantly, emblazoned in the center of the panel were 5 gilded characters. Wealth is power. Gazing at the pristine system panel, Chen Yi's lips involuntarily twitched. This interface radiated the essence of a pay-to-win game advertisement. Ding! Welcome to the upgraded version of the all-class role-playing system, the Unbounded Wealth System. Note, still toiling as a wage earner? Still caught in a 996 grind? Do you wish to experience endless spending? Do you desire the pleasure of being served by enchanting beings? What are you waiting for? Come and utilize the Unbounded Wealth System. Staring at the system's description, Chen Yi was left astounded, his mouth agape. Why did this system feel so irreverent? Yet, he found himself rather fond of it. Ding! Newbie task issued. Spend 100 million horror coins within 3 days. Reward: 1 unbounded wealth treasure chest. Spending 100 million horror coins? That's a breeze. Chen Yi grinned widely. Spending money? He was a master at that. Is this truly the place? Amidst the thick fog, 2 figures clad in black combat attire lurked stealthily. This must be it. A report from our informant indicated strange, ghostly energy fluctuations here. It must be a ghost commander. Zhao Rong chuckled, excitement evident in his tone. A ghost commander? Not bad at all. However, it poses no significant challenge. Even if it were a ghost general, we could easily take it down together. His brother, Zhao Song, nodded in agreement. With one at level 5 and the other at level 6, they were more than capable of handling a ghost general. Even if they encountered weaker ghost kings, they were still ready to fight. Let us move quickly. This old neighborhood is chaotic, and we might need to search for a while, Zhao Rong said as he entered the old community first, with Zhao Song following closely behind. Once the two departed, the fog at the entrance of the neighborhood suddenly thinned, revealing a nearby beef noodle shop with newfound clarity. Oh, is someone entering the building this late? Chen Yi lay on his bed, idly stroking Little Orange while mumbling to himself. Ever since acquiring the Eye of the Evil God, he could perceive the entire neighborhood without using the true eye ability. Once activated, it could cover at least half of Xihua City with ease. Could they be coming for me? Surely that cannot be the case. He murmured to himself, while the little orange cat beside him purred contentedly. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the air, causing Chen Yi's expression to shift to one of confusion. To his surprise, it seemed the disturbance was indeed directed at him. With that thought, he rose from his seat and opened the bedroom door. At that moment, the little orange cat leapt down and followed closely at Chen Yi's heels. In the living room, Chen Yi and Fei Fei were quietly engrossed in the television, completely indifferent to the commotion at the door. Chen Yi approached the entrance and reached for the doorknob. As he swung the door open, the Zhao brothers, Zhao Song and Zhao Rong, instantly spotted Fei Fei lounging on the sofa. Goodness, it's the ghostly beauty, Zhao Rong exclaimed, his eyes widening with excitement. Throughout the entire encounter, it was as if the two had completely overlooked Chen Yi. At that moment, Chen Yi cleared his throat impatiently, saying, Hey, there's someone else here too. Upon hearing this, the Zhao brothers finally acknowledged Chen Yi's presence at the door. Brother, 100 horror coins for that peculiar sight, Zhao Rong exclaimed, producing 5 100-coin notes from his pocket and slapping them against Chen Yi's chest. In the next instant, the horror coins tumbled to the floor. Kid, I can see you're a newly promoted level 4 player. Those 500 horror coins will keep you living lavishly for a while, Zhao Song remarked coldly, his tone laced with menace. In their own days as level 4 players, they could scarcely have dreamt of possessing 500 horror coins. Even a mere 100 would have been considered a frugal luxury. 500 horror coins, how enticing. Chen Yi leaned against the doorframe, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. Responding to his words, Zhao Rong sneered. If you're so intrigued, you might as well scram. However, Chen Yi remained steadfast, unfazed by the taunt. In the next moment, he waved his hand, revealing 5 horror coins of his own. Yet, these 5 coins were pristine, radiating a dense aura of malevolence. Even Fei Fei, lounging on the sofa, was drawn to the ominous energy emanating from them. 500 horror coins may be tempting. But what if I were to present 5 million horror coins? What would you do then? Chen Yi grinned, tossing the 5 1 million coin notes directly into Zhao Rong's face. The sound of coins striking flesh echoed sharply. In an instant, Zhao Rong's face swelled from the impact. In the realm of horror games, horror coins served as a unique form of currency. The higher the denomination, the greater the coin's level. As Zhao Rong glanced at the 5 1 million coin notes scattered on the floor, he momentarily disregarded his throbbing face and hurriedly bent down to collect them. "Kid, I didn't expect you to be quite wealthy," Zhao Song remarked, a greedy smile creeping onto his lips. Initially, the brothers had only intended to capture a peculiar entity, but they found themselves with an unexpected windfall. Moreover, the little girl on the sofa seemed rather appealing as well. Suddenly, as Zhao Song indulged in his fantasies, he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and his body was hurled backward, crashing violently against the wall. Meanwhile, Zhao Rong, who had been bent over to pick up the money, straightened up, his eyes fixated on the 5 million horror coins in his grasp. "Cough, my dear boy. It seems I have underestimated the situation and failed to evade. You, a mere level 4 player, if you release that peculiar entity, we shall let you go." In the corridor, Zhao Song rose, rubbed his stomach, and bared his teeth as he shouted, "Oh, are you truly unscathed?" Chen expressed his surprise, astonished that Zhao Song could still stand after such a blow. "Ha, you underestimate a level 6 player far too much." Zhao Song sneered. "Very well, I concede." Chen Yi sighed, raising his hands in surrender. Zhao Rong tucked the horror coin into his pocket, brusquely shoving Chen Yi aside as he advanced towards Fei Fei. However, up to this moment, Chen Yi and Fei Fei on the sofa had not moved an inch, quietly engrossed in the television. Just as Zhao Rong was nearing the sofa, Chen Yi suddenly spoke up. "Hey, aren't you looking for that peculiar entity? I know where to find it. Moreover, there are several." Upon hearing this, the Zhao brothers simultaneously turned to Chen Yi, their eyes gleaming with joy and astonishment. "Quickly, tell us where." Zhao Rong hastened to Chen Yi's side, gripping his collar and inquiring. "It's right there." Chen Yi grinned widely, pointing down the corridor. At his words, Zhao Rong pivoted and stepped outside, gazing into the corridor. Indeed, the once empty corridor now harbored 3 peculiar entities. Furthermore, these 3 were all female ghosts, each more stunning than the last, far surpassing the underdeveloped one within the room. "Brother, look!" Zhao Rong slapped Zhao Song on the shoulder. Upon hearing this, Zhao Song hastily turned to look and, upon seeing the 3 exquisite entities, drooled uncontrollably. "You, my boy, have some sense," he said, patting Chen Yi's chest as he strode towards the 3 peculiar entities. However, after just a couple of steps, he felt a sudden warmth in his chest. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a slender, pale hand piercing through his heart. Bai Xian smiled slightly, crushing Zhao Song's heart in her grip. On the other side, Zhao Song, having witnessed the entire scene, was left in shock, his mouth agape. It was at this moment that he realized the 3 stunning entities were actually all ghost kings. Even he, with his limited intellect, understood that he had bitten off more than he could chew. Nevertheless, he reacted swiftly, instantly positioning himself behind Chen Yi and seizing his neck. "If you wish to live, have them all retreat." Zhao Rong roared, aware that this was his final opportunity. However, he soon realized something astounding. The 3 entities and the 2 girls within the room exhibited not a trace of concern. At this juncture, a dark, frigid aura emanated from Chen Yi's right hand, enveloping Zhao Rong in an instant. Subsequently, this dark mist coalesced into a massive hand, lifting Zhao Rong off the ground. Chen Yi stretched his limbs, observing with interest the suspended Zhao Rong. "I must say, your luck is rather unfortunate," he remarked sincerely. "Alas, I have always been a good person, truly not wishing to kill you." As he spoke, he raised his right hand, gently clenching his fist. The ominous hand gripping Zhao Rong tightened gradually, causing him to let out a painful scream. Nevertheless, Chen Yi's movements did not waver. He continued to exert pressure with his right hand. Bang! In the next instant, the sinister hand exerted a tremendous force, crushing Zhao Rong and transforming him into a mist of blood. Disgusted, Chen Yi wiped his hand on his clothing and proceeded toward the three women in the corridor. This time, Ai Qian was absent. Instead, Xibeier, Bai Xian, and the ghost bride were present. Ah, you have ascended to the Ghost King? Chen Yi was taken aback upon noticing the ghost bride's rank. He distinctly remembered her path to promotion. Just as he was about to express his anger, the system's notification chimed in. Ding. Name, Ghost Bride. Level, Ghost King, first tier. Skill, Ghost Marriage. Promotion, Union with the Beloved. Source, Horror Game World. Remark, she is in a profoundly poor mood, feeling abandoned by her beloved. Her anger has led to her elevation in rank. Upon reading the remarks, Chen Yi's mouth twitched. Goodness, this was essentially jealousy, wasn't it? Xibeier and the Ghost Bride were both currently in the Ghost City. She must have been aware of his summoning Xibeier. However, she was unaware that it was a summons for battle and mistakenly believed it to be a quarrel of a different nature. Over time, it was only natural for her to feel angry and envious. Yet, he had not anticipated that such emotions could lead to a promotion. With this thought, Chen Yi approached the Ghost Bride, opened his arms, and embraced her. Initially, she resisted slightly, but soon she settled into his embrace. Ding! The Ghost Bride feels your affection and requests to unite with you. Suddenly, the system's notification rang out, leaving Chen Yi momentarily stunned. What on earth? Why was the Ghost Bride contemplating such matters now? At that moment, the Ghost Bride raised her hand, signaling Chen Yi to lift her veil. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out and unveiled her. As the veil fell away, her face was revealed for the first time. Chen Yi stood frozen, captivated by her beauty. She had her long black hair elegantly arranged, and her light blue eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Her cherry-red lips were full and glossy, complemented by her long, slender, and fair neck. Observing Chen Yi's infatuation, the Ghost Bride smiled gently, tiptoed, and pressed her lips against his cheek. I will be waiting for you at the Ghost City Villa, she said with a sweet smile before vanishing in an instant. Ding! The Ghost Bride is in high spirits. Her level has increased. Ghost Bride, Ghost King, second tier. As the system's notification echoed in his ears, Chen Yi finally regained his composure. A broad smile graced his face as he chuckled foolishly. When he looked up, he realized that Bai Xian and Xibeier had long since disappeared. However, at the entrance of his home, two little heads were huddled together, watching him intently. Fei. Yes. Stay away from Chen Yi in the future. Why? This person shows no mercy, even to ghosts. Chapter 77. The transaction specified dungeon card. Meow. The small orange cat squatted by Chen Yi's feet and let out a gentle meow. Let us go home. Chen Yi sighed, shaking his head in resignation. It seemed he would need to find a suitable moment to have a serious conversation with his sister. He couldn't shake the feeling that, in Chen Yi's eyes, he appeared to be anything but a respectable person. After this brief interlude, Chen Yi and Fei ceased watching television and retreated to their rooms to sleep. As for Chen Yi, he too headed to his room for slumber. However, it is noteworthy that in the midst of his deep sleep, Chen Yi suddenly dreamt of a colossal stone pressing down on his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. In stark contrast, the small orange cat had regained its former plump appearance, comfortably nestled on Chen Yi's chest, soundly asleep. The following morning dawned bright and sunny, with a gentle breeze caressing the air. Chen Yi awoke, stretching lazily, only to feel a sharp pain in his chest. Goodness, was that dream truly so vivid? He rubbed his chest and, taking a seat at his desk, opened his computer to access the website of the Slayers Alliance. Just as he logged in, a message from Wang Heng popped up. Wang Heng, Mr. Ling Chun, I have a task for you that may pique your interest with quite a generous reward. Upon reading this message, Chen Yi's curiosity was instantly ignited, and he typed back, do tell. Almost immediately, Wang Heng replied with remarkable speed, as if his response was copied and pasted. Wang Heng, someone wishes to hire you for the next level dungeon in the eerie game world, the Ghost City Bank, and promises that should you retrieve the desired item, He will pay you 10,000 horror coins along with a ghostly artifact of the specter level. Chen Yi furrowed his brow at Wang Heng's message. A specified dungeon? The Ghost City Bank? He understood that players could voluntarily choose to enter dungeons. But this choice was inherently random. Players had the option to select a dungeon, yet the specific dungeon itself was assigned at random by the horror game world. This notion of entering a designated dungeon was entirely new to him. Before he could inquire further, Wang Heng sent another message. You need not worry about anything else. The financier will prepare all the necessary items. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yi typed a response. No problem, but I require my payment up front. Approximately 10 minutes later, Wang Heng replied with a simple all right. Following that, he sent a location, instructing Chen Yi to arrive before 1 o'clock in the afternoon. As noon approached, Chen Yi called upon Chen Yi and Fei Fei to accompany him for beef noodles. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, he spotted old Lu puffing on a pipe. Ah, old Lu has begun smoking again. Better watch out or you'll face the wrath at home, Chen Yi teased. Recalling the gossip he had often heard about old Lu being reprimanded by his wife for smoking. You brat, that old woman wouldn't dare scold me, old Lu chuckled, stowing away his pipe, revealing his evident fear of his wife. After exchanging pleasantries, the three of them made their way to the beef noodle shop, where they indulged in 3 large bowls of hearty beef noodles, relishing every bite. After their meal, the clock struck 12:30. Briefly explaining to Chen Yi that he would be away for a few days, he acquired a disposable disguise kit, transforming his appearance into that of a 60-year-old man with white hair. Once adequately prepared, he hailed a taxi to the location sent by Wang Heng. 25 minutes later, he arrived at a manor in Xihua City. As Chen Yi alighted from the vehicle, he immediately spotted Wang Heng waiting at the entrance. Simultaneously, Wang Heng noticed Chen Yi and hastened towards him, exclaiming, Mr. Ling Chen, you have finally arrived. With a slight sigh of relief, he continued, Yes, I have arrived. Let us proceed. Chen Yi nodded, opting for brevity in his response. Subsequently, under Wang Heng's guidance, the two entered the opulent estate before them. Mr. Ling Chen, please remember to speak sparingly. This individual holds considerable influence, Wang Heng whispered to Chen Yi as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the heart of the estate, a splendid garden adorned with a pavilion, where a middle-aged man sat, sipping tea. Upon seeing Chen Yi and Wang Heng, he remained seated, not rising to greet them. It was only as they approached that he spoke. Wang Heng, it has been a long time. I presume this is Mr. Ling Chen? Enough with the pleasantries. Here is the remuneration for your task. As he spoke, a maid stepped forward to unveil 2 leather cases resting on the table. One of the cases contained stacks of 100 denomination horror coins, while the other held a jade hairpin, exuding a faint aura of malevolence. Undoubtedly a ghostly artifact of the highest caliber. Wang Heng has briefed you on the general task. Let me elaborate on specifics. The middle-aged man took a sip of tea and glanced at Wang Heng. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Wang Heng smiled, patted Chen Yi on the shoulder, and turned to depart. The detailed task is simple. I require an item from the Ghost City Bank, specifically the Vice President's badge. Chen Yi furrowed his brow, perplexed by the request. What purpose does a Vice President's badge serve? Do not concern yourself with the details. Simply agree, and these items shall be yours. The middle-aged man chuckled, pushing the 2 cases toward Chen Yi. Very well. Chen Yi mused for a moment before breaking into a grin. He promptly closed the cases and lifted them in his hands. Seeing that Chen Yi concurred, the middle-aged man waved his hand, prompting the maid to approach Chen Yi. Holding a card. Ding. Horror Game World Level Dungeon. Ghost City Bank Designated Entry Card. Note, upon use, you will immediately enter the Horror Game World Level Dungeon, Ghost City Bank. Refusal is not an option, as the card was revealed. A system notification echoed in the air. Well, I didn't expect such a thing to exist. Chen Yi mused internally, accepting the designated card from the maid. Mr. Ling Chen, may our collaboration be fruitful. Chapter 78, Ghost City Bank. Welcome to the Horror Game World. Level Dungeon, Ghost City Bank. Number of participants, 12. 3 designated entries. This is the largest bank in the heart of the horror game world, serving clientele from across the entire realm. Game objective, survive for 5 days, and complete all tasks assigned by superiors, achieving a rating of level or higher upon the dungeon's conclusion. In the eerie city of Ghost Town, beneath a somber sky and a crimson moon, the chilling winds howled. Vengeful spirits lurked in every corner of the streets, occasionally glancing towards a particular direction, their eyes brimming with insatiable greed and fervor, though they remained remarkably restrained. Chen Yi stood at the edge of the street, entirely indifferent to the peculiar beings that gazed upon him. Before him stood a lavish 5-story bank, its entrance adorned with a sign bearing 4 blood-red characters, Ghost Town Bank. Is this truly the fabled Ghost Town Bank? It appears rather ordinary, contrary to the myriad of tales I've heard. At that moment, a youth, approximately 175 meters tall and clad in dark pajamas, yawned and remarked casually, "Hey, buddy, it's quite unfortunate that a level 4 player like you has been chosen to come here." The young man glanced at Chen Yi, immediately expressing his astonishment and disbelief. Chen Yi chuckled softly, remaining silent. He could discern that this youth was a level 6 player. Despite appearing to be around 20 years of age, he had achieved level 6. Either he possessed exceptional talent or hailed from a prominent family. However, either scenario bore no relevance to Chen Yi, nor did he desire any connection. Approximately 10 minutes later, all 12 players participating in this instance finally gathered. Concurrently, the doors of the Ghost Town Bank swung open, revealing a young woman in a sleek black professional outfit who stepped out. She surveyed the players with a warm smile and introduced herself. "Hello, everyone. My name is Mo, and I am the level 3 manager of Ghost Town Bank, responsible for welcoming you all." Mo's demeanor and poise were graceful and fitting, a stark contrast to the previous entities that exuded an aura of menace. "Currently, we are short-staffed at the bank, so all 12 of you will be working here as temporary employees. I will now call out your names, and those selected can proceed to your respective positions. Gu Wenxing, 2nd floor counter. AI Chia Yuzu, 1st floor counter. I am Chao Zhe, 1st floor counter. Ling Chun, 2nd floor counter." Before long, Mo had assigned positions to everyone, turning to open the bank's grand doors, signaling for the players to enter. At that moment, Chen Yi realized that the player who had just introduced himself as Gu Wenxing was indeed the one who had spoken earlier. "Don't worry, since we're in this together, I'll have your back," Gu Wenxing grinned, patting his chest confidently. Hearing Gu Wenxing's words, Chen Yi nodded with a smile and proceeded to the counter. Locating his designated position, Ling Chun, 2nd floor counter, number 04. The 2nd floor housed 8 counter staff members, aside from Chen Yi and Gu Wenxing. The remaining 6 were vengeful spirits. Suddenly, a series of crisp chimes resonated throughout the bank. Upon hearing the sound, Chen Yi furrowed his brow and turned to observe the veteran employees of the counter. He noticed that the seasoned workers, who had previously huddled together, now sat rigidly, their bodies trembling slightly. At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed, followed by the entrance of a tall, enigmatic figure clad in a suit. A 20-centimeter scar marred its face, exuding wisps of ghostly energy. A black rod, stained with putrid blood, was sheathed at its waist. "Oh, a newcomer has arrived?" It grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth that emitted a faint green mist. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the manager of the 2nd floor, a secondary manager at the Go City Bank. You may refer to me as Manager Go." With a smile, Manager Go approached Chen Yi's counter, leaning on the glass. "Young man, since you've arrived, you must fulfill your task. Go City Bank does not accommodate idlers. You have 1 day to secure a deposit of 1 million horror coins or face the consequences." Its eyes bulged, nearly popping out of its sockets, before it pivoted to confront Gu Wenxing. "You? 2 million in deposits, or face the consequences?" After issuing the ultimatum, it sauntered over to counter 08, where an old employee trembled at the sight of Manager Go's approach. 08, you failed to meet your targets yesterday." Manager Go's expression darkened as it drew the black rod from its waist. "Manager, I have brought you a gift. You promised to grant me a couple of days' grace." Counter 08 quivered, grotesque necrotic patches appearing on its skin, and upon seeing the black rod in Manager Go's hand, it crumpled in despair. "You brought a gift?" Manager Go furrowed its brow, intrigued. "What did you bring?" "A calendar. Counter 08 hastily replied, a glimmer of hope flickering in its eyes. A calendar? You truly have a generous spirit. Manager Go's face darkened, and without further ado, it yanked open the door to Counter 08 and stormed inside. Without a word, it swung the black rod violently at the employee's head. In mere moments, 08's head was a gruesome mess, indiscernible as a head. The floor was awash with dark blood, writhing with repulsive maggots. If you fail to meet your performance today, you may as well prepare for death tomorrow. Ha! What nonsense, gifting a calendar. I'd sooner use it to wipe my backside. Manager Go spat, disgust etched across its face. Emerging from Counter 08, it surveyed the other staff members, worked diligently. If you fail to meet your targets, prepare to experience the wrath of my black rod. After Manager Go departed, Go City Bank officially commenced its operations. Soon after, numerous clients flooded in. However, patrons ascending to the second floor were few and far between. After a considerable wait, a few finally arrived, seeking familiar tellers. Clients lingered at Chen Yi and Gu Wenxing's counters, though their intentions were far from innocent. Finally, half an hour later, a client settled at Chen Yi's counter 04. Young man, help me withdraw 100,000 horror coins. The client, with a face full of flesh, handed Chen Yi a bank card. Chen Yi accepted the card with a smile and proceeded to operate the machine as instructed. A minute later, he gazed at the machine's digital display, lost in thought. The balance read starkly, 1,000 horror coins. A total of merely 10 horror coins, and you wish to withdraw 100,000? What is this? A prank? Upon this realization, he turned to gaze at the man with a face as coarse as raw meat. Enough of this nonsense. Hurry and bring the money. Do you believe I want to file a complaint if this drags on? Chapter 79, a lifetime? Do you truly believe that? Go City Bank, second floor counter. Chen Yi silently rotated the machine to face the grotesque figure. The man furrowed his brow and leaned in to inspect the machine, only to recoil in rage upon comprehending its contents. He slammed his fist against the glass, shouting at Chen Yi, I knew this damn bank was unreliable. I had over 100,000 horror coins, and now I'm left with a mere 10. Damn it, did you swallow my money? As he raged, he pounded furiously on a glass, opened the door. I'll make you pay. Suddenly, with a click, the door to counter 04 swung open. Chen Yi inside grinned widely, appearing harmless. In an instant, the other counter staff turned their gazes toward him, pondering, is this human not afraid of death? If he could just hold on a while longer for Manager Go to arrive, this matter would be resolved. At worst, he would just receive a beating from Manager Go. But now that the door is open, ISNT, this human surely doomed? All right, so you dare to open the door, huh? Fine. The grotesque figure, filled with rage, stepped inside. The moment he entered, a dense black aura erupted from him, instantly engulfing counter 04 in darkness, rendering it impossible to discern the interior. Bang! Just then, the door to counter 04 slammed shut. The next moment, a terrified scream echoed from within. Damn it! Are you looking for trouble on your first day? Weren't you going to kill me? Why are you lying on the ground? Chen Yi, Vidin Abaton, rolled up his sleeves and struck down towards the grotesque figure sprawled on the floor. He deliberately avoided striking the head, for if he rendered the man unconscious, it would only benefit him. On the ground, the grotesque man lay, covered in black blood, twitching intermittently, his face a mask of terror. Upon entering counter 04, he hadn't even had the chance to retaliate before a thick club descended upon him. And then, he found himself on the floor. Meanwhile, the black aura dissipated, revealing the scene inside counter 04. The sight of Chen Yi calmly seated in the chair left all the staff momentarily stunned. However, upon noticing the grotesque figure on the ground, their astonishment deepened. Even Gu Wenxing furrowed his brow, re-evaluating Chen Yi. In such a situation, even he would have waited for Manager Go to arrive. After all, this was Ghost City. Throwing a stone would likely hit at least 5 fierce ghosts and a ghost king. He was merely putting on a show in front of a novice like Chen Yi. Oh no, Manager Go is coming. Suddenly, someone shouted, and Manager Go approached with his hands behind his back. He immediately spotted the scene at counter 04 and without a word, drew the black baton from his waist, advancing toward Chen Yi. Simultaneously, Chen Yi kicked the seemingly lifeless, grotesque figure. Get up and give a 5-star review. Go back where you came from. Upon hearing Chen Yi's words, the corpulent figure abruptly rose, promptly bestowing a 5-star review upon him. Subsequently, it crouched down, diligently wiping the blood from the floor. Indeed, quite perceptive. Chen Yi cast a satisfied glance at the peculiar figure. The entity nodded obsequiously, grinning as it swiftly departed with a bank card in hand. As it passed by Manager Go, it did not even pause. What is happening? Manager Go inquired, furrowing his brow as he turned to Chen Yi. Oh, it felt the place was unclean, so it came to assist me with the tidying. Chen Yi casually fabricated, knowing that Manager Go had not witnessed the entire episode. However, at that moment, a piercing voice rang out. Manager, I report that number 04 has assaulted a customer. Number 08 stood, pointing an accusing finger at Chen Yi. Instantly, all eyes turned toward number 08. Manager Go smiled faintly. Oh, is what number 08 said true? Indeed, it is. Chen Yi shrugged, feeling somewhat helpless. As expected, the bizarre were truly to be despised. Number 08, you would do well to avoid wandering the streets at night. It might be prudent to stay at Manager Go's place. Quite honest, but ultimately inconsequential. I must still impose punishment upon you. Manager Go tightened his grip on a black rod and entered the confines of the number 04 counter. In the next moment, an overwhelming darkness enveloped the entire number 04 counter, rendering the scene within obscure to all. Half an hour later, the ghostly aura within the counter gradually dissipated, and the counter door swung open. Upon hearing the sound, everyone turned their gaze. Yet, what they beheld left them utterly astounded. As if the heavens had collapsed before them, there stood Manager Go, once formidable and terrifying, now bowing and scraping before a mere human. He incessantly offered apologies to Chen Yi, even retrieving a water jug from the corner to pour him a glass. Oh dear, little Go, no need for such deference. You are the manager, I can manage on my own. Chen Yi feigned annoyance as he patted Manager Go on the shoulder. Such words are unwarranted. You are our esteemed lifetime member at the Go City Bank. Should you desire, the managerial position is yours. Manager Go bent low, beaming with a smile that stretched from ear to ear. The other tellers, observing this exchange, were further astounded upon hearing the term lifetime member. Their ghostly auras became disordered. Only Gu Wenxing appeared bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. What does lifetime mean? He turned to inquire of the teller behind him. The teller, still in shock, muttered, There are only 2 pathways to becoming a lifetime member of Go City Bank. 1. Deposit 50 million horror coins into Go City Bank. 2. Spend 30 million on Go City Bank financial products. Upon hearing the teller's words, Gu Wenxing finally comprehended the source of their astonishment. Goodness, as a level 6 player, he currently possessed barely 20,000 horror coins. Meanwhile, Ling Chun, a mere level 4 player, had managed to attain the status of a lifetime member at Go City Bank. It was essential to note that this was Ghost City, the very epicenter of the horror game world. The eerie ambience of the internal copy here is undoubtedly far more terrifying than its external counterpart. Meanwhile, at counter 04, all right, let me take on the role of manager, Chen Yi remarked with a slight smile, directing his gaze towards Manager Go. The latter, who was in the midst of pouring water, momentarily froze, staring blankly at Chen Yi. No, it was merely a jest. You truly wish to become a manager? However, he found himself unable to refuse. After all, this gentleman had just directly purchased a staggering 100 million horror coins in financial products. It would not be long before the upper management of the bank took notice of Chen Yi. At that point, aspiring to be a mere manager would be a trivial pursuit. Moreover, the horror bank card that this gentleman had just produced was something even an experienced secondary manager like him had never encountered before. This individual undoubtedly possessed a significant background, compelling him to curry favor. After all, he was not even qualified to mingle with such high-profile figures. Chapter 80, An Inexhaustible Fortune, Level 4 Manager, all right. I shall submit my resignation immediately and recommend you as the manager of the second floor of the bank. Manager Go declared, gritting his teeth and nodding in agreement. He then turned and swiftly departed. Wow, brother, you're only a level 4 and yet so affluent. As soon as Manager Go left, Gu Wenxing rushed to counter 04. His expression was one of astonishment, tinged with a hint of admiration. The most remarkable aspect was the fact that a level 4 player possessed such an immense number of horror coins, which was utterly unfathomable. He was acquainted with a few high-level players, but none of them were as wealthy as the person before him, Ling Chun. Goodness, millions in horror coins. If brought into the real world, one would instantly become a billionaire. Oh, it's merely a small sum. Chen Yi chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. 100 million horror coins truly seemed trivial to him. At this moment, the system panel sprang to life once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the beginner task of spending 100 million horror coins within 3 days. Reward: unprecedented treasure chest has been issued to system space. Observing the system panel before him, Chen Yi swiftly accessed the system space. Indeed, at the very center of the system space lay a chest crafted entirely of pure gold. Its exterior was adorned with a multitude of colorful gemstones, exuding an aura of opulence. Without a moment's hesitation, he opted to open the treasure chest within the system space. Crack! With a subtle sound, the golden chest slowly creaked open. There were no extravagant effects. Inside lay a card reminiscent of a bank card. Ding! Congratulations, host, for opening the unprecedented treasure chest and receiving a random horror coin card. Random horror coin card. Using it will randomly grant a certain number of horror coins as a reward. Wow, how impressive! Chen Yi thought, astonished. This truly epitomized extravagance. The chest was made of pure gold, encrusted with diamonds, and even the reward was cash, albeit random. He mused hopefully, wishing not to draw a single horror coin, lest it become somewhat humorous. With a self-deprecating smile, he picked up the random horror coin card and used it directly. The next moment, before him, a roulette materialized, inscribed with countless numbers. The minimum was 0, while the maximum was too minuscule for Chen Yi to discern. Shortly thereafter, the pointer at the center began to rotate slowly, subsequently accelerating to an exhilarating pace. After approximately 2.5 minutes, the pointer gradually decelerated until it came to a halt. Ding! Congratulations, host, for utilizing the random horror coin card. You have been awarded 888 horror coins. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Yi was taken aback. Goodness! 88 billion horror coins. Such a sum is insurmountable, impossible to exhaust. With such wealth, how many Xibeiers could one procure, and how many blood auctions could one attend? Meanwhile, Gu Wenxing, noticing Chen Yi's disinterest, discreetly took his leave. At that moment, Chen Yi regained his focus, glancing at the dark, glimmering horror bank card in his hand. Mr. Ling Chen? Suddenly, a melodious voice chimed in, and Li Mo appeared at counter 04, wearing a smile. Manager Li, please come in, Chen Yi said warmly, opening the counter door to let her in. Li Mo, without pretense, stepped inside and promptly closed the door behind her. Instantly, counter 04 was once again enveloped in a dense, eerie atmosphere, rendering it pitch black. Good day, Mr. Lingchen. I'm Li Montak, a level 3 manager at the Go City Bank, which makes me the superior of Manager Go. Here, the first floor accommodates level 1 managers, the lowest rank. With ascending levels as one moves upwards, she explained, half squatting, her crimson lips drawing close to Chen Yi's ear. There are a total of 5 floors. Does that mean there are level 4 and level 5 managers? Indeed, but level 4 managers do not directly serve clients. They primarily manage the bank's operations, unless a particularly significant client arrives. As for level 5 managers, they are the bank's leadership, including the president and vice president. Li Mo elucidated patiently, her body inching closer until she nestled into Chen Yi's embrace. Mr. Ling Chen, the bank has decided to appoint you as a level 4 manager, and I shall be your personal assistant. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she lowered her head, burying it against Chen Yi's chest. Oh, a level 4 manager? Chen Yi nodded in acknowledgement, yet his hands wandered across Li Mo's form. To miss out on an opportunity is a folly. If you wish, you may wait until we reach the 4th floor for that. What is that? That is precisely that. Oh dear, Manager Ling is quite mischievous. 5 minutes later, Chen Yi and Li Imo exited counter 04 simultaneously, stepping onto the staircase leading to the fourth floor of the Ghost City Bank amidst the envious gazes of onlookers. As they passed the third floor, Chen Yi turned to take a glance, noticing that it too featured 8 counters, but all staffed by young, beautiful female apparitions. Before long, under Li Mo's guidance, Chen Yi finally reached the fourth floor of the Ghost City Bank. Here, there were only 2 counters, similar to the third floor, manned by 2 young, attractive, voluptuous female apparitions. Unlike the third floor, however, these 2 were both exceptionally striking. The presence of such stunning apparitions in this bank is truly impressive. Chen Yi couldn't help but exclaim. In Ghost City, such spectacles were utterly commonplace. Li Mo smiled softly as she pushed open the door to the manager's office on the 4th floor. Inside the spacious office, the furnishings were plentiful, but the most striking feature was an immense bed designed for 4. Witnessing this scene, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a wave of emotions. Clearly, the former level 4 manager led a rather lavish life, perhaps even indulging in nightly revelries. By the way, what happened to that level 4 manager? As Chen Yi inquired, Li Mo had already reclined on the bed. He was demoted to the 3rd floor. Wait, why are you lying down? Chen Yi was taken aback. How did this woman suddenly decide to lie down? Moreover, why was her face as flushed as a teapot? Li Mo was indeed attractive, but in comparison to the likes of Xibeier and Bai Xian, the ghostly queens, she paled significantly. A little flirtation was acceptable, but if it came to more serious misdeeds, he would rather refrain. In simple terms, he was not interested. Do you not desire it? Li Mo's cheeks turned crimson, and she was momentarily taken aback. In her view, men were creatures driven by primal instincts. However, with someone as dashing as Chen Yi, who could casually spend 1,000,000 horror coins, she felt quite willing. 1,000,000 horror coins? It was an amount one could never exhaust. If she followed Chen Yi, would she still need to toil here? Chapter 81. The Client Deceived. Little sister, would you like to come with your brother? I'll buy you some candy. A chilling breeze swept through the streets, where Manager Go remained clad in a black suit, a nameplate identifying him as a manager of the Ghost City Bank hanging from his chest. However, his rank had shifted from level 2 to level 1. At that moment, a grimy little girl clutched a clean pillow adorned with a pillowcase embroidered with a charming doll. The little girl blinked her bright eyes pitifully and stammered, You're quite nice. On the 4th floor of Ghost City Bank, in the manager's office, Chen Yi lay on the enormous, soft bed, surrounded by snacks from the real world, even boasting a bottle of Coca-Cola. In the realm of horror games, particularly in Ghost City, to enjoy such luxuries was truly unprecedented. Once one reaches a certain state of existence, they genuinely become indifferent to material possessions. A smile crept across Chen Yi's lips, filled with contentment. Suddenly, a rapid ringing echoed from the bedside table. Knock, knock, knock. Almost immediately, there was a knock at the door, accompanied by the voice of a female clerk. Manager Ling, an important client has specifically requested your presence. All right, I'm coming. Chen Yi replied, rising from the bed and slipping on his shoes. Previously, Li Mo had mentioned that level 4 managers primarily focused on maintaining the bank's operations. However, when exceptionally significant clients arrived, even level 4 managers were required to attend to them. Such clients were invariably wealthy or influential, and even Ghost City Bank would prefer to avoid offending them. In no time, Chen Yi was dressed sharply in a well-fitted black suit, elevating his demeanor to a whole new level. Outside the door, the female clerk waited quietly. As he opened the door, she was about to speak, but was abruptly taken aback. Shall we go? Why are you standing there in a daze? Chen Yi yore a supplisimile, exuding an extraordinary charm that left even the most seasoned female teller momentarily speechless. As she swallowed hard, she exclaimed, Manager Ling, you are so handsome. To which Chen Yi nonchalantly replied, Isn't my handsomeness a universally acknowledged fact? In the private chamber of the Ghost City Bank, when Chen Yi arrived, a client was already seated inside. He pushed the door open and walked directly to the client, taking a seat before him. In the next moment, he unexpectedly lifted his leg, crossing it nonchalantly in front of the client. The female teller, witnessing this audacious act, felt her eyes widen in shock. Manager Ling, is this how your bank treats its clients? The client's expression darkened, his fingers rhythmically drumming on the table. No, it's not like that. Manager Ling. He is just in a bit of a bad mood today. Not far away, the teller regained her composure, hurriedly picking up her dislodged eye and placing it back into its socket. She dashed over to pacify the client, casting a glance at Chen Yi, urging him to apologize swiftly. However, Chen Yi remained unmoved, fixating his gaze upon the client. Just as the teller was on the verge of tears, he finally spoke. What winds have blown you, a vampire duke, to our humble abode? Chuckling, the duke replied. I happened to pass by and heard a new level 4 manager named Ling Chun had taken over. I didn't expect it to be you. The duke's demeanor, though seemingly jovial, masked a deeper intent. He was indeed fortuitously passing through. Yet as a vampire duke, he would not idle away his time merely to visit a human. Meanwhile, the teller stood in astonishment, baffled at how the previously tense atmosphere had shifted so abruptly into a cordial conversation. Moreover, she had long heard of Duke Shacker's formidable reputation, yet here he was, displaying unexpected gentleness. Very well, you may leave now. I need to converse with this esteemed guest. Understanding the urgency of the matter, Chen Yi dismissed the teller. Upon hearing this, she nodded in understanding and turned to exit. As she reached the door, she abruptly paused, adjusted her eye, wiped it, and then secured it back in place before finally departing. To be concise, I require your assistance with a task. Once the teller had left, Shacker wasted no time. Pray tell, Chen Yi did not immediately acquiesce, instead taking a sip from the glass of water on the table. I wish to eliminate the vice president of your bank. Eliminate the vice president? Chen Yi was taken aback, placing the cup down. In Ghost City, to hold the position of vice president at the Ghost City Bank was synonymous with being a demon king. Furthermore, for Shacker to seek his assistance indicated that the vice president was at least a formidable presence, ranking between the 6th and 7th tiers of demon kings. In that moment, he began to contemplate what benefits could arise from such an act. As time ticked by, Shacker patiently awaited Chen Yi's response. Finally, after 2.5 minutes, Chen Yi slowly replied, I agree. However, you must present me with something that satisfies my expectations. After all, the vice president harbored no animosity towards me. He flashed a grin, presenting an innocuous FAAD. It had been many days since I last saw him, and surprisingly, I found myself somewhat nostalgic for that cheeky smile. No problem. As long as he agreed, everything would be negotiable. Without a moment's hesitation, I acquiesced, and then I retrieved a wooden box from my tailcoat. In the next instant, the box opened automatically, and a reddish-brown insect peeked out, surveying its surroundings. Ding! Special life form detected. System scanning. Scan complete. Name, strange insect. Level, Spectre General. Ability, undulate. Promotion, survive, ample rest. Origin, horror game world. Remarks, the strange insect, a peculiar species. Possesses life. As the insect emerged, the system interface manifested before Chen Yi's eyes. Noticing Chen Yi frowning, I assumed he was unfamiliar with the creature and hastily explained. The strange insect, a unique species, possesses life, and in its larval stage, it resembles an ordinary bug. However, upon maturation, it transforms into a formidable anomaly, becoming a Spectre King. With that, I smirked, confident that such a boast would compel Ling Chun to acquiesce. Yet, to my utter astonishment, Chen Yi sighed and shook his head. Who knows how long it will take for this insect to mature? How about this? I require the insect along with a Spectre King-grade artifact, or we shall not proceed. With that, he rose to depart, seemingly eager to escape. However, as he passed behind me, a smile crept upon his lips. Just as Chen Yi opened the door, one foot already crossing the threshold, I could no longer contain myself. The strange insect plus a Spectre Commander-grade artifact. If there truly exists a Spectre King-grade artifact, I, the Duke, shall agree. Before I could finish my sentence, Chen Yi dashed towards me, grasped my hand, and accepted the strange insect. Witnessing this, I felt a slight twitch in my eyelids. Had I been outwitted? Just like that, I had lost a Spectre Commander-grade artifact? Ouch! The pain was palpable. Chapter 82. Directionally Challenged? Vice President, I hope you will honor your promise. When the time is ripe, I shall seek you out. In the reception room, we reached an agreement. with me parting with a strange insect and a Spectre commander-grade artifact. No problem. Let's go. I shall see you off, I said, smiling brightly. After all, once the instance concluded, he would depart. If I failed to seek him out afterward, it would mean I had successfully acquired the strange insect and the Spectre commander-grade artifact for free. What a delightful prospect. Before long, Chen Yi and I made our way downstairs. As we passed the second floor, Chen Yi paused and glanced inside. Upon seeing room 08 still occupied, he smiled faintly, as if he had spotted prey. No, it wasn't even worthy of being called prey. His gaze was clearly fixated on an ant, a nearly expired ant. Well then, you, a level 4 manager of the Go City Bank, should attend to your duties. I jested with a wry smile as we stood at the entrance of the bank. Alas, you are indeed a valued client of our bank. How could I possibly neglect to serve you? Upon hearing Xia Ke's words, Chen Yi could not help but roll his eyes, immediately adopting a sarcastic tone. After exchanging a few more remarks, Xia Ke finally took his leave. Gazing at the dim sky, Chen Yi stifled a yawn and stretched lazily. How refreshing, he exclaimed, turning back towards the bank. Welcome. As he stepped inside, the welcoming attendant immediately bowed and greeted him, her voice melodious and sweet. Chen Yi merely nodded in acknowledgement and continued on his way. However, just after taking 5 or 6 steps, he abruptly halted, retracing his steps without looking back until he stood directly in front of the welcoming attendant. He then turned to his left, where another attendant stood, and upon seeing her face, he swiftly raised his right hand and delivered a sharp smack to her head. Bang! A dull thud echoed, and the young attendant immediately crouched down, cradling her head in pain. Are you pretending not to know me? Welcome indeed, what a joke. Chen Yi's irritation mounted. He had sensed a familiarity in the attendant's voice, but had dismissed it. Yet, mere moments after stepping away, he recalled the little girl, Yin Yin, who had traversed the entire horror game world map. Indeed, it was that very Yin Yin from the terrifying apartment 404 scenario. Oh, it hurts, it hurts. Yin Yin sobbed on the ground, tears streaming down her cheeks. Chen Yi's earlier smack had indeed been infused with an unsettling energy, causing her considerable discomfort. All right, look up and see who I am, he said, noticing the growing crowd around them. Gently, he ruffled Yin Yan's hair. At his words, she held her head and lifted her gaze. Upon recognizing Chen Yi, her eyes widened in astonishment. Ah, it's you, the kind-hearted one. Oh, I've finally found you. Her initial shock transformed into overwhelming joy, leading her to burst into tears once more. As more and more onlookers turned their attention to them, Chen Yi swiftly scooped Yin Yin into his arms, pinning her tightly under his arm to muffle her cries, and hastened upstairs. Nearby, another attendant stood in stunned silence, her mouth agape at the unfolding scene. She had attempted to speak several times, but swallowed her words, for she recognized the attire worn by Chen Yi, clothing designated solely for the manager. Regardless of the managerial level, she felt it was someone she could not afford to offend. On the 4th floor of the bank, 2 gossiping female tellers glanced up just in time to see Chen Yi approaching with Yin Yin in tow. They exchanged astonished looks, each perceiving surprise and intrigue in the other's eyes. This manager appears to be quite the catch. Inside the manager's office, Chen Yi unceremoniously tossed Yin Yin onto the bed. By this point, she had ceased her weeping, though her expression remained one of profound grievance. With tear-filled eyes, she fixed her gaze upon Chen Yi, as if fearing he might disappear. Weren't you supposed to be at the blood auction? How did you end up here as a welcoming attendant? Chen Yi furrowed his brows, utterly perplexed. Though the distance between the horrifying apartment 404 and the blood auction was considerable, it seemed such a long time has passed. Even a tortoise should have arrived by now. Moreover, when he departed, he had given Yin Yin 10,000 horror coins for travel expenses. I'm unfamiliar with the route, sob sob sob. As she spoke, Yin Yin began to cry pitifully, her lips quivering in distress. Chen Yi, realizing the situation, sighed in exasperation. After all this time, it turns out this little girl is directionally challenged. Did I not give you money? You could simply ask the driver for directions. Couldn't you? After a prolonged silence, he inquired again. The moment he uttered these words, Yin Yan's cries intensified. Ah, sob sob sob. There was an old man, He said he was very hungry and asked me for money to buy food. I gave him a bill, but he suddenly snatched all the money from my arms and ran away. Her eyes were swollen from crying, a mix of indignation and frustration, and soon her clothes were dampened by tears. At that moment, Chen Yi was rendered speechless. The little girl was not only directionally challenged, but also seemed rather naive. How peculiar. This was his first moment of doubt regarding the system, though it certainly would not be the last. After comforting Yan Yan and providing her with an array of snacks, once she was well fed, she suddenly hugged Chen Yi tightly and whispered, "You're actually quite nice." Upon hearing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps she was the only one who genuinely appreciated him. Before he could respond, the little girl had already fallen asleep, softly snoring. He gently laid her down on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and then left the room. As soon as he stepped out, he was confronted by Li Mo, who approached him with an anxious expression. Grabbing his arm, she urged, "The vice president is looking for you. Hurry." Hearing Li Mo's words, Chen Yi furrowed his brow. The vice president was seeking him? Could it be that the matter concerning Xia Ke had reached the vice president's ears? However, in the realm of horror games, there were no surveillance measures, and it was highly unlikely that Xia Ke would inform the vice president about such matters. He decided to wait and see how things unfolded. As he pondered this, Li Mo had already led him to the 5th floor of the bank. This level, the pinnacle of the ghost bank, was not open to the public. It housed the offices of the 5th-level managers, the president, and the vice president. The expansive 5th floor contained only 2 offices, giving it an air of emptiness. Upon arrival, Chen Yi immediately recognized that the office on the right belonged to the vice president, as it was significantly smaller than the one on the left. At that moment, Li Mo reached the door of the vice president's office and knocked. After about a minute, a cold voice emanated from within. "Enter." Chapter 83. Naturally smiling lips, task enter. A chilling, emotionless voice resonated from the office. Upon hearing it, Li Mo involuntarily trembled. In the next instant, she took a deep breath, suppressing her fear, and pushed open the door to the vice president's office. With a creak, the scene inside the office came into Chen Yi's view. He observed, in an office of approximately 50 square meters, potted plants abound, each housing peculiar flora and blossoms that occasionally emit an unsettling aura. Atop a jet-black wooden desk, 2 black fortune cats are positioned on either side, each adorned with a chilling coin worth 10,000. Their eyes are wide open, fixed ahead. Most notably, on the bedside of the office, a red and black ceramic jar contains a singular skull, a bizarre skull with blood-red eyes, disheveled hair, and a grinning mouth that seems to mockingly smile at Chen Yi. "Deputy Director." At that moment, Li Mo suddenly bent down and shouted loudly. Chen Yi, taken aback, was momentarily confused. "Deputy Director? Where is he? I can't see him." He scanned the entire office, finding no trace of the deputy director. Could it be that this peculiar creature in the jar was the one in question? Just as he was about to address the creature within the jar as the deputy director, he froze, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. He grasped his thigh with both hands, his body trembling slightly as he fought to suppress laughter. The cause of his mirth became apparent when a man, approximately 1 meter tall and dressed in a suit with a tie, leaped from the chair, hands clasped behind his back, and approached Chen Yi. He stood before Chen Yi, scrutinizing him from head to toe, then furrowed his brow. "So, you are the new level 4 manager? You purchased a financial product from the bank for 100 million in shilling coins?" Upon hearing the deputy director's words, Chen Yi lowered his head, acknowledging, "Yes. That's me. Why are you trembling? Do not be afraid. I am quite amiable." Observing Chen Yi's continued shivering, the deputy director relaxed his brow and patted Chen Yi's knee. In that instant, Chen Yi could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. However, he quickly composed himself, striving to appear serious. After all, he prided himself on being a person of integrity, a good individual who would never mock others. But wait, a realization struck him. This being did not seem human. In a flash, Chen Yi's perspective shifted, and he erupted into laughter once more. The deputy director and Li Mo exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by his amusement. Soon, however, the deputy director grasped the truth. This fellow was laughing at him. Damn it, he has glanced at me several times while laughing. He must be looking at me. Are you laughing at me? The deputy director's body suddenly radiated a crimson ghostly energy, filling the entire fifth floor with an ominous presence. The intense aura of hostility caused Li Mo to collapse onto the floor, gasping for breath. And no, how could that be? Realizing the deputy director was genuinely angered, Chen Yi quickly suppressed his laughter, saying, "Ah, you see, I have a naturally smiling face." He grinned broadly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Is that truly so? Can it really be? Chen Yi nodded fervently, breaking into laughter once again. It was hardly his fault. After all, if you were to see a 1-meter-tall figure resembling a potato landmine dressed in a suit, could you possibly refrain from laughing? Moreover, this potato landmine was undeniably peculiar. Upon reflecting on this, Chen Yi felt no guilt whatsoever. Very well, come in. The vice president furrowed his brow, sensing that Chen Yi was mocking him, yet lacking any evidence to support this suspicion. As they spoke, the ominous aura on the fifth floor dissipated completely. Li Mo clumsily rose from the ground and followed Chen Yi into the vice president's office. After all, she was now the personal secretary to Chen Yi, a level 4 manager. Have a seat, the vice president said, leaping onto his chair with a casual remark. Taken aback by the vice president's words, Chen Yi paused, surveying the office before his gaze landed on the potato-shaped bomb. Sit? Where? This place is emptier than your Mediterranean Sea, old man. Thus, the two exchanged bewildered glances, each failing to comprehend the other's intentions. Ultimately, Chen Yi was left standing there. Lin Cheng, Manager Lin, is it? I have heard about your investment of 100 million horror coins in bank financial product from both the president and myself. Indeed, commendable. However, now that you hold the position, do not grow complacent. Here's the deal. You have 2.5 days to secure a deposit or purchase financial products amounting to another 100 million horror coins. The vice president's hands were clasped, a sly grin plastered on his face. Even Li Mo understood the vice president's implication. He was deliberately putting the level 4 manager in a difficult position. To muster another 100 million horror coins would surely stretch Chen Yi's limits. Merely 100 million horror coins? That's rather simple. Chen Yi shrugged nonchalantly. As long as a problem can be resolved with money, it ceases to be a problem. Moreover, the vice president before me is already on my elimination list. There's no need to engage in petty squabbles. If it truly comes to a reckoning, once he is gone, his position would naturally fall into my hands. With this thought, Chen Yi flashed a smile, donning an innocuous expression. Yes, confidence is key. One must smile often. All right, get busy. Remember, you only have 2.5 days. The vice president waved his hand, signaling for Chen Yi and Li Mo to depart. Rest assured, it won't take that long. Chen Yi smiled once more before exiting the office with Li Mo. As the door clicked shut, the vice president's demeanor darkened. He leaped from his chair and approached the bedside, caressing the eerie head within the ceramic jar, murmuring, "Just a moneyed rat. Once I have drained him, he shall join you." The bizarre head in the jar seemed to comprehend the vice president's words, grinning silently with a gaping maw. Outside, Chen Yi furrowed his brow, hastily descending to the 4th floor and returning to his room. Something was amiss, profoundly amiss. This was not how it should be. Chapter 84. A kick, 100 feints. At the Ghost Bank, in the 4th floor manager's office, Chen Yi reclined on the bed, brows furrowed as he contemplated all he had witnessed in the vice president's office. For some inexplicable reason, he felt as though those lifeless objects possessed a semblance of life. Ding! Your pet, Little Black, has been promoted. Name, Little Black. At that moment, the appearance of the system panel jolted Chen Yi back to reality. He cast a glance at the personal panel of Xiaohong, and a surge of joy welled up within him. Xiaohong, you've done well. Becoming a Ghost King without a word. With Xiaohong included, the number of Ghost Kings under his command had astonishingly reached 5. Merely a first-tier Ghost King. Is there really any need for such astonishment? After all, I am the esteemed and most magnificent king of devourers. As soon as Chen Yi finished speaking, a mouth appeared on Xiaohong. Though it feigned nonchalance, the tone unmistakably hinted at its eagerness for praise. Indeed, the esteemed and most magnificent king of devourers, how impressive, how admirable. Chen Yi rolled his eyes and replied with a hint of sarcasm. Then, his eyes twinkled as a sly smile crept onto his lips. Xiaohong? See. Isn't your name Xiaohong? Upon hearing this, Xiaohong fell silent, and the mouth that had appeared vanished once more. Oh dear, are you upset? Chen Yi Goodinut. Could it be that you're truly angry? No, I'm just a bit hungry after becoming a ghost king, Xiaohong replied bashfully. Suddenly, a slow and melodious ringing sound echoed in the air. Upon hearing the chimes, Chen Yi immediately understood. It was time to finish work. Gulme, let us go indulge in some delicious food. He smiled slightly, put on his shoes, and opened the door to leave. On the bed, Yin Yin was still fast asleep, hugging a clean pillow. Occasionally, she murmured in her dreams, "No, don't trick me out of my money. Yin Yin isn't foolish." When Chen Yi stepped out of the room, he discovered that the two female clerks on the fourth floor had already left for the day. Now that's what I call a dedicated worker. He swiftly made his way downstairs and soon arrived at the second floor. At this moment, the second floor was equally deserted. Not even Gu Wenqing was around. I can't let you escape. Chen Yi frowned and quickened his pace. Upon reaching the entrance of the bank, he finally spotted that familiar figure. Aha! Found you, clerk number 08. Chen Yi Goodinut. And a wave of dark, ghostly energy erupted from him. In front, clerk number 08, who was happily heading home, suddenly found her vision engulfed in darkness. When she opened her eyes again, she discovered herself atop a mountain peak, surrounded by endless clouds and mist. She knelt on the ground, her hands bound by a whip. Her ghostly energy suppressed. The whip exuded a faint black aura and a foul stench. This was Chen Yi's first ghostly artifact, the Demon Slayer Whip, which had an absolute suppressive effect on spirits. While this artifact was ineffective against high-tier anomalies, it was just right for clerk number 08. At that moment, she trembled all over, completely bewildered by the turn of events. Suddenly, the sky crackled with lightning, and thick, black bolts of thunder descended with wild ferocity, striking all around the figure known as 08. Within a mere second, 08 was so frightened that it lost control, a foul stench rising into the air. Approximately 2.5 minutes later, the dark clouds dispersed and the thunder ceased. A beam of golden light pierced through the heavens, completely enveloping 08. Gritting its teeth against the terror, it cautiously raised its gaze towards the radiant glow. Suddenly, its eyes widened in astonishment as a figure began to emerge from the golden light. As the apparition drew nearer, 08 could discern its features with increasing clarity. Ultimately, a person with a beaming smile, exuding an appearance of harmlessness, stood before it. 08, do you recognize your transgressions? Chen Yi inquired with a smile, reminiscent of a deity. I haven't wronged anyone. I was mistaken. Please spare me. I have elders to care for, and children dependent on me. It was about to insist on its innocence, but regaining its senses, it hastily prostrated itself, exclaiming fervently, "Very well, no problem," Chen Yi replied, maintaining his smile as he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The black whip binding 08 fell away in response. As it sensed its strength returning, 08 was momentarily stunned. Could it be that this seemingly divine being was genuinely willing to let it go? You're truly kind, it stammered, rising unsteadily. Of course, it is well known that I am a good person. Chen Yi grinned, accepting 08's praise. Then, may I leave? 08 asked tentatively, still unsure of its good fortune. Go ahead, walk boldly, Chen Yi nodded. Turning, 08 began to walk away, then broke into a run. However, 2.5 minutes later, it abruptly realized that it had not moved an inch during that time. Hey, who told you to go that way? You should be heading this direction. Chen Yi glared discontentedly at 08, gesturing toward the nearby cliff. In the next moment, dark, ghostly energy erupted from him, transforming into a massive black hand that grasped 08's head, lifting it effortlessly. Let us go, hurry up, Chen Yi urged impatiently. Wasn't 08 quite decisive when it reported him? Why was it now hesitating? Why, yes, I'm truly sorry. Goodness, you're so slow. Allow me to assist you, Chen Yi said. 1, 2, 3, off you go. Without waiting for 08 to finish its sentence, he unleashed a powerful kick that sent it flying. Instantly, A wretched sound echoed through the air. Chen Yi placed his left hand on his forehead, extending his neck to survey the scene. Not bad. That kick was 100 degrees. As the ghostly energy dissipated on the street, Chen Yi's figure became visible. At his feet lay the lifeless body of 08, quietly resting. Passers-by, sensing the unusual atmosphere, began to turn their heads towards this unsettling sight. In that moment, Chen Yi crouched down and gently stroked 08's head, remarking, "This child is so unconcerned that it can sleep soundly on such a chilly ground." At this utterance, the onlookers all turned back and continued on their way. Just then, the mouth of Little Black emerged, and a powerful suction instantaneously engulfed the slumbering number 08. Ding! Lifespan replenishing. Replenishment complete. Current lifespan, 1,000 years. Upon hearing the system's notification, Chen Yi paused momentarily. This fellow Little Black had ascended to the status of a ghost king, and the lifespan feedback had significantly increased. A mere malevolent spirit had added an astonishing 300 years to its existence. How splendid! Having resolved the matter concerning number 08, Chen Yi felt elated. In fact, he found himself somewhat grateful to number 08. This character, in a bid to extend his lifespan, had willingly sought death. If only there were more such peculiarities, the world would surely embrace peace, wouldn't it?